Chapter 1 Rebirth. In July 2088, on Blue Star, a sudden and extreme drop in temperature swept across the globe, plunging every region, be it the Antarctic, Arctic, or equator, into a chilling abyss of minus 80 degrees. Accompanying this frigid disaster was a deluge of snow, over 3 meters thick. Who could have imagined that just a day prior, the temperature soared to 30 degrees Celsius, only for it to plummet to a frigid 60 or 70 degrees below zero the very next day? Humanity was utterly unprepared, and soon discovered they were trapped indoors, as the relentless snow blanketed the first floors of buildings overnight. Countless individuals succumbed to the bitter cold and starvation due to this lack of preparedness. Many families, having exhausted their last morsel of food, turned their desperate gaze towards their fellow humans. Sun Ran found himself tightly bound to a chair, helplessly watching as the beautiful Su Ningming was brutally dismembered by his wife and her family, her body devoid of any intact flesh. At that moment, his heart was filled with profound regret. How could he have been so foolish as to trust his wife's and father-in-law's words, luring the long-legged beauty from across the way? As a consequence, "Darling, don't move. Whatever you do, don't struggle, it will be over soon. Just look how obedient Su Ningming is. Enough chatter, sister. Just finish him off. Tonight, we shall feast on a human hot pot, with extra bones for flavor. Indeed, dear daughter, if you hesitate, allow me to assist." A month of life in this frozen apocalypse had summoned a devil into the hearts of every survivor. No need for that. How could I ever bring myself to harm this worthless fool? Before I meet my end, let me enlighten you. Sun Ran, my dear. Our son is not your blood. He is the offspring of Song Rensheng, and you have been raising him for years. At this revelation, Sun Ran was firmly bound to the chair, his mouth stuffed with rags, his eyes widening in disbelief, veins throbbing in fury. Ah, now you find your courage? Where was it before? You waste of space. And by the way, young Master Song's favorite pastime is to humiliate husbands. Do you recall how you often fell asleep right after dinner not long ago? Haha, enough of this nonsense. Go now and join Su Ningming. That wretched woman, your flesh, will be our sustenance. Thank you, dear husband, for your final contribution to our family. Ha! With that, a blade slashed across Sun Ran's throat. Son, quickly catch the blood. We must not waste it. This is prime material for blood tofu. At that instant, blood flowed over the jade pendant adorning Sun Ran's chest. This pendant had been an accidental treasure he discovered years ago at an antique market for 200 yuan. His wife had scolded him mercilessly for it, accusing him of hoarding money and being foolish for purchasing a fake. Yet now, it absorbed Sun Ran's blood as if it were a parched soul encountering a sweet stream after a millennium. Moments later, the jade pendant emitted a brilliant flash of white light. Instinctively, Sun Ran raised his hand to shield his eyes from the radiance, only to find himself standing before the community's garbage bin, clutching a bag of trash, his face pale and drenched in cold sweat. Sun Ge, is that really you? A melodious voice interrupted Sun Ran's frantic movements. Su Ningming? It was only then that Sun Ran noticed the living figure standing beside him. At that moment, Su Ningming, like him, was holding a bag of garbage, her complexion ashen, trembling uncontrollably while checking her own body for wounds. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, they simultaneously exclaimed, "You were reborn? You were reborn? We were reborn? We were reborn?" Overjoyed, Su Ningming embraced Sun Ran, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried, "Why are your wife's family so wicked, slicing my flesh and drinking my blood? Are they even human?" Sun Ran slowly lifted his arm, gently patting her back, choosing silence. After all, it was he who had lured Su Ningming out under the pretense of his wife's words. "Sun Ge, I witnessed that vicious woman slit your throat just before I died. Why?" After a brief moment, did we both find ourselves reborn in a flash of white light? If I am not mistaken, it must be the jade pendant I wore. Your blood had spattered on it earlier, but perhaps it was insufficient to activate its power. Later, when my blood flowed freely, it triggered the activation, leading to our rebirth. Sun Ran instinctively searched for the pendant within his clothes, only to find it absent. Instead, a similar tattoo had appeared in its place. Su Ningming, quickly check if you have a tattoo on your chest. He reached to lift her shirt to look. Upon touching the firmness and softness beneath his fingers, he immediately withdrew his hands, awkwardly laughing. You can check for yourself, I got ahead of myself. Su Ningming blushed furiously, having never been in a romantic relationship. The mere brush of Sun Ran's hands had nearly rendered her weak. Her body was far too sensitive. Turning away, she lifted her fitted workout top, and indeed discovered a jade pendant pattern. Could it be that besides our rebirth, there are additional abilities? Sun Ran lowered his head, focusing intently on the jade pattern on his body. The more he stared, the more dizzy he felt, teetering on the brink of collapse when suddenly a thunderous explosion echoed in his mind, revealing an endless expanse within. This is a personal space. This is undoubtedly the most invaluable skill in this apocalyptic world. Ningming, concentrate on that pattern, and you will be able to open the space. Sure enough, a minute later, Su Ningming activated the space, seemingly sharing it with Sun Ran. Quick, check the date. Oh. Su Ningming fumbled to retrieve her small bag and opened her phone screen. It's April 1st, 2088. We've returned to 3 months before the apocalypse. They discarded the trash, and neither Su Ningming nor Sun Ran felt inclined to run or buy breakfast anymore. They began to strategize how to confront the impending apocalypse. In 3 months, Blue Star would plunge into an ice age. Temperatures would plummet to minus 80 degrees, with northern regions potentially exceeding minus 100 degrees. Moreover, this chilling transformation would occur without warning, as if the planet had been cast into a rapid freezing apparatus. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Ran declared, the first step is to make money and purchase a larger villa. As for the second step, we'll tackle that once the first step is accomplished. Su Ningming, with a bewildered expression, asked, what am I supposed to do? Didn't I just say? Make money and buy a villa. But how? Sun Ran slapped his forehead. She truly was a naive sweetheart. Forget it. You should head home and rest. Let's exchange WeChat contacts, and he'll reach out to you later. Oh, all right. Just as she took a few steps away, Su Ningming suddenly turned back, her eyes glistening with emotion as she earnestly said, Sun Go, I do not blame you for deceiving me into leaving my home, for you were unaware. I only harbor resentment towards your wife and her family. I seek vengeance. Sun Ran gritted his teeth and replied, rest assured, Ningming, for what they have inflicted upon us, I will ensure they pay back tenfold, if not 100-fold. Chapter 2, Resignation. Ningming, you should head home now. I will go buy breakfast. Sun Go, why are you still concerned about catering to that entire family? You ought to just buy them a bag of dung to eat. Su Ningming huffed indignantly. Sun Ran smirked cunningly and replied, I have a plan, and if it succeeds, it will significantly accelerate our process of making money for the villa. Additionally, we can collect some interest. One must exercise restraint for the greater scheme. This will be my final act of servitude for this bunch of dogs. Very well, I shall return home then. I need to tidy up before heading to work. Sun Go, be careful, they are capable of murder. If anything arises, contact me via WeChat. After parting ways, Sun Ran went to the breakfast shop at the community entrance, purchasing 10 fried dough sticks and 5 bowls of tofu pudding before heading home. As he opened the door, his father-in-law, Zhao Dezhu, greeted him with a sarcastic tone. You return with breakfast just as the entire family is about to starve. How can a grown man be so slow? What time is it? Indeed, brother-in-law, it is quite late. My girlfriend, Xiaoli, will soon be hounding me. Hurry and set out the breakfast. His brother-in-law, Zhao Xiaozhu, chimed in shamelessly. Oh, by the way, brother-in-law, could you transfer me 500 yuan? I'm running low on cash. Sun Ran remained silent, thinking to himself, enjoy your arrogance while you can. Tomorrow I will show you just how formidable I am. Daddy, there are no buns for breakfast. A voice filled with innocent wonder rang out. Sweetheart, don't worry, Grandma will buy you buns on the way to kindergarten. Your useless father didn't get any, but Grandma will. Sun Ran's alluring mother-in-law, Song Shujin, swiftly scooped up the 5-year-old boy, soothing him. Sun Ran felt his sanity slipping. What sort of monstrous family had he married into? Why had he not noticed it earlier, after laboring tirelessly to serve this family for 5 long years? Mom, I won't be eating at home today. I have a meeting at the company, and I'll grab something on the way. At that moment, a refined woman emerged from the bathroom, clad in a fitted white blazer and a short skirt complemented by black stockings, accentuating her flawless figure. With merely a touch of light makeup, She outshone many starlets and internet celebrities adorned in heavy cosmetics. Upon the delicate, fair visage adorned with black-framed spectacles lies an embodiment of intellectual beauty, capable of inciting an irresistible desire for conquest within men. This is the lawful wife of Sun Ran, Zhao Qian. With Zhao Qian's exquisite appearance, who in the neighborhood does not envy Sun Ran for sharing a bed with such a beauty? Even if he endures humiliation at home, what does it matter? Sun Ran glanced at Zhao Qian, and memories surged forth like a flood unleashed. The two were classmates in university, yet their backgrounds diverged. Sun Ran hailed from a rural area, while Zhao Qian was a local urbanite. One was an exceedingly ordinary young man, and the other, a paragon among women, revered by all as the campus belle. Rewinding to the night of their graduation, the class gathered for a farewell party. With his outstanding academic performance and an early recruitment offer from a top-tier company, Sun Ran naturally became the star of the evening. Everyone clamored to toast him, claiming that once they entered society, they must look out for their old classmates. Having devoted 4 years to intense study, Sun Ran was utterly unprepared for such an onslaught. After a while, he succumbed to drunkenness. When he awoke in the hotel the next morning, his head throbbed painfully. Upon turning, he was astonished to find someone lying beside him. To his disbelief, it was Zhao Qian, the campus beauty, in her full glory. Tears lingered on her delicate face, evoking a pang of sympathy within Sun Ran, who seemed to grasp the full gravity of the situation. He slapped himself twice, only to inadvertently awaken Zhao Qian. Sun Ran, please don't blame yourself. You were drunk last night, she said through tears. Zhao Qian, please stop crying. I will take responsibility. I will work hard to earn money and marry you, he replied earnestly. Thus, events unfolded naturally, and a month later, they were wed. The ceremony took place at Zhao Qian's family home, as Sun Ran's rural background had rendered his family unable to afford the exorbitant prices of urban housing. Consequently, he became a proud son-in-law. 7 months later, their love bore fruit 2 months early, and they named their child Zhao Yi. From that moment on, apart from working at the company, Sun Ran devoted himself entirely to their household, taking care of the child, buying groceries, cooking, doing laundry, and even washing his mother-in-law's undergarments. During festive occasions, he would return home alone to buy gifts for his parents and swiftly return to the city to cater to the demands of his family. Eventually, when his parents passed away due to illness, he ceased returning home altogether. After graduating, Zhao Qian joined a large publicly listed company and became exceedingly busy, often returning home inebriated in the dead of night. Sun Ran could do nothing but watch helplessly, pouring all his efforts into easing her burdens. For 5 years, Sun Ran toiled tirelessly, feeling it was his penance for having tarnished the purity of a young woman and causing her to become pregnant. He believed this was his retribution. Shaking his head, he cast aside those memories and surveyed the room, sneering before turning away. What's up with Sun Ran this morning? Why is he so quiet, like a mute? His brother-in-law, Zhao Xiaozhu, mumbled while nibbling on a fried dough stick. Just ignore him. I'm leaving. Enjoy your meal. Xiao Yi, goodbye. Zhao Qian, donning her shoes and clutching her newly purchased LW bag, swayed her alluring figure as she exited the door. At that moment, Sun Ran had already arrived at the hardware market. Today marked the commencement of his revenge plan, aptly titled, The Most Challenging Surgical Operation in Human History. After leaving the hardware market, his next destination was the largest electronics mall in the city center. After making his purchases, he glanced at the time. It was 10 o'clock. At this hour, the house would undoubtedly be empty. His brother-in-law had long since ventured out, and his in-laws should be dancing in the square while little Zhao Yi was at kindergarten, thus facilitating Sun Ran's scheme. Quietly returning home, he followed the instructions to install the electronic microcamera and connect it to his phone. A brief test revealed that everything was functioning flawlessly. Concealing the secret weapon he had acquired from the hardware market beneath the bed, he smirked cunningly. Suddenly, his phone rang. Sun Ran, what time is it? Why aren't you at work yet? Is the company yours? Hurry over here and bring me the proposal. The frantic voice on the line belonged to his superior, the so-called Ice Queen, Lin Yao. She perpetually wore a cold expression, as if her menstruation had overstayed its welcome. I have some matters at home, will be late, Sun Ran calmly explained. I don't care what issues you have at home, even if someone died. You need to deliver the proposal to my office immediately. I'll give you 10 minutes if you're not here. Consider yourself fired. How could I let a woman like you bully me after my rebirth? Sun Ran smirked slyly. All right, just wait. In his previous life, Sun Ran had inadvertently stumbled upon Lin Yao playing poker with the company president in the office. Since then, she had been relentlessly targeting him, concocting various excuses to dock his pay and pile on extra work. Any minor mistake would lead to public reprimands, all aimed at getting him dismissed. However, in order to maintain his job, Sun Ran had to endure the humiliation. Reflecting on all this, he resolved that it was time to settle the score with her. Upon returning to the company, he drafted a resignation letter and marched straight into Lin Yao's office, pushing the door open without knocking. Do you lack basic manners? Is your finger broken? Can you knock? Knock? Why should I? Sun Ran retorted fiercely. I am resigning, approve it promptly, and calculate my bonuses and performance pay for the past 6 months. Additionally, compensate me for the 6 months of unpaid salary. Lin Yao scoffed at his words. This company is not yours. Whether it's mine or not is irrelevant. But if you wish for the entire company to learn about your affair with the chairman tomorrow, then don't bother approving my resignation. With that, Sun Ran tossed the resignation letter aside and turned to leave. Wait, come back. Do you know what you're doing? You think you can get away with this? Enough with your empty threats. Just tell me whether you're approving it or not. If not, we'll see. Lin Yao stared at Sun Ran, who held his ground, unwavering. Eventually, she succumbed. She dared not gamble with her future. She picked up the resignation letter, glanced at it briefly, and then signed her name with a heavy stroke. Get out. I hope you can keep your mouth shut forever. Sun Ran, eyeing Lin Yao's form-fitting sweater that accentuated her perfect curves, replied, Lin Yao, you know all the men in the company are envious of your body, myself included. Since I'm leaving, let me indulge in a practical experience that's not an unreasonable request, is it? You can forget it. Sun Ran shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, if I can't have you, they'll destroy you instead. Farewell. Lin Yao was at her breaking point, shouting, come back. She hurried to the door and locked it behind her. They'll give you 200,000. Just go find a young one at a foot massage parlor. Is that not acceptable? Not a chance. I want you. So tell me, will you or won't you? Lin Yao, in anguish, closed her eyes. How can you assure me that once we're done, you won't spread rumors? I'm busy. I have no time for your trivial matters. Believe me, you're merely an outlet for my release. I won't cling to you. You're not that significant. Staring into Sun Ran's eyes, Lin Yao sensed sincerity rather than deceit. Silently, she turned away and began to remove her short skirt. Don't be ridiculous. Take it all off. With that, Sun Ran unleashed his full vigor, disregarding Lin Yao's feelings, and within moments, her body bore the marks of their encounter. Half an hour later, amidst the envious gazes of his colleagues, Sun Ran left with nearly 300,000 in his pocket, exuding nonchalance. He settled in a park at the city center, basking in the warmth of April spring. No one knew that all of this would vanish in 4 months, that many would succumb to the cold or starvation due to unpreparedness. Even those who survived would face various diseases brought on by the harsh weather. Cherish it, humanity. Thus, Sun Ran reclined on a lounge chair, quietly savoring his final moments of bliss. It wasn't until 4:30 in the afternoon that Sun Ran finally rose from the chair after a day of repose. He rode his electric bike back home at a leisurely pace. Upon returning, he found Zhao Qian and his mother-in-law, Song Shuzhen, bustling about in the kitchen. Had this been before the apocalypse, Sun Ran would have been taken aback, but at this moment, he regarded them as if they were mere clowns. Hubby, you're back. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner will be ready soon. You've worked hard these days tonight. Let's treat you to a hearty meal. Zhao Qian, embodying the archetype of a devoted wife and mother, carefully took Sun Ran's coat and offered him a pair of slippers. Thank you, Zhao Qian. I look forward to savoring your culinary skills. Sun Ran remarked with a hidden edge in his smile. At least for now, the atmosphere in the household remained harmonious. As for whether it would remain so, that would be determined by Sun Ran himself. Chapter 3. The planned success soon, for exquisite dishes were served, each a feast for the senses. Throughout the meal, Zhao Qian persistently served him food, enveloping him in an unprecedented warmth. However, Sun Ran was acutely aware that beneath this tenderness lay a twisted and deranged madness. Darling, how do you find the dishes I've prepared? Are they delicious? Delicious, thank you for your effort. Zhao Qian, Sun Ran replied, a blissful expression gracing his face. Yet, He detected not the satisfaction of affirmation in Zhao Qian's gaze, but rather disdain. Yes, disdain. Such splendid dishes, how can one not have a drink? Here comes the main event in his past life. Sun Ran had believed that Zhao Qian had truly prepared a sumptuous feast to reward him, and after a joyful toast, he soon found himself in a drowsy stupor. You know, my tolerance for alcohol is rather low. Just a few drinks and I'm out. Zhao Qian's father, Zhao Dazhu, slammed his chopsticks down in displeasure, saying, "What kind of man are you? Unable to down a single drink? Zhao Qian, pour me a glass too." "Right away, Dad," Zhao Qian said, hurriedly getting up to pour the drink. Feigning bravado, Sun Ran declared, "Then I shall accompany you to the grave." Hemph. No need for such theatrics. Just drink less. Alcohol isn't cheap. Before long, Zhao Qian returned with 2 small cups of white liquor. Presenting her father with a cup that sparkled with clarity and effervescence, she handed Sun Ran his cup. He thought, this sedative hasn't tea fully dissolved and they're already serving it. They are truly in a rush. Here, this little cup is less than an ounce. Let us down it in one go. No spitting it out. Zhao Dazhu, clearly a pawn in Zhao Qian's play, typically indifferent towards Sun Ran, surprisingly took the initiative to drink with him today, as if the sun had risen in the west. "All right, Dad, cheers." With that, Sun ran down the drink in one gulp, while Zhao Qian's gaze remained fixed on his mouth, ensuring he swallowed every last drop. When he set down the cup, he realized that a significant amount of the undissolved sedative remained at the bottom. With a wry smile, Sun Ran mused that he had managed to consume less of the sedative than he expected. After finishing the remaining half-bowl of rice, Sun Ran excused himself to go for a walk, a routine he followed after meals, allowing him to buy some vegetables and fruits on the way back. Unhurriedly, he changed his shoes and stepped outside. Just as he closed the door, he quickly pulled out the emetic he had purchased from the pharmacy and downed an entire bottle, then rushed to the stairwell of the emergency exit, where he unleashed a torrent of vomit into a prepared plastic bag, nearly expelling his bile in the process. He thought to himself, those competitive eaters online truly risk their health for money. Just one bout of vomiting could be life-threatening. Half an hour later, Sun Ran returned home carrying half a watermelon and several apples, placing them in the kitchen. "What is going on today? Why am I so drowsy?" "I bought the fruit and placed it in the kitchen. Zhao Qian, remember to eat it later." Zhao Qian, visibly excited, replied, "Darling, perhaps you're just exhausted from work during the day. Hurry and get some rest." "All right, Zhao Qian." Feigning extreme fatigue, Sun Ran returned to the bedroom, lay down under the covers, and began to patiently wait. 5 minutes later, the bedroom door creaked open. "Darling, wake up. I can't find the knife for cutting the watermelon." "Where did you put it? Darling, darling." Smack, smack. Zhao Qian, evidently worried, slapped him twice, her own hand stinging, yet Sun Ran remained unresponsive. "Hey, sweetheart, go upstairs. This useless man is completely out cold. I've already changed into your favorite outfit." "Ugh, how vexing." "Fine, fine. I'll indulge you." "All right. Hurry up, I'm getting a bit impatient." Sun Ran, under the covers, felt a similar sense of impatience. 5 minutes later, he heard the living room door open, followed by Zhao Qian's startled exclamations and soft gasps. The 2 older lights had taken the children out to the play area, and Zhao Xiaozhu often stayed out late. Now, it was evidently a world for the 2 of them. The battlefield quickly shifted to the bedroom. Sun Ran didn't need to open his eyes to know that the wild man was Song Ren. This Song Ren had attended the same university, though not in the same major. His family owned a publicly listed real estate company, where Zhao Qian worked, though she never divulged the specifics to Sun Ran. The community where Zhao Qian lived had also been developed and constructed by Song Ren's family company. Otherwise, given Zhao Qian's academic abilities, how could she possibly have entered a listed company right after graduation, driving a luxury car worth millions and carrying handbags worth several thousand? "Come on, step up. Pose with the wedding photo." Song Ren, assuming the demeanor of a renowned director, began directing the leading lady into her role, allowing him to immerse himself more quickly into the scene. After all, being young and overindulgent, if he didn't engage in some risque antics, his brain simply wouldn't produce dopamine. Before long, the 2 became engrossed, oblivious to the fact that Sun Ran had already opened his eyes. Not only had he opened his eyes, but he was also brandishing a large bottle of 502 super glue, a type of adhesive that sets in 1 to 3 seconds at room temperature. With effects that were undeniably formidable, with the glue in hand, Sun Ran aimed, fired, and continued to unleash a barrage, Without hesitation, he executed the task in one seamless motion. It first. Song Ren merely felt a chill. But the next moment, he realized he could no longer move, a sharp tug causing excruciating pain. Zhao Qian shared a similar sensation, bewildered by the sudden, searing discomfort. Both lowered their gazes to find Sun Ran standing before them, causing them to jump in shock, but they quickly realized he had played a trick on them. Damn it, Sun Ran. What did you just do to me? Song Ran bellowed. Sun Ran remained unfazed as he approached the television wall and retrieved the camera, casually stating, during your oblivious performance, I added a bit of 502 super glue. Is that so unreasonable? Are you insane, Sun Ran? Have you lost your mind? Don't pull me. It hurts like hell, Zhao Qian screamed at the top of her lungs. The two stood on the bed in a highly provocative position, maintaining their stance. Didn't you give Sun Ran the sedative? I did. I saw him drink it. Sun Ran chuckled. I did indeed drink it, but I promptly vomited it back up. So, tell me, how do you wish to resolve this? Resolve what? Do you even know who I am? Dare to play these games with me? I swear I can have you killed with a single phone call. Enough of this nonsense. In this predicament, you're still trying to threaten me. You should know that with every passing second, the chances of saving your brother diminish. I'm in no rush. Upon hearing that his younger brother was in peril, Song Ren immediately capitulated. Name your price. Ha ha ha, splendid. I want to be unreasonable. I've raised your son for 5 years. No accomplishments, but certainly some hardships, right? A mere 10 million should suffice. Why wife let you enjoy her for 5 years? 5 million is fair. In total. That's 15 million. If you agree, I'll call an ambulance. If not, we'll remain in this stalemate. Have you gone mad? 15 million? 5 million is the max. Sun Ran smirked, nonchalantly replying, doesn't he matter? After all, he is your younger brother, not mine. Moreover, I'll be uploading this video online tomorrow. A certain real estate company's young heir disrupting someone's family. I believe many would be eager to share it. And then your stock market stop, Sun Ran. I'll concede this time. Hand me your phone. I'll transfer the funds. Let us wrap this up quickly and get you to the hospital. It's a win-win situation. Sun Ran cheerfully handed over his phone. Due to banking transfer limits, Song Ran had to make 3 separate transfers to complete the transaction. I know you have your tricks, Song Ran. If this money gets frozen or flagged, or if I face any personal attacks, the video will be uploaded immediately. Alright, now it's your turn, Zhao Qian. Tomorrow morning at 9, let us meet at the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce. I don't want the house, but you must compensate me. I won't ask for much. Over the years, my salary has all gone into this family, totaling 1.5 million, along with 50,000 for emotional damages. That makes a total of 2 million. Otherwise, I'll see you in court. With that, Sun Ran picked up the suitcase he had already packed and left with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 4. Song Ran's wife. Tang Tian. When the ambulance arrived at Zhao Qian's home, the paramedics were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the two. They thought to themselves, is there such a perk? If all situations were like this, working overtime wouldn't be a bother. It's not about the pay, but a genuine love for the job. However, a problem arose as the stretcher could not accommodate both individuals, and given their condition, they could not be separated. Reluctantly, they had to assist the two down the stairs themselves. Downstairs, the ambulance had drawn a crowd, including Zhao Qian's parents and children. Hey, Lao Zhao, isn't this your doorstep? Whose family is in trouble? Zhao Dazhu shook his head, saying, I haven't heard of anyone falling ill. This old wreck of a vehicle is blocking the way. It's infuriating. Hurry up and move it. As they spoke, the doctors helped the two emerge, and upon recognizing their daughter and Song Ran, Zhao Dazhu's blood pressure skyrocketed, and he rushed over with his spouse. The onlookers, noticing the peculiar way the two exited, quickly understood the underlying situation, thinking, these young people really know how to have fun. Locked inside like dogs? At that moment, they simultaneously scorned Zhao Dazhu's family while feeling sympathy for Sun Ran. It is said that the Chaoshu Central Hospital has never performed such a remarkable surgery since its establishment. The adhesive had completely dried, and the surgical site was remarkably intricate. It took a full 2 hours to separate the two individuals. At that moment, both were utterly exhausted. Song Shuzhen hurried over to support her daughter, softly inquiring, you two may enjoy your play, but how could you harm your bodies like this? Zhao Qian, with reddened eyes, replied, oh mom, it's not as you imagine. It was Sun Ran. Zhao Qian recounted the events of that evening to Song Shujin from beginning to end. I wondered why this useless man suddenly changed today. Did someone tell him something? And he wants a divorce along with 2 million? How naive. Just wait until I call him. I'll give him a piece of my mind. Oh dear, hold off on that for now. Let us discuss it when we get home. We already embarrassed ourselves enough at Grandma S. How can we hold our heads high in the community from now on? Meanwhile, Sun Ran was at a high-end beauty salon owned by Tang Tiantian, the wife of Song Ran. Indeed, after avenging the two protagonists, Sun Ran's next step was to confront Song Ren's wife. This is what one might call an eye for an eye. You mess with my wife, and I'll make your head roll. Sun Ran could only blame his past self for being too honest. He had already seen that Zhao Qian did not love him, yet he was unwilling to awaken from this dream. Now that he had been reborn, with the impending end of the world looming and uncertain how long this ice age would last, it was the perfect time for vengeance. Sister Tang, there's a gentleman here to see you. He says it's urgent. Tang Tiantian was currently attending to a wealthy client in her office, and as she looked up, her flawless, stunning face revealed no blemishes. She clearly took great care of herself. Her figure was equally commendable, perfectly proportioned in all the right places. At the prime age of 27 or 28, she resembled a perfectly ripe peach. Have him wait at the front desk. I'll see him after I finish here. All right. A few minutes later, under Tang Tiantian's coaxing, the wealthy client purchased a beauty and body package for 58,800, satisfied as she went off for her pampering session. Tang Tiantian sauntered to the front desk. Who is looking for me? It's this gentleman. Sun Ran stood up, smiling as he introduced himself. Tang Tiantian. I'm Sun Ran. I have something that I believe will pique your interest. Tang Tiantian furrowed her brows and replied, I don't know you, and I'm not interested in what you have. Goodbye. Don't be so hasty to refuse. It concerns your husband, Song Ran. Are you sure you don't want to take a look? Tang Tiantian lifted her gaze to Sun Ran, pondering for a few seconds before saying, Come to my office. Walking behind Tang Tiantian, Sun Ran could distinctly catch the scent of her perfume and see her alluring silhouette. He thought to himself, what a beautiful wife, and yet she strays. Is it true that the flowers at home lack the allure of those in the wild? Soon, he would have to test that theory. Once in the office, Tang Tiantian closed the door, crossed her arms defiantly, and coldly stated, Speak. What is it? Sun Ran pulled out his phone and displayed video footage from that evening, and after just a few seconds of viewing, Tang Tiantian's face turned pale. She had long suspected her husband was unfaithful, but never imagined he would be so careless as to be filmed. The filming location is my home, and the leading lady is my wife. If I were to release this video online, you must understand the severe consequences it would entail. Tang Tiantian looked at Sun Ran with disdain and coldly remarked, What is your price? I'll buy the video from you. Sun Ran was infuriated by her attitude. He stood up, glaring. Do you think a few filthy bills make you important? Do you think I'm desperate for money? Damn. With that attitude, just wait for the video to go viral tomorrow. With that, Sun Ran opened the door and attempted to leave. Tang Tiantian rushed forward, clutching his arm, pleading, I'm sorry, Mr. Sun. I was wrong and didn't consider your feelings. What do you propose we do to resolve this? Tang Tiantian did not wish for matters to escalate. After all, it was better to be sheltered under a large tree. She didn't care what Song Ren did as long as he provided her with money to spend. The beauty salon was a property belonging to the Song family, and she was merely a free user of it. If her poor attitude led to this matter being exposed, she could not bear the consequences. Sun Ran nodded, wearing an expression that suggested he understood. How we resolve this depends on your performance. Having encountered such looks before, Tang Tiantian quickly refused. That's impossible. Think of something else. Despite Song Ren's infidelities, he was extremely vigilant regarding Tang Tiantian, ensuring she returned home immediately after work at the salon, often checking her phone. He wasn't out of love, but fear of being cuckolded. Then there's nothing to discuss. Fine, goodbye. Wait, I can offer you 5 million. How does that sound? I told you, I'm not in need of money. I seek revenge. He has been with my wife for 5 years, and the child is even mine. I intend to play with his wife. Sun Ran feigned hysteria, but in truth, he no longer cared. The end of the world was approaching. Who was worried about such trivialities? Tang Tiantian wore a conflicted expression. Sun Ran sat on the couch, lit a cigarette, and leisurely stated, I'll give you 5 minutes to think it over, but my patience is limited. Tang Tiantian contemplated her current comfortable and affluent life. Losing it would mean a future filled with struggles for money. She did not desire such a life. Moreover, Song Ren hadn't touched her in 6 months, yet he was out with other women, stirring feelings of imbalance within her. If you can stray, then so can I. All right, I agree, but you must promise not to release the video. Rest assured, let us begin, beautiful. Having cast aside her burdens, and with Sun Ran's handsome visage exuding a unique masculinity, Tang Tiantian suddenly felt this arrangement was not a loss. The battle commenced. Sun Ran soon realized that his body seemed to have been enhanced by a mysterious jade ornament. After 2 vigorous encounters in a single day, he felt invigorated and stronger with each bout, without a hint of fatigue. This was quite strange. Previously, after years of sedentary office work, he had grown weaker, sometimes even panting after climbing stairs. Yet now, he was thriving under intense physical exertion. It appeared that the jade ornament possessed additional capabilities. Tang Tiantian, initially resistant, gradually became compliant, then took the initiative, and eventually begged for mercy, inadvertently finding herself slowly conquered by Sun Ran. Chapter 5. The money-making misadventures of Su Ningming. An hour later, Tang Tiantian personally escorted Sun Ran to the entrance of the beauty salon, even kindly adjusting his clothing. Sun Ran chuckled. What's this? Can't bear to part with me? Tang Tiantian, with a satisfied expression, replied, I'm nearly exhausted. How are you so strong? Hurry along now. Here is my WeChat. Let us stay in touch for any future matters. All right, this has been quite the sweet experience. You don't truly know someone until you've fought. After adding her on WeChat, Sun Ran found a nearby luxury hotel and booked the most expensive room, lying on the bed as he began to plot his next move. After parting ways with Sun Ran that morning, Su Ningming returned home to change clothes and prepare for work. Gazing into the mirror at her perfect 30-60 figure, she clenched her fists and resolutely declared, In my past life, my weakness cost me both of you. In this life, I vow to protect you. The 2 treasures seemed to respond to her words, quivering enticingly, leaving onlookers dizzy. Brother Sun is right. It's time to make money. Only with wealth can I acquire countless resources and buy a villa. I must make money today. With over 300,000 in her account, inheritance from her parents, Su Ningming had always spent her salary as she earned it, leaving nothing behind. It was clear she needed to leverage her charms. Clenching her fists, she firmly resolved. Upon arriving at work, her first thought was of her boss, the balding Zhang Datu, who always leered at her. Su Ningming cleverly positioned her phone within a folder to record, then boldly entered Zhang Datu's office under the pretense of seeking advice, intending to seduce him into making a move, which she would later use as leverage. However, upon seeing Zhang Datu's repulsive face, she immediately reconsidered. Zhang Datu, seeing the opportunity presented by this fairy, seized her arm tightly. His words lured in the ensuing struggle. Her phone slipped from the folder. Damn it, you little tramp. You dare to mess with me. He raised his hand to strike her. Su Ningming deftly evaded, pulling a self-defense flashlight from her bag and aiming it at Zhang Datu's ample belly. Ah! His cries echoed as he collapsed to the floor. Convulsing in the afternoon, Su Ningming received a notice of termination. Originally intent on making money, she sat at her desk, teary-eyed as she packed her belongings, surrounded by colleagues reveling in her misfortune. Upon returning home that evening, Su Ningming was startled to see an ambulance parked at the entrance of her community, initially thinking Sun Ran had taken revenge and committed murder. Upon witnessing Sun Ran's wife, Zhao Qian, and Song Ren in an exceedingly indecorous posture, an overwhelming admiration for Sun Ran surged within me. Restless in bed, I seized my phone and messaged him, Brother Sun, I've spotted those 2 wretches, haha. Their posture is simply tantalizing. You are truly remarkable. Congratulations on avenging your grievances. Haha, this is merely the first step of the revenge plan. Remember, killing is not the most gratifying. Striking at the heart is the ultimate form of retribution. Just wait, I won't easily eliminate their entire family. I want them to savor suffering gradually. By the way, Brother Sun, I intended to follow your plan to make money today, but I ended up unemployed. Sob sob. Sun Ran shook his head, chuckled, and replied, No worries. After all, the apocalypse is imminent. I resign today as well. Our current mission is to swiftly establish a stronghold for the end of days and gather supplies. It's not that I lack work, but I've truly failed to earn a single penny. It seems my two precious treasures are once again at risk. Sun Ran was taken aback, pondering what two treasures he referred to, but quickly grasped the meaning. This girl certainly has a rather audacious way of speaking. Rest assured, I will definitely safeguard your two precious treasures. I managed to secure 15 million today. Tomorrow, there will be another 2 million, and a wealthy lady is poised to give me 5 million at any moment. Wow, Brother Sun is so impressive. In comparison, I feel utterly useless. La la la, emoticon. Then why are you still so cheerful? As long as you are formidable, that's enough. By the way, Brother Sun, starting tomorrow, I won't have to work anymore. I still have 300,000 in my account. I'll transfer it to you for safekeeping shortly, and then you can assign me some tasks. Perhaps it was the bond they shared through life and death, as well as their mutual experience of rebirth, that fostered an unconditional trust in Sun Ran from Su Ningming. You don't need to transfer that money to me just yet. Keep it for yourself. Here's what we'll do. Your task tomorrow is to scout for villas. The requirement is that they must be large, sufficiently large. Don't worry about the cost. I will find a way. Why do we need such a large space? It's just the two of us living there. A place that suffices should be enough. Silly girl, do you know when this extreme cold weather will pass? What if it lasts for years? Are we to remain cooped up in a small villa for years on end? That would drive us mad. I want to build an end-of-the-world fortress that is not only spacious but also equipped with various functionalities, defensive measures, and entertainment facilities. Su Ningming found this reasoning quite sound. Wow, Brother Sun thinks ahead. I'll follow your lead. Tomorrow, I will gather information on various properties. What about you? What will you be doing? I intend to divorce Zhao Qian and reclaim what is rightfully mine. Then I must congratulate you. You are finally freeing yourself from that demonic household. Thank you. Rest early. Feel free to contact me if anything arises tomorrow. Good night. All right, good night. Makabaka. Chapter 6. A confrontation at the Civil Affairs Bureau. The Zhao family returned home from the hospital around 10 o'clock at night. Zhao Qian, in extreme weakness, felt pain with each step, cold sweat pouring down her face. Tio saved Song Ren's younger brother. The doctor could only target Zhao Qian's younger sister, a decision made after much deliberation. Song Ren believed that women were plentiful, but a younger brother was irreplaceable. This beast, Sun Ran, is utterly inhumane. Look at how he has ruined our daughter. Song Shuzhen gazed at her daughter with a heart full of sorrow. At that moment, her brother-in-law, Zhao Xiaozhu, stumbled in, intoxicated. What is going on? I heard from the neighbors that my sister was hospitalized. Shut up, Zhao Xiaozhu. Zhao, you just fell asleep. Lower your voice and come here. We need to discuss your sister's divorce. Zhao Xiaozhu sat on the sofa, utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why is there even a divorce? Upon hearing Song Shuzhen's explanation, Zhao Xiaozhu's anger ignited. He thumped his chest and declared, Sister, don't worry. You leave this to me. Tomorrow at 9, I'll bring my brothers to the Civil Affairs Bureau and teach him a lesson. Then snatch that indecent video away. Without evidence, he'll have to leave empty-handed if he wants a divorce. And as for the 2 million he demands, I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. The group brightened at this suggestion. Perhaps this outrageous Zhao Xiaozhu could indeed resolve the issue. As the saying goes, it takes a villain to deal with a villain. Zhao Qian, still weak, said, All right, let us proceed with your plan. We must retrieve that video. I'll transfer you 20,000. I can't let your friends work for free. Got it, sister. Just wait and see. I'm off to sleep now. I'm exhausted. The group, unable to devise a better plan, all retired for the night. Only Zhao Qian lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, while her lower body throbbed with intense pain. She had grown to loathe Sun Ran, wishing fervently that he would be struck by a car the moment he stepped outside the next day. Early the following morning, the Zhao family, accustomed to having breakfast prepared, awoke to find the kitchen table empty, realizing that their home was truly on the brink of change. Zhao Xiaozhu hurried out the door, evidently having made plans with his friends. Zhao Qian didn't inquire, as the excruciating pain had robbed her of sleep throughout the night, and she had only managed to doze off in the early hours. Meanwhile, her in-laws were flustered and disorganized, tending to their grandson, Zhao Yi. Little did they know, without the useless Sun Ran, things were a bit off-kilter. Song Shuzhen was sweating profusely while trying to manage Zhao Yi. Across the street, Su Ningming, having lost her job due to accidentally stunning her boss, was leisurely waking up, applying light makeup, and preparing to complete the tasks Sun Ran had assigned her, gathering information on suitable villas. Once everything was in order, She mounted her electric scooter and set off. Sun Ran, having awakened in the hotel, stood in the bathroom, pleasantly surprised to find that his once protruding belly had completely vanished, and his upper body had become remarkably toned. Although he lacked the chiseled physique of fitness enthusiasts, there was not an ounce of excess flesh on him now. Could this be the transformation brought about by the jade ornament? After enjoying a complimentary breakfast in the hotel restaurant, he arrived punctually at the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, as soon as he stepped out of the taxi, he was accosted by a group of thugs. "Hey, brother-in-law, what's this commotion? Is your wife so easily discarded? Do you really think you're worthy of her?" Sun Ran smirked coldly. "Zhao Xiaozhu, I advise you and your crew to scram. Otherwise, if a fight breaks out, I want to go easy on you." Zhao Xiaozhu burst into laughter, finding the situation ludicrous. "Haha, no need for you to go easy, brothers, attack, and make sure to grab his phone. We'll take care of him." 3 thugs, along with Zhao Xiaozhu, lunged at Sun Ran like ravenous dogs. Sun Ran, eager to test the enhancement the jade ornament had bestowed upon him, braced himself and did not defend. Instead, he retaliated with his fists. True to his expectations, the thugs' punches felt like mere tickles against him, but with each of his own strikes, they were forced back 2 steps. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Sun Ran was being besieged. But in reality, the thugs were the ones suffering. Each had taken several blows and was now seeing stars, their heads spinning, their energy waning as the fight progressed. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Ran targeted each thug's nose, delivering swift punches that left them unconscious on the ground, swiftly concluding the skirmish. Only Zhao Xiaozhu remained standing. "Brother-in-law, I see my mistake. I'll go home and bring my sister over for the divorce. That unfaithful woman deserves to be kicked to the curb. Just wait here." Zhao Xiaozhu turned to flee, but Sun Ran darted forward, seizing the collar of his shirt, and delivered 4 or 5 resounding slaps across his face, leaving it swollen. "Tell Zhao Qian that my patience is limited. At 1:30 this afternoon. If you dare not show up, your family can await their doom. Now get lost." With a forceful shove, he sent Zhao Xiaozhu sprawling 2 meters away. Sun Ran turned away from the gathering crowd, shedding his footprint-laden jacket as he walked, feeling the soreness in his muscles. Yet, what he felt more was exhilaration. To take on 4 opponents and defeat them all, indeed. His body had been strengthened by the jade ornament. Haha. It seemed that his chances of survival in the apocalypse had just increased significantly. Since he couldn't proceed with the divorce in the morning, he decided to engage in other pursuits. Sun Ran headed to the grain and oil wholesale market to familiarize himself with the prices, finding the largest shop to inquire. 50 kilograms of northeast rice was priced at 140 yuan, 50 kilograms of flour at 125 yuan, and 5 liters of cooking oil hovered around 80 yuan. Naturally, these were retail prices, and wholesale would be even lower. Calculating the costs, he realized that purchasing 10,000 tons of rice would require several million yuan. It was clear that he needed to secure funds immediately. After documenting the prices on his phone, he proceeded to the meat wholesale market, where beef, pork, and chicken were plentiful, with varying prices but overall good quality. To thrive in the apocalypse, he knew he needed to stock up on meat. After gathering information on prices, he returned to the hotel, waiting for 1:30 in the afternoon to head to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaozhu, weeping and wailing, rushed home, bursting through the door, shouting, "Sister, Mom, I was struck by Sun Ran. Sob, sob, sob. Just look at my face. It resembles that of a pig's head." As soon as Song Shuzhen and Zhao Dazhu returned after sending their child, they were heartbroken to see my son beaten to a pulp. "Weren't you supposed to go with your friends? Where are they?" Zhao Dazhu asked in astonishment. "Damn, how could I forget about them? They have all been knocked out by Sun Ran and are probably still lying unconscious at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. My brother-in-law, ugh, Sun Ran specifically stated that my sister must go to the bureau at 1:30 this afternoon. This matter is beyond my control. I must hurry to find my friends before they perish at the Civil Affairs Bureau's doorstep." Zhao Qian heard everything clearly from her room. The door swung open. "Zhao Qian, what do you think we should do?" Song Shuzhen said, her face awash with worry. Zhao Qian replied darkly, "What else can we do? We should divorce. I just messaged Song Ran. He said he's recuperating. Once he's well, he'll settle accounts with Sun Ran. Don't you still doubt the strength of the Song family? I have over 2 million in my account. Let's get divorced first, stabilize the situation, and when Song Ran recovers, I will reclaim every penny with interest." Do they really think my Zhao Qin's money is so easy to take? I intend to make sure he has the means to take it, but not the life to spend it. Chapter 7. Buying a villa. At 1:30 in the afternoon, in the hall of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zhao Qin limped over to Sun Ran's side. Looking at Sun Ran, who was once so familiar, Zhao Qin felt an unexpected twinge of reluctance. Typically, it was Sun Ran who washed her undergarments, and during her menstrual cycle, he would fuss over her with great care. It was this kind of submissive man that left Zhao Qin utterly disinterested. He was neither domineering nor wicked. On the contrary, Song Ren would demand satisfaction regardless of the setting, be it at work, in public, or even in front of her parents. Otherwise, he would resort to violence. After investing so much in bearing a child for him, all she received in return was a modest 180 square meter apartment, a stable job, millions in savings, a luxury car, and countless new handbags. When she considered it, it seemed that Song Ren offered greater value. Next, Sun Ran. Let's go. It's our turn. Sun Ran rose impassively and walked straight to the divorce window, with Zhao Qin laboriously trailing behind. The mediator said, "Have you both considered this? I see from your files that there's a child involved." For the sake of the child, Sun Ran politely interrupted. "No need for mediation. Let us move on to the next step." "Thank you. I'm in a hurry." "Very well then. Please sign here, and we'll be done." Your marriage certificate will be revoked. After signing, their legal marital status was officially terminated. "Let us proceed with the transfer," Sun Ran instructed, pulling out his phone to address Zhao Qian. "All right." Zhao Qian transferred 2 million to Sun Ran and coldly remarked, "I hope you can manage to spend this 2 million smoothly. Do be careful not to get into any trouble." Sun Ran sneered, "Rest assured, even if your entire family encounters misfortune, I will remain unscathed. Farewell." After hailing a taxi, Sun Ran checked his bank balance on his phone. After his resignation, he had received half a year's salary, 300,000, along with 15 million from Song Ren and 2 million from Zhao Qian, bringing his total to 17.3 million. Although it seemed substantial, it likely wouldn't suffice to purchase a villa. "Hey, Sun Gu, it's Ning Ming. I'm currently at the sales office next to our community, and there's a villa here that fits your requirements. Want to come take a look?" "Sure, I have some free time now. Just wait for me. Driver, could you please turn around and head to the main entrance of Longxi Garden?" "Thank you." 10 minutes later, at the Longxi Garden sales office, Su Ning Ming waited with a large cup of lemon tea, eagerly watching for Sun Ran's arrival. Upon spotting him getting out of the taxi, she waved energetically. Sun Ran paid the fare and hurriedly crossed the street. "Were you waiting long?" "Not at all. Here, I bought you some lemon tea." "Thanks. I want tea." "Be polite then. I'll treat you to a feast later." "That sounds wonderful, thank you, Sun Gu." They entered the sales hall, and Su Ning Ming exclaimed, "You have no idea. I scoured several streets nearby and couldn't find a suitable villa. Then it struck me that our community has villas. And to my surprise, there's one for sale. It's this one." As they approached the model display, a saleswoman approached, recognizing the young girl who had inquired earlier and realizing she had brought someone along. Indicating genuine interest, "Hello, sir. This villa is being sold on behalf of the owner, who is currently overseas and has entrusted us fully with the sale. The villa has a total of 3,000 square meters on the basement level and 5 floors above, each with a usable area of 2,000 square meters, totaling 13,000 square meters. The front yard spans over 4,000 square meters, and there's a private swimming pool at the back. The basement directly connects to the community's underground parking, making access very convenient. The villa is fully decorated, essentially ready for immediate move-in. The asking price is 800 million, with an option for installment payments requiring only a 30 down payment. The villa's specifications and size were perfectly suited to Sun Ran's future renovation plans for his doomsday fortress. But the price was undeniably steep. Is this the final price?" Sun Ran inquired nonchalantly. "My authority is 780 million. If you are genuinely interested in purchasing, I can check with my manager." "Please do." "Certainly, sir. Please hold on." Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged man appeared behind the saleswoman, extending his hand warmly. Sun Ran reciprocated politely, exchanging a few pleasantries before getting straight to the point. 75 million is the lowest price, and there are several executives also considering this villa. "Ha! Several executives? At this price, how many can actually afford it?" "It'll just gather dust here. 700 million. I'll take it. I can pay a 100 million deposit right now. If not, I'll explore other options." The manager feigned a dramatic struggle, as if he had endured countless internal conflicts before finally arriving at this difficult decision. All right, consider it a favor to you. Great. 30 of 700 million is 210 million. I'll arrange a loan for the remainder. I'll pay a 100 million deposit first. I'll gather the remaining 200 million within a week, and I'll return to complete the follow-up procedures. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. I'll hand you the keys to the villa now, and you can start moving in at your convenience. The manager's thoughtfulness was commendable. Thank you. After receiving the keys and exiting the sales office, Su Ningming could hardly believe that Sun Ran had just bought a villa worth 700 million in such a short time. Sun Ran, slap me. I feel like I'm dreaming. Haha, enough with the nonsense. Let us go check out our new villa area. Sun Ran hopped onto Su Ningming's small electric scooter, while she sat obediently behind him. The awkwardness was palpable, as her scooter was a petite women's model, forcing them to sit tightly together as they rode. Sun Ran reveled in the delightful weight of her curves pressing against him, silently exclaiming, "Life will be good in the apocalypse." The little scooter first passed through the high-rise area of Longxi Garden, where Zhao Qian and Su Ningming lived, before continuing to the low-rise district. Beyond that lay the villa area, showcasing a series of independent villas, each with its own garden, exuding beauty and elegance. The residents here were undoubtedly individuals of considerable wealth and status, truly the Ciarmi de la Ciarmi. After navigating several turns, they finally arrived at their newly purchased villa. "Why aren't you getting out?" Sun Ran urged. Unbeknownst to him, the bumpy ride had left Su Ningming feeling quite faint, unable to stand. With a forced smile, she said, "Oh dear, I'm feeling a bit carsick. Could you help me?" "Seriously? You're carsick after such a short distance? All right, come here. Be careful." He slowly helped her out of the car, only to turn around and discover a large wet patch on the leather seat. Reflecting the sunlight, "Wow, I didn't realize you had such a sensitive constitution. All right, stand steady. I'll open the door." After unlocking the main entrance, they stepped into the yard, which had been neglected for some time, leaving it overgrown with weeds and with many plants wilted. The yard was spacious enough to grow vegetables and fruits to feed a dozen people. Upon entering the living room, they were both awestruck by the stunning sight before them. "Is this really going to be ours? It's absolutely beautiful. It looks even nicer than Barbie's house. Living here after the apocalypse would be a dream come true," Su Ningming exclaimed. "This is the kind of lavish villa one usually sees only in movies and television. Who would have thought we could actually own one? Haha, the decoration style is indeed impressive. Not a penny wasted. Let us go check out the second floor." The first floor comprised the living room, connecting the front yard and backyard, along with a dining room, study, and other public areas. The second and third floors were designated for various bedrooms. The fourth floor serves as the entertainment level, featuring a gym, a starlit cinema, a bar, and a plethora of billiard tables and board games. The two individuals then took the private elevator of their villa down to the basement level, which functions as the storage area, complete with a freezing chamber, a drying zone, a tool section, and a storage space. Indeed, as the sales representative had claimed, this floor undoubtedly boasts an area of 3,000 square meters. If fully stocked, it could rival a medium-sized supermarket. "Brother Sun, what should we do with the remaining funds? Do you have any plans to earn 200 million in cash within a week?" Su Ningming inquired with concern. Sun Ran paused for a moment, then smiled wryly. "I truly have no solutions, but where there's a will, there's a way. Let's indulge in a lavish meal first." Chapter 8. Making Money. We must make money. At a hot pot restaurant near Longxi Garden Community, Sun Ran and Su Ningming were dropping slices of fatty beef into a bubbling pot of red oil. Su Ningming placed the meat into the pot, her chopsticks never leaving the food, eyes fixed intently on the slices, ready to scoop them out as soon as they changed color, slathering them in sauce before devouring them in no time. 2 plates of fatty beef and 2 plates of lamb had vanished. "Ningming, I feel like my body has been significantly enhanced by the jade adornments, and the sensation seems to be intensifying. What about you? How do you feel?" "Ah, yes, indeed. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to eat this much," she replied, her mouth full as they were indulging in their feast. A shrill voice suddenly pierced the air. "Oh, isn't this Sun Ran? Your wife is off with another man, and you still have the leisure to enjoy hot pot with another girl?" Instantly, this piece of tantalizing gossip captured the attention of all the diners on the first floor, many even standing on their chairs to get a better view, unbothered by the risk of falling into the pot. Sun Ran calmly wiped his mouth, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. What's the matter? Aunt Wang, do you wish to be played with by a man as well? I doubt you can even make it to the hospital. If you do, it should be that man. He'd probably be drained dry by you. Ha ha ha. This young man has quite the sharp tongue. The crowd erupted into laughter, and Aunt Wang, also known as Wang Guizhi, was left blushing. Sun Ran had often visited her home prior to his rebirth, frequently serving tea and running errands for his former mother-in-law, who was her close friend. Come on, Mom, let us just leave and say less, advised the young woman beside Wang Guizhi. Leave? You scoundrel. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you have no manners or decency? Wang Guizhi retorted aggressively. If I were to speak to someone, I would certainly do so with politeness and decorum, but speaking to a barking dog, why would I bother with civility? I'd be doing well just not to kick you out. I suggest you skedaddle and not disturb my meal. Wang Guizhi suddenly realized that Sun Ran, who had previously been quiet as a mouse, had transformed. She was at a loss for words. Just as she was struggling to retort, her daughter-in-law, Dong Feng, interjected. Sun Ran, I apologize, Danem, my mother meant no harm. Please enjoy your meal. We'll take our leave. Sun Ran glanced at Dong Feng, a girl from the countryside, who was not a bad sort and quite charming. Due to her conservative attire, her figure was not readily discernible. However, after the apocalypse struck, with outdoor temperatures plummeting to -80 degrees and snow piling nearly 3 meters high, food became scarce. Dong Feng's husband, Zhu Gang, had resorted to publicly selling her revealing photographs in the community group in exchange for food. Upon seeing one of her half-nude photos, Sun Ran was astonished by her beauty. The two assets that Su Ningming took pride in appeared rather modest in comparison. Dong Feng, remember, kindness can be a double-edged sword. Don't be too good-hearted, or you'll end up being taken advantage of. Now, please leave us to our meal, Dong Feng. I've noticed you have quite the knack for enticing men. It's one thing to remain silent, but you even help outsiders. With a swift motion, Sun Ran stood and delivered a sharp slap to Wang Guizhi, sending her spinning. Get lost, now. Wang Guizhi, covering her face, stomped her foot and fled, while Dong Feng nodded at Sun Ran before following suit. The dining hall fell silent. Wang Guizhi and Dong Feng had initially intended to visit the market to buy groceries, but upon seeing Sun Ran enjoying his meal, they recalled their earlier conversation with their friend Song Shufan, who had complained about Sun Ran demanding 2 million from her family, and decided to help her vent her frustrations. Wow, that was awesome! That slap was so satisfying, Su Ningming exclaimed excitedly. Such a wretched person, doesn't he deserve any leniency? Always acting superior. Such a pity for Dong Feng. She is attractive, has a great figure, and is a good person. She must be suffering at home. Hold on, how do you know Dong Feng has a good figure? Isn't it obvious? If a woman wears loose clothing and still has a full chest, her figure must be decent. I see. Are you aware that her revealing photos are being sold by her husband in the group? Yes, I know. Not just her. A friend of hers, I believe her name is Xine Tong, has also had her photos sold by her husband. Right? I almost forgot about her. Humph, these scoundrels. They appear perfectly normal until something happens, then they throw their wives under the bus. Brother Sun, do you think once our villa is renovated, we could rescue those poor girls together? Sun Ran pondered for a moment before replying. It's possible, but they must ask us for help first. Remember, unsolicited kindness is often unappreciated. Understood, Brother Sun. I'll heed your advice. Having finished their meal, the two left the hot pot restaurant. Brother Sun, I'll bring the property deed tomorrow to secure a loan. It should yield about 5 million. However, we're still far from the 200 million target. Su Ningming lamented, worried about losing the villa, the perfect sanctuary in the apocalypse, already envisioning what to place on each floor. Sun Ran affectionately ruffled her hair and said, I've decided to head to Myanmar tomorrow. It's a prosperous time. Gold has a price, but jade is priceless. I plan to utilize my spatial abilities for a zero-cost jade acquisition mission. Su Ningming's sharp mind quickly grasped the essence of his plan. I'll go with you. We can adapt to any situation together, increasing our chances of success. Sun Ran considered this and nodded. All right, brothers in arms, father and daughter on the battlefield. Su Ningming raised her small fist, vigorously nodding. Yes, father and daughter on the battlefield. Wait, since when did you become my dad? You're such a tease, Brother Sun. Haha, just joking. Let us quickly book our tickets and check the latest flights to Myanmar. All right, Su Ningming opened her phone to check the flights, while Sun Ran lit a cigarette, contemplating potential scenarios and any overlooked details. Brother Sun, I found it. There's a flight at 10:45 tonight to the capital, then a transfer to Lingnan City, and finally directly to Naypyidaw, Myanmar. We should arrive by 10 tomorrow morning. Great, we still have time. Please book 2 tickets. I'll send you my personal information. I'll return to the hotel for my passport and ID. See you in 10 minutes. Got it, brother. After gathering some clean clothes and their identification, the two met at the entrance of Lungshi Garden Community 10 minutes later and took a taxi to the airport. It was still before 9. They checked in and then waited in the boarding area for their flight. Is this your first time abroad? Sun Ran asked Su Ningming, who was sitting beside him. Yes, I've had my passport for years but never had a chance to use it. What about you? This is my 3rd time. All trips with previous company leaders. As they chatted casually, the boarding time arrived. The moment the plane took off, Sun Ran noticed Su Ningming's nervousness and gently squeezed her hand, smiling to reassure her, don't be anxious. There will be a feeling of weightlessness during takeoff, but it will stabilize once we reach cruising altitude. I understand. It's just that since this is my first flight, I feel a bit jittery. That's all right. You'll get used to it soon. The flight lasted 2 hours, and they successfully landed in the capital before transferring to Lingnan City and then to Naypyidaw, Myanmar. After a night of travel, the two felt invigorated, not the slightest bit fatigued. Brother Sun, this jade adornment is truly remarkable. I feel as though I could go without sleep for a night and still not feel tired. Indeed. Plus, I sense that my body is undergoing changes daily. Once we secure our funding, let us hit the gym more often to further enhance our physical capabilities. Upon arriving in Naypyidaw, Sun Ran rented a vehicle from a Chinese-run rental company and hired a driver and translator to take them to Mandalay, the largest jade trading city in Myanmar. Mandalay is nearly 200 kilometers away from Naypyidaw, and it took over 2 hours to arrive at this destination. Upon disembarking, one can immediately sense the rich cultural ambience of the Jade City. The streets and alleys are lined with shops selling raw jade stones, one after another, making it nearly impossible to discern the genuine from the counterfeit. 2 individuals, adorned like tourists, were soon surrounded by numerous locals eager to recommend their raw stones. Sun Ran, however, unhesitatingly declined their advances. With the assistance of their driver and translator, they made their way to a medium-sized raw stone market. Due to the high volume of visitors, business was generally mediocre. Upon noticing the newcomers, the proprietor promptly rose to attend to them, providing explanations. In the backyard, an overwhelming array of raw jade stones lay piled high. The driver, who also served as their translator, accompanied Sun Ran and his companion as they surveyed the stones. With the owner trailing close behind, prepared to jot down the identification numbers of the stones Sun Ran expressed interest in. Brother, I'm going to check over there. I'll be back shortly, she said, drawing everyone's gaze. Yet, Su Ningming remained unfazed. Sun Ran smiled and replied, go ahead, be careful. If you find something you like, come back and let me know. Okay, brother. Everyone's attention remained fixated on Sun Ran, as it is rare for women to indulge in purchasing raw stones. It is typically a pursuit favored by men. Meanwhile, Su Ningming had ventured to the back of the warehouse, where she found herself utterly alone, a blind spot for surveillance cameras, rendering her invisible to watchful eyes. Even if observed, who would suspect a young girl of thievery? Yet, at that moment, Su Ningming was indeed pilfering raw stones. As she walked, she discreetly pocketed the stones she touched, knowing that a few hundred pieces missing from the vast piles would go unnoticed. 10 minutes later, Su Ningming returned to the group, feigning nonchalance. The driver and the owner merely cast a cursory glance her way before resuming their conversation with Sun Ran. Unbeknownst to them, their shared space had already accumulated over 300 assorted raw jade stones of varying sizes. Sun Ran casually selected a few stones, totaling less than 100,000, then proceeded to make the payment and depart for the next location. Chapter 9. The King of Raw Stones in a Similar Fashion. The translator led the duo through over 10 medium to large jade stone markets, with Sun Ran consistently spending around 80 to 100,000 at each, drawing the attention of the proprietors. Su Ningming took on the responsibility of seeking out secluded corners to discreetly stash the raw stones. Each market yielded only a modest haul, amounting to 200 or 300 pieces, for to lose one's life in a moment of greed would be unwise, especially with armed guards present at every market. Upon returning to their hotel in Naypyidaw that evening, the two were brimming with excitement. Their space now contained nearly 4,000 raw jade stones of various sizes. Simply selling these stones could net them 200 to 300 million, and if they were fortunate enough to uncover high-quality jade, the profits could double. However, Sun Ran's ambition was to acquire even more before returning home, thereby resolving their procurement expenses in one fell swoop. The following day, they arrived in Myanmar's second-largest city for raw jade sales. Though not as expansive as the previous city, it was bustling with people, renowned for its superior stone quality, frequently yielding high-grade jade. The duo, now well acquainted with the process, headed directly to the largest raw stone market, where crowds were already gathered early in the morning. The staff were busily attending to customers, and upon spotting the three, they quickly approached to offer assistance. Seizing the opportunity to slip away, Su Ningming found the market teeming with people, making it challenging to execute her plan. Undeterred, she pressed on deeper into the market, where the crowds thinned and the stones grew larger, some weighing 4 to 5 tons, with even larger monoliths weighing over 10 tons. Even Su Ningming, a novice in jade knowledge, sensed the immense potential of these colossal stones. Resolute, she thought to herself that upon acquiring these larger stones, she would promptly return home. Collecting smaller pieces would be a time-consuming endeavor and could lead to discovery. Perhaps one of these massive stones could fetch an astronomical price. With determination, she approached, feigning interest in inspecting the stones. In the blink of an eye, one of the stones mysteriously vanished. Pretending to survey her surroundings, she noticed no one was nearby, and with newfound audacity, she swiftly pocketed 5 more of the substantial stones before departing with grace. Meanwhile, Sun Ran had completed his payment and noticed Su Ningming approaching. They exchanged a glance, signaling that they were ready to leave. In the car, Su Ningming texted Sun Ran, "Brother, check this space." The phone chimed, and Sun Ran exclaimed, "What the hell? You've got such large stones. I think we have enough. Let us return home immediately. I feel this place is no longer safe." Having read news articles about individuals striking it rich overnight through jade stones, Sun Ran knew that such enormous stones could sell for billions, or even more, if they were to yield green jade. The price would soar. "I'm booking the tickets right now," Su Ningming immediately said about securing their flights. Their initial plan to visit another raw stone market was swiftly abandoned, and they instructed the driver to retrace their route back to Naypyidaw. En route, Su Ningming booked their flight for noon to Yunnan. Upon returning to their hotel, they packed their belongings, returned the rental car, and made their way to the airport. At that moment, the jade market descended into chaos. Within a few hours, several stones intended for the annual bidding of the Stone King had gone missing. This was no trivial matter. The Stone King auctioned off items worth billions each year. And now, these stones had vanished without a trace. Reviewing the surveillance footage revealed that before 9 o'clock that morning, the stones were still present. However, after a stunningly beautiful girl passed by, the stones mysteriously disappeared, leaving no trace behind. After scrutinizing the footage multiple times, the market owner was left in a state of shock. What kind of being could make raw stones vanish? "Gather all the brothers. We must find her immediately." Along with the man accompanying her, he commanded. With a single order, hundreds of armed men piled into jeep vehicles, commencing a citywide search. "Boss, I have tracked them down. The rental car they used is from a company in Naypyidaw, and they are likely already on their way back. Recall the brothers. Head to Naypyidaw. Contact our allies there to keep a close watch on the airport, train station, and bus station. We can't let them escape." While they scoured the city for Sun Ran and Su Ningming, the pair had already arrived at the airport to check in. As the plane took off, their hearts finally settled. After a 7-hour flight, they successfully landed in the spring city of Yunnan. Once we're home, we'll be safe. Let us hurry and convert these stones into cash. Otherwise, they're just a pile of useless rocks. Where shall we sell so many stones? In Lingnan province, there are plenty of wealthy individuals. That's where we'll go. Oh, how exhilarating. I can't wait to see how much we can sell all these stones for. Upon disembarking, the two boarded the nearest high-speed train to the provincial capital, Dongsheng, in Lingnan province. They took a taxi to the largest jade jewelry store in the city, a magnificent establishment spanning 4 stories. Adorned in opulence, as they entered, 2 elegantly dressed attendants greeted them with a bow. After browsing the premises, they approached the manager in the main hall. "Hello, I have some authentic Burmese jade stones I wish to sell. Do you purchase them here?" The manager smiled politely and replied, "Greetings, sir. We do have a raw stone purchasing service. Please take the elevator to the 3rd floor, where dedicated staff will assist you. Thank you for your assistance." Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they were promptly attended to. "Sir, miss, this way, please." In a private room, Sun Ran inquired, "How do you purchase raw stones here?" "Well, we have two methods, discreet purchasing and open purchasing. Discreet purchasing involves pricing and acquiring without opening the stones. Open purchasing requires polishing the surface and opening the stones to assess their internal quality before determining a price." "Oh, I see. How much can you purchase?" How many stones do you have?" Sun Ran pondered for a moment before responding. "Approximately 200 tons. Can you accommodate that? They are all authentic Burmese jade stones." "How much?" 200 tons? Cough, cough, that's beyond my authority. Please wait a moment while I consult with our owner." The manager hurriedly exited. And half an hour later, an elderly gentleman entered the room accompanied by the manager. "Hello, young friend. I am the owner of this jewelry store. My surname is Xiao." The duo immediately stood up, smiling as they extended their hands, saying, "Hello, Boss Xiao, I heard from Xiao Zhang that you have 200 tons of jade stones for sale. May I see what you have? Do you have photos?" "Yes, we have photos and samples." Sun Ran retrieved the raw jade stones from his backpack, while Su Ningming produced a tablet. These were photographs of the several massive stones they had taken before their arrival, captured in a secluded spot. Boss Xiao examined the samples closely, remarking, "Indeed, these are stones from the old pits in Myanmar. Let me see the photos. Wow, this must be a stone king. The quality is astonishing. I never expected to encounter a stone king here in Lingnan province. It seems these enormous stones are exceedingly precious. Young man, if the raw stones in your photograph are indeed authentic, I fear my family may not be able to partake in a meal. Would you mind if I brought along a few older gentlemen?" "Not at all, not at all. Rest assured, these raw stones are undoubtedly genuine." "Excellent. When can I inspect the goods?" "Perhaps tomorrow, for I have just returned from Myanmar and have some matters to attend to. Tomorrow morning, I shall bring the raw stones over." "How does that sound?" "That works, but they cannot be brought here directly. I will provide you with an address. It is our jade processing factory, which is spacious and secure." "Splendid. It is settled then." Chapter 10. A fortune in hand. After leaving the jewelry store, the two found a place to grab a quick bite and settled into a high-end hotel in the afternoon. Su Ningming rested in the room, while Sun Ran ventured out to find a large truck. It was imperative that the stones not be removed directly from the space for tomorrow's transport. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain. Under the scorching sun, he located 5 suitable large trailers at a distribution center. Each could carry approximately 50 tons. After agreeing on the address and time, he paid a deposit. With the first task accomplished, Sun Ran tirelessly continued his search for a warehouse to rent. On the outskirts of the city, many warehouses were available for short-term rental, albeit with a minimum of 10 days at a cost of 20,000. Sun Ran was now indifferent to such a trivial expense, for judging by Mr. Zhao's expression, he was certain that his raw stones would fetch a handsome price. Through an intermediary, he finally secured a large warehouse for 10 days at the price of 20,000. After obtaining the key, he moved all the raw stones from the space into the warehouse, awaiting the arrival of the large truck the following morning. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already past 7 in the evening. With the raw stones unsold, neither of them felt inclined to dine, so they hastily consumed a light meal downstairs before heading back upstairs to rest. The night passed in silence. The next morning, 5 large trailers accompanied by a crane arrived at the warehouse. With the crane's assistance, the hefty stones were loaded onto the vehicles piece by piece. After 2 hours, 6 colossal raw stones, along with over 4,000 smaller ones, were entirely loaded. Sun Ran and Su Ningming sat in the first vehicle and set off toward Mr. Zhao's processing factory, following the address he had provided. After 2 hours of travel, they finally reached Mr. Xiao's facility. Once the cargo was unloaded, Sun Ran settled the remaining transportation fees. "Brother Sun, you have finally arrived. We old gentlemen have been on tenterhooks. Come, let us inspect the goods." Several elderly gentlemen behind Mr. Xiao produced powerful flashlights, scrutinizing the massive stones with the same fervor as one might admire a beautiful woman, drooling without a care. Their excited expressions betrayed their thoughts. These stones were indeed valuable. After half an hour of inspection, the elderly gentleman had thoroughly examined the large stones and began perusing the smaller ones. After a cursory glance, they approached Sun Ran's resting area. "Young brother, what are your plans for selling?" Sun Ran had already discussed with Su Ningming the idea of a direct sale, an open bid. Since there was no cost involved, any increase would yield profit, and if it failed, so be it. "Mr. Xiao, I wish to sell openly. Mr. Xiao nodded, expressing his admiration. What a bold spirit. Young people like you are rare, fearless, and determined. In that case, I shall arrange for the master to begin the bidding process. It may take some time, so please be patient. I will have someone bring you lunch shortly. I shall personally oversee the operation. This is the Stone King we are dealing with. To open a window on such stones in a lifetime is a worthy endeavor. All right, Mr. Xiao, you focus on your work, and do not mind us. Before long, the workshop erupted with the deafening sounds of machinery and water, as over 50 cutting masters commenced their work with remarkable efficiency. Goodness, it's rising, boss. This one is appreciating. A splendid green. A gasp echoed through the room, catching the attention of several elderly gentlemen who, upon inspecting the stone with their flashlights, indeed confirmed its exceptional quality. Nearby, personnel were tasked with recording and numbering for convenient settlement later. With every increase, there is a corresponding decline. This is inevitable, but since the stones were free, Sun Ran felt no remorse. It would be strange if every piece turned out green. Finally, it was time for the 6 stones referred to by Mr. Xiao as the Stone Kings. The group gathered around, discussing from which angle to open the window so as not to damage the quality while clearly revealing the interior. After deliberation, Mr. Xiao took the knife himself. One cut brings riches, another brings poverty. As the saying goes, if this stone were purchased in Myanmar, it would cost at least several hundred million RMB. If nothing emerged from it, it would indeed be a loss, and no wonder Mr. Xiao had remarked on Sun Ran's boldness. As the cutting machine gradually sliced through the stone's exterior, a faint green hue began to emerge, suggesting a rich quality. As the window widened, Mr. Xiao exclaimed with excitement, "It's rising! A tremendous increase!" Then came the second stone, handled by the cutter, which also appreciated, followed by the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Without exception, all experienced an increase. Though each stone varied in magnitude, typically, these Stone Kings are composed of fine material. The question is merely how much they appreciate. Mr. Xiao, accompanied by several elderly gentlemen, approached Sun Ran with a smile. "Congratulations, Sun Ran. Your stones have appreciated greatly with minimal losses. We old gentlemen have discussed the price. Please take a look and see if it suits you. If agreeable, we will purchase them all." Sun Ran accepted the quotation with a smile, feeling a chill run down his spine, yet maintaining a composed demeanor as if this sum were merely pocket change for the month. The selling price for the 6 colossal Stone Kings was 12.5 billion, with the other raw stones totaling 1.8 billion, amounting to a grand total of 14.3 billion. Sun Ran presented the accounts to Mr. Xiao, cheerfully stating, "Mr. Xiao, you are aware that I have costs as well. How about 14.5 billion, brother Sun? Does that work for you? Let us consider it a gesture of friendship. Should such fine goods arise again, I shall take them all." Sun Ran pondered, recognizing that it was all profit. And since he had no knowledge of pricing, he nodded. "Very well, 14.5 billion it is." He then produced his bank card, saying, "This is my account. Please transfer the funds here, of course." Mr. Xiao turned to the elderly gentleman. "I will cover the initial payment. You can simply reimburse me for whichever stones you wish to purchase. How does that sound?" The gentleman, all affluent, readily agreed. "All right, Lao Xiao, we'll follow your lead. 10 minutes later, a notification arrived on his phone confirming the 14.5 billion had been deposited. "Mr. Xiao, it has been a pleasure collaborating with you. We shall not linger here, and I hope for future opportunities." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sun Ran returned to the city center, purchasing tickets for the next flight back to Chaoshi, and that evening, the two arrived back in Chaoshi. As the plane touched down, they finally exhaled in relief, having successfully secured a staggering 14.5 billion over the course of 3 days without incident, sufficient for the time being. "Let us go. I will escort you back to your community. I shall return to the hotel, as it is quite late. We shall celebrate properly tomorrow." As Su Ningming disembarked from the plane, a broad smile graced her face, her joy unmistakable. "All right, brother. I suddenly feel as though this is surreal. 14.5 billion. I never imagined we would truly succeed. Indeed, we have triumphed. Your contribution was paramount. Had you not decisively acquired those large stones at the end, we would never have amassed such wealth. Therefore, your 2 precious treasures have been preserved." "Stop it!" The two bantered joyfully as they returned to the community. It was already past 11 at night, and the streets were nearly deserted. Just as they were about to part ways, a black business vehicle suddenly screeched to a halt beside them, and 7 or 8 burly men armed with baseball bats emerged. The last to exit was none other than Song Run. Chapter 11. The Broken Egg, planning the safe house. Hey, where have you two been? We've been waiting for you for a day and a night. Where have you been gallivanting? Song Run boasted, brandishing a large baseball bat. Sun Ren chuckled. Is that you, young Master Song? How is your little brother doing? Can he stand again? The mention of this quickly drove Song Ren into fury. The past few days had been tormenting for him. Each morning, he awoke in agony, as his little brother's morning glory repeatedly tore at his wounds, causing excruciating pain. He hadn't even dared to look at beautiful women, let alone touch his wife. Only yesterday had he begun to feel some relief, leading him to gather his gang at the community entrance. Intent on breaking Sun Ran's third leg to vent his frustrations. Damn you, Sun Ran. I was doing you a favor by playing with your wife. Let us see how arrogant you can be this time. Brothers, first break his legs, then throw him into the car. What about the woman? Heh, just right. My little brother is all better now. Let us have some fun with her today. Sun Ran and Su Ningming exchanged glances. Lemon, when I strike someone, you strike whoever I do. Protect yourself. Don't worry, brother. These little thugs are nothing to me. Suddenly, Sun Ran struck first, landing a punch on the nearest man's face. A scream erupted as his nose was broken, blood gushing forth. Sun Ran seized the baseball bat. No one expected Sun Ran to strike first, and with such decisiveness. The other burly men charged forward, bats raised. A man swung a bat towards Sun Ran's head, and Su Ningming, seizing the moment, delivered a swift kick to the man's lackey. Oh, she directly sent the lackey crashing to the ground, incapacitated and devoid of any fighting spirit. In a flurry, Su Ningming picked up the baseball bat, an armament shared by both, and charged into the fray, engaging in a melee with the remaining adversaries. Essentially, a mere brush with Sun Ran and Su Ningming posed no threat. However, should either of them land a blow, it would likely result in a knockout. Both individuals had their physiques enhanced by a mysterious jade ornament, granting them reflexes beyond the ordinary, and they hardly endured any hits. Conversely, the 7 or 8 men opposing them were now mostly sprawled on the ground. Young Master Song, it's your turn. Come on, fight like a man. Brother Sun, I was wrong. I won't trouble you again. Trouble me? Su Ningming lifted her leg and delivered a kick directly to Song Ren's lackey, sending shivers down Sun Ran's spine. This young lady undoubtedly harbored violent tendencies. That kick obliterated Song Ren's manhood. Song Ren writhed on the ground, his cries echoing for miles. Ah, my manhood. Su Ningming raised the baseball bat and struck his thigh with a resounding thud. You wanted to take advantage of me? How dare you? Another swing rendered Song Ren unconscious. Sun Ran addressed the few thugs still lying on the ground. Get your boss and scram. If you dare show your faces again, I swear I'll finish you all off. The group hurriedly rose, hoisting the unconscious Song Ran into a vehicle, their previous bravado replaced by utter disgrace. Are you all right? Did you get hurt? Sun Ran inquired with concern. Ha ha, those weaklings were like tickling me. It hardly hurt. But you, standing in front of me to block their attacks, did it hurt? Not at all. I didn't expect you to be so brave. If you're fine, head home and rest early. It's been a hectic few days. See you tomorrow, heroine. After they parted ways, Sun Ran returned to the hotel, took a hot shower, and opened his laptop to search for companies that could construct a doomsday safe house. As the affluent populace grows, so does the awareness of safety, prompting a desire to create an absolutely secure refuge. Where there is demand, there will be corresponding service companies. Numerous such companies have emerged in the market, but several seem to exaggerate their capabilities. Pancher Renovation Company, known for its design and participation in the construction of the Antarctic Research Station, specializes in designing, renovating, and decorating various types of safe houses. This one appeared quite reliable. Tomorrow, I shall pay them a visit. He noted down the address and contact number, preparing to check out their company the next day. Early the next morning, he was jolted awake by his phone ringing. Brother, are you up? Hurry, I'm downstairs at your hotel. I can't wait to go shopping. Come down quickly. Su Ningming shouted over the phone. With a resigned smile, Sun Ran replied, All right, just a moment. I'll be right down. After a quick wash and donning some clothes, he descended to find Su Ningming eagerly pacing at the hotel entrance, muttering to herself, Hey, what are you talking to yourself about? Ah, you startled me. I was planning what to buy. Let's go. I barely slept last night. Hold on a second. Don't rush into shopping. Today, we need to visit a Pancher renovation company in the provincial capital to finalize our Doomsday Fortress plan. Then we can shop. Oh, okay. Let's prioritize the important matters. Su Ningming nodded in understanding. The duo booked high-speed train tickets and set off on their journey. 2 hours later, they arrived in the provincial capital and took a taxi straight to Pancher Company. Indeed, it was one of the top renovation companies in the country, with a grand office building. Upon entering, they navigated through the reception to find the department responsible for designing safe houses. The department manager, surnamed Wu, was a robust man standing over 6 feet tall. Hello, Manager Wu. I wish to create a safe house. My villa has 5 floors above ground and 1 basement, along with a yard of over 4,000 square meters. My requirements are to convert the yard into a sunroom with a sloped roof to prevent snow accumulation. The materials should include 20 centimeters thick double-layer bulletproof glass. The entire villa needs to be outfitted with the most advanced insulation, increasing the thickness to over 2 meters to withstand temperatures below -100 degrees. All external doors should be replaced with the highest level blast doors, and I want some hidden mechanisms installed, complemented by an intelligent management system and the latest circulating water system. Additionally, I require both gasoline and solar power generators. These were all proposals that Sun Ran had formulated the night before, and he presented them all at once. After jotting down notes, Manager Wu nodded and said, "No problem, Mr. Sunday. Following your proposals, I would like to add a few suggestions. Firstly, for the 5-story structure, we should enhance all windows with 5 layers of the best insulating fiberglass. This type of glass is not only bulletproof but also offers unparalleled insulation. For the water supply system, I recommend equipping each floor with large water storage tanks, insulated to prevent freezing even at -100 degrees. This way, in case of water shortages, it can still be used for about a year. For the electricity system, we can install solar panels on the roof, ensuring energy collection even on cloudy days. Although these solar panels are quite costly, the indoor ceiling will be exceptional, so an air filtration system is essential, with one installed on each floor to maintain fresh air even with the windows shut. Regarding heating, I suggest installing 2 systems, one electric and one coal burning, to accommodate different scenarios. Finally, the intelligent management system must be integrated with comprehensive surveillance. We will install over 200 discrete cameras around the premises, which won't be easily detected, providing real-time video and audio feeds. Sun Ran nodded. Manager Wu, your experience is evident. Your additional points are excellent. Let's proceed with your design. When can you deliver the proposal, and when can construction commence? What is the estimated timeline? Manager Wu pondered for a moment before responding. I can provide you with the design proposal in 3 days. If you accept the quote, we can start construction a week later, completing the project within 6 months. Sun Ran shook his head. No, that's too slow. I want the proposal and quote by tomorrow. If everything checks out, construction must begin within 3 days, and completion must be within 3 months. Money is not an issue. I'm willing to pay more. Manager Wu nodded, his expectations aligning with Sun Ran's. A person with such a lavish mansion would certainly not lack funds. Standing up with a smile, Manager Wu said, "Rest assured, Mr. Sunday, even if I have to forego sleep tonight, I will prepare the proposal and quote for you. Thank you for your trust." Thank you, Manager Wu. Chapter 12. A Taste of Wealth. After leaving Pancher Company, the two ventured to the largest Yida Mall in the provincial capital to indulge in extravagant shopping. Regardless of what caught their eye, they packed it all without even asking the price. Seeking out a secluded spot to store everything in their space, they reveled in the thrill of being wealthy. "Brother, we should buy more down jackets. They'll definitely come in handy when the weather turns cold." Sun Ran chuckled. "Ordinary down jackets won't withstand temperatures below -80 or 90 degrees. We need to procure specialized cold-resistant gear from specialized stores. For today, we can purchase whatever we fancy. I'll find a way to acquire this specialized winter clothing." "All right, I'm so happy. We've bought so much stuff for just a few million. Having plenty of money is truly a blessing. Haha, our goal for today is to spend 100 million. If we can't spend it all, we won't go home." Next, they roamed from floor to floor, buying whatever they liked until they felt numb from the indulgence. Eventually, they arrived at the supermarket on the ground floor, filling shopping carts with snacks, pickles, instant noodles, and frozen foods. They cleared out the seafood section, including king crabs, lobsters, and abalones. Upon reaching the checkout, they found the total to be less than 300,000. They quickly found an inconspicuous place to store all the items in their space. After leaving Yida Mall, They took a taxi to the most expensive buffet restaurant in the provincial capital, ready to enjoy a lavish seafood feast. For 39.99 yuan, they could indulge in all the king crab and lobster they desired. The two of them devoured the food voraciously, leaving the waitstaff astonished. The last streamer who could eat this much had long since vanished, and these two were impressively quick after satisfying their appetites. They boarded a train back to Chaoshi, awaiting news from Pancher Company. Su Ningming returned home to sleep, while Sun Ran, feeling bored, suddenly thought of Song Ren's wife, Tang Tiantian, after being ambushed by Song Ren just yesterday. He still had some pent-up frustration to release. He needed to collect some interest. At that moment, Song Ren lay at home, unable to get out of bed. Having just recovered, he had suffered another severe blow. His two manhoods were utterly destroyed by Su Ningming's kick. The doctor's advice was strict bed rest, coupled with medication, and contact with foreign hospitals for a potential transplant if suitable replacements were found. This was utterly devastating for Song Ren. His hatred for Sun Ran was palpable. Glancing at the time, it was already 8 o'clock, yet Tang Tiantian had yet to return. Thus, I picked up the phone and dialed her number. A few seconds later, the call connected. Hello, darling, what's wrong? The seasoned veteran, Song Ren, immediately sensed something amiss in her tone. Where are you? On the other end, Tang Tiantian endeavored to regulate her breath as she replied. I am at the studio, just finished a bit of yoga. I'll be back shortly. There's something you need? Nothing much, but you should really check the time. Hurry back, I haven't had dinner yet. Bring me some seafood rice. All right, understood. After hanging up, Lin Yao cast a resentful glance at Sun Ran. It's all your fault for meddling. You almost got me caught that you're incorrigible, even if he does find out. It won't matter. From now on, Song Ren will essentially be useless. What's the point of living with such a person? Remember, if you encounter any difficulties, you can always come to Villa number 32. Villa number 32? Did you really buy that 5-story villa? Yes, I'm planning to renovate it soon. If things go south, you can always come find me. Wow, I didn't realize you were so wealthy. Now, let's get a move on. I still need to return and bring food to that useless man. Sure thing. Half an hour later, Sun Ran left the beauty salon with a satisfied expression. Tang Tiantian tidied up and drove home to deliver dinner to Song Ren. The following morning at 8 o'clock, Manager Wu from Pancher Company sent a video message. Good morning, Mr. Sunday. I hope I'm not disturbing you. In the video, Manager Wu appeared with dark circles under his eyes, a clear indication of a sleepless night. Not at all. You've worked hard, Manager Wu. He let out a wry smile and replied. What can I say? You were in such a rush. Here is the design plan and the quotation. Take a look. If it meets your approval, I can bring a team for an on-site inspection today, and we should be able to commence work tomorrow. All right, let me review the plan, and I'll get back to you in 10 minutes. After closing the video, I opened the file sent by Manager Wu and skimmed through it, largely aligned with my requirements, and regarding the quotation, if the project were to be completed within 3 months, it would amount to 350 million. Sun Ran wasn't sure what the market prices were like, but adhering to the principle of you get what you pay for, he reopened the video to inform Manager Wu that he was completely satisfied with both the plan and the quotation. Hoping the team could come to the site promptly, Manager Wu responded, Great. I'll head to Chaoshi now and call you once I arrive. After hanging up, Sun Ran lay back on his bed, lit a cigarette, and contemplated silently. The first step was to make money. The second step was to establish a doomsday fortress, which was essentially complete. The third step involved gathering supplies, which would be quite troublesome and required careful consideration. Just then, the phone rang again. It was the manager from the sales office. Hello, Mr. Sunday, when would it be convenient for you to settle the remaining payment for the villa? Sun Ran suddenly remembered that he still owed the sales office 200 million for the property. He quickly replied, Oh, I'm so sorry. I got caught up in everything and forgot. I'll head over shortly and my apologies. No worries at all. We understand that someone like you, dealing with big business, must be quite busy. We won't take up any more of your time. See you soon. Sun Ran dressed and went downstairs for a simple breakfast, just as Su Ningming arrived to find him. Brother, what are your plans for today? Have you eaten? If not, let us eat together. I need to go to the sales office to settle the remaining payment for the villa, and then the design team from Pancher Company will be coming over. I haven't eaten yet. I overindulged on seafood yesterday and have a bit of an upset stomach this morning. Haha, who told you to eat 10 king crabs in one sitting? An upset stomach is the least of your worries. After finishing breakfast, they went to the sales office. where Sun Ran transferred the 200 million as the down payment for the villa and arranged for an installment plan. After all, in a few months, the world would be in chaos. Money would cease to hold its value, so the amount owed to the bank each month was of little concern. As noon approached, Manager Wu from Panshur Company arrived with 7 young individuals at Chaoshur. Sun Ran sent them the address, and they took a taxi to Villa number 32 in Longxi Garden. Manager Wu, I'm counting on you. Rest assured, Mr. Sun. He then led the team upstairs and downstairs to begin measuring and drafting plans, while Sun Ran and Su Ningming relaxed on a swing in the pavilion, engaged in conversation. Just think, when the apocalypse arrives, while the outside world is cold and covered in snow, we'll be snug in our warm home. What a delightful thought. It would almost be worth dying once. Su Ningming closed her eyes, a look of bliss on her face. Haha, if that's the case, the apocalypse might actually turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Exactly. I plan to collect all kinds of variety shows, movies, TV dramas, songs, and novels, so I can enjoy something different every day. I'll also stockpile countless snacks, binge watch while munching. It'll be pure bliss. And I want huge plush toys, all sorts of collectibles, and 100 boxes of My Little Pony cards. Sun Ran shook his head helplessly and said, Fine, entertainment supplies are part of the essentials, so I'll leave that to you. Here's 10 billion for you to complete this task. After saying that, he transferred 10 billion to Su Ningming. All right, don't worry, brother. I'll ensure that you feel absolutely no loneliness or boredom during the frozen apocalypse. And if all else fails, I still have my 2 precious darlings. Stop right there. Just remember to buy me plenty of single-player games. I want all sorts, no problem. I'll also get you a few high-end gaming PCs and set up an esports room. How does that sound? You can handle it however you like. Just know that you have 10 billion to spend at your discretion. As they were lost in their daydreams, a voice called out from outside. Oh, isn't that Sun Ran? Is it really you? It was Aunt Wong, an old neighbor from the first phase of Longxi Garden, known for her penchant for taking advantage of others. Though she meant no harm, her tongue was rather sharp. Sun Ran, why are you in someone else's villa? Is that a friend of yours? Sun Ran stood up, smiling as he replied, This isn't a friend's place. It's my house that I bought it. What? You bought a villa? How did you manage that? What do you think? Did I buy it with leaves? Of course I used money. Would you like to come in and take a look? No need. It's such an expensive house. I wouldn't want to ruin it. I'll just continue walking my dog. Aunt Wong walked away, leading her little dog that a week ago, the scandal involving Sun Ran's wife, Zhao Qian, and a man she had been involved with had just begun to settle down. Now, a week later, the news of Sun Ran purchasing a villa had skyrocketed to the top of the community trending topics. What? Aunt Wong, are you sure? Sun Ran really bought a villa? Zhao Qian's mother, Song Shuzhen, asked in astonishment, and no doubt about it. I saw your son-in-law, oh wait, I mean Sun Ran, at the villa today, talking with the renovation crew. Can you believe that he bought a villa right after divorcing Zhao Qian? How can this be justified? I have to go home and cook for my husband now. Aunt Wong left, leaving behind the shocking news of Sun Ran's villa purchase. How could Sun Ran possibly have the money to buy a villa? Could it be that he won the lottery without telling us? That's communal property. How could he squander it alone? This is unacceptable. That evening, when Zhao Qian returned from work, Song Shuzhen hurried to share the news. Zhao Qian's reaction mirrored her mother's disbelief. Both found it impossible. Regardless of whether it's possible, let us go check it out and see for ourselves. All right, let us go. Zhao Qian, along with Zhao Yi and 2 old lamps, arrived outside the villa described by Aunt Wong. At this point, the construction team from Panshur Company had already taken over. It was evident that money could indeed move mountains. The villa was completely surrounded, with trucks continuously delivering materials. Even at 6 o'clock in the evening, there was no sign of the work slowing down, with workers busily engaged in renovation, but Sun Ran was nowhere to be seen. Song Shuzhen casually pulled a worker aside and inquired, Excuse me, who is your boss? The worker glanced at the rude old lady and turned away without a word. No manners. No wonder they'll work their whole lives. They wandered around the entrance a few more times, but still couldn't spot Sun Ran. Who are you looking for? A burly man emerged from the courtyard. It was Manager Wu from Panshur Company. I am looking for the owner of this villa. I'm his mother-in-law. You mean Mr. Sun? Yes, that's right. He is my son-in-law. Oh, hello, ma'am. He and Miss Su just left. Is this villa truly his? Zhao Qian stepped forward to ask. Yes, Mr. Sun purchased it. I've seen the property certificate, and it has his name on it. There's no doubt. Oh, I see. We won't disturb you any longer. Please continue your work. Song Shuzhen, holding Zhao Yi, and the others returned home, each with their own thoughts. This villa must cost several hundred million. How could Sun Ran buy it right after divorcing me? There must be something going on. This is unacceptable. Zhao Qian picked up the phone and dialed Sun Ran's number. Sun Ran, I must inquire. Is that villa truly yours? Sun Ran smirked disdainfully and replied, whether I purchase a villa or not is of no concern to you. Do not forget, we are divorced. Humph. Yes, we are divorced, but you concealed your premarital assets, and I can still sue you. That villa is half mine. Sun Ran laughed heartily, saying, then go ahead and sue. I wish you the best of luck in your dreams. With that, he hung up the phone. At that moment, Sun Ran was at a beauty salon clandestinely meeting with Tang Tiantian in their previous encounters. Sun Ran had taken the initiative, but this time it was Tang Tiantian who had arranged the meeting. The reason being, Song Ren had recently exhibited erratic behavior, often resorting to verbal and physical abuse, leaving her disheartened and contemplating divorce. In the office, the air conditioning was set to a comfortable level. The two lay in the lounge, covered by a small blanket. Sun Ran, I truly wish to escape from him. He has turned into a lunatic, berating and hitting me at every turn, accusing me of being promiscuous. Flaunting my shorts in front of him, it's sweltering outside, and I'm at home. What's wrong with wearing shorts? Sun Ran chuckled and remarked, do you think it's possible that Song Ran is no longer a man? What do you mean? Sun Ran recounted the incident where Song Ran had attempted to assault him but ended up getting kicked in the groin by Su Lingming. He brought this upon himself. I just want a divorce now, but I fear he won't agree. Why would it matter if he disagrees? In a few days, when my villa renovations are complete, you can simply divorce him and move into my villa. Wait, you really bought a villa? I thought you were merely speaking whimsically last time. Tang Tiantian exclaimed in surprise. Why would I deceive you? Isn't your family also in a villa district? Yes, our home is in Villa No. 1. All right, just endure for a little longer. When the time comes, I'll bring you over. Song Ren won't dare to object. How much longer must I wait? I can hardly tolerate this lunatic for another day. Unlike your courage, my legs are still trembling, haha, at the latest, 3 months. Rest assured. After indulging in their conversation for a while, Tang Tiantian tidied up and left for the day, while Sun Ran returned to the hotel. The next day, Su Lingming arrived on her electric scooter to meet Sun Ran. Their mission for the day was to procure supplies. Rather than making slow trips to the supermarket, they decided to go directly to the wholesale markets. First stop, the grain and oil wholesale market. They found the largest wholesaler and placed an order worth 500 million yuan for various types of Northeast rice, flour, cooking oil, and coarse grains, amounting to over 10,000 tons. The two could consume these provisions for 500 years. Whatever remained could simply be stored, as their wealth was abundant. Second stop, the fresh produce wholesale market. They approached the owner and placed another 500 million yuan order for whole pigs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, and an array of byproducts such as chicken wings, pig trotters, pork knuckles, duck necks, and chicken legs. Third stop, the seafood market. Another 500 million yuan order for various fish, king crabs, conch, and all kinds of seafood available on the market. During the accounting, due to the high prices of seafood, they added an additional 200 million. The owner was left dumbfounded. Sun Ran explained that it was for employee benefits, leaving the owner wondering just how many employees this company had to warrant such a distribution of 700 million. Fourth stop, the spice market. They ordered all kinds of oils, salts, sauces, vinegars, teas, butter, spices, cream cheese, and barbecue equipment, totaling around 500 million yuan. Fifth stop, clothing. They ordered various garments, socks, underwear, outerwear, jackets, hats, and bedding, reaching a total of 200 million yuan. Sixth stop, the canned goods factory. They directly placed an order for fish cans, luncheon meat cans, braised beef cans, braised pork cans, fruit cans, totaling 500 million yuan. Seventh stop, the fruit wholesale market. They ordered all varieties of fruits from both the northern and southern regions, amounting to another 500 million yuan. Eighth stop, the snack and beverage wholesale market. They ordered all kinds of snacks, chips, spicy strips, chocolates, various brands of instant noodles, dry mixed noodles, self-heating rice, and hot pots, equating to 500 million yuan, along with 200 million for beer and another 200 million for liquor. They also ordered 10 billion worth of various types of purified water, drinking water, and bottled water, as they were uncertain if clean water would be available after the apocalypse. Thus opting for precaution, ninth stop, the tobacco company. They placed a wholesale order for 2 billion yuan worth of high-end tobacco. Sun Ran could smoke for 10 lifetimes without exhausting this supply. 10th stop, the pharmaceutical wholesale company. They ordered every type of medication, along with various personal care items, wet wipes, lubricants, and adult products, totaling 10 billion yuan. Final stop, the coal wholesale market. With coal priced at 3,600 yuan per ton, they ordered 10,000 tons, enough to last a century in the villa. After an entire day of running around, the two were utterly exhausted, having spent only 9 billion yuan, leaving nearly 4 billion in their bank account. Sun Ran, this is the first time I feel that spending money can be such a tiring affair, but I am exhausted and exhilarated. Haha, this is just the beginning. Once we receive these goods, we'll shop in other cities. We must spend all our money before the apocalypse arrives. All right, but I enjoy this. Chapter 14. The lawsuit. In the following week, Sun Ran and Su Lingming took turns guarding the rented large warehouse. Whenever a delivery arrived, they had it unloaded and placed directly into their space. Some fruits and seafood had to be stored immediately, as they would spoil within days if left outside, particularly the seafood. However, inside the space, time stood still. Even if stored for 1,000 years, the items would remain unchanged upon retrieval. After 5 days, all the ordered supplies were safely stored in the space. Just as Sun Ran was about to prepare for the next round of shopping with Su Lingming, he received a phone call. Hello, Mr. Sun Ran. This is the Intermediate People's Court of Chaoshi. We would like to verify some information regarding the lawsuit filed by your ex-wife Zhao Qian. Are you available? Sun Ran contemplated for a moment and replied, I am available. Just provide a time and place. An hour later, in the court's reception room, Sun Ran faced 2 judges. This is your ex-wife's lawsuit. The content alleges that you concealed personal assets and used them to purchase property after the divorce. We wish to ascertain whether your personal assets were acquired before or after the marriage. Sun Ran calmly retrieved some documents from his bag and stated, Here are my plane tickets to Myanmar, along with the receipts for purchasing jade raw stones there. This is the receipt for selling jade raw stones in Dongshi, Lingnan Province, and this is proof of my bank transactions. All the dates on these documents correspond to actions taken after the divorce. Therefore, these funds are my post-marital income. The judges examined the documents, cross-referencing them and making calls to the bank and Mr. Xiao, the jeweler in Lingnan Province, for verification. The results confirmed that Sun Ran had spoken the truth. Every transaction could be accounted for. Thank you for your cooperation. Mr. Sun No need to thank me. I am curious about the outcome of this lawsuit. With solid evidence, these are indeed your post-marital assets, unrelated to your premarital situation. Thus, the only outcome can be for Zhao Qian to withdraw her lawsuit. All right, thank you. As Sun Ran exited the courthouse, he encountered Zhao Qian and her family, who were exiting with their heads down, filled with regret. Who would have thought that the usually honest Sun Ran had ventured to Myanmar to trade raw stones, amassing over 10 billion yuan? Is that fair? Zhao Qian looked up and hurriedly approached Sun Ran, grabbing his arm and pressing it against her chest. If there's a bargain to be had, one must seize it. Come on, press harder. Husband, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I will send Zhao Yi to Song Ren's family right away, and then we can live happily together. You love children, and I will bear you another. How does that sound? This time it will undoubtedly be yours, and I won't step outside before the child is born, so you should trust me now. Sun Ran chuckled, You are not at fault. I am the one who erred. My mistake was not divorcing you sooner. Now let go of my arm. I have no interest in your second-hand charms. Zhao Qian's face flushed with anger. This former sycophant had suddenly gained a spine, yet upon remembering Sun Ran's wealth, she forcibly swallowed her pride. Husband, I truly was wronged. A day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of grace. After all, we spent 5 years together. Stop right there. What of 5 years? How many times did we truly share intimacy? Twice or thrice. That averages to roughly once every 2.5 years. And you dare speak of 100 days of grace? Hurry along, and seek out your Songren brother. Oh, and by the way, he probably isn't too much of a man anymore. He is likely in a state of disrepair. Sun Ran swiftly withdrew his arm and exited the courthouse, leaving Zhao Qian's family in a state of disarray. Sister, rest assured, as long as Sun Ran remains in the neighborhood, we will have our chance. Gradually, you can rekindle his feelings, and he will surely come to accept you. This time it's different. I truly miss something. The current state of the Zhao family is nothing short of utter chaos. Zhao Yi, the illegitimate child, incessantly wails at home, filling the air with a noxious atmosphere, and yet, no one seems to intervene. Zhao Qian has confined herself indoors, neglecting her work entirely. Zhao Xiaozhu's 3 companions have all been hospitalized after a brutal beating from Sun Ran, who has also demanded an additional compensation of 50,000 yuan, threatening to extract Zhao Xiaozhu's kidney otherwise. The 2 elderly men are now perpetually sighing at home, feeling as though they have squandered a fortune of 10 billion. The villa is currently undergoing extensive renovations, with 100 million yuan already dispersed. An additional third will be paid once the project reaches its halfway mark. Fortunately, the major materials are now prepared. However, the 2 still require high-end thermal clothing, vehicles, and weaponry. Yet, being mere ordinary individuals, they have no connections to procure such items. Fortunately, it matters not that they lack acquaintances, for Sun Ran has contacted manager Wu of the Pancher Company, articulating his needs for clothing that can withstand temperatures of -100 degrees and vehicles capable of operating in extreme weather conditions. Mr. Sun, it just so happens that I have a way to assist you. I have a classmate involved in the procurement of equipment for the Antarctic Research Station. Allow me to reach out to her, and you two can coordinate from there. Thank you, Manager Wu. Half an hour later, Manager Wu shared a phone number. Sun Ran quickly dialed it, and a young woman answered. Hello, this is Sun Ran, introduced by Manager Wu. I wish to purchase some thermal clothing and vehicles, specifically those that can endure temperatures of -100 degrees. Wow, it seems you're indeed, as Mr. Wu described, a quintessential doomsday enthusiast. I can certainly fulfill your requirements, although it will be rather pricey. The clothing will cost approximately 200,000 yuan per set, while the snowmobiles are priced at 12 million yuan each. No problem. Are these items readily available? I would like 500 sets of clothing and 5 snowmobiles. That many? What do you need them for? An ordinary person could wear one set for a lifetime without wearing it out. Haha, we have a large group. All right, in a month, we will have the clothing and vehicles ready for you. We will deliver them directly to Jinkong, and you may collect them then. However, a 50% deposit is required up front. No problem. I'll transfer 100 million yuan now. Upon receipt of the items, I'll send the remaining balance. Deal? Please provide your bank card information. Sun Ran quickly transferred the deposit, ensuring that everything would be ready for collection in a month. Now, they were left with the final item, firearms. In this frozen apocalypse, people have become extraordinarily volatile due to a lack of food. Possessing a firearm would significantly alter the dynamics, but where could they acquire such weapons? Gazing at the balance in his bank account, Sun Ran suddenly recalled that with over 2 months to spare, a trip to the Bear Nation was entirely feasible. In that land, procuring firearms could be relatively straightforward with the right connections. Chapter 15. Acquiring firearms and culinary delights. Currently, there is no need for complex visa arrangements between Huagua and the Bear Nation. One can easily cross the border through the Hehe port. Sun Ran, accompanied by Su Ningming, ventured into the Bear Nation under the guise of fishermen, subsequently hiring a local guide fluent in Mandarin. Neither had visited the Bear Nation before, so they indulged in leisurely exploration for the first few days. The weather was neither too hot nor too cold, perfect for fishing, it must be said. The resources here are truly abundant. Even a small river yields over 2 kilograms of crucian carp with ease, alongside various cold water fish that are exceptionally delicious. After a couple of enjoyable days, Sun Ran and their guide, Joseph, engaged in a conversation over drinks, broaching the subject of weaponry. Dear Joseph, I wish to purchase a batch of firearms here. Do you have any connections? My dear friend, firearms are readily available here, but transporting them back home can be quite the challenge. It may require some finesse. I see. Would you be able to take me to a place that sells weapons tomorrow? I wish to procure more for self-defense, as I have quite a few adversaries back home. Joseph chuckled. Certainly, Mr. Sun. With enough money, any type of weapon can be acquired here. After all, we, the fighting nation, are never short of arms. The two enjoyed a bottle of vodka, and while Joseph became intoxicated, Sun Ran, with his robust constitution, felt no ill effects, easily metabolizing the alcohol. The following day, Joseph drove them to a town 300 kilometers away, boasting a population of over 30,000. As a transportation hub, it serves as a small-scale distribution center. Joseph led them to a hardware store, where a variety of tools and, most importantly, firearms were sold. after explaining their intentions to the owner. He nodded, locked the shop, displayed a closed-for-business sign, and ushered them to the back courtyard. Dear friends from Huagua, the firearms sold outside must adhere strictly to official procedures, requiring individual gun ownership permits, which can be quite cumbersome. Thus, these weapons are far more suitable for your needs. You may select what you wish and simply pay. I can handle the transportation. Sun Ran nodded. I appreciate your assistance, but I will manage the transportation myself. I will provide you with a warehouse address to which the goods can be delivered. The owner happily agreed. Of course, my friend, we will proceed as you request. Sun Ran surveyed the dazzling array of firearms before him, uncertain of how to decide. To hell with it. Only children make choices. Owner, I will take all of these weapons. Please calculate the total cost. All of them? My heavens, are you planning to form an army, my friend? Haha, not at all. I simply have a passion for these weapons. Very well, let me tally the costs. 120 handguns at $80 each. 200 automatic rifles at $250 each, 15 sniper rifles at $400 each, and 50 submachine guns at $450 each. The total comes to $88,100. The handgun ammunition, approximately 20 million rounds, is priced at $200,000. The automatic rifle ammunition, 15 million rounds, costs $220,000, while the sniper rifle ammunition, 30,000 rounds, is $120,000. The submachine gun ammunition, 10 million rounds, is priced at $300,000. If you wish to purchase the ammunition as well, the total will be $92,810, but I can offer you a discount for $920,000. All right, owner, I accept your price. Let us head to the bank for the transfer. The transaction proceeded smoothly, using Huagua currency for settlement, and the total was paid in full. With the assistance of their local guide, Sun Ran rented a warehouse previously used for storing grain, which was now vacant. Please call to have all the weapons delivered here. Thank you. A day later, all the firearms arrived at the warehouse. Under the cover of night, Su Ningming and Sun Ran transferred all the weapons into their space. The next 2 days were dedicated to mastering the use of these firearms, including assembly, loading, aiming, shooting, and maintenance. After shooting over 1,000 rounds, they gradually gained a feel for the weapons, becoming more familiar with them. No-one is born a marksman. Proficiency comes from practice. Once their training was complete, they bid farewell to their guide and prepared to return home. Upon their return, the first order of business was to check on the renovation progress of their villa in Longxi Garden. It was now May 20th, with just 40 days remaining until the impending apocalypse. The shelter must be finalized before then. At this point, the sunroom of the villa had been completed, constructed from bulletproof glass that had been reinforced to nearly 50 centimeters thick. Sun Ran tested it. Even if an adult wielded a heavy hammer, it would leave only a faint mark. To cause significant damage, one would need a missile. Otherwise, it was futile. The solar panels on the sunroom were also fully installed, and the outer structure of the villa was nearly complete. Now, they were in the process of installing various water tanks, control systems, blast doors, surveillance equipment, and other mechanisms. It was anticipated that everything would be finished in another 20 days. I am so looking forward to it. I can't wait to move in. It will surely be incredibly cozy here. Su Ningming exclaimed with her sparkling heart-shaped eyes. I share your excitement, but we still have a considerable amount of money left unspent. Let us ponder what else we should acquire before the apocalypse arrives. We mustn't find ourselves unprepared. The two returned to the hotel, brainstorming what additional supplies they might need. 10 days later, on June 1st, Jing Kong called to inform them that the custom-made thermal vehicles and specialized thermal clothing had arrived and were ready for collection. With time on their hands before the apocalypse struck, the two decided to take one last adventure. This time, they purchased a vehicle and drove to Jing Kong, collecting both the clothing and the vehicles to store in their space. Brother, I've just realized something we lack. Su Ningming suddenly exclaimed from the passenger seat. What are we missing? Think about it. The supplies we've purchased are all raw meat or canned goods that require cooking. Since time stands still in the space, why not buy some ready-made meals? We can simply take them out when it's time to eat, and they'll still be warm. Brilliant. How did I not think of that? Let us go back to Zhaoshi and order from various hotels. In the bustling market, there are over 500 hotels and restaurants of all sizes. First, as per tradition, we rent a warehouse, then we begin reserving banquet tables. All of them are of the highest specifications, with one table priced at 8,888 yuan, featuring lobsters, abalone, king crabs, and a variety of cuisines, culminating in a splendid 14-course meal. We directly book 500 tables, ensuring that 50 tables must be served each day for 10 consecutive days. With each meal meticulously packaged and delivered to the designated warehouse, after paying the deposit, we move on to the next establishment, a seafood feast, priced at 6,666 yuan per table, another 500 tables. Following that, we explore fusion cuisine. Another 500 tables. Next, barbecues, steamed buns, congee shops, an array of snacks. Within just 3 days, we have reserved every renowned hotel and restaurant in the market, resulting in a surge in the prices of ingredients. And there is still a shortage, forcing us to borrow from neighboring districts. By June 25, all banquet reservations are finalized, and now, in the shared space of the two individuals, an abundance of supplies and delectable food lies in wait. With such a variety, they could indulge in a feast for over 100 years. Chapter 16. My former superior, Lin Yao, is pregnant. The villa was completely finished on June 26, with all equipment installed. Sun Ran and Su Ningming meticulously tested each component to ensure everything functioned properly before settling the final payment. After nearly 3 months of preparation and effort, the two are finally ready to face the apocalypse with composure. Brother Sun, what if the apocalypse doesn't come? In the villa's living room, Su Ningming, munching on a large bag of spicy strips with oil covering her mouth, remarked, "It would be even better. I still have over 1 billion in the bank that hasn't been spent. If it doesn't come, we could live off this money for a lifetime. Yes, moreover, we wouldn't need to work. Every day would be filled with eating, drinking, and sleeping at home. Just thinking about it is delightful. Haha, you stay at home. I have some matters to attend to outside. I'll be back shortly. Cut it out, I know what you're up to, going out to find women, right?" Su Ningming pouted. Ahem, what do you know? Little child? I'm off, goodbye. Indeed, he was seeking a woman, but it was somewhat beyond his control. He had just received a phone call, an unexpected one. The caller was Lin Yao, his direct superior, previously, to vent his inner dissatisfaction. The two had succumbed to temptation in Lin Yao's office, never anticipating that. Sun Ran, I'm pregnant. Sister, if you're pregnant, you should go to the hospital. Why are you looking for me? The child is yours. Don't joke around. This is not funny at all. In the span of a month, I've only been with you. And you? You went inside me without any protection. I haven't had my period for a month. I just checked at the hospital and it's been 2 months. Now, it was Sun Ran's turn to fall silent. Lin Yao wouldn't joke about such things, and she was unaware of his financial capability to purchase a villa. So what do you want to do? Sun Ran inquired. I'm in turmoil. I don't know what to do. Do you have time? Let us meet. All right, time and place. Half an hour later, in a CAF downstairs from Sun Ran's former company. The two met at this moment. Lin Yao appeared significantly more haggard than before, her entire demeanor having changed, evidently troubled by her pregnancy. Sun Ran, I hate you. Do you know that? Your selfishness has led to all this. Upon meeting, Lin Yao burst into tears. Sun Ran, who dreaded seeing women cry, fumbled to find a tissue to hand to her, helplessly stating, "What's done is done. We should find a way to resolve it." Crying wanted help. The more Lin Yao cried, the more sorrowful she became, saying, "Do you know how much I sacrificed for this managerial position? I came from a poor rural background, graduated from university without any connections or qualifications. I climbed my way up all on my own, and you've ruined it all." Sun Ran shook his head, affirmatively replying, "Lin Yao, I can offer financial compensation. Just tell me what you want to do about this child." Lin Yao halted her tears, stammering, "I've considered terminating the pregnancy, but the child is innocent. I simply cannot bring myself to do it." Sun Ran nodded, stating, "In a few days, you will thank yourself for the decision you made today. I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm actually a billionaire." "You? A billionaire? I heard you and your wife divorced. Stop pretending to be wealthy. Oh, come on, don't believe it? Here, let me show you." He took Lin Yao's phone and directly transferred 10 million yuan to her. Ding. The notification sounded. 10 million received. Now, it was Lin Yao's turn to be stunned. "You really are a billionaire? What about before? Can't I experience the life of ordinary people for a bit? I have reliable information that in 3 days, the weather will turn extremely cold, accompanied by heavy snowfall. I will drive over to pick you up at my villa then. Have you lost your mind? It's July. It's almost unbearably hot, and you're telling me it will snow? Haha. Don't worry about whether it's hot or not. Just wait for my call then. I'll take my leave for now. We'll be in touch. Use this money to buy some nutritional products for yourself. Sun Ran stood up. He realized that among the supplies he had purchased, there were no baby items. He hurriedly drove to the largest baby goods store in the city and began to shop frantically. If it wasn't enough, he would gather more from the warehouse. Various brands and types of formula, baby clothes, bathing supplies, nutritional products, snacks, and complimentary foods were all swept clean. Fearing it wouldn't be sufficient, he visited 3 stores in total, spending over 100 million before he finally returned to the villa satisfied. Upon arriving back, he didn't see Su Ningming on the first floor. The house was too large, so he called her. I'm in the game room on the 5th floor. Come on up. Okay, sure. Shall do. Close all the security doors in the villa. Received. My master. The entire house operates under intelligent management. Otherwise, closing each door manually would take several minutes. Arriving at the game room on the 5th floor, Su Ningming, dressed in a tank top and shorts, was engrossed in her game. Her ample assets swayed as she moved. Brother Sun, what are you staring at? Come here and play with me. Sun Ran picked up a controller, and the two immersed themselves in a zombie apocalypse game. After half an hour, Su Ningming exclaimed, I'm hungry. Let us stop playing and decide what to eat tonight. How about roasted lamb leg with a little beer? Sun Ran chuckled, saying, whatever you want. Let us go to the starry sky top for dinner. The two arrived at the starry sky top, where the ceiling simulated an endless starry sky, creating a stunning atmosphere. Hey brother, you've been acting a bit strange since you came back today. Is there something you want to tell me? Su Ningming asked, cutting off a piece of steaming lamb leg with a knife and dipping it in chili powder before popping it into her mouth. Well, nothing can escape your keen eyes. Here's the situation. Sun Ran candidly shared his affair with Lin Yao, as this villa belonged to both of them, not just himself. If he were to bring a woman back, he needed her consent. I thought it was something serious. A woman is carrying your child, and if you were to ignore it, I'd be furious. Yes, all right. With such a large house, just the two of us living here is rather dull. Having a sister around to keep me company would be quite nice. Don't you have any other feelings about this? Sun Ran tentatively asked. Are you trying to ask if I'm jealous? Is that what you mean? Sun Ran nodded. Actually, when I first heard the news, I felt a bit unhappy, but considering that an apocalypse is approaching, we women are inherently in a vulnerable position, and you will bear the burden of continuing the human race. So, having a few wives doesn't make me too upset. Besides, we haven't crossed that final line yet. During these 3 months, they had traveled abroad together to mine raw stones, purchase weapons, and gather supplies, forging a deep bond of friendship and affection. They often joked around and engaged in playful touches, yet neither had crossed that ultimate boundary. All right, Ningming, with your words, I can rest easy. I want to say more. This villa will always have your half. You will forever be the lady of this house, and that won't change. Chapter 17. The apocalypse finally arrives on June 30, the day before the frozen apocalypse. Song Ren sat alone at home, consumed by sorrow. Ever since his dreams were shattered, his spirit had plummeted, and he could only rely on foreign medical institutions to expedite his surgery. A knock echoed at the door. Song Ren hurriedly opened it. Are you Mr. Song Ren? Yes, please come in. 4 individuals entered. Precisely, for burly men exuding an aura of menace. These were seasoned mercenaries, true warriors who had emerged from the battlefield, men he had paid a hefty sum to bring together. Their mission was clear: eliminate Sun Ran. What would you like to drink? No need for such formalities, Mr. Song. Just tell us the target of this mission, and we'll complete it swiftly to return to the African battlefield. You know, it's quite busy over there. All right. The target is named Sun Ran. He is exceptionally skilled. Last time, I brought 7 or 8 brothers, and they were all defeated by him. His home is in this villa district, not far from mine. There is also a woman beside him named Su Ningming. You must ensure she is captured as well. I want my brothers to take turns serving her, that wretched woman. No problem, kill the man directly and bring the woman back. The previous quote was 20 million. This should pose no issue, right? No problem. Absolutely no problem. But it's quite late, so you might as well stay here. The 2nd floor of my house has guest rooms. You can rest here for the night and take action tomorrow. A few exchanged glances and nodded, saying, then we shall trouble Mr. Song. Just as they were speaking, Tang Tiantian returned from work. Upon opening the door, she saw 4 burly men staring at her with lecherous eyes, as if they wished to devour her whole. Darling, who are these gentlemen? Song Rin's expression darkened as he unhappily replied, don't ask what you shouldn't. Hurry and prepare something delicious. I want to enjoy a drink with my friends. Terrified by the four men resembling ferocious beasts, Tang Tiantian quickly rushed to the kitchen to cook. Song Rin turned and adopted a different demeanor. Smiling as he said, this is my wife. She simply doesn't understand. Come, let's head to the dining room for a drink. I in the kitchen. Tang Tiantian ordered a plethora of takeout on her phone, thinking that with so many hulking figures, cooking would take until dawn. After placing the order, she felt a sense of unease. Her instincts told her that these four men were undoubtedly sent by Song Rin to exact revenge on Sun Ran. After all, last time Sun Ran and Su Ningming had quite literally kicked his eggs. Sun Ran, Song Rin has brought four big men today. He might be seeking revenge on you. They look quite intimidating. So be careful. After sending the message, she hastily deleted it. What are you sneaking around for? Is the food ready? Tang Tiantian jumped in fright, quickly putting her phone aside and whispering, darling, we don't have enough ingredients at home. It's too late to cook now. I've already ordered takeout. It will arrive in 20 minutes. Damn, this is troublesome. Hurry it up. Meanwhile, Sun Ran was driving. He had picked up Lin Yao a day early under the pretense of inviting her to tour the villa and enjoy dinner together. Lin Yao had completely forgotten about Sun Ran's earlier remark regarding the temperature drop in 3 days. Yet the villa tour was undeniably tempting. If Sun Ran were indeed a rich heir, why should she bother with a mundane job? Wouldn't it be delightful to be a wealthy lady at home? Sun Ran checked his messages while driving, chuckling to himself, no matter how formidable the individuals you find, they can't match my firepower. 10 minutes later, he drove into the underground garage and entered through a security blast door. Are you planning to open a supermarket? Why is there so much food? My goodness! The entrance to the villa from the underground parking lot was a small room, a shoe-changing area of about 100 square meters. Upon exiting this room, they entered the underground storage area. Nearly 3,000 square meters of storage space was filled with various shelves stocked with non-perishable food items, purified water, rice, flour, snacks, and the like. Initially, Sun Ran had not intended to store food here, as any food left outside would gradually spoil. However, Su Ningming disagreed. She expressed that her childhood dream was to enter an unattended supermarket where she could eat and take whatever she pleased. The underground storage area was perfect for fulfilling that dream. She could stroll freely, grabbing whatever she fancied to eat. This sensation would bring her immense joy. Sun Ran eventually tried it and found it quite enjoyable, allowing her to indulge as she pleased. Especially since the supplies were ample. Even if this level were filled, it would be but a drop in the bucket. Sun Ran smiled lightly, saying, better safe than sorry. If the day ever comes when the world faces apocalypse, at least I won't have to worry about starving. Let's go upstairs. I'll show you the upper floors. They ascended the stairs to the first floor, where Su Ningming had already prepared the meal. Upon seeing Lin Yao coming up the stairs, she warmly greeted her. Brother, please introduce me. Sun Ran awkwardly replied, this is my former superior, but not anymore. Her name is Lin Yao, so you can call her Sister Lin. Sister Lin, this is my partner, my best friend, Su Ningming. Lin Yao thought to herself, best friend? This is clearly a couple. It's true what they say, money corrupts men. Here he is, keeping such a young and beautiful girl at home. Utterly shameless, however, her expression remained unchanged. After all, he had referred to her as a friend. She decided to observe further. If Sun Ran were indeed wealthy, she wouldn't mind being the other woman. Sister Lin, the food is ready. Let's eat first, and after dinner, my brother will take you for a tour. Lin Yao smiled, saying, thank you, dear sister. Let's eat first. I want to savor your culinary skills. The dining table, for beautifully presented dishes were laid out. Lin Yao picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, and her eyes lit up in surprise as she exclaimed, Sister, did you make this? It's incredible. I believe it's on par with the best restaurant in our city. Su Ningming laughed heartily, saying, Sister Lin, you have quite the compliment. This isn't made by me. It's takeout from our city's finest restaurant. Lin Yao chuckled as well. For some reason, she suddenly found herself liking this straightforward, kind-hearted, and lively girl, who was also quite attractive. The meal lasted over half an hour. Being pregnant, Lin Yao had a hearty appetite and stopped only after 2 bowls of rice, leaning back in her chair while gently rubbing her belly. Smiling shyly at Sun Ran, I ate a bit too much. The food was just too delicious. Ever since I got pregnant, My appetite has surged, Sister Lin. Eating more is good for the baby. Don't worry. Our villa has plenty of food and drink. Feel free to indulge. Thank you, dear sister, that it's getting late. I should head back. Sun Ran stood up, saying, You haven't toured the villa yet. Don't go back today. After the tour, let Ningming take you for a bath and rest here for the night. You can return tomorrow. There's no rush for work. Lin Yao looked at Sun Ran's resolute demeanor and then at the spacious, bright villa. She had already made up her mind to cling tightly to Sun Ran. As for work, whoever wanted to go could go. All right then, I shall listen to you. He led Lin Yao through the second, third, fourth, and fifth floors, showing her around. Lin Yao's mouth hardly closed as she marveled. The villa was simply luxurious, filled with various amenities she had never even heard of, including an indoor elevator. It was akin to a palace. On the second floor, she found a large bedroom with an ensuite bathroom. After taking a shower and changing into a brand new pajama set prepared by Su Ningming, she lay down in bed and fell into a deep, beautiful sleep. Meanwhile, on the fifth floor, Sun Ran and Su Ningming sat by the window, one smoking continuously, the other sipping coffee, occasionally checking the time and thermometered. As the clock struck 12, snow began to fall, and the temperature plummeted from 28 degrees to 18, 8, 0, -10, -20, -30, -40, finally settling at -50 degrees. Xiao Du, activate the electric heating system. Instantly, the entire villa's heating system sprang to life, high-powered electric heaters emanating warmth from every corner of the villa. The indoor temperature maintained around 26 degrees. Lin Yao, sleeping on the second floor, remained blissfully unaware. Meanwhile, the entire Longxi garden was in utter chaos. Some people exclaimed, How romantic! It's snowing. Others pulled out their phones to take pictures, posting on social media with captions expressing their grievances. Unquestionably, the entire community was awakened by the cold. Even shutting the windows proved ineffective, as they scrambled to find all the thick blankets and clothing to stave off the shivering. The snow fell like goose feathers, transforming the outside world into a white landscape. Sun Ran and Su Ningming exchanged knowing glances and smiled. The frozen apocalypse had indeed arrived. Chapter 18 Day 1 The next morning, Sun Ran opened his phone and found the owner group in disarray. Oh my goodness, I almost froze to death yesterday. What kind of weather is this? Tell me about it. The fish in my aquarium are frozen solid. Luckily, I wasn't dead asleep and managed to close the window in time. The snow outside was over a meter deep, nearly reaching my balcony. What should I do? It should stop soon. Such extreme weather typically doesn't last long. The messages in the group ranged widely, yet none mentioned food shortages, as households had stocked up on supplies initially, and both gas and electricity were still running, so everyone treated it as a stay-at-home holiday. After scrolling through videos of blizzards and temperature drops from various locations, he turned on the television to watch the news. Experts stated that this was caused by a high-energy particle beam from deep space, directly affecting solar activity, leading to the Earth's temperature drop and impacting the atmosphere, resulting in global snowfall. This extreme weather could last around 3 days before naturally dissipating. Citizens were advised not to panic and to stay indoors to avoid unnecessary casualties. Last time, the experts said it would last 3 days, then changed it to 10 days, then a month. In the end, it turned into an indefinite situation. Through the vigilant oversight of the villa's intelligent steward, the outdoor temperature has plummeted to a staggering -62 degrees and continues to descend. Inside, the electric heating is remarkably effective, maintaining a cozy 26 degrees throughout the residence. Upon awakening, Lin Yao gazes out at the thick carpet of snow. Finally convinced of Sun Ran's prophecy, she slips into a revealing nightgown and rushes downstairs. Sun Ran, it's really snowing. How did you know? Lin Yao inquires, her face a picture of astonishment. You needn't concern yourself with that. For now, just stay here obediently. There is plenty to eat, Sun Ran replies, his gaze lingering on Lin Yao's alluring figure, causing him to feel a stir of impatience. Realizing her attire is rather provocative, Lin Yao brushes aside her embarrassment, considering that the man before her is, after all, the father of her child. Did you sleep well last night? She asks. Yes, I slept quite comfortably. However, I find myself a bit hungry. He responds. Rising, he moves beside Lin Yao, gently embracing her and planting a soft kiss on her lips. Why don't you watch some television on the sofa while I prepare breakfast? In that moment, Lin Yao feels as if she has fallen in love. Despite Sun Ran's initial coercion to claim her body, Their gradual acquaintance reveals a man far less malevolent than she had anticipated. Is this the allure of the wealthy? Lin Yao nods obediently, planting a kiss on Sun Ran's cheek. Her face flushed as she murmurs, "Thank you, husband." At the sound of the word husband, Sun Ran is momentarily taken aback. Breakfast is simple yet delightful. Rice porridge, salted duck eggs, accompanied by steaming meat buns, renowned citywide as the famous dog doesn't care buns, priced at 5 yuan each. At this moment, Su Ningming sleepily descends the stairs for breakfast, clad in even less than Lin Yao, almost appearing as if she were bare. "You two, hurry up and wash up. It's time to eat." During the meal, Sun Ran finds his eyes feasting on the scene before him. Utterly entranced, "Ah, these buns are truly delicious," Lin Yao exclaims, devouring 4 in quick succession. "At this rate, I'll surely weigh a ton." Su Ningming chuckles, "No worries, Lin Jia. After this, we'll head to the gym on the 5th floor. Although you're pregnant, some moderate exercise is beneficial for the baby. Sounds good. Thank you, sister." After breakfast, the trio strolls for a while before ascending to the gym on the 5th floor to commence their workout. Sun Ran's fitness goal is to strengthen his physique. He can feel the jade pendant quietly fortifying his entire being each day, and he believes that combining this with exercise will yield even better results. Thus, fitness has become a daily ritual for both Sun Ran and Su Ningming. "Zhao Qian, I recall there are still a few bags of instant noodles at home. Have you seen them?" Zhao Qian's mother, Song Shuzhen, searches the house for instant noodles. Previously, Sun Ran managed all the household provisions: rice, flour, oil, and vegetables, leaving the others to eat pre-prepared meals. Now that Sun Ran is absent, they find themselves at a loss for food. Breakfast was a trip to the store, and lunch would consist of whatever they could find outside in the evening. Whoever is hungry is responsible for boiling instant noodles or hanging noodles. Now, with everyone confined indoors, they discover only half a bag of rice and half a bag of flour remains. As for vegetables, there is not a single one left. The freezer contains a bit of frozen meat, all purchased by Sun Ran prior. Emerging from her bedroom, Zhao Qian appears pale. She no longer possesses her former grace, and Song Ran scarcely acknowledges her, while Sun Ran has transformed into a man of wealth. Meanwhile, she feels as though she has lost everything, suddenly realizing that the root of her misfortune lies in her greedy family, who instilled in her the notion of marrying a wealthy man from a young age. Yet now, she finds herself bereft of both money and resources. With only 5 bags of instant noodles remaining, they can manage one meal today, with lunch reduced to mere rice porridge. Thankfully, the experts claim it will only last 3 days. Otherwise, they would truly face hunger. At this juncture, Zhao Yi bursts from the room, shouting, "I don't want instant noodles. I want buns, meat buns." He then throws himself on the ground, rolling and wailing. Watching her child throw a tantrum, Zhao Qian's last shred of reason evaporates, and a surge of unbridled rage consumes her. Seizing Zhao Yi, she delivers 2 resounding slaps to his small face. "You ungrateful child, if you don't want to eat, then starve. I'll let you perish just like your worthless father. Useless at everything, never enough food. I'll make you scream." With each word, her fury escalates, resulting in another 2 stinging slaps. This is the first time Zhao Yi has witnessed his mother in such a rage, and he instantly quiets down. Song Shufan rushes over, taking the child away, admonishing, "Even if you're angry, don't take it out on the child. Look at how swollen his face is from your blows." At breakfast, the 4 members of Zhao Qian's family, including Zhao Yi, consume 5 bags of instant noodles, finishing every last drop of broth. For their next meal, they will have to collectively settle for rice porridge. In Song Rin's household, for mercenaries awoke at the first signs of the temperature drop last night, promptly closing the windows and wrapping themselves in the thickest blanket they could find, huddling together for warmth. Though the scene might be somewhat disconcerting, it is undeniably the most effective method in the morning. Song Rin hurriedly provided them with a few thick garments. However, due to their size, the 4 burly men could only fit into them with great difficulty, creating a rather comical sight. Breakfast was prepared by Tang Tian, consisting of a large pot of vegetable noodles and 10 boiled eggs. The household supplies were limited, but they had to ensure everyone was fed. Fortunately, they had ordered an abundance of takeout the previous night, leaving behind a considerable amount of meat skewers, which they heated in the microwave, rendering breakfast quite ample. What proved unbearable for Tang Tian was the aggressive way the 4 men gazed at her, making her feel quite uncomfortable. After a modest serving of noodles, she declared herself full and retreated to her room. the dining table. The lead mercenary spoke up, Mr. Song, the weather today is simply unsuitable for executing our mission. I just saw the news. Experts predict this extreme weather will persist for 3 days. Very well, 3 days later, I will lead my team to execute the mission. Is that acceptable? Song Ren, already feeling weak, shivered in the frigid air of the room, where temperatures hovered below -20 degrees. Of course, this damned weather is going to freeze me to death. The second mercenary added, Boss, Mr. Song, the temperature outside has already dropped to over -60 degrees. With more than a meter of snow accumulation, we cannot return to the hotel right now. That's fine. You can stay at my home for the next 3 days. I have plenty of rooms. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Song. Thus, the first day of the icebound apocalypse passed amid a whirlwind of curiosity, excitement, and bewilderment. Chapter 19. 3 days or 10 days, do not trust experts on the second day of the apocalypse. In the homeowners group of Lungshi Garden, does anyone have extra rice or flour? I'd like to buy some. Thank you, dear neighbor. I have 2 bags of 20-pound rice. I can sell you 1 bag since I won't use it all in the next 2 days when the extreme weather passes. Thank you. Which building are you in? I'll come find you in the underground parking lot. Why is the temperature still dropping? I read online that it's impossible for this type of weather to recover in just 3 days. Is that true? Trust the experts, dear. They say 3 days, and it will indeed be 3 days. Hang in there, believe the experts. On the second day, the atmosphere remained relatively cheerful. Most people had enough to eat. Even in the cold, dressed in thick clothing at home, they could endure. Zhao Qian's household had already consumed 3 meals of rice porridge. Song Shuzhen took the frozen meat from the refrigerator, sliced it into strips, and seasoned it with soy sauce and salt, frying it all at once. Even the usually picky Zhao Yi found the meat strips delectable. Zhao Qian's brother, Zhao Xiaozhu, devoured the fried strips with fervor, fearing he might miss out on even a single bite. Can't you eat a little less? You're a grown man. How can you be so gluttonous? Tomorrow is another day, Zhao Qian frowned. Zhao Xiaozhu, unaccustomed to being coddled by his sister, retorted, I want to eat. So what? Mind your own business. You're almost 30 and still single. Your husband is so wealthy, yet you let him drive you away. This remark sent Zhao Qian into a frenzy, as she grabbed a bowl of steaming rice porridge and dumped it over Zhao Xiaozhu's head, scalding him and causing him to wail. Thankfully, due to the low temperature, the porridge cooled quickly, sparing him from severe burns. You little brat, today I'll make sure you pay for that. Zhao Xiaozhu, who was cowardly outside, now showed no fear at home, as the two seemed on the verge of a physical altercation. Zhao Dazhu and Song Shuzhen rushed to intervene. Zhao Yi, watching his mother and uncle quarrel, laughed heartily while cheering them on. The Zhao household had descended into utter chaos. After preparing breakfast, Tang Tiantian slipped back to her room. Sun Ran, how are you doing? Do you have enough to eat? You wouldn't believe how much these 4 hulking men can consume. My rice is nearly gone, and the meat and vegetables are in short supply. Fortunately, the experts stated that this wretched extreme weather would end in 3 days. Otherwise, she feared they might eat her out of house and home. Upon reading her message, Sun Ran quickly replied, Don't worry. I have plenty of food. Tomorrow night, wear extra layers and sneak out through the underground parking. My villa is stocked with supplies. I'll wait for you at the door. Are you suggesting I completely leave Songren? However, the divorce has yet to be finalized. If I were to engage in infidelity while still married, it would not reflect well on me should it come to light. I suppose I shall endure a couple more days. I desire to part ways with him honorably, and then, at that time, I shall be with you. Sun Ran contemplated this and chose to remain silent. After all, it was only the second day of the apocalypse. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Do not hesitate to call me should anything arise. Husband, who is messaging you so early? Lin Yao inquired sweetly from the side. Sun Ran tucked away his phone and replied, A neighbor, someone you do not know. Have you awoken, my dear? Would you care for a piece of gum before we proceed? How bothersome. No, thank you. My legs are still trembling that I am famished. Allow me to prepare breakfast for you all. So you may savor my culinary skills. I did not expect you to be adept in the kitchen. Very well. I shall look forward to your breakfast. Lin Yao took 20 minutes to dress before descending to the ground floor, where the temperature was maintained at approximately 10 degrees by the smart steward, thus prolonging the shelf life of various items. She retrieved a sizable steak from the refrigerator, gathered a few potatoes, and collected 2 bags of bread and milk from the shelves. Returning to the kitchen, she skillfully seared the steak in butter, cut the potatoes into strips to fry, and coated the bread in egg and milk to pan-fry gently. Finally heating the milk. A simple Western-style breakfast was completed. She ascended to summon Sun Ran and Su Ningming to join her for the meal. Wow, I did not expect, Sister Lin, that your culinary skills are as delightful as your appearance. This is truly delicious. Lin Yao's eyes sparkled like crescent moons. I usually live alone and enjoy experimenting with food during my leisure time. If you enjoy it, I shall often prepare meals for you. Sun Ran, holding a slice of bread, remarked, Indeed, this is exquisite. I have decided that breakfast shall be entrusted to you from now on. No problem at all. After the meal, it was time for exercise. Each day's performance metrics were on the rise, indicating that both Sun Ran and Su Ningming's physical fitness was steadily improving. Currently, Sun Ran effortlessly handled 40 kilograms in the dumbbell exercises, managing to lift it 100 times in one breath without difficulty, while Su Ningming was at around 30 kilograms, leaving Lin Yao astounded. Were these two individual superhumans? The afternoon was largely a time of relaxation, playing games, watching movies, swimming in the indoor pool, playing billiards, and engaging in board games, with a different activity each time. After dinner, the trio cozied up on the sofa to watch television. The second day of the apocalypse had come to a close. The third day of the apocalypse arrived as expected. Illness began to spread within the community. Many were suffering from colds and fevers, but fortunately, every household still had some essential medicines, so it was not fatal. However, would the extreme weather truly dissipate in 3 days? An oppressive atmosphere began to permeate the owner group. The outdoor temperature plummeted to -70 degrees, yet the experts on the television news continued to boast, claiming that this extreme weather would soon pass. But the populace was not naive. As of now, the snow continued to fall, accumulating nearly 2 meters in depth. The first floor was completely buried under the snow. Some residents, unable to remain indoors, donned thick down jackets and strolled through the underground parking lot, chatting. Though it was cold, the parking area offered some shelter from the wind, making the temperature bearable. Song Ren's household of 4 robust men had consumed their rice porridge for lunch. The eggs were gone by morning. Only a few potatoes remained, and all the meat had been devoured. At this rate, they would soon face starvation. Nevertheless, everyone still firmly believed that temperatures would rise the following day, allowing them to venture out to shovel snow and shop at the supermarket. Clinging to this optimistic fantasy, they finally welcomed the 4th day of the apocalypse. Upon waking, the first order of business was to check the thermometer. No change whatsoever. Various experts began to explain on numerous short video platforms, asserting that the high-energy particle beams from deep space would continue for another 10 days, urging the public not to panic, to refrain from spreading rumors, and to assist one another through this difficult time. Believing that the extreme weather would soon pass, the comments section exploded with scorn. Nonsense experts. They said 3 days, then 7 days. Do they have any credibility at all? What they say is less credible than my dog's flatulence. I have only half a bag of noodles left, and my neighbor borrowed 20 strands. How am I supposed to help? Oh, wise expert. This morning, I just ground the eggshells into powder and drank it. I can barely endure 2 days without a bowel movement. Anyone care to discuss? The comments varied wildly, but the predominant tone was one of outrage. Sun Ran chuckled to himself, knowing that 10 days later, when the experts once again failed to predict accurately, that would mark the true beginning of the apocalypse. People would be driven to madness. With no food, the cold would intensify, and the 3 meters of snow would freeze solid, making it impossible to carve a path. Sun Ran muttered a curse under his breath. Damn this apocalypse. Chapter 20. 3 unfortunate souls on the 5th day of the apocalypse. Within the owners group, a message appeared. Dear neighbors, does anyone have extra noodles or rice to spare? I am willing to pay a high price for some. Thank you for your assistance. Once the extreme weather passes, I shall surely repay you generously. The sender of this message was Sun Ran's ex-wife, Zhao Qian. Desperate, as her family's rice porridge had been entirely consumed, and the flour for making flatbreads had also been exhausted, they were now left with only half a bag of salt. That morning, each family member had subsisted on a cup of salt water to stave off hunger. The group fell into a profound silence, as no one dared to sell their food. Who could say how long this cursed weather would last? 10 minutes later, the group buzzed with activity again. Beautiful lady, I have rice at home. How much are you offering? A young woman's avatar was displayed. Zhao Qian promptly replied, would 10 yuan per pound work? Sun Ran happened to catch sight of this message and smirked sinisterly. Dear friend in the group, given the unpredictability of this extreme weather, it would be wise to conserve your food. Zhao Qian, seeing Sun Ran's message, was infuriated. Sun Ran, what do you mean? We should help one another to get through this difficult time. What business is it of yours? Can you guarantee you won't face food shortages? Sun Ran, glancing at Zhao Qian's message, casually sent a photo of his breakfast. The image displayed century egg and lean meat porridge, 3 steaming xiaolongbao, 3 cups of milk, a salted duck egg, and a plate of sliced roast duck. This breakfast was not only sumptuous by current standards, but would have been considered extravagant even in normal weather. Once the photo was shared in the group, chaos erupted. What the hell? It's almost minus 80 degrees. And you have the luxury to post pictures of steamed buns? What kind of family is this? The owners in the group noted the experts had declared that the weather would return to normal in 10 days. But no one could guarantee it, advising everyone to manage their food wisely and not sell casually. Following Sun Ran's message, the young woman who had initially offered to sell rice to Zhao Qian quickly replied, I apologize, but I just realized we don't have much rice left either. I won't be selling it after all. Sorry. Zhao Qian, holding her phone at home, felt her teeth grind in frustration. Today, they had completely run out of food. With no other options, Song Shuzhen donned thick clothing and began knocking on doors within her unit. After 2 hours, she managed to purchase 5 pounds of rice and 4 nearly sprouted potatoes for 300 yuan. How could Sun Ran be so despicable? He has food, yet he won't let anyone sell to us. Why doesn't he just go die? Song Shuzhen cursed vehemently at the little food they had left. If they rationed it, they might last another 2 days, however. The Song Ran household was on the brink of collapse. With 4 robust men plus Song Ran and Tang Tiantian, they were truly at the end of their rope. When Song Ran saw Sun Ran's message in the group, his mouth watered. This was steaming roast duck and xiaolongbao. Before the apocalypse, he would never have deigned to eat such low-end greasy food. He demanded seafood at every meal. But now, if he could just take a bite, he would gladly call him daddy. A cunning thought crossed his mind. Brother One, look at the person who posted that image. He is our target. His villa must have plenty of food. Why not break into his villa tonight, take him out, and seize his supplies? Brother One had not eaten breakfast that morning and was in a foul mood. Grabbing Song Ren's phone, he enlarged the image. The picture looked authentic, not photoshopped. Mr. Song, please wait a moment. I'll discuss this with my brothers. Returning to the room, the mercenary leader and his 3 companions began plotting. Brothers 2 and 3 wear extra layers when you go to the underground garage to scout out what kind of security door they have. Brother 4, keep a close eye on whether there are any surveillance devices at his door. We must ensure everything is foolproof. Understood, Big Brother? The 3 of them, needing to prepare for their mission, had Tang Tiantian share the last remaining flatbread with them, which they wolfed down with a cup of salt water. Dressed in ill-fitting down jackets, they exited through the underground garage door, cautiously making their way to the underground entrance of Sun Ran's villa, following the parking lot signage. Hold on, let me check for cameras first. Brother 4 pulled out a night vision binocular, an essential piece of equipment for their mission. After activating it, he scrutinized the area around the security door, finding no red dots indicating hidden cameras. Damn, this Sun Ran is truly a country bumpkin. He has so much money yet can't even afford a camera. He deserves to be taken down by us. The 4th individual retracted his night vision binoculars and disdainfully remarked. The 2nd and 3rd individuals rose, declaring that since there were no cameras, they would not bother with pretense. They proceeded directly to the fortified door. Wow, this door is quite impressive. It seems to be military grade in terms of blast resistance. 3rd, do you think you can open it? The 3rd specialty lay in bomb disposal, lockpicking, and other intricate tasks. After observing for a considerable time, he furrowed his brow and stated, it will take roughly an hour. And we will need to employ a small pinpoint explosive. So complicated? The 3rd crouched down once more, scrutinizing the door carefully, and said, it's unfortunate that this Sun Ran didn't install any surveillance. Yet he has managed to set up such a sophisticated door. How cunning! The trio remained huddled beneath the door, engaged in deliberation, utterly oblivious to the 4 water spray devices that suddenly emerged from above. In the next moment, the 4 devices, akin to high-pressure water guns, targeted the 3 men and unleashed a torrent of frigid water. The temperature in the underground parking garage plummeted to a chilling minus 50 degrees. While the outdoors was a bracing minus 80 degrees, the concept of minus 50 degrees seemed foreign to everyone. It's essentially the temperature at which water freezes upon contact. Before the three men could react, they were doused in icy water, their heads and clothes instantly drenched, and within mere seconds, they were frozen solid. The three men screamed in terror, scrambling to escape the spray zone, but the four water devices seemed to have a mind of their own, relentlessly pursuing them. Drawing upon their years of training as mercenaries, they supported one another and finally managed to flee from the deluge, staggering towards Villa 1, their pants soaked and rendering every step a Herculean effort. Fortunately, they had consumed some food before leaving, enabling their bodies to generate enough heat. Otherwise, they would have met their demise right there. Meanwhile, Sun Ran monitored the scene from inside, chuckling heartily as he watched the trio's desperate escape. In truth, the moment they ventured within a 300-meter radius of his residence, the Xiaodu smart assistant had already alerted him. For there were 200 hidden cameras within that range, allowing clear visibility of the trio's appearances and even their conversations. As they congregated, Sun Ran commanded Xiaodu to activate the water trap. This time, the spray consisted of regular water. Had he infused the mechanism with some sort of narcotic, it would have incapacitated them in mere seconds. And given the current external temperature, it could indeed prove fatal. However, Sun Ran was not inclined to commit murder at this juncture. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun, and such actions would not align with the present circumstances. For now, it was sufficient to temper the bravado of these mercenaries. Chapter 21. Borrowing food from Villa 2 at Song Ren's abode. Upon witnessing his three subordinates return resembling popsicles, the first was immediately incensed. Could it be that Sun Ran had anticipated the onset of extreme weather and prepared accordingly? After all, what rational person would install water spray devices at their own door? Yet this was not the time to pursue inquiries regarding Sun Ran. The three were on the brink of freezing to death. Song Ren and the first hurriedly stripped the three of their wet clothing, wrapping them in dry blankets while instructing Tang Tiantian to boil some hot water. Each of the three clutched a cup of hot water, taking a while to recover, yet they trembled violently, their faces pale and their speech slurred. Song Ren fanned the flames of indignation. That Sun Ran is truly despicable. In such frigid weather, to spray water on people is nothing short of barbaric. The first furrowed his brow, responding, "This Sun Ran is no ordinary man. He seems to have foreseen the impending extreme weather and cleverly set this trap at his doorstep. This matter requires careful consideration." Song Ren nodded, saying, "Brother One, I believe our most pressing concern right now is to procure some food. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves without sustenance today." The first scoffed dismissively, "Oh, that's simple enough. Once my brothers have regained their composure, we will venture to Villa 2 to borrow some supplies. If they refuse, they needn't blame my men for their ruthlessness." Song Ren quickly flattered, "With your brothers in action, it will undoubtedly be a piece of cake. Brothers, rest assured, once this extreme weather passes, I shall increase your pay. Let us say an additional 5 million. The first nodded with a smile, "Thank you, Mr. Song. Shortly, my brothers will head to Villa 2. And you and Mrs. Song can await our good news at home." The four mercenaries had returned to the country from afar solely for the sake of money. Thus, when the employer suddenly offered more, the first and his brothers felt compelled to honor his wishes by seeking out some food. An hour later, the three unfortunate brothers had fully recovered but needed to find food immediately. Otherwise, their bodies would lack energy and eventually succumb. Mr. Song, who resides in Villa 2. Villa 2 was home to an elderly couple whose son rarely returned from abroad. Their daughter worked locally but did not live with them. "All right, let us head to Villa 2 to borrow some supplies. Mr. Song, you stay here and await our return." With that, the four donned their gear and made their way through the underground passage to the parking garage. Arriving at the entrance of Villa 2, they knocked for quite some time, yet no one answered. "Are they deaf?" The third, assigned to knock, was nearly breaking his hand. "Damn it, they might have frozen to death. Let us just pick the lock." "Not a problem, big brother. I'll have it done in 5 minutes." The third retrieved his tools and began working on the door lock. This lock was not nearly as complex as Sun Ran's blast door. Within 3 minutes, it was done. The first brandished a folding knife and boldly stepped through the threshold. "Is anyone home?" Still, no answer. Could it be that they truly had perished? As the group descended to the first floor, they found it eerily silent. They dispersed in search of food, determined not to miss any opportunity. Meanwhile, the owners of the villa were huddled together in their bedroom for warmth. Although they had food, The biting cold and their advanced age rendered them more susceptible to the chill than the younger generation. The air conditioning had frozen over and was utterly inoperable. Fortunately, they found an electric heater previously used for their pet, which they had brought into the bedroom. Thus, after their meal, they returned to the warmth of their chamber, entirely unaware of the commotion occurring in the basement. "Honey, I think I hear someone downstairs." "Nonsense, my hearing is impeccable." "I haven't heard a thing," the old man stubbornly replied. "Listen, what is that noise?" "No, there's definitely something on the first floor. Let us go check it out. We must ensure no one has broken in to steal our food." The old man listened intently and seemed to concur that there was indeed a sound. They threw off their blankets, donned their clothing, and armed with a badminton racket, the two slowly descended the stairs, shivering all the while. "What are you lot doing? Put that stuff down." Indeed, as they reached midway down the stairs, they beheld four burly men rummaging through their belongings in search of food. The sudden shout startled the four intruders. Turning around, they were met by the sight of two elderly individuals. The first forced a congenial smile, adopting a pleasant demeanor as he spoke. "Uncle and Auntie, we are your neighbors. We knocked earlier, but no one answered. So I assumed you weren't home. Since you're here, that simplifies things. We are out of food and would like to purchase some from you, if that is agreeable." The adage it is hard to refuse a smiling face rang true. The old man set down the badminton racket, albeit reluctantly, and replied, "We don't have much to spare. Truly, we cannot sell you anything. Please leave and ask elsewhere." The second, a ruthless character, hoisted a 50-kilogram sack of rice and menacingly declared, "What do you mean you don't have food? Don't make me resort to force." The first did not intervene but continued to smile amiably at the old man, knowing someone had to play the villain. The old man, glancing at the imposing figures of the four men, realized that refusing to sell anything might lead to dire consequences. "How could I forget? Here, take this sack of rice. Just give me 200 yuan." The first nodded, grinning. "Excellent. Second, pay him, and let us also take the potatoes and meat from the fridge. We'll give you 500 for the lot." "All right, brother." The two elderly individuals could only watch helplessly as their food supplies were taken. With this sack of rice, they could stretch their rations for about 5 more days. They hoped that the forecast of rising temperatures and the end of extreme weather would indeed come to pass after 5 days. The elderly couple sighed in relief as they watched the four men depart. Thankfully, they had a habit of storing food. There were still 2 bags of rice and flour, along with some cured meats and pickled vegetables in their basement. In less than 10 minutes, the first returned with a sack of rice, several potatoes, and frozen meat. Song Run was ecstatic upon seeing the bounty, immediately summoning Tang Tiantian to prepare a meal. The 4 men, like ravenous wolves, fixated on Tang Tiantian's curvaceous figure, and Song Ren inwardly lamented, "Damn this weather, it better clear up soon, or I might end up wearing a green hat." As the sun rose, Sun Ran found that Lin Yao had prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Due to the exceedingly high intensity of Sun Ran and Su Ningming's daily workouts, they require a greater quantity of meat as sustenance. Thus, for breakfast, 4 steaks were pan-fried, accompanied by freshly squeezed orange juice, crispy fries, and several cheese meatballs. These were not ready-made dishes purchased from a restaurant. Rather, they were crafted by Lin Yao from the beef she retrieved from the refrigerator on the ground floor. Su Ningming, who had already completed a 5-kilometer aerobic run that morning, was now ravenously hungry, eagerly grabbing the steak to devour it. Sun Ran, chuckling, took out his phone to capture a picture of Su Ningming enjoying her steak. Alongside the lavish breakfast spread, naturally including the gracious and lovely Lin Yao. He then shared the photo in their group chat, tagging Zhao Qian at that moment. Zhao Qian was sipping a bowl of rice porridge, her only accompaniment being a serving of shredded potatoes with no oil, merely seasoned with a pinch of salt. Hearing her mother's phone ring, Zhao Yi dashed over, picked it up, and upon seeing the delectable array of food in the photo, was immediately brought to tears, exclaiming, "I want fries and ketchup. I don't want rice porridge. I want to eat." Zhao Qian hurriedly snatched the phone away, glaring at the image of Sun Ran, her teeth clenched in frustration. Such a sumptuous breakfast, with 2 stunning beauties accompanying it, felt like a deliberate provocation. But why should he want to provoke her? Could it be that he sought her attention, intentionally trying to make her jealous? Yes, that must be it. Subsequently, Zhao Qian dialed Sun Ran's number. Chapter 22 Experts state that extreme weather will persist for another month. While enjoying his meal, Sun Ran received Zhao Qian's call. Once the call connected, both parties fell into silence. Sun Ran was busy savoring his food, while Zhao Qian was trying to maintain her composure. 10 seconds passed before Sun Ran, growing impatient, hung up the phone. What was the point of this silence? Zhao Qian stared incredulously at the disconnected call, thinking, perhaps it was an accidental misdial, so she tried again. The call connected once more, and this time Zhao Qian adopted a softer tone, saying, "Darling, stop right there. No more darling, we are no longer married. If you have something to say it, and if not, I'm eating. Why do you treat me this way? I know you sent that photo to grab my attention and to provoke me. I want to say, you succeeded, darling. I was wrong that I've been reflecting on my past mistakes these days. I genuinely seek your forgiveness, even if just once. Can you give me a chance? I truly love you. I do not care about your money, your villa, or your food. I only care for you. Now I realize, you are the one who treats me the best." As Zhao Qian spoke, an ingenious revenge plan suddenly materialized in Sun Ran's mind. Since he had nothing else to do at the moment, he might as well indulge in some fun. Is what you're saying true? You don't care about my money? You only love me as a person? Yes, Sun Ran, it's true. During this time, I haven't even gone to the office. I've been at home thinking about you and reminiscing about our 5 years together. Boo-hoo. All right, enough with the tears, I'll think about it. But you did hurt me quite deeply. I'll call you once I've made up my mind. After hanging up, Sun Ran scoffed, "What a drama queen." Su Ningming, not pleased, remarked, "Sun Ran, are you considering forgiving Zhao Qian?" Haha, not at all. I just remembered a rather amusing revenge plan. It will definitely be more satisfying than eliminating her entire family. Intrigued, Su Ningming inquired, "What is the plan? Tell me." Sun Ran replied mysteriously, "If I tell you, it won't be fun anymore. In 3 days, the plan will be set in motion. You'll see, it will be absolutely entertaining. After all, staying cooped up at home every day is quite dull." Lin Yao, overhearing their conversation, felt a bit lost but refrained from asking further questions, recognizing she had only recently joined their circle and there were matters Sun Ran preferred to keep secret. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian, having ended the call, entered the living room with an excited expression, exclaiming, "Sun Ran said he is going to forgive me. Soon we can live in his villa, enjoying all sorts of delicacies." Song Shuzhen promptly stood up, saying, "Really? That is wonderful. My daughter truly possesses charm. Sun Ran is just a lovesick fool. Darling, you must seize this opportunity." Zhao Ren, clearly a playboy, had not even bothered to call her in all these days. Just a heartless ingrate." Zhao Xiaoju also approached with a sheepish grin, saying, "Sis, I was wrong the other day. Please don't take it to heart. I shouldn't have spoken to you that way." Zhao Qian graciously replied, "All right, Xiaoju, you are my brother. I can't really hold a grudge against you. Thank you, sis. Soon we'll be wealthy, and I will treat my brother-in-law well." The family, filled with hope, happily sipped their rice porridge. In the neighborhood owners group chat, messages about purchasing supplies continued to circulate daily. However, ever since Sun Ran advised against selling food, there had been a marked decrease in altruistic offers. This led to an increase in resentment towards Sun Ran from those without food, especially as they witnessed him posting pictures of various dishes in the chat, further fueling their frustration. Those lacking provisions had no choice but to swallow their pride and pay exorbitant prices to their neighbors. On the 9th day of the apocalypse, Zhao Qian, "Has Sun Ran not called you yet?" "What does he mean? Didn't he say he forgave you? Why hasn't he made a decision?" After days of consuming nothing but rice porridge, Zhao Qian felt utterly drained, and the rice she purchased from the neighbor was nearly gone. "Mom, why are you so anxious?" He is likely just as conflicted, especially since the child is not his. "We must be understanding. I'll send him another message to check." Zhao Qian quickly grabbed her phone and typed a message. "Daddy, have you made your decision? I genuinely wish to repent that I promised to give you a healthy baby, and we can name him Sundaba. How does that sound? He will carry your surname because he is your flesh and blood. Is that all right, darling?" The message was sent. Sun Ran, upon reading the text, felt utterly defeated by this woman's shamelessness. "Zhao Qian, give me one more day. Tomorrow I will provide you with an answer, but don't push me too hard. I am still deeply wounded." Seeing a glimmer of hope, Zhao Qian immediately sent a sultry photo of herself, braving the cold that made her shiver. Yet, in her quest to secure her position, she endured it. Sun Ran opened the photo and had to admit, Zhao Qian indeed had the looks. Her beauty and figure were exceptional, befitting a campus belle in comparison. Lin Yao's beauty seemed slightly overshadowed, though her physique certainly held its own. Only Su Ningming could rival her in terms of beauty. Sun Ran chose not to respond to the message but instead opened a short video application. The time frame mentioned by the experts about the weather returning to normal in 7 to 10 days was fast approaching. Outside, temperatures had plummeted to -85 degrees, showing no signs of recovery. Many residents in the community were already suffering from colds and fevers, and with the lack of clothing and food, it would not be long before incidents of freezing and starvation began to emerge. Various so-called experts, bundled in thick down jackets, sat comfortably at home, confidently proclaiming that the weather would surely improve within the next day or two, claiming the sun was regaining its vigor and that the Earth's temperature in certain regions had already risen by 3 to 5 degrees. Sun Ran chuckled to himself, it's -80 degrees, and they're still making ridiculous claims for views and likes, utterly shameless. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, an authoritative news broadcast announced the latest updates. According to the weather station and astronomical observatory, the coverage and duration of the high-energy particle beam were unprecedented. This cold wave could potentially last for another month or even longer, with temperatures continuing to decline. Due to the severe weather, the military and government were currently unable to organize effective rescue efforts, urging citizens nationwide to organize their own rescue operations. They urged everyone to maintain faith, as human determination could overcome nature. And so forth. The news spread rapidly, with various short video platforms sharing it widely, plunging humanity into despair. Many residents of Longxi community sincerely thanked Sun Ran for his efforts in advising those with supplies not to sell them, while others harbored deep resentment towards him, lamenting their own lack of provisions. How were they supposed to survive? Moreover, with the experts on television predicting the situation would persist for a month or longer, there was no concrete timeline in sight. Were they truly going to starve to death? A wave of hopelessness covered the entire blue star. Could humanity really be facing extinction? Chapter 23 The Zhao Qian family moves into the villa. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, upon waking, Sun Ran, displaying remarkable discipline, made his way to the GYM.at. This point, the 40-kilogram dumbbells were insufficient to challenge his strength, so he escalated the weight to 60 kilograms. With both hands moving effortlessly, the 60 kilograms felt as light as 2 leaves in his grasp, as if weightless. After 1,000 lifts, he hopped onto the treadmill, cranking up the speed to the maximum. Completing a fasted aerobic run of 10 kilometers in just 15 minutes, Tio put this into perspective. A typical 10-kilometer run usually takes around 45 minutes or more. Sun Ran accomplished it in a third of the time. After dismounting, he proceeded to engage in various high-intensity exercises. Su Ningming, equally determined, executed her workouts with impressive precision, effortlessly lifting 45 kilograms with one hand. After an hour of training, they made their way to the dining area. Sun Ran, what is the status of your revenge plan? I can barely contain my curiosity. Haha, today we shall set it into motion. The plan is as follows. Zhao Qian, I have made up my mind. I have decided to forgive you. Over these past few months, I have realized that you have always held a special place in my heart. However, you must promise never to contact Song Ren again. Upon receiving the message, Zhao Qian leapt up with joy, her excitement palpable as she eagerly replied, Darling, rest assured, I will never contact Song Ren again. I will devote myself entirely to serving you. When do you think we can move into your villa? And who are Su Ningming and that other woman? Sun Ran smiled, having successfully reeled her in. They are my business partners. The funds I used to purchase the raw stones in Myanmar came from them. What are you implying that they own half of the villa? Indeed, it's fine. Your family can move in as well. There is ample space, and while the food may not be extravagant, it will certainly suffice. Zhao Qian pondered, reasoning that since they were just 2 women, they could easily evict them later, huffing, competing with me, Zhao Qian. For a man, they are far too inexperienced. Mom, Dad, little brother, hurry and bring the kids. We are heading to Sun Ran's villa now. He has already forgiven me. That's wonderful, sis. When you talk to your brother-in-law, could you ask him to let me stay on the 3rd floor once I marry Nana? Of course, that's a simple request. Your brother-in-law is still my devoted admirer, so don't worry. Zhao Yi, unsure of where to go, jumped up at the mention of devoted admirer and exclaimed, Devoted admirer, Daddy? Devoted admirer, Daddy? Zhao Qian chuckled but said nothing. With little to pack, they took a few changes of clothes and toiletries, bundled themselves up warmly, and set out. After traversing the underground parking lot for nearly 15 minutes, They arrived at the fortified entrance of Sun Ran's villa. Sun Ran, open the door. We're here. Outside, Zhao Qian's family shivered in the cold. The fortified door opened automatically, and they stepped into the warm changing room of the basement level, instantly feeling the warmth envelop them. Why was Sun Ran's villa so warm? If the basement was this cozy, surely the upper floors were even warmer. Sun Ran, casually dressed in a tank top and shorts, descended, presenting a stark contrast to their attire. Zhao Qian, Dad, Mom, you have arrived. Just leave your clothes here and come inside to warm up. The family, shedding their usual arrogance, obediently removed their outer garments. Zhao Qian, clad only in a form-fitting top, approached Sun Ran with a smile and softly said, Darling, thank you for forgiving us. Suddenly, Zhao Yi shouted from the side. Devoted admirer daddy, devoted admirer daddy. Zhao Xiaozhu kicked him from behind, scolding, How can you speak to my brother-in-law like that, you little rascal? Zhao Yi, kicked and frustrated, opened his mouth to cry, his wailing loud enough to capture the attention of adults, as he thrived in a crowd. Just then, Zhao Ye's cries attracted Su Ningming and Lin Yao, who frowned and remarked, I must make it clear, Sun Ran, I allowed you to bring your ex-wife's family over, but if they misbehave, they must leave immediately. They should not disturb others. Sun Ran immediately adopted a subservient tone, saying, All right, Ningming, Manager Lin, thank you for your understanding. Zhao Qian observed that her husband was not in charge of this villa, which was not quite what she had envisioned. She turned to quiet Zhao Ye's cries, and after some coaxing, he finally stopped. Exiting the changing room, Zhao Qian's family was left speechless by the sight of countless shelves in the basement filled with an abundance of goods, neatly arranged cans of meat, candies, chocolates, large jars of M&Ms, assorted snacks, fries, chips, rice, vegetables, fruits, instant noodles, and sausages. My goodness. There are so many jars of Lao Gan Ma, their vibrant red bottles lined up together. It's simply the most beautiful sight in the world. This was paradise, undoubtedly a slice of heaven. With this plethora of supplies, they could easily last 2 years if they rationed out. No, they must find a way to get rid of those 2 women. Everything here would belong to Zhao Qian in the future. Seizing the moment while others were distracted, Zhao Yi stealthily grabbed a piece of chocolate and stuffed it into his clothes. Upon entering the first-floor living room, Zhao Qian's family felt as if they had stepped into a grand palace, their eyes overwhelmed by the lavish surroundings. The warmth in the villa was palpable, and as they compared it to the one where Song Ren resided, it was clear there was no contest. Darling, why is this villa so warm? Sun Ran, seemingly enjoying Zhao Qian calling him darling, excitedly explained. The entire house is equipped with electric heating. Every floor has heat outlets. Even if the power goes out, we can still use coal for heating. Wow, that's so advanced. You are truly impressive, darling, Sun Ran humbly replied. It's nothing extraordinary. These ideas came from Su Ningming and Manager Lin. You must be hungry. I have prepared some food for you. This way to the kitchen. In the kitchen, there was a large pot of rice porridge, a few boiled potatoes, and several bags of pickled vegetables, nothing more. Zhao Qian expressed her displeasure. Darling, we eat rice porridge every day at home. Can we have something different? Before Sun Ran could respond, Su Ningming interjected sarcastically. All the food and supplies in this villa belong to the 2 of us. Sun Ran has no authority to allocate food. Just having something to eat is already generous. Why are you being picky? Sun Ran, suddenly agitated, exclaimed. Enough. My wife and her family have just arrived. Surely we should have some meat? Do I not have even this small right? Su Ningming scoffed, saying, Sun Ran, you better recognize your position. There is some leftover meat in the fridge. Consider it a pity for your ex-wife's family. With that, she ascended the stairs. Sun Ran awkwardly chuckled, remarking, This woman is truly unreasonable. Come on, let's eat. He then turned and retrieved half a roasted chicken and half a pork knuckle from the fridge. Zhao Qian's family, starved, began to fight over the chicken and pork knuckle, while Sun Ran stood aside, smirking, thinking to himself that the real show was yet to come in 10 minutes. All the food had vanished. Zhao Qian, wiping her mouth sheepishly, asked, Darling, where will our family be staying? Sun Ran replied, Come, let us go to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the innermost part of the 2nd floor, Sun Ran opened a door and said, This is it? Song Shuzhen, who had been silent for a long time, expressed her displeasure. Sun Ran, are you suggesting that we all squeeze into one room? Sun Ran nodded helplessly, stating, Yes, there is nothing I can do. After all, My words hold no weight. Zhao Qian thought to herself. As expected, he is still as useless as before. However, she maintained a facade, not revealing her disdain for Sun Ran, and cheerfully said, "This place is perfectly fine. There's food and drink, and it's warm. Once the extreme weather passes, darling, we will move out to that point. You can use the money from selling jade to buy a small villa." What an absurd dream, Sun Ran chuckled, saying, "I have no funds left to buy a villa. The money I received was spent on this villa. I initially intended to sell it for a profit, but who would have thought the extreme weather would hit so suddenly? I currently have nothing." Zhao Qian quickly thought of a way out. "It's all right, darling, don't lose hope. This extreme weather will likely pass soon, and once the villa is sold, we will be fine." Sun Ran replied with a wry smile, "Zhao Qian, to allow your family to move in, I transferred my shares in this house to those two. Otherwise, they would never have agreed to let you in. This means I now possess not a single penny." "What? Are you serious?" Zhao Qian's face immediately fell, her previous admiration and affection replaced by anger and despair. Sun Ran nodded earnestly. Upon realizing the truth, Zhao Qian felt darkness cloud her vision. After all this commotion, her ability to reside in the villa was due to Sun Ran exchanging his shares for it. That foolish man. He was nothing but a penniless fool. Chapter 24. Zhao Qian, who was thrown out after just one day. Sun Ran returned to his room with a face full of regret, leaving Zhao Qian's family to process the situation. Meanwhile, Su Ningming and Lin Yao awaited him in their room. "How do we do? Our performance was quite good, wasn't it?" Sun Ran laughed heartily. "Indeed, if we were to film a short drama with this cast, it would surely be a hit. I never realized you had such talent." Su Ningming beamed with pride. "Of course, if I debuted, I would undoubtedly become a shining star in the entertainment industry. Now, tell me, what was their reaction when they learned you had no money?" Sun Ran reminisced thoughtfully. "Well, it was quite a spectacle. First shock, then disbelief, followed by despair, and yes, disdain. Overall, I believe the expressions of Zhao Qian's family could be included in a performance textbook for acting students at Beijing Film Academy." "Ha ha ha, that was brilliant. Now, let's proceed with our plan." "Okay." In the evening, Su Ningming and Lin Yao were seated at the dining table, indulging in steak, French fries, and hamburgers, while Sun Ran and Zhao Qian's family huddled around a small table in the living room, consuming rice porridge accompanied by steamed buns. The stark contrast of their situations deeply troubled Zhao Qian, especially upon learning that Sun Ran had relinquished shares of real estate valued in the hundreds of millions to ensure that her family could move into the villa without suffering from hunger or cold. This revelation only added to her distress. She was torn between feeling touched or scolding him. Zhao Qian scoffed internally. Feeling touched was out of the question for this useless man who couldn't even manage 2 women. Indeed, there were 2 women here, while she had her own brother and father, along with Sun Ran, 3 men, who couldn't possibly be outmatched by 2 women. After finishing their meal, Su Ningming stood up, her expression darkening as she said, "You all should finish up quickly and return to your rooms. We wish to watch television in the living room." Sun Ran cautiously interjected, "Ningmeng, it's not even 7 yet. There's nothing to do in the rooms so early. Why not let them watch some television too?" "Absolutely not. Allowing them in here has been generous enough. If they don't comply, they can leave," exclaimed Su Ningming. Song Shuzhen rose, hands on her hips, and retorted, "You 2 young ladies are being excessively unreasonable. We are here because my son-in-law, Sun Ran, transferred his shares to you. Even if we paid to stay here, why should we be subjected to your demands?" Su Ningming, instead of getting angry, laughed mockingly. "Ha! You're quite amusing. Indeed, Sun Ran transferred the shares to us in exchange for your right to reside here, but your daily food expenses amount to 3,000 yuan. When the extreme weather passes, Sun Ran will owe us this money because all the food has been purchased by me and manager Lin. Sun Ran hasn't contributed a single penny." Zhao Qian's face turned pale in an instant. What other secrets was this useless Sun Ran hiding from them? If they stayed for a month, it would amount to nearly 100,000 yuan. Sun Ran hung his head in silence, embodying the image of a failure. Zhao Qian pulled Song Shuzhen and Zhao Dazhu, who were eager to argue, back to their room to plot their next move. Relying on Sun Ran, the useless man, was clearly futile. They would have to depend on their own resources. With only 2 young women against her father and brother, who were both robust men, they would seize the opportunity tomorrow to find a rolling pin or a kitchen knife as a weapon. They would overwhelm the villa and claim it as their own. At that point, These two women and the brother would belong to her. Forget about her crush on Xiao Na. These two women were quite attractive and well-formed. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoju eagerly nodded in agreement. Sister, your plan is brilliant. These two women are absolute gems. Haha, I could easily have 2 wives and a grand villa. What a peak in life. Zhao Dazhu, their father, disapproved, frowning. Xiaoju, aren't you worried about your health? I want to have my share of fun with these two women too. Song Shuzhen, now agitated, scolded. How dare you? You can't even satisfy me, yet you're eyeing other women? I swear I'll claw you to pieces. Zhao Dazhu quickly dodged. That's not the same. I want to enjoy myself. Otherwise, let Zhao Xiaoju do all the work tomorrow while I just watch. Zhao Qian swiftly intervened as a peacemaker. Enough, Mom. As long as there is food, drink, and a warm place, the matters between men and women are trivial. Here's the plan. From Monday to Friday, the two women can entertain Xiaoju. And on weekends, let Dad have his fun. Song Shuzhen could only nod reluctantly but then cautioned. Zhao Qian, this is illegal. What if, once the extreme weather passes, they accuse us of breaking and entering? Zhao Qian confidently replied. Isn't their son Ran? He's eager to be my lapdog. We'll just say he's responsible for everything, and he'll bear the consequences alone. We'll deny it to the end. Upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, everyone felt a stir of excitement. This was a grand villa, filled with provisions. Was it worth taking the risk? Unbeknownst to them, every word exchanged in the room was transmitted to Sun Ran's phone via hidden cameras. And he listened intently, sharing knowing glances with his companions, fully aware of the unfolding situation. 89 o'clock. Zhao Qian's family had merely consumed a bit of porridge, and the buns were so hard they could choke a person. They were now too hungry to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Qian, I'm coming in. The door swung open to reveal Sun Ran, who carried 2 roasted chickens and 2 pig trotters. I assumed you hadn't eaten enough this evening, so I brought some food. I noticed they were asleep and managed to sneak some provisions for you. Please, eat up. The family, unusually silent, accepted the food with cold indifference, not even uttering a word of thanks. Sun Ran feigned closeness to Zhao Qian, but she recoiled from him as if he were a plague, immediately distancing herself and leaving him no chance to approach. Sun Ran, adopting a pitiful demeanor, said, Zhao Qian, we had previously agreed that I would forgive you if you were willing to have a child with me. How about we move to the adjacent room tonight? Once the extreme weather passes, we can remarry. Zhao Qian responded with a cold smile. Sun Ran, you're aware that it's extreme weather now. I have no inclination for such matters. Let us postpone this for a while. It is getting late. You should return to rest. Sun Ran left, disappointment etched on his face, reflecting, this is the cost of being a saint. Thankfully, it's all just a performance. Otherwise, I would be hurt once again. The following morning, Zhao Xiaoju and Zhao Dazhu awoke at around 5 o'clock, descending to the living room to search for suitable weapons to hide, preparing for their coup. After a lengthy search, they found no rolling pin or kitchen knife. Realizing that these two women were quite cautious in their hiding, with no other option, they removed the legs from a stool and concealed the broken stool. Soon after, Su Ningming and Lin Yao descended to prepare breakfast. In a short while, their sumptuous breakfast was ready. Sun Ran, go make your own breakfast. Remember, you're only allowed rice porridge and steamed buns. Sun Ran obediently headed to the kitchen to cook. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoju and Zhao Dazhu exchanged knowing glances and entered the kitchen together. Brother-in-law, let me help you. As he spoke, Zhao Xiaoju sidled up to Su Ningming, and in a swift motion, he brandished the concealed stool leg and aimed it at Su Ningming's head. Just as Su Ningming was about to be struck, she suddenly moved, twisting her upper body to evade the fatal blow, then swiftly turned and delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Xiaoju's solar plexus, sending him flying 3 meters away. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Zhao Dazhu dropped the pretense and swung the stool leg. However, to Su Ningming, his actions appeared to be in slow motion, and she easily sidestepped before grabbing a plate from behind her and flinging it at Zhao Dazhu's face. The plate shattered, sending a few of Zhao Dazhu's teeth scattering to the ground. Ouch, my teeth. Only then did Sun Ran feign a reaction, wrapping his arms around Su Ningming and shouting, why are you attacking me? Su Ningming executed a shoulder throw, sending Sun Ran crashing to the ground, placing her foot on his chest as she laughed heartily. With just the 3 of you, you dare to ambush me? How laughable! I declare, you are all to leave my villa immediately. Otherwise, I will break all your limbs. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoju lay unconscious, while Zhao Dazhu was bleeding profusely, groaning in pain nearby. Sun Ran, pinned to the ground, could not move. Zhao Qian and Song Shuzhen stood by, mouths agape, too stunned to approach. Is this woman really that formidable? One girl against 3 men, Sun Ran shouted. If we leave, we must be given a bag of rice. Su Ningming chuckled. Fine, consider it feeding the dogs. I want to even charge you for the meals of the past few days. You all hurry and get out. Struggling, Sun Ran managed to stand up, helping Zhao Xiaozhu, while Zhao Qian and Song Shuzhen supported Zhao Dazhu. Zhao Yi, frightened, dared not speak and quietly followed behind. As they passed the storage room on the first floor, their eyes widened at the sight of provisions comparable to a large supermarket. But only Sun Ran silently hoisted a 50-kilogram bag of rice. In the changing room, he donned a thick down jacket before leaving in a disheveled state. The moment the blast-proof door closed, Zhao Qian felt the biting cold of the weather once more, and her heart sank into despair. She paid no heed to her unconscious brother or the bloodied Zhao Dazhu, desperately trudging back toward her home. Chapter 25. Unveiling the mystery. The unfortunate family Sun Ran effortlessly carried the unconscious Zhao Xiaoju, feigning great effort while dragging the bag of rice behind him. Song Shuzhen shot him a disapproving glance. Snorting softly as she supported Zhao Dazhu ahead. As the group moved farther away, Sun Ran slapped Zhao Xiaoju across the face. Zhao Xiaoju showed no reaction, likely still dazed from Su Ningming's earlier kick. What a useless fellow! After more than 10 minutes, the group returned to Zhao Qian's home, shivering from the cold. The familiar door, the familiar layout, the familiar temperature. It was truly freezing. At this point, Zhao Xiaoju had regained consciousness and, seeing his useless brother-in-law Sun Ran supporting him, immediately shoved Sun Ran's hand away and entered the house unassisted. As Sun Ran attempted to follow with the bag of rice, Zhao Qian approached, snatching the rice from him and coldly stating, Sun Ran, I'm sorry, but we have no extra space for you to stay. You should leave. Sun Ran, with a look of astonishment, remarked, Zhao Qian, why? I have already forgiven you. Did you not promise to bear my children? Zhao Qian scoffed coldly and retorted, please, don't be so naive. At that time, you were wealthy, possessing a villa and ample resources. Of course, I would consider having children with you. But now? What do you have? You are nothing but a penniless wastrel. Get lost. Do not let me see you again. Sun Ran feigned disbelief, expressing his anguish. I relinquished my shares in the villa to ensure your family could reside there. Do you not realize that I still love you? What is love worth? It is worth less than this bag of rice. Hurry and leave. Just the sight of you disgusts me, you good for nothing. Zhao Qian pushed Sun Ran away while shutting the door. Sun Ran banged on the door loudly, attracting the attention of neighbors who came to investigate. Eventually, he could only leave with his head bowed in defeat. This worthless individual had lost everything and still hoped to take advantage of me. How ridiculous! Song Shuzhen brought a 50-kilogram bag of rice into the kitchen, saying, make it last. It should last us 20 days. I hope the extreme weather passes soon. As she spoke, she opened the bag of rice. Oh, what is this, a letter? She opened the letter, and Zhao Qian and the others gathered around to read the note that had been hidden inside the rice bag. Hello, Zhao Qian. What a delightfully absurd situation. However, I sincerely hope you never read this letter, for its reading would signify your failure in my test. In truth, I was deceiving you. This villa is mine, and Su Ningming and Lin Yao are my women. All the resources within the villa were purchased with my money, and I still have billions in my bank account. The test was simple. When you learned I exchanged my shares in the villa for your right to reside there, you should have shown immense gratitude and appreciation. Instead, you wore a face of disbelief and disdain, failing the first test. But fear not. I devised a second test. Last night, when I stealthily delivered roast chicken and pig trotters, I suggested we move to the adjacent room. If you had simply agreed to chat, you would have passed. But upon discovering my financial struggles and the daily debt of 3,000 yuan for food, your family sought to claim my 2 women, allowing Zhao Xiaozhu to play from Monday to Friday while your old lecherous father had weekends. Your greed is truly ludicrous. Since your family entered the villa, every move has been monitored. Therefore, I must say, Zhao Qian, your family truly deserves this fate. Farewell. I shall return to the villa and continue to enjoy my life. I wish for you to freeze or starve to death. Upon finishing the letter, Zhao Qian's face turned pale, leaving her speechless for a long while. Zhao Xiaoju interjected, "Bah, he must be boasting. How could that villa belong to him? I do not believe it." Just then, Zhao Qian's phone rang. It was a video call from Sun Ran. She immediately answered, "Sun Ran, what do you mean? Explain yourself." In the video, Sun Ran appeared in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, his muscular physique straining against his clothing. On the table before him lay an array of exquisite delicacies: gigantic king crabs, cheesy baked lobsters, and braised pork ribs, all steaming hot. "It's quite simple." The letter explained everything, no, and to assure you, look at this. Sun Ran produced the property deed, where only his name appeared as the rightful owner. "See? This villa belongs to me, and look closely at this." He then opened his mobile banking app, holding the screen to the camera. "This is my bank balance, 1,320,000,000. Zhao Qian, I am giving you an opportunity, yet you are utterly useless. Had you managed to pass just one test, it would be your family enjoying this feast." Zhao Qian's heart sank as Sun Ran continued. "What a pity you shall not partake in it." Su Ningming, clad in a tight-fitting short-sleeved top and ultra-short shorts, perched herself on Sun Ran's lap. Wrapping her arms around his neck, "Zhao Qian, with your brother and father being such worthless individuals, I could single-handedly take on 10 of them. How dare they attempt to ambush me, if I did not leave them incapacitated? It would be a testament to my kindness, wouldn't it, darling?" Sun Ran's hand rested in a rather inappropriate place as he chuckled. "Who knew their greed would lead them to covet you and Lin Yao? Truly, they are heartless." Meanwhile, Zhao Qian's family watched the spectacle unfold, their expressions a mix of regret, anger, and shock. Only Zhao Yi, hiding in the corner, cautiously munched on stolen chocolate from the villa's basement. "Enough. We must eat now. Zhao Qian, do not even think of asking for my forgiveness again. That opportunity has vanished." With that, he ended the video call. Sun Ran laughed heartily. "I can only imagine how furious Zhao Qian's family must be right now." Su Ningming chimed in, "I bet they are turning on each other, assigning blame." "Indeed, how true." Zhao Xiaoju interjected, "Zhao Qian, you truly are a disgrace. My brother-in-law forgave you with great difficulty, yet you remain unsatisfied. Knowing he is broke, you could not even muster a kind word. If I were Sun Ran, I would certainly be displeased. Had you shown even a hint of gratitude, we would still be residing in the villa instead of suffering here in the cold." Song Shuzhen added her voice of reproach, "I am not one to speak ill of you, Zhao Qian, but you should have at least pretended to be grateful. Your arrogance is unbearable." At this moment, Zhao Qian was deaf to their criticisms, for she was utterly devastated. She had squandered an excellent opportunity. Why was she not filled with gratitude when a man sacrificed his wealth to secure a home for her family? Why did she not feel the slightest twinge of emotion? At that moment, Zhao Qian truly regretted her actions, regretted not feigning appreciation. But what was the use of lamenting now? She had once again wounded the man who possessed billions, a villa, and countless resources. Meanwhile, her family faced the grim reality of hunger and cold, but despite her regrets and sorrow, they still needed to eat. As she opened the bag of rice taken from the villa, she began preparing rice porridge, her movements so skilled they evoked sympathy. The family returned to their existence of subsisting on porridge. Shortly after finishing their steaming bowls, they collectively felt their stomachs growl ominously. An overwhelming urge for relief surfacing. Zhao Xiaoju, relying on his youth and agility, dashed into the restroom, not to emerge again. This left Zhao Qian and the others in dire straits, unable to hold back any longer. Knowing that every second could lead to an uncontrollable outburst, the temperature in the room plummeted below freezing, and they could not wash the only warm clothes they possessed. Ultimately, the family resorted to using several basins, each squatting in the living room to relieve themselves. The stench was unbearable. After the chaotic ordeal, they collectively sighed with relief, gazing into a basin of yellow liquid, nearly retching at the sight, before they could even carry the basin to the bathroom for rinsing. Another wave of desperation struck. No, the rice Sun Ran provided must be tainted. Just then, Zhao Qian's phone rang again. It was a video call from Sun Ran. While squatting, she answered, "What now?" "Oh, Zhao Qian, I forgot to mention. I added a laxative to that bag of rice, intending to use it for mice. I accidentally grabbed the wrong bag. Please, do not eat it." Sun Ran, you... Just as Zhao Qian was about to unleash her fury, Sun Ran had already ended the call. Meanwhile, the stench in Zhao Qian's home became unbearable as the family continued to suffer from the effects. Within a single day, the 5 family members had collectively relieved themselves over 20 times. Even expelling bile, coupled with the cold, their condition had deteriorated drastically. Chapter 26. The extreme weather prolongs. Organizing self-help groups on the 20th day of the apocalypse, Zhao Qian had blocked Sun Ran from her contacts. As he persistently sent her images of his meals 3 times a day to taunt her. Having blocked him, Sun Ran resorted to sharing the photos in the community group chat, each time provoking Zhao Qian's curiosity. She could not resist clicking to view, and with each glance, her hunger intensified and regret deepened. Since the last episode of diarrhea nearly cost them their lives, the family had taken 3 days to recover. Due to their ordeal, they had lost significant weight, and the neighbors, seeing their plight, sold them a small amount of noodles and rice at exorbitant prices to prevent starvation. Hello, everyone, I am an expert from the meteorological station, and I regret to inform you that the impact of the high-energy particle beam from deep space has far exceeded our expectations. This extreme weather could persist for a considerable duration. Everyone should prepare for long-term cold conditions and consider organizing self-help groups to assist one another through this crisis. Due to the extreme weather, effective rescue operations cannot be formed at this time. So I urge everyone to remain resilient. Experts finally spoke the truth. As this video circulated across various short video platforms, the public's despair deepened. Previously, some had secretly reveled in the joy of avoiding work and school, spending their days gaming. It was simply delightful. Yet now, this situation was life-threatening. With no food and unable to leave their homes, the dropping temperatures meant starvation or freezing to death was only a matter of time. Although the public is dissatisfied with the experts finally speaking the truth, the proposal to establish self-help groups at the community level has garnered considerable support. In the owners group of Longxi Jiayuan, discussions regarding this matter are currently underway. The residents of the first phase reside in high-rise buildings, totaling 10 structures. A man named Wang Gang spoke in the group, saying, "Hello, fellow owners, I am Wang Gang. Before the extreme weather, I worked at our street committee. As you have seen in the video shared by the experts, they suggested that we establish self-help groups by community. Given my prior experience in similar endeavors, I propose that we form a representative from each of the 10 buildings, 3 individuals per building, to discuss how we can weather this crisis together. Everyone is welcome to volunteer." With someone taking the initiative, the conversation became more animated. After more than 2 hours of discussion, representatives from each building were successfully selected, leading to the establishment of the Longxi Jiayuan Phase 1 Self-Help Association. Meanwhile, the residents of the ground floor apartments in Phase 2 and the villas in Phase 3 did not participate. Perhaps due to their affluence and well-stocked pantries. In Zhao Qian's building, which houses mainly young residents, no one was willing to step forward. However, Song Shuzhen stood up and unexpectedly was chosen. 30 individuals gathered in the underground parking lot and ultimately decided to convene at Song Shuzhen's home to discuss how to procure supplies. In addition to these 30 individuals, another person appeared. Song Ren, leveraging his identity as the developer's son, he insisted on joining the Phase 1 Self-Help Association. After all, being the developer's son warranted some respect. Thus, the Longxi Jiayuan Self-Help Association was formed with a total of 31 members. Upon arriving at Song Shuzhen's home, the living room quickly filled to capacity. Surprisingly, with so many people gathered, it felt considerably warmer. As soon as Zhao Qian entered, she spotted Song Ren. He promptly approached her and pulled her into the bedroom. "Don't touch me. Just say what you need to say," Zhao Qian replied with an air of indifference. In the preceding 2 months, she had consistently called Song Ren, urging him to find a way to resolve the situation with Sun Ran and reclaim the 2 million. If he failed to retrieve it, Song Ren would have to compensate her for that amount. However, when Song Ren attempted to confront Sun Ran, he faced a setback that left him in a foul mood, resulting in him harshly berating Zhao Qian and declaring that if she continued to call, she would receive nothing. Acknowledging his previous missteps, he softened his tone, saying, "Zhao Qian, I have hired 4 assassins. If they can take care of Sun Ran, all of his villa and wealth will belong to you. Once the extreme weather passes, you can move in. What do you think?" Zhao Qian was intrigued. If Song Ran succeeded, she could indeed reside in a villa. Moreover, she had not disclosed to Song Ran that Sun Ran possessed supplies hidden in a basement. If Song Ran were to eliminate Sun Ran, her family could monopolize those resources. Zhao Qian had lost interest in money, as the timeline for the extreme weather remained uncertain. Her greatest desire was simply to enjoy a proper meal. Their thoughts aligned perfectly. All right, Song Rin, you go ahead to the meeting, and if you need my cooperation, just let me know. As he gazed at Zhao Qian's beautiful face and curvaceous figure, a surge of desire ignited within him. Yet his own predicament left him disheartened. Sighing, he exited the room. After deliberation, they decided to nominate Wang Gang, who had been the first to speak in the group, as the president of the Self-Help Association, primarily due to his experience in handling trivial matters. The vice presidency was assigned to the wealthy Song Ren, who promised that once the extreme weather passed, each member of the self-help group would receive a reward of 200,000. Next, they discussed how to tackle the looming food shortage. Director Wang, Song Shuzhen was the first to stand and say, I believe we should collect supplies from each household and then distribute them equally based on the number of individuals in each family. For those who contribute more, we can keep a record and provide financial compensation once the extreme weather subsides. Wang Gang nodded in agreement, affirming, Sister Song's suggestion is excellent. Let's see if anyone has other proposals. Song Rin's own household was devoid of food, having consumed the last of what they purchased from Villa No. 2 just yesterday. If he were to go back, he would have no choice but to resort to theft. Thus, he was desperate to attend the self-help meeting. He stood up and said, I support Aunt Song's idea. As for the financial compensation after the extreme weather, I will cover it. The crowd regarded Song Ren with newfound respect. Realizing that this young man, despite his previous antics, exhibited a sense of responsibility. With no objections raised, they decided to proceed as Sister Song had suggested. I type slowly, so Xiao Song, you will be responsible for notifying everyone in the group. Be sure to add that if any household does not cooperate, they should not seek assistance from the Self-Help Association in future food shortages. No problem, I will take care of it right away. Hello, fellow owners. I am the newly appointed Vice President of the Longxi Jiayuan Self-Help Association. I would like to announce the self-help measures we discussed in our recent meeting. First, the Self-Help Association will collect everyone's supplies for centralized management and distribution based on household size. Second, families that contribute more supplies will receive monetary compensation from me after the extreme weather, with a minimum of 50,000 and no upper limit. Third, any household that refuses to join the Self-Help Association and does not voluntarily submit supplies will be blacklisted, and the association will not assist them in future shortages. Fourth, implementation will commence tomorrow morning. Please prepare all supplies in advance so that we can complete the initial inventory within a day. This will facilitate the swift execution of our next steps. We hope everyone will cooperate with the Self-Help Association as we navigate this crisis together. Chapter 27. Don't ask why. Just know I possess the genes of Chao Zai. Sun Ran, upon reading the pinned announcement in the group, couldn't help but chuckle. With 10 buildings, each 30 stories high and 3 households per floor, that amounts to 900 households. How much food could they possibly gather? The leaders of this self-help group would undoubtedly ensure they were well-fed first. May I ask how you leaders of the self-help group guarantee transparency in the collection of supplies? Who's to say that once we hand over all our food, you won't feast first and then distribute what's left to us? Sun Ran took the lead in questioning the group. Indeed, why should we trust you? Sorry, but our family will not participate. We are not participating either. I was already listening to my workplace leaders before this extreme weather. Now I'm close to starving and still have to heed the advice of you fools. Not participating. Not participating, Song Ran, who had previously been brimming with confidence, felt his enthusiasm doused upon witnessing the barrage of insults and refusals flooding the group. Furious at Sun Ran, the instigator of dissent, he seethed. That wretched Sun Ran, with his own food, dares to oppose me. Turning helplessly to President Wang Gang, he found Wang with a furrowed brow, saying nothing. It appeared that the Self-Help Association was on the verge of collapse before it even began. While the refusal to participate was understandable, after all, people tend to be inherently selfish. They resolved to first tally those willing to join, lest they alienate those who believed in their self-help initiative. Look at how adeptly the leaders communicate. Song Rin could only nod in resignation, and the attendees exchanged greetings before returning home. For dinner, Zhao Qian's family again had rice porridge. After finishing dinner, Sun Ran began his evening workout routine. After completing 20 pull-ups, his phone chimed with a notification. Upon checking, he saw a friend request from an unknown profile featuring a large lotus flower as the avatar. Curiosity compelled him to accept it. Sun Ran, it's your upstairs neighbor, Aunt Mi.Do. You remember me? Sun Ran chuckled as he looked at the screen. How could he forget this unpleasant memory? Of course, I remember. What can I do for you, Aunt Mi? Well, I've noticed the delicious pictures you post in the group daily, and I was wondering if I could buy some food from you. Rest assured, I won't let you suffer a loss. You know my grandson is at a crucial growth stage. We have no meat at home, and I'm really in a bind, hence my request that I apologize for the prior incident. It was my fault. Please, I implore you that I'll think about it. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Sun Ran did not resume his workout but instead moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, sitting in a chair and silently smoking a cigarette, reflecting on this unpleasant episode. On a summer evening 2 years ago, shortly after 8 o'clock, Zhao Qian returned home from work and encountered Mi Xiaoling along with her grandson, Xiao Xiaofu. Though they lived in the same building, they typically exchanged only casual greetings without any deeper interaction. As usual, Zhao Qian greeted Mi Xiaoling with a smile, but unexpectedly, her grandson Xiao Xiaofu stepped forward and grabbed Zhao Qian's chest multiple times with surprising force, causing her considerable pain. Startled, Zhao Qian let out a cry. Although Xiao Xiaofu was still a child, he was already 14 years old, nearly as tall as Zhao Qian, with a sturdy build and facial hair that suggested an unsettling maturity. One might easily mistake him for a 17 or 18-year-old. Incensed, Zhao Qian immediately confronted Xiao Xiaofu, ready to retaliate. Mi Xiaoling quickly intervened, pulling Zhao Qian back while saying, "Oh, why are you arguing with a child? He's just a boy, indulging in a bit of mischief." Red-faced with indignation, Zhao Qian retorted, "You call this behavior childish? This is sexual harassment, and I could report him. How shameless. At such a young age, if he continues like this, he'll surely end up in prison." Mi Xiaoling, equally incensed, shot back, "How dare you speak of my precious grandson like that? Humph. Who told you to dress so provocatively and then blame others for touching you? I see you as the shameless one." Zhao Qian, believing herself to be unrivaled in terms of shamelessness, realized that compared to Mi Xiaoling, she was merely a novice in a fit of rage. She raised her newly bought LV bag and swung it towards Mi Xiaoling's face, exclaiming, "You old hag, you're the one who is shameless. Your whole family is." Seeing Zhao Qian about to strike his grandmother, Xiao Xiaofu rushed forward, wrapping his arms around her waist, his hands still inappropriately roaming. "Ah, let go of me," Zhao Qian screamed, drawing the attention of nearby neighbors. Only then did Xiao Xiaofu release her, grinning at Zhao Qian while playfully sniffing his hands. Realizing she could not overpower the two, Zhao Qian decided to retreat upstairs. Upon entering her home, she found Sun Ran preparing to reheat dinner. To her surprise, she burst into tears as soon as she stepped inside. "What's wrong, Qian Qian? Who upset you?" Sun Ran asked, panic-stricken. Between sobs, Zhao Qian recounted the incident. Seeing her in such distress, Sun Ran's anger flared. "What the hell? Is there no law? I'll go confront them." He stormed upstairs to settle the score with Mi Xiaoling's family. When he knocked on the door, it was Xiao Xiaofu's father, Xiao Dafu, who answered. Towering at 1.85 meters, with a muscular build and tattoos covering his arms, he glared at Sun Ran. "What do you want? Are you in a hurry to die?" Sun Ran replied, "Your son sexually harassed my wife. What do you intend to do about it?" At that moment, Xiao Xiaofu joined, making faces at Sun Ran. "Wow, son, you're better than I was at your age. Ha! Tell me how you harassed her." Fuming, Sun Ran felt a sense of helplessness against this unruly family. "If you maintain this attitude, I'll have no choice but to call the police." Xiao Dafu responded with a violent kick to Sun Ran's stomach. Boasting, "Go ahead and report it. I'm not afraid. Worst case, I'll spend a few days inside and then come back to block your door every day." The kick nearly made Sun Ran vomit his dinner, leaving him gasping for breath. "You think you can intimidate me?" he spat, but was met with another blow, as Xiao Dafu slammed his head into the wall. As an ordinary office worker, Sun Ran had never been in a fight, and this assault left him teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Just then, Xiao Dafu's wife, Qian Xiaoya, emerged and quickly pulled the two apart, helping Sun Ran up while scolding Xiao Dafu. "What did you promise me? You said there would be no fighting." Clearly, the Xiao family had at least one reasonable member. "Damn it, they came to slander my son. How could I not retaliate?" Xiao Dafu replied. "You know what your son is like. Hurry and take him to the hospital." Struggling to stand, Sun Ran insisted, "I don't need your help. I'll go to the hospital myself, and I will report you." He limped downstairs. Upon his return, Zhao Qian's reaction was not one of sympathy, but rather mocking him for being useless. Later, as Sun Ran leaned on the sofa feeling dizzy and nauseous, likely from a concussion, he decided to take a taxi to the hospital alone. The doctor recommended hospitalization. That night, Sun Ran contemplated reporting the incident but ultimately hesitated, fearing it would escalate and tarnish Zhao Qian's reputation, especially since she had been harassed by a child. Additionally, he feared Xiao Dafu would continue to harass them, so he silently swallowed his anger. After 2 days in the hospital, not a single member of Zhao Qian's family visited him. Upon his discharge, Song Shuzhen remarked, "You're finally back. The dishes have piled up. There's no food cooked and no laundry done. You'll just have to manage on your own. I'm going downstairs to dance." Seeing that Sun Ran did not report him, Xiao Dafu became emboldened and continued to bully their family. For instance, Xiao Xiaofu would run around upstairs, creating noise, and whenever he encountered Zhao Qian in the elevator, he would pretend to grab her. They even littered in front of their door. The Zhao family, too frightened to confront Xiao Dafu, turned their frustration on Sun Ran, accusing him of being useless. Not only had he allowed them to be beaten, but now they were suffering even more. Sun Ran found himself powerless. He couldn't fight back, and reporting them would only invite further bullying once the police left. Eventually, Zhao Qian could no longer tolerate the situation and confided in Song Ren about the incident. Song Ren, taking it upon himself to do a good deed, gathered a group of tough individuals and confronted Xiao Dafu, reportedly breaking his leg. This action led to a marked improvement in the situation. Later, Sun Ran inadvertently learned that Qin Xiaoya was not Xiao Dafu's first wife, and Xiao Xiaofu was not her biological son but the child of Xiao Dafu's ex-wife. Sun Ran suddenly understood why Qin Xiaoya was the only sane person in that household. Xiao Dafu was deeply infatuated with his second wife, Qin Xiaoya. When her father fell gravely ill and no one would lend her money, it was Xiao Dafu who offered her 200,000 yuan. But the price for such generosity was her marriage to him. To secure funds for her father's surgery, the young and beautiful Qin Xiaoya had no choice but to agree, albeit tearfully. It was said that Qin Xiaoya was indeed beautiful, but not in the same provocative manner as Zhao Qian. Rather, she possessed a gentle and nurturing beauty. As for her figure, she often wore loose clothing. But her height suggested a curvaceous form. Each time they met, she would smile and greet Sun Ran warmly. With the cigarette finished, Sun Ran stubbed it out in the ashtray, a devious smile creeping across his face. Since they sought material gain, he thought, "I shall take your wife, don't ask why. Just know it's in my nature." Chapter 28. The plan to take revenge on Xiao Dafu's family. What are you thinking about? Su Ningming, clad in a revealing yoga outfit, approached Sun Ran. Sun Ran smiled and replied, "I was just reflecting on some matters from my past life. I've really come to understand the saying that good people can be taken advantage of, and that good horses can be ridden." Su Ningming nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we always hope to treat everyone kindly, yet there are some whose malevolence runs deep, ingrained in their very bones. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Sun Ran lit a cigarette. "I can't sleep, Sun Ran. When do you plan to take me? I'm always ready. Seeing you and Linya together every day makes me feel a bit restless." Sun Ran was taken aback, gazing at Su Ningming's ample curves, a surge of desire igniting within him. Today is the day. After taking a couple of puffs, he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray and roughly lifted Su Ningming, carrying her back to the second-floor bedroom. Having survived the apocalypse together, amassed wealth, gathered supplies, and forged weapons, they were comrades in arms, their bond unbreakable, except for that final barrier yet to be crossed. Today, they would finally breach that boundary. And Su Ningming felt a flutter of excitement. "Darling, could you be a bit gentler? I'm a little scared." "I will be, sweetheart." After a night of passion, Su Ningming transformed, stepping into the realm of womanhood. The next morning, Lin Yao noticed the change immediately as she prepared breakfast, smiling and asking, "How was it? Was it enjoyable?" Su Ningming, still shy from her recent transformation, replied, "Oh, how can one speak of such things? Why not? We're all women here, and we're close friends. This is something we can discuss." Well, it was quite painful at first, but then, just then, Sun Ran, invigorated, descended the stairs. "What are you two so cheerful about? Is breakfast ready? I'm starving," Lin Yao teased. "After a night of hard work, how could you not be hungry? It'll be ready shortly. We'll make sure to give you a hearty meal." During breakfast, Sun Ran asked, "Ningming, do you remember me Xiaoling and Xiao Dafu's family from upstairs?" Su Ningming, clutching a large lobster, was voraciously devouring its succulent flesh. With her mouth full of lobster meat, she mumbled, "Of course I remember. After taking a sip of water and swallowing the meat, she continued, especially her grandson, Xiao Xiaofu. He is simply a low-budget pervert. You wouldn't believe it, but once I encountered Xiao Xiaofu and his grandmother in the elevator. And that little creep actually groped my chest, though I managed to dodge him. Can you imagine? At such a young age, he is already so lecherous. I shudder to think of what he might become in the future. Sun Ran, astonished, exclaimed, "You too have been assaulted by Xiao Xiaofu?" "Indeed, not just once. There was even a time he attempted to grope my behind, but I cleverly evaded him." Sun Ran, has Xiao Xiaofu harassed you as well? Sun Ran shook his head and replied, "Not me, but Zhao Qian. In that case, we must seek revenge. Yesterday, Mi Shaoling added me as a friend, hoping to purchase some food for me, so let us put our minds together and devise a plan for retribution." Su Ningming pondered for a moment and said, "While I have no specific ideas, I do recall that Xiao Xiaofu's stepmother is quite decent. Her name is Qian Xiaoya. I've encountered her a few times, and we exchanged pleasantries. Moreover, her marriage to Xiao Dafu was not by choice, and she seems quite unhappy living in that household. Once, I noticed her face was bruised. It seemed she had been struck by Xiao Dafu." That's certainly true. Although Qian Xiaoya does not love Xiao Dafu, he is particularly possessive of her. What if we lure Qian Xiaoya to our villa, pretending I intend to cuckold him? Wouldn't that be more excruciating for him than killing him outright? Su Ningming scoffed, Sun Ran. It seems you have a crush on Qian Xiaoya. But to be fair, she is indeed quite beautiful and has an exquisite figure. Her assets are certainly not inferior to mine. If we could really bring her to our villa, that would be splendid. We four could even gather for a game of mahjong. Besides, it would liberate her from her suffering. In truth, Sun Ran harbored genuine feelings for Qian Xiaoya. Who could resist a beauty? Despite her simple attire and lack of makeup, she was stunning even without cosmetics, rivaling Su Ningming and Zhao Qian in allure. Her figure, as Su Ningming described, was slender yet generous. At that time, Zhao Qian was hardly intimate with Sun Ran, leading him to feel a twinge of desire whenever he beheld Qian Xiaoya and Su Ningming. Su Ningming had already set her sights on Qian Xiaoya. And she too must be included. This was a means to retaliate against Xiao Dafu. But what about that little pervert, Xiao Xiaofu? Su Ningming shook her head. I have no brilliant ideas for him either. Perhaps we should just give him a good thrashing. What good would that do? No, we need another approach. Su Ningming's eyes sparkled with mischief as she said, "Do you know that burly man on the third floor? I think his name is Shi Kong, that prissy fellow who walks with a sway. Yes. He is into fitness and hands out flyers in the neighborhood every day. And rumor has it he is a bit unconventional." What do you mean? Oh, he prefers the company of men. Just imagine, if we capture Xiao Xiaofu and deliver him to Shi Kong, providing him with some food as well, what do you think of this idea? Wow, Ningming, I didn't realize you could be so nefarious, but I love it. Let us proceed as you suggest. Haha, is this really nefarious? Xiao Xiaofu enjoys harassing us women, and now I'll turn him into a submissive. By the way, I have Qian Xiaoya's WeChat. Should I contact her in advance? Yes, message her and let her know we'll be picking her up to take her to the villa. Send her some pictures of the food we'll be having and inform her that this extreme weather won't be improving. If she wishes to escape the Xiao family, she must come to our villa without delay. If she refuses, I'll be forced to take more drastic measures. I must ensure that Xiao Dafu wears this cuckold's crown. Consider it done, my dear. Just watch. These past few days, Su Ningming and Lin Yao had found themselves quite bored. After recently finishing a performance with Zhao Qian, their craving for theatrics had not been satiated until now, when they finally had a mission. Opening WeChat, Su Ningming first tested the waters with Qian Xiaoya to confirm her identity. Once assured, she explained the entire situation and shared numerous pictures of her meals. Upon seeing the images, Qian Xiaoya was utterly shocked, as she had not been included in the homeowners group and had not seen the photos Sun Ran had shared. At that moment, she had no desire to remain in her current home, primarily due to Xiao Xiaofu, who daily berated her for food. Mi Shaoling naturally supported her grandson, joining in the insults whenever Qian Xiaoya dared to reply. Initially, Xiao Dafu admonished his mother, but as food became scarce, his temper grew increasingly volatile, leading him to join Xiao Xiaofu in berating her, and sometimes even resorting to physical violence. Now, things had escalated further. Xiao Xiaofu had begun to strike her as well, taking the opportunity to grope her chest with considerable force. Fortunately, the cold weather had her bundled up, or she might have suffered serious injury. Xiao Dafu had witnessed his son's antics but did nothing to intervene, emboldening Xiao Xiaofu even more. Occasionally, he would sneak into her room at night. Had she not fought back, the outcome could have been dire. When Qin Xiaoya learned that Su Ningming intended to take her to the villa to cuckold Xiao Dafu, she agreed immediately. Not only would she not object to the cuckolding, she would even welcome the idea of slaying the entire Xiao family. Chapter 29. The plan commences, my dear. It's all set. So soon? You're not telling me that Xiao Dafu is impersonating Qin Xiaoya and chatting with you? Haha, do you think I'm that foolish? You have no idea what kind of life Qin Xiaoya has endured over the past month. With me, Xiaoling, and the Xiao father-son duo constantly berating her, Xiao Xiaofu has been groping her relentlessly, even barging into her room at night. If she doesn't leave soon, she might not even be able to protect herself. Su Ningming fumed. All right, I've added Shikong on WeChat. Now I'll contact him. After a few beeps, Shikong answered the voice call. Hello, Shikong. This is your upstairs neighbor, Sunran. Oh, hello, Sunran. I remember you. What can I do for you? Are you short on food? Indeed, my friend, I only had a bit of expired bread and a small piece of chicken breast this morning. If you're in need of food as well, I'm afraid I can't help you. Sunran chuckled and replied, I don't need your assistance, but I wish to propose a trade. I'll provide you with food, and you help me deal with someone. How you deal with him is entirely up to your unique methods, don't misunderstand. I have no prejudice against you. This is purely a matter of vengeance. What do you say? Shikong, who was struggling with his own food shortage, considered the proposition. As a burly man weighing over 200 pounds, he consumed copious amounts of food daily. May I ask who this person is? It's that Xiao Xiaofu. Ah? The one with the perky backside and dark complexion? I find him quite appealing. Yes, that's him. I'll knock him out and deliver him to your place. For 10 days, you must not let him leave, and ensure you punish him in your own special way. Additionally, send me videos and photos. I'll give you 10 bags of 50 pounds of rice and 100 pounds of beef. Shikong's sizable head began to contemplate. 10 bags of rice, if rationed, could last a person for a year. 100 pounds of beef, at half a pound a day, would last 8 months. And the young Xiao Xiaofu was precisely his type. This deal was a win-win. He'd gained food while indulging his desires. All right, I accept. Good. Just wait at home. Remember, I want videos and photos. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Rest assured, Sunran. Though I may come off as effeminate, I am a man of my word. After ending the call, the next step was to contact Mi Xiaoling. Sunran opened WeChat and sent a voice message to Mi Xiaoling. Hello, Aunt Mi. I've prepared some food worth about 500 yuan, rice and meat that I'm planning to bring it to you. Would you like to buy it? After sending a photo of 2 pork knuckles, a large piece of beef, and about 20 pounds of rice, Mi Xiaoling eagerly replied, Yes, yes. Thank you so much, Sunran. We were wrong before, and I apologize. I hope you can forget the unpleasantness of the past. We neighbors. I've long forgotten. I'll bring it over right now. How embarrassing. That would be a bother. Damn. This old hag is shameless, taking advantage of my generosity. But this makes it easier for Sunran and Su Ningming's revenge plan. Lin Yao, you needn't come along to its enough for me and Ningming to go. Lin Yao nodded obediently and cautioned, You two must be careful. Come back early, Su Ningming boldly declared. Don't worry. Not to mention our husbands, even I alone could take on 7 or 8 strapping men. It is not mere boasting on her part. She truly possesses such formidable strength now. Ever since the jade ornament enhanced their physiques, every aspect, be it strength, agility, reflexes, or endurance, has multiplied exponentially, and this growth is a silent, daily occurrence. Currently, Su Ningming begins her weightlifting at a baseline of 40 kilograms, subsequently increasing it to 50 kilograms. Under such standards, even a fitness coach would swiftly become overshadowed. A typical man can deliver a punch with a force ranging from 60 to 80 kilograms. However, in the testing apparatus within the villa, Su Ningming demonstrated a remarkable output of 250 kilograms, effortlessly. If she were to exert her utmost, she could achieve an astonishing 500 kilograms. To put this into perspective, during his prime, Tyson could strike with a force of 400 kilograms. This implies that a confrontation between Su Ningming and Tyson would result in her knocking him out with a single blow. Su Ningming's achievements are already astonishing, not to mention that of Sunran, the owner of the jade ornament, whose enhancements surpass even her own. When dealing with the Xiao family, there is no need for Sunran to intervene. Su Ningming can handle them single-handedly. clad in professional winter gear capable of withstanding temperatures as low as -80 degrees Celsius, they left the villa. This winter attire fits impeccably, allowing for a full range of motion without any bulkiness. Darling, I don't feel cold at all. This winter gear is truly impressive. Had I known it would be like this, I would have come out to enjoy the snow, she exclaimed. Sunren chuckled in response. It's not too late to realize that now. However, the snow outside has already frozen solid, making it a bit challenging to build a snowman. The two continued their cheerful banter as they walked from the underground parking lot to Longxi Garden Phase 1. Ah, we are returning to this building again. It truly evokes a sense of nostalgia. Were it not for you, even if I hadn't been killed and eaten by the Zhao family, I would have perished from the cold or starvation. So, my dear husband, I sincerely thank you. We need not be so formal. Our journey to this point was undoubtedly predestined. It was fated for us to be together and to take swift revenge on these scoundrels. Indeed, my love, you are wonderful. It is Zhao Qian, that wretched woman, who fails to recognize true worth. Thankfully, her ignorance has granted me this opportunity. With their exceptional physical condition, they ascended to the 18th floor, the residence of Xiao Dafu. Aunt Me, open the door. It's Sunren. I've brought you some food. In a moment, the door swung open to reveal Xiao Dafu, his face marked by excess, casting a sidelong glance at Sunren. What the hell? This paltry offering is worth 500 bucks? I see you're truly desperate. Hurry up and take it. I'll have my mom transfer the money to you shortly, he added brusquely. Sunren, feeling playful, feigned fear and retorted. We agreed on cash on delivery. If you insist on this, I shan't sell it. You coward. I heard you went to Myanmar to deal in jadeite and made enough for a villa. With all that wealth? You still worry about this measly sum? Hurry up. Have you forgotten how you ended up in the hospital last time? Pathetic. At that moment, Xiao Xiaofu emerged, resembling a small bear, nearly 1 meter 80 tall. Dad, isn't this the husband of Aunt Zhao downstairs? I once grabbed his wife's chest. Hey, Dad, look, this is that stunning beauty from downstairs. I believe her name is Su Ningming. As he rushed towards Su Ningming. Had it been before, she would have been startled into a scream. However, now a cruel smile graced her face. Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. With that, she delivered a punch to Xiao Xiaofu's face, sending 3 of his prominent yellow teeth flying. This was still Su Ningming holding back her strength. Otherwise, that blow could have easily killed him. Wah, Dad, he hit me. My teeth are gone, Xiao Xiaofu cried, leaning against the elevator door, sobbing uncontrollably. Xiao Dafu instantly lost his composure, cursing as he lunged at Su Ningming. Sunren pretended to hold him back, exclaiming, Oh, it's all a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Let go, or I'll hit you too. Sunren pleaded, a misunderstanding? Ha! Am I to let a woman strike me without retaliation? Let go. Quickly. Sunren feigned a shake of his head, sighing dramatically. Well, if that's how it is, I won't intervene. Just don't regret it. With that, he released the enraged Xiao Dafu. Su Ningming, you've knocked out my son's teeth. I'll ensure you serve our family for an entire night. That's not unreasonable, is it? Su Ningming initially intended to knock him down with a single blow. But seeing Sunren's enthusiastic performance, she decided to play along. Brother Xiao, I didn't mean to. I saw your son lunging at me, and I was a bit frightened. I was wrong. I was wrong, Dad. Don't listen to her. My teeth are gone. I want to have her locked up. Xiao Dafu, gazing at his bloodied son, grinned lewdly. Now you realize regret is too late. Sunren, you better put down that food and scram. Su Ningming, you must stay today. He advanced menacingly towards her, in stark contrast. It was like a beauty facing off against a bear. As Xiao Dafu made a sudden move to subdue Su Ningming, she swiftly lifted her foot, delivering a precise kick to his groin. Though the thick down jacket muffled the impact, the sound of something breaking was still audible. Xiao Dafu collapsed to his knees. Rendered speechless by the pain, Su Ningming's kick was executed with precision, and with her extraordinary physical prowess, it was practically guaranteed that Xiao Dafu would never regain the use of his manhood. Oh dear, Brother Xiao, I apologize. Was my kick a bit too forceful? Sunren interjected. I told you so. I didn't want you to go, fearing you'd be at a disadvantage. But you wouldn't listen. Me Shaoling, unwilling to part with 500 yuan. instructed Xiao Dafu to intimidate Sun Ran while she hid inside, engrossed in her phone. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, prompting her to discard her phone and rush out in the corridor. Her beloved grandson was bleeding profusely, and her son lay on the ground, nearly delirious from pain. At that moment, she was at a loss as to whether to attend to her son or her grandson. Qin Xiaoya, you worthless piece of trash. Get out here and see. Your man is about to be beaten to death. Qin Xiaoya, I'm talking to you. Hurry up and come out. And you, Sun Ran, neither of you is leaving. I'm calling the police to arrest you. At that moment, Qin Xiaoya had donned her attire, grasping a suitcase as she approached Sun Ran, wrapping her arm around his, her ample bosom pressed against him, and despite the layers of clothing, Sun Ran could still feel that enticing firmness. Mi Xiaoling, Xiao Dafu, I apologize, but I am now Sun Rance. As for divorce, we can attend to that once the extreme weather passes. If it doesn't, then so be it. I shall enjoy my life with Sun Ran in the villa while you, a family of deviants, are left to fend for yourselves. With an air of triumph, Qin Xiaoya regarded the disheveled Xiao family. Xiao Dafu's eyes were bloodshot with rage. Had looks been lethal, the three of them would have perished 1,000 times over. Sun Ran squatted before Xiao Dafu, smiling as he declared, "This is karma. You once condoned your son's harassment of women, so now I will ensure he learns a lesson about harassment. Don't worry. I will send you the videos and photos of his educational experience." With that, he delivered a resounding slap across Xiao Dafu's face, resulting in 6 or 7 teeth flying from his mouth. Mi Xiaoling, in a frenzy, lunged at Sun Ran, screaming, "You struck my son. You shall not leave." Before Sun Ran or Su Ningming could react, Qin Xiaoya kicked her to the ground, fiercely assaulting her head and body. "You wicked old hag. Your son struck me, your grandson harassed me, and you insulted me. This is your just retribution? You deserve this." With each blow, the elderly woman curled into a ball, trembling in fear, too terrified to utter another word. Su Ningming approached, embracing Qin Xiaoya gently, whispering, "Xiaoya, it's all over now. It's all over. Let us go." Qin Xiaoya clung to her, weeping, relieved to finally escape her torment. Sun Ran seized Xiao Xiaofu, dragging him towards the stairs. By now, Xiao Dafu had been knocked unconscious by Sun Ran's blow, while Mi Xiaoling clutched her head in silence, too fearful to speak. "Let go of me, Sun Ran. You bastard. Let go." Slap. Sun Ran delivered another blow, transforming Xiao Xiaofu's face into a swollen mess. "Speak again, and I'll end you." The 160-pound Xiao Xiaofu was dragged along like a lifeless dog to Shi Kang's residence. Each encounter with Shi Kang left Sun Ran feeling exceptionally uncomfortable. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall and weighing over 200 pounds, he walked with an exaggerated swagger, his speech laced with flamboyant gestures. However, Sun Ran wasted no time with pleasantries, stating directly, "Shi Kang, this is your charge for the next 10 days. You are required to send daily videos, each no less than 10 minutes long. This brat has a fiery temperament. Handle him as you see fit. Remember, if you must resort to physical means, avoid unnecessary words. With an abundance of food at hand," he advised, "you can't carry it all at once, so wear more layers and come downstairs with me to fetch it. I'll tie this lad to a chair first and let him go hungry for a day." Shi Kang nodded gently, raising his orchid fingers to signal that there was no issue. Elegantly donning his coat, he accompanied Sun Ran to the underground parking lot to procure rice. After making 3 trips, they successfully transported 10 bags of rice and 100 pounds of beef into Shi Kang's room. "Won't disturb your romantic interlude any longer." "Farewell," Shi Kang said, somewhat bashfully. Upon returning to the villa, Qin Xiaoya changed into the attire that Su Ningming had prepared for her in the changing room on the first floor. "Xiaoya, discard all these old clothes. Let us replace them with new ones for good fortune." Qin Xiaoya nodded in agreement, replying, "I will heed your advice, Ningming." After shedding her heavy down jacket, she revealed a fitted sweater beneath, confirming Suanran's speculation. Her fragile frame bore an undue burden. Rarely did Qin Xiaoya wear such form-fitting attire in front of others, and she felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "Suanran ji, I need to change clothes," she stammered. "Oh, my apologies. Please go ahead. I've finished," he replied, waving goodbye. "Pfft, my husband is such a man of lustful thoughts but timid actions. Wow, Xiaoya, seeing you so voluptuous, I can't help but want to grab a handful." With that, 2 small hands playfully grasped Qin Xiaoya's ample bosom. Hey, what are you doing? You're a woman too. Don't you have any modesty? Xiaoya exclaimed, covering her chest. How can I help it when you look so stunning? Hurry and change. Once you're done, I'll take you upstairs for a bath, and I'll prepare a delicious lunch for you, Su Ningming teased. Whether it was due to Qin Xiaoya's admirable character or sympathy for her plight, Su Ningming, Lin Yao, and Qin Xiaoya quickly became inseparable confidants. Meanwhile, Sun Ran was engrossed in a video sent by Shikong. After saving it, he located Xiao Dafu's WeChat in the homeowners group and added him as a friend, which was quickly approved. Before Sun Ran could send the video, Xiao Dafu sent a voice message. Sun Ran, where have you taken my son? I've already called the police. Once this extreme weather passes, just wait for your prison sentence. Unfazed, Sun Ran replied. You know that I can only go to prison after this extreme weather subsides. But will the extreme weather truly pass? Calm your furious ire for a moment and take a look at your son's progress video. I believe he is improving quite swiftly. At least he has learned some manners. Upon watching the video for a short time, Xiao Dafu let out a furious roar and fainted. Chapter 31. The poor Qin Xiaoya had never tasted ribs. Mi Xiaoling, hearing the commotion from her son's room, rushed over to find Xiao Dafu unconscious. Curious about the phone's persistent notifications, she picked it up, donning her reading glasses to examine it closely. Oh dear Dafu. I am not scolding you, but why are you so fond of this kind of thing? It's so inappropriate. Two men engaging in such activities is simply revolting. At that moment, Xiao Dafu groggily woke up. Hearing his mother's incessant criticisms, he snatched the phone from her grasp, but his vigorous movement aggravated his injury, causing him to gasp in pain. Lifting the covers, he revealed that his injuries had swollen to the size of 2 large goose eggs. Despite taking 2 painkillers, they proved utterly ineffective. If nothing unexpected occurred, he would likely be rendered impotent. Oh dear. How can you still indulge in such inappropriate content when you're in this state? Mi Xiaoling lamented. Xiao Dafu, weak and breathless, retorted. You see for yourself, this is your grandson. He has been taken away by Sun Ran. No wonder he looks so familiar. I said that the flamboyant man from our 3rd floor unit? Yes, I recognized him long ago, but in my current condition, I can barely move. What am I to do? I am filled with such hatred. Why did I provoke Sun Ran and that Su Ningming? When did she become so formidable? At this moment, Xiao Dafu felt utterly defeated. His son had been taken away to learn fencing, the woman had run off with Sun Ran, and most devastatingly, he had lost his manhood. All of this stemmed from his past transgressions. Had he managed to rein in his son and prevent him from harassing others, perhaps today's events could have been avoided. Had he simply apologized to Sun Ran instead of treating him as a patient, perhaps Sun Ran would have shown mercy and his manhood might have been preserved. But what good was regret? Son, you needn't worry. Even if it costs me my life, I will rescue my grandson. With that, Mi Xiaoling seized a kitchen knife and descended the stairs in search of Shikong. In the safe haven, Qin Xiaoya, clad in a fitted short-sleeve top and yoga pants, showcased her perfect physique. Everyone was gathered around the table for lunch. Typically, Lin Yao prepared the meals, while Su Ningming and Sun Ran spent most of their time exercising. Today's lunch featured dishes prepared with Qin Xiaoya's assistance: braised pork ribs, steamed yellow croaker, spicy stir-fried king crab, and cheese-baked lobster. The first 2 dishes were her creations, as she rarely had the opportunity to savor such high-end ingredients as king crab and lobster. The latter 2 were made by Lin Yao, with rice as the staple food. Let us welcome Sister Xiaoya to our midst with a toast. Today, we shall indulge in some drinks to celebrate her emergence from suffering and her newfound life. Su Ningming exclaimed loudly. Due to her form-fitting attire and the exuberant words of Su Ningming, Qin Xiaoya became the center of attention. Her fair complexion flushed crimson as her hands nervously fidgeted with her clothing, uncertain whether to sit or stand. Observing Qin Xiaoya's adorable demeanor, Sun Ran quickly intervened. All right, Xiaoya, would you prefer white wine or beer? We have soft drinks as well. Grateful, Qin Xiaoya glanced at Sun Ran and softly replied. Let us have some beer to celebrate everyone's happiness. Su Ningming promptly turned to the liquor cabinet for beer. 1 case of Agut A-grade beer and 1 case of Budweiser. Come, let us drink until we are inebriated today. Lin Yao retrieved a bottle of freshly squeezed juice, saying, Sister Xiaoya, I'm pregnant, so I won't be drinking alcohol. I'll toast with juice instead to welcome you into this family. Upon hearing that Lin Yao was pregnant, Qin Xiaoya quickly glanced at her flat belly, noting it was barely 2 months along, still not showing significantly. Su Ningming explained, The child is Suanran's Daha. I am also Suanran's, and I suspect that after today, you will also become one of Suanran's. Qin Xiaoya had long been prepared to devote herself to Sunran, yet Su Ningming's candidness still left her feeling bashful. Sunran stepped forward to mediate. All right, let us fill our glasses. First, to celebrate Sister Xiaoya joining our family. Second, to commemorate the revenge of Su Ningming and me. Third, may we find joy in this damned frozen apocalypse. Cheers. Everyone downed their drinks in one go, with Lin Yao following suit with half a glass of juice. They began to enjoy their meal. Qin Xiaoya, clearly hesitant to serve herself, only took a small piece of fish, then lowered her head to eat rice in large bites. Sunran thoughtfully served her the best ribs and carefully removed the meat from the king crab's legs, placing it into her bowl. Xiaoya, there's no need to feel embarrassed about eating. From now on, we are family that I can't promise much, but there will always be plenty of food, Sunran said gently. Oh dear. Sister Xiaoya, why are you crying? You mustn't cry while eating. It's bad for your health. Su Ningming noticed Qin Xiaoya shedding tears as she ate her rice. I won't cry anymore, I'm just a bit overwhelmed. Ever since I married into the Xiao family, I haven't had a decent meal in this extreme weather. I can only drink thin porridge daily. Having such a feast now makes me unable to hold back my tears. The three fell into a reflective silence. Regardless of their past lives before the apocalypse, at least they could occasionally enjoy a good meal. One could only imagine the suffering Qin Xiaoya endured in the Xiao household, where even a piece of rib could bring her to tears. Lin Yao, sensing that Qin Xiaoya was exaggerating, asked, Sister Xiaoya, have you really not eaten a single rib in these 2 years since marrying into the Xiao family? Qin Xiaoya nodded. Every time Xiao Dafu's mother made ribs, she forbade me from eating, saying they were reserved for her son and grandson. As one needed to work and the other needed to grow, both required nutrition. I could only have vegetable soup with my meals. Everyone fell silent, astonished at her revelation. Sunran took Qin Xiaoya's hand, reassuring her, that is all in the past. Here, you can eat to your heart's content. Take as much as you wish. Yes, Sister Xiaoya. Take this plate of ribs, I can't just have the lobster, Lin Yao added, quietly assisting her in picking out crab meat. The meal continued for over half an hour, and gradually, Qin Xiaoya began to engage in conversation and laughter. With time, her introverted and shy demeanor would surely transform. After finishing their meal, Suanran's phone rang. Sunran, Xiao Xiaofu's grandmother is outside banging on the door, demanding that I release him. What should I do? Kick her away and tell her to scram. Tomorrow, you can come to my villa to collect 20 pounds of pork. I'm scared. She has a kitchen knife. What are you afraid of? She's just an old lady. Does she dare to truly harm you? Here's the plan. Tell her that Xiao Xiaofu can stay with you for a few days, and you'll give her a bag of rice along with 20 pounds of beef. When you come to my villa later, I'll double your compensation. All right, brother. I'll go tell her right away. The video call remained active, and Shirkong, standing behind the door, called out in a high-pitched voice. Auntie, please stop banging. I want Xiao Xiaofu to stay with me for a few days. If you agree, I will give you a bag of 50 pounds of rice, along with 20 pounds of beef. What do you think? Chapter 32. Selling out a grandson for food. The sweetness of love. Mi Xiaoling, initially seething with rage, fell silent upon hearing about the rice and beef. Why? The pantry was bare, and her son, gravely injured, had his 2 testicles swollen to the point of discomfort within his trousers. At this moment, he was in dire need of nourishment. Weighing her options, one being the rice and beef, the other her beloved grandson. How should she decide? To hell with the grandson. That little rascal had been precocious since childhood, harassing the attractive women in the neighborhood since his teenage years. If he hadn't caused trouble by groping Zhao Qian, would they be in this predicament today? With this thought in mind, Mi Xiaoling resolutely declared, Fine, Shirkong, I agree. You can keep Xiao Fu at your home to play, but you must keep your word and provide me with food. Shirkong swiftly retreated to the kitchen to fetch 2 bags of rice and a chunk of beef weighing about 20 pounds. He then opened the door, placed the items outside, and quickly shut the door, fearing Mi Xiaoling might attack him with a kitchen knife. Auntie, please take your time bringing it upstairs. I need to study fencing with Xiao if you could. At that moment, Xiao Fu, bound to a chair in the living room, was filled with despair, having cursed his grandmother and her entire lineage repeatedly. Sunran said in a video call, You can come to my villa now. I've left the rice and beef at the door for you to collect. Great, thanks, Sunran. Come over to my place to play sometime. After ending the call, Shirkong approached Xiao Fu with a broad smile. Tio Xiao Fu. Shirkong appeared as a demon at that moment. Yet, faced with Shirkong's muscular frame weighing over 200 pounds, he had no capacity to resist. He felt as powerless as a frail chick. Cries of anguish echoed throughout Shirkong's home. After lunch, the three women were tasked with cleaning the dishes while Sun Ran took the elevator to the 5th floor, lighting a slender cigarette to enjoy its smoke. To avoid disturbing the already pregnant Lin Yao with the smoke on the 1st floor, Sun Ran always came to the 5th floor to smoke, where the view was splendid, allowing him to gaze outside. The apocalypse had lingered for almost a month, with the snow intermittently falling, completely covering the 1st floor. The world outside appeared as a vast expanse of white, resembling a winter afternoon. Unbeknownst to him, it was only August, the hottest month of the year, and the temperature outside had plummeted to -85 degrees. The accumulated snow had turned into ice, making it impossible to even sweep it away. Sun Ran, what are you thinking about? At some point, Qin Xiaoya had silently approached him from behind, possibly due to her intense focus on the scenery outside. Oh, nothing much, just having a smoke here, I hope you don't mind. Sun Ran turned to look at Qin Xiaoya and noticed her porcelain-like complexion, smooth and fair, almost inconceivable given that she rarely indulged in skincare routines. I don't mind. Smoke away. I quite enjoy the scent. My dad smokes. How is your father? Has he recovered? Qin Xiaoya shook her head, responding, the surgery was unsuccessful. He passed away within 2 months. Perhaps it is for the best. He won't have to endure this extreme weather. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Sun Ran handed her a tissue from the table and gently patted her shoulder, saying, You're right. This wretched weather is unbearable, and sometimes, death can be a release. Suddenly, Qin Xiaoya collapsed into Sun Ran's embrace, weeping, Thank you so much, Sun Ran. For days now, I've contemplated ending my life. I truly can't go on. There's no food, and they continuously berate and assault me. Feeling the softness and warmth of Qin Xiaoya, Sun Ran sighed softly, No more tears. It's all in the past. From now on, let us focus on happiness. Take a nap. Rest well, as long as Xiao Dafu and his companions are alive. We will find ways to torment them, allowing them to experience what it feels like to be bullied. Qin Xiaoya seemed to recall Xiao Fu's plight and burst into laughter. Sun Ran, you are truly wicked. How do you come up with such devious ideas? Sun Ran quickly shook his head, saying, This isn't my idea. It was Su Ningming who thought of it. Go ahead, choose any room on the 2nd floor. After a tiring morning, take a nap in this villa. You have nothing to worry about. Just be happy in the evening. We'll go to the cinema on the 5th floor to watch a movie. I'll make you popcorn that's far tastier than what you can buy outside. Qin Xiaoya had never experienced the tender affection from a man other than her father. Today, she felt a profound sense of sweet, overwhelming love emanating from Sun Ran. It dawned on her how beautiful love between a man and a woman could be, but regrettably, she was no longer pure. With that thought, her eyes began to redden once more. Sun Ran, will you despise me? Sun Ran was taken aback. Despise you? For what? You, such a pure, kind, and beautiful girl, deserve to be cherished and adored. How could I possibly despise you? Stop overthinking. I would never. Tio prove his sincerity. He leaned in and planted a firm kiss on her smooth forehead. Now you believe me, little fool? Qin Xiaoya's face turned crimson as she replied, Yes, I believe you. I'm going downstairs for a nap now. See you later, Sun Ran. With that, she gracefully strode to the elevator, descending for her rest. Inside the elevator, Qin Xiaoya patted her chest, breathing heavily, murmuring to herself, Is this what love feels like? So sweet, I adore it. At Song Ren's residence, noon arrived, yet no one touched their meals, for the villa was entirely devoid of food. The meager supplies of the elderly couple on the 2nd floor had long been devoured by the 4 gluttons. Tang Tiantian, hiding in her room, feared venturing out, terrified of being devoured by the 4 famished men. To make matters worse, she was ill, suffering from a high fever for 2 days, and the 2 expired fever-reducing pills she took did nothing. Coupled with the lack of nourishment, she felt as though death was imminent. Song Ren sat slumped on the sofa, wrapped in a thick blanket. The cooperative meeting from the other day had initially been promising. But once everyone learned they were to surrender supplies, attendance plummeted. What now? Were they truly to starve? Ah, an idea struck. Did he not have 4 mercenaries at his disposal? If he enlisted these 4 mercenaries into the cooperative, forcing them to scavenge for supplies from house to house, wouldn't he that solve their dilemma? In these extraordinary times, extraordinary measures were necessary, all for the sake of the cooperative and aiding those in need. Once the extreme weather passed, if anyone dared to complain about his forcible collection of supplies, he would invoke the cooperative's name as a shield. After all, the law doesn't punish the many. Yes, that's the plan. If he could successfully gather supplies, he would no longer face hunger, and as for how much would be distributed, that would be determined by the cooperative. With this resolve, Song Ren opened his phone and contacted the cooperative's president, Wang Gang, articulating his plan. The two shared a sinister smile, and the plan was set in motion. He then found the 4 brothers, informing them of their inclusion in the cooperative to assist in gathering supplies from each household. They needn't worry about repercussions once the weather returned to normal, as this was a charitable act of the cooperative, aimed at aiding residents without food. The 4, having been reduced to skin and bones, agreed without hesitation. Chapter 33. The entrance of Su Li, the pinnacle of curviness, arriving at the perfect moment. Song Ren, accompanied by the 4 brothers, returned to Zhao Qian's home, where Wang Gang had also arrived. Along with Song Shuzhen and several proactive members of the cooperative, they convened a meeting. Upon seeing the 4 imposing figures behind Song Ren, Wang Gang knew this operation was bound to succeed. Excitedly addressing the 4 men, he said, "On behalf of the cooperative, I welcome your addition. Welcome, welcome." Number 1. Feeling irritable from hunger, still maintained basic politeness. Nodding with a smile, President Wang, "Let us first discuss how we will gather food." Wang Gang quickly replied, Yes. I propose we issue a directive in the group under the auspices of the neighborhood committee. If anyone opposes, they will be seen as opposing the government. Once the extreme weather has passed, we'll settle the score." Song Ren gave a thumbs up in praise, saying, "This is why we need President Wang. Your experience in the neighborhood committee truly shines. Brother Wang, please send out the notice in the group right now. Let us execute this in the afternoon." Wang Gang retrieved his mobile phone and commenced issuing notifications within the group chat. Due to his familiarity among the residents and his position within the neighborhood committee, his announcements carried an air of authority. "All homeowners, in accordance with the latest directives, please prepare your household supplies. This afternoon, members of the self-help group will be collecting items door to door for unified distribution. This is a mandatory directive. Any obstruction to the operations of the self-help group will be regarded as a crime of obstructing official duties, with penalties escalating to immediate warnings or, in severely egregious cases, detention." At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the execution of this directive commenced. Wang Gang's notification stirred even the silent members of the group chat into action. "Why should we comply?" protested Su Li, a young widow who operated a small supermarket on the ground floor of Building 2 after her divorce. Living alone, she managed the supermarket, with her living quarters located behind it. In addition to overseeing her business, she often filmed short videos showcasing her figure, which surprisingly garnered a considerable following who affectionately referred to her as Dumpling and expressed a desire for her culinary offerings. In the group chat, Su Li voiced her concerns. "In this weather, who knows when things will return to normal? If we give you our supplies, what will become of us? What if you don't distribute anything in return?" Unlike in previous discussions, some members began siding with the self-help group as many had run out of food. With nothing left to contribute, they saw an opportunity to receive assistance in return for their supplies. "Su boss, how can you be so selfish? You can afford to keep your supermarket stocked, but what about us who have no food? Can't you lend us a helping hand? We've supported your business all this time." "Are you serious, Wang Lauer? You think you're here to help my business? Every time you buy a bag of 50-cent pickled vegetables, you stare at me like I don't notice. That's not something you can just say. So what if I love eating pickled vegetables?" Sun Ran, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window on the 5th floor, nearly burst into laughter. He was well acquainted with Su Li, as he was responsible for purchasing all household necessities, often opting to buy from her store due to her captivating beauty and curvaceous figure. Each visit was laden with the worry that her clothing might give way. Sun Ran felt a kinship towards her, recognizing her struggle as a single woman. For this reason, he consistently patronized her shop for all essentials. Su Li was a quintessential representative of the forthright nature of women from northeast China. She was generous and candid. Treat her well, and she would reciprocate with heartfelt sincerity. Their relationship had always been amicable, and Sun Ran kept a vigilant eye on her in the group chat, ready to defend her against any ill treatment. At that moment, another member of the group launched an attack against Su Li. This is a special time. The self-help group has stated that after the extreme weather subsides, they will provide economic compensation. What are you afraid of? Your little supermarket stock isn't worth much. By donating supplies, you could help many. Once they reimburse you, you might even make a profit, more than what you earn from those risky videos. Zhang Lao-san, do you have any shame? You're always the first to like my videos. In the comments, you're the one who talks the most trash. Don't think I don't know. You come to my store daily, and how many times has your wife scolded you for it? Besides, who I choose to give my inventory to is my prerogative. I don't want any compensation. Anyone who dares to forcefully take from me will feel the edge of my kitchen knife. Su Li, I never realized how selfish you could be. When we need you, you're all evasive. Once the extreme weather passes, we'll boycott your supermarket. Let us see how you fare then. Su Li remained silent, aware that her singular voice could not compete against the entire community. Just as she contemplated yielding, Sun Ran's message appeared in the homeowners group. Everyone, Su Li is my woman. Let us see who dares to come and rob her of supplies. Upon reading his message, tears welled up in Su Li's eyes. In this extreme weather, she had been living cautiously, yearning for a strong man to lean on, someone to shield her from the storm. To her astonishment, it was this younger man, merely 2 years her junior, who stood up for her amidst the community's greed. Could she not be moved? Songren scoffed. Sun Ran, are you out of your mind? Calling her your woman? Why don't you just say she is your mother? What a show-off. Just wait. I'll take care of you. I have no desire to converse with someone as ambiguous as you. As Songren read this message, his face flushed with anger, and he hastily defended himself to those nearby. That is nonsense. How am I ambiguous? Due to a recent incident, his masculinity had waned, and his voice had notably softened, even leading to a subtle flourish of his fingers. Wang Gang, I would like to inquire about the authority behind this notification. Don't act as if you're wielding a feather as a command. Those who know you understand you work at the neighborhood committee. Those who don't might think you are from the national committee. Sun Ran taunted within the group. Sun Ran, don't just stand there and talk without understanding the situation. You recently came into a windfall, moved into a mansion, and have food and drink to spare. But please, do not malign or obstruct our self-help group from assisting others. Wang Gang declared with righteous indignation. His words garnered support from several group members, rallying behind him. I don't care how your self-help group intends to assist everyone, but if anyone dares to touch Su Li, I'll make them regret it. As Song Ren's eyes darted cunningly, he devised a plan. He beckoned number one aside and said, Sun Ran is hiding in his mansion like a turtle. If he were to emerge, the 4 of you could surely subdue him. Not only would you accomplish your task, but you could also seize the supplies from his mansion. Number 1 nodded. All right, we'll lie in wait. Songren agreed, pulling out his phone to message the group. Sun Ran, the self-help group will forcibly collect supplies from Su Li's supermarket. After the extreme weather, I will compensate her. If you have the guts, come out from your mansion. Let us see if you dare to obstruct our self-help group's efforts. Sun Ran smirked. Is that a challenge? Very well, let us see. He promptly dialed Su Li's number, speaking with conviction. Su Jia, if you trust me, pack your things in 5 minutes. I'll come to pick you up. I trust you, Sun Ran, but I refuse to let these scoundrels take advantage of my supplies. Don't worry, I have a plan. 5 minutes later, Sun Ran arrived at Su Li's home, dressed in a fitted winter coat. Song Ren and his cohorts could never have imagined that Sun Ran would arrive to collect Su Li so swiftly. Even if they had anticipated it, they certainly wouldn't have expected the 2 of them to manage all the supplies. Su Jia, open up. Upon hearing Sun Ran's voice, Su Li hurriedly opened the door. Allowing him entry, Su Jia, listen closely. Tio put it succinctly, if you learn my secret, you will become my woman. If you refuse, I'll leave right now. Su Li grasped Sun Ran's arm, resolutely stating, Sun Ran, I believe in you. I am willing to be your woman. I will follow your lead. Good. No matter what happens next, do not be surprised. Once we return to the mansion, I will explain everything. Following this, Sun Ran ventured into the supermarket, swiftly gathering shelves and goods into a spatial pocket, then proceeded to the small storage room to collect everything inside as well. The entire process took less than a minute, leaving Su Li utterly astonished by his efficiency. Take off your coat and wear this? Oh, okay. Su Li removed her heavy down jacket, revealing a snug sweater underneath, which left Sun Ran momentarily dazed. She was indeed stunning. In a matter of minutes, she donned the professional winter gear Sun Ran had prepared. Let us go. We're heading back to the mansion. 3 minutes after Sun Ran and Su Li departed, Song Ren, along with number 1 and his 4 companions, arrived at Su Li's doorstep, poised for their ambush. Yet, they could never have fathomed that the rabbit had already escaped 3 minutes prior. Chapter 34. Song Ren faints from anger. The third supermarket vows to resist. Damn, why is it so cold? My feet have lost all sensation, Song Ren muttered quietly. Number 1, equally freezing, remained silent in the shadows of the stairwell. Half an hour later, they could endure no longer. Their hands and feet were numb. And they realized that even without Sun Ran's arrival, their fighting spirit had diminished. Song Ren, send another message in the group, stating that we are about to forcibly collect from Su Li's supermarket. Let us see if he dares to respond. Shivering, Song Ren took out his phone, his fingers too frozen to type, resorting to voice messages. Sun Ran, we are currently at Su Li's door, preparing for a forced collection. If you're a real man, step up to protect your woman. You were quite bold earlier. What has happened now? Hiding like a turtle. Meanwhile, in Sun Ran's mansion, Su Li had changed into her new attire. Indeed, she was a true treasure. Have you seen enough? I was not satisfied with just a glimpse. This evening, I shall let you indulge to your heart's content. Sun Ran wiped away his drool, awkwardly remarking, I've had enough, Sister Su. I always thought you were wearing padding, but seeing you today has truly opened my eyes. All right, dear brother, wait until tonight. Come to my room, and I shall show you what it means to be the pinnacle of the pleasantly plump realm. She replied. Just then, Sun Ran's phone buzzed. Upon checking, he saw a voice message from Song Ren. With a smirk, he feigned anxiety and exclaimed, Song Ren, if you dare touch Su Li, I will not let you escape unscathed. Song Ren quickly replied, Can you stop with the empty threats? Why don't you come rescue your woman? In a fit of rage, Sun Ran retorted, You are pushing your luck. I curse you to an untimely demise. Upon hearing Sun Ran's voice message, Song Ren scoffed, Ha! He is clearly terrified. This fool doesn't he dare step out of the villa? Fine. He won't come to Su Li's rescue, so don't blame us for being ruthless. Knock on the door, and if there is no response, let my brother number 3 force it open. Seeing no other option, everyone agreed. Wang Gang took the lead in knocking. As he pounded on the door, he called out, Su Li, I am Wang Gang, the president of the Self-Help Association. I am here to collect your supplies. Rest assured, we will document everything we take, and after the extreme weather passes, we will compensate you accordingly, and perhaps even present you with a Good Citizen Award. After a long silence, no response came. The cold had frozen everyone to the bone. Their fingers were nearly numb. Song Ren stepped forward and declared, You can stop hoping for Sun Ran to save you. He is just a master of hot air. I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't open the door by then, we'll force it open. You'll receive no compensation for that, as you will obstruct us in performing our duties. The choice is yours. Achoo! Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness, broken only by the howling wind outside. Damn it, this woman is truly asking for it. Brother 3, open the door. Brother 3 glanced at Brother 1, who nodded in silent agreement. He removed his gloves, flexed his frozen fingers, and began to pick the lock. Under normal circumstances, such a residential lock could be opened in a minute, but standing in the frigid corridor at over -50 degrees for more than half an hour had left them all nearly frozen. With little sustenance to keep them warm, they were fortunate not to have succumbed to the cold. 5 minutes passed without success, and no one dared to urge him on. While they waited, their minds conjured images of opening the door to a treasure trove of food, snacks, and sausages. Song Ren was nearly drooling at the thought, fantasizing about slapping Su Li twice before boiling water for a fragrant bowl of instant noodles, complete with 2 meatless starch sausages. Why heavens! It seemed too good to be true. A droplet of saliva fell onto Brother 3's head, unnoticed, and instantly froze. With a sharp sound, the door swung open. Brother 3's hands had turned purple from the cold, and he quickly donned his gloves as everyone rushed into the room. Sun Ran, you will pay for this. Su Li's small supermarket and storage were utterly bare, devoid of even the most basic supplies. No food, not even a scrap of packaging. Song Ren, with a disdainful flourish, brandished his phone and began to berate Sun Ran in their group chat. Sun Ran offered no response, only sending a picture of himself with Su Li, in which she wore a snug t-shirt, her face alight with joy as she embraced his arm. The pressure of their closeness had distorted certain aspects of the image. All the men in the group silently zoomed in on a particular spot. Their curiosity piqued. If they could not partake, at least they could indulge their eyes. Song Ren, how does it feel to be lying in ambush for an hour in the cold? Ha ha ha, a pack of foolish dogs. At that moment, Song Ren, overwhelmed by hunger, anger, and low blood sugar, fainted. Wang Gang, witnessing this, had no choice but to carry him home and prepare a meager porridge from their dwindling rice supply, sharing it among the remaining strongmen. As they still needed Song Ren and his crew to collect supplies that afternoon, Zhao Qian, upon seeing Su Li settled in Sun Ran's villa, felt an acute sense of discomfort. How she wished it were her in that warm, food-laden basement. Yet the thought of never being able to reside there plunged her into despair. When would this wretched weather finally pass? In the afternoon, the Self-Help Association commenced their operations. After all, aside from Su Li's supermarket, there were two others in the 10 buildings. Thus, a few core members of the association, along with the brothers 1 through 4, convened and decided to begin with these two supermarkets. Fearing Sun Ran might snatch them away, the first supermarket offered no resistance, opening its doors willingly for the association to collect supplies. As for the owner's potential hoarding, Wang Gang and the others did not pry, for the proprietor had willingly surrendered all stock. After several trips, they successfully transported all supplies to Wang Gang's residence on the first floor. As they departed, Song Ren cordially shook hands with the owner, assuring him of a compensation of 500,000 yuan after the extreme weather, complete with a receipt. The owner, beaming with gratitude, replied, "It is my greatest honor to assist our community. Whether or not I receive that 500,000 matters little. Ah, Mr. Song, a transfer will suffice. Cash can be cumbersome," he added. With a smile, Song Ren agreed, "No problem. A good start indeed." They proceeded to the second supermarket. The owner, however, immediately locked the door and barricaded it with sofas and tables. Vowing never to let the Self-Help Association in, the owner thought to himself, "I don't lack money. I simply lack food. My family of 6, including 2 elders and 2 children, consumes a hefty amount daily. I cannot let the association take our supplies. If these scoundrels abscond with everything, my family will starve. Mr. Zhang, open the door. This is Wang Gang, the president of the Self-Help Association. You can leave. I will not open the door. My son and I have knives at the ready. If you dare to force the door, we will retaliate." With a sly smile, Song Ren replied, "Mr. Zhang, rest assured, I will compensate you. Open the door, and you will receive ample food, securing for yourself wealth, sustenance, and honor. Stop with your empty words. Without food, my family will perish. Now, leave." Wang Gang sighed and addressed his fellow association members. How could this elderly gentleman be so lacking in awareness? If he refuses, we must proceed with enforcement. Brother 3, it falls to you. Brother 3, having just consumed 2 sausages and a sizable piece of cocoa butter chocolate, felt invigorated. Noticing the eager eyes upon him, he nodded firmly, declaring, "Comrades, watch closely. It seems the apocalypse truly can transform a person. Even mercenaries known for their ruthlessness could become selfless, a rarity indeed." Chapter 35. The retribution of Song Ren and the fury of the 4 brothers. The door to Zhang's supermarket was effortlessly opened by Brother 3. Though the sofa initially hindered their advance, it was soon cleared away by the 4 mercenaries, who swiftly subdued the father and son wielding knives. Only 2 women and 2 children remained, trembling in the bedroom, too frightened to emerge. Wang Gang, elated, led the core members of the Self-Help Association inside, eager to commence the collection of supplies, but was halted by Brother 1. The remaining 3 brothers instantly understood their leader's intent and stood beside Brother 1. Awaiting his command, "President Wang, we shall not share the supplies from this supermarket. You may return home," Brother 1 stated. Wang Gang, taken aback, stammered, "Wasn't it agreed that Song Ren and his 4 subordinates would assist us in collecting supplies?" "Song Ren, what is the meaning of your subordinates' actions? Are they planning to hoard the supplies for themselves?" Song Ren, equally perplexed, turned to Brother 1 and asked quietly, "1, what is your intention? Did we not agree to gather supplies together?" Brother 1 laughed heartily, disregarding Song Ren's concerns, and proclaimed, "My brother opened the door, and my men subdued the owner. Why should I share the spoils with your association? Would you like to contest that? President Wang, if you feel aggrieved, we can settle it here. Brother 2, entertain President Wang for a moment. Certainly, brother. I've been itching for some action. President Wang, I assure you, I shall be exceedingly gentle. Wang Gang, observing the towering figure approaching him, quickly surrendered, saying, You are right, my brother. Those who are capable should reap the rewards. Never mind. We shall take our leave now. It's rather cold. Best of luck with your endeavors. With that, he retreated, along with the other members of the association. Back to their homes, Brother 1 turned to Song Ren, stating, Mr. Song, in these extraordinary times, I believe survival supersedes all other tasks. Therefore, we are temporarily dissolving our employer-employee relationship. Once the extreme weather has passed, I shall rally my brothers to continue fulfilling your mission. Let us commence the transportation of supplies. We aim to return everything to the villa within the hour. The Zhang family is tightly bound together by 4 burly men, utterly unable to move. Meanwhile, the first brother and his trio, along with Song Ren, begin to transfer supplies to the underground parking lot. Due to Grandpa Zhang's frequent procurement of goods, the household possesses a tricycle, which greatly expedites the process of moving. Rewind to an hour ago, just as preparations were underway to transport the second batch of supplies from the supermarket. Sun Ran received a call from Song Ren's wife, Tang Tiantian, in the villa. Brother Sun Ran, I am unwell. I have been feverish for 3 days, and we have no antipyretics at home. I feel as though I cannot go on, Tang Tiantian said weakly. Moreover, those 4 psychopaths are always watching me. I fear they will soon disregard their employment relationship with Song Ren and harm me in his presence. I am so terrified. Sun Ren shook his head and replied, I urged you to come to the villa, but you refused, clinging to your pride. Now, you find yourself ill and unattended. You must put on some clothes and come to my villa immediately. From now on, you shall stay here. I have medicine and nutritional supplements. Within 3 days, you will recover completely. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Tang Tiantian's face. When Song Ren learned of her illness, he did not seek medicine for her. Instead, he lamented that her sickness would hinder him and left her to fend for herself in the room. At mealtime, he still expected her to prepare food for everyone, treating her as if she were not human. Why are you crying? Hurry. Soon, Song Ren and the others will return, and you will not be able to leave. Tang Tiantian suddenly realized that she must avoid encountering those 4 brutes, whose gazes seemed intent on devouring her. She sensed that if she did not escape today, her purity might be irrevocably lost. Disregarding her frailty, she hastily packed her personal belongings into a suitcase and quietly descended the stairs. Peering through the underground parking lot's large door, she found no one. Ignoring the cold, she dragged her suitcase towards Sun Ran's villa, stumbling twice along the way due to her haste. Meanwhile, the second brother and his trio were busily moving supplies downstairs. The first brother, with an arm around Song Ren's shoulder, grinned and said, Mr. Song, since we are no longer in a contractual relationship, I shall speak candidly. Look at all these supplies we have fought so hard to acquire. Why should we share any with you? You are a businessman. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. I trust you understand this better than I do. Therefore, you must offer something in exchange for the supplies. Song Ren's heart trembled as he instantly grasped the first brother's intent. He had set his sights on Tanga. Although he could not act like a man at present, it was only temporary. Once the extreme weather subsided, he would travel abroad for surgery to undergo a change, emerging even stronger. Moreover, Song Ren was particularly sensitive to the notion of being cuckolded. Perhaps due to the frequency with which he had imposed such a fate on others. With a forced smile, Song Ren replied, Brother 1, I understand. How about I add an additional 10 million for you? The first brother's smile vanished as he glanced at Song Ren with narrowed eyes. Do you believe that money is of any use in this weather? I shall not beat around the bush. Starting today, your wife belongs to us 4 brothers. After all, you are not a real man at the moment. We will take care of her on your behalf. With eyes reddened by fury, Song Ren looked up at the first brother. His gaze lethal enough to warrant a death sentence for him by the following year. Do not look at me like that. If you wish to die, I can accommodate you by burying you in the snow. Who would know it was us brothers? Were it not for our penchant for offending in front of husbands, I would have no desire to keep you around. So, enjoy your little victory. Upon hearing the words offending in front of husbands, Song Ren clutched his hair in anguish, collapsing to the ground in tears. This was truly karmic retribution. The four brothers shared his peculiar taste. Big brother, the first load of supplies is ready. Good. Let us return and unload it together. That way, we can expedite the process. We likely need 2 more trips to finish moving everything. Everyone hustle. Once we are done, we shall have our fun with Tang Tiantian tonight. Finally, we can have our turn. If you had listened to me, we could have enjoyed ourselves much earlier. Big brother, you are simply too honorable. The second brother chimed in. All right, tonight you shall have your wishes fulfilled. First, let us eat our fill. Then we will take turns. The four brothers were invigorated, while Song Ren, in stark contrast, resembled a mere shell of a man, so lifeless that one might mistake him for deceased, were it not for his labored breathing. In the underground parking lot, brother, look, there is a woman running ahead. She seems so familiar. The second brother pointed at a woman frantically dragging a suitcase nearby. The first brother, occupied with pushing the tricycle loaded with supplies toward the villa, had not noticed. Upon glancing up, his eyes flared with rage as he shouted, "Damn it! It's Tang Tiantian! Quickly, seize her! Do not let her escape!" At this moment, they were less than 100 meters from the villa's underground blast door. Meanwhile, through the surveillance cameras concealed in the shadows outside, Sun Ran had already spotted Tang Tiantian and the four brothers in hot pursuit. The distance between them rapidly diminished, 80 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Tang Tiantian discarded her suitcase as the blast door loomed just ahead. "Open the door, brother Sun Ran. It is I, Tang Tiantian." Even from 20 meters away, she cried out, not caring whether Sun Ran could hear her. With a click, the blast door swung open, leaving the four brothers just 10 meters away from capturing Tang Tiantian. Sprint. Rush into the villa. Do not worry about Tang Tiantian. However, events did not unfold as they hoped. Tang Tiantian reached the villa first, and the blast door promptly closed behind her. The four brothers collided with the door just as it shut. "Damn it. So close." Sun Ran. "Open the damn door, The first brother bellowed in impotent rage. Seeing his wife escape to Sun Ran's residence brought a strange relief to Song Ran. At last, he need not worry about being cuckolded. Yet, this realization struck him anew. Had he not just been cheated on? With this thought, his heart ached even more. Retribution. This was nothing short of retribution. Chapter 36. The frustration of Brother One. In this life, Sun Ran must strike back decisively. Sun Ran, if you are a man, come out and face me in one-on-one combat. The second brother had lost his mind, furiously pounding on the villa's blast door. He was the first among the four brothers to covet Tang Tiantian. Had it not been for the first brother's restraint, he might have already dispatched her. As he witnessed the near loss of his prize, it was impossible for him not to be driven to madness. Sun Ran, observing the brothers' frantic antics on the surveillance screen, found immense amusement in their plight. Xiao Du, activate the spray mode and give them a thorough soaking. Hidden mechanisms above the blast door unveiled 4 high-pressure water guns, unleashing a deluge upon the four brothers outside. Run! In their fury, they had forgotten about the high-pressure water guns. The jets instantly drenched them, and combined with the near-freezing temperatures of the underground parking lot. Their clothes froze almost instantly. Without a second thought, they charged towards Sun Ran's villa, desperate to strip off their soaked garments to avoid frostbite. Meanwhile, Tang Tiantian, in the changing room on the first floor, was trembling with fear, mere meters away from capture. If she were caught, her fate would undoubtedly be dire. At that moment, Sun Ran descended from upstairs, carrying a few pieces of clothing. "Tiantian, discard these old clothes. I will take you upstairs to shower. These are new clothes that I am unsure if they will fit, but wear them for now. I will have Su Lingming find you something better once she wakes from her nap." "Shower? Are you joking? In this freezing weather, a shower?" Sun Ran chuckled and replied, "Come on, there is plenty of hot water." The two ascended to the second floor, where Su Li had just finished her shower and changed into fresh clothes. Clad in a fitted short-sleeved top and a mini skirt, she epitomized the curvaceous ideal, her beauty undeniably captivating. "Sun Ran, who is this lovely lady? Have you rescued yet another?" "This is Song Ren's wife." "Tang Tiantian, if I had not intervened, she would have been in grave danger from Song Ren's 4 mercenaries. How are those brutes still alive?" "Exactly. Su Jia, please take her to shower while I wait for you both in the living room." Su Li led Tang Tiantian to the bathroom, while Sun Ran turned to the surveillance feed, spotting a tricycle laden with supplies parked in the garage. Without a doubt, It was the first brother and his trio who had raided one of the 3 supermarkets. Since he had seen it, there was no way he would leave it for them. It must be secured. Sun Ran donned professional cold weather gear and sprang into action, pushing open the blast door. An icy gust assaulted him, reminding him just how frigid it was outside. He immediately accelerated to maximum speed. 100 meters in 5.5 seconds. Can you even comprehend that? The tricycle was swiftly maneuvered into the designated space before hurrying to the 3rd supermarket in the neighborhood, which belonged to Grandpa Zhang. Upon pushing the door open, a harrowing sight greeted him. A family was neatly bound together, crying out desperately towards Sun Ran. Sun Ran hastily freed them and quickly advised. The most perilous places often harbor the greatest safety. Take the remaining supplies and seek refuge at your neighbor's house across the street. Song Ren and his team will arrive shortly. How you communicate is your concern. But you must act swiftly. I can assist you no further with that. Sun Ran turned and departed. Grandpa Zhang, observing that nearly half of the house remained occupied, promptly made a decision. He dashed to the neighbor's door, proposing to exchange supplies for shelter. The neighbors, an elderly couple, had always maintained excellent relations with everyone and readily agreed without a second thought. Together, they toiled to transfer all the supplies into the neighboring house and concealed them well. In a mere 5 minutes, Sun Ran had already changed his attire on the ground floor. Song Ren, dazed and confused, trailed behind the 4 brothers back to the villa, sitting on the sofa, lost in thought. The 4 brothers swiftly shed their garments and donned fresh clothing. This Sun Ran, I must eliminate him, gritted the second brother through clenched teeth. Let's set aside that for now. We must reclaim our supplies and devise a plan to deal with Sun Ran. But what about the wet clothes? Damn it, let's just wrap ourselves in blankets and go. We can snatch a few garments from the neighbors. The 4 of them took a moment to gather themselves. Disregarding the cold, and one by one, they wrapped themselves in thick quilts and sprinted out of the villa to the underground parking lot. Wait, I distinctly remember parking the tricycle here. Where could it have gone? The first brother was now visibly anxious. Losing a woman is manageable, but losing supplies is a grave concern. I also recall it being right here. This is bad. We must hurry to the supermarket. Suddenly, the first brother realized, and the 4 of them dashed toward Grandpa Zhang's supermarket like rabid dogs. Indeed, they found it deserted. Nothing remained for the brothers. At that moment, hunger, cold, and rage intertwined within the first brother, who let out a howl towards the sky, spewing a mouthful of blood. The second brother rushed over to support him. Big brother, calm down. If the supplies are gone, we will find more. Women are plentiful, but your health is paramount. We still need to seek vengeance on Sun Ran. The first brother shook his head, his complexion pale, and said, I feel much better now. Come on, brothers, grab your weapons. We're going to find Wang Gang. Didn't their self-help group just loot a stash of supplies? Humph. Let them know what it truly means to be mercenaries. The group, armed with knives, swiftly made their way to Wang Gang's residence. Darling, we took a nap, and now there are 2 beautiful women in the house. Your ability to gather a harem is astonishing. Can your body handle it? Su Ningming teased. Stop joking around. Sister Su, you know her. This is Tang Da, Song Ren's wife. As for why she's here, I'll explain shortly. At that moment, Lin Yao emerged from the kitchen, placing a platter of fruit on the coffee table. The newcomers, Su Li, Tang Tiantian, and Qin Xiaoya, felt somewhat bashful about eating. Go on, don't be shy, dig in. We have plenty of fruit. Tang Tiantian, having taken antipyretics and anti-inflammatory medication, still felt quite weak and needed nourishment. She picked up a slice of apple and took small bites, tears streaming down her face after just 2 bites. Tuna, why are you crying? Earlier, Xiaoya cried over some delicious ribs. What is upsetting you? I don't know. I just feel like crying. Everything seems surreal. Haha, that's just the fever talking. Soon, our chef Lin will prepare you a nutritious meal to help you regain your strength, and after taking a couple more pills, you'll be fine. Sister Su, Xiaoya, you both should eat too. Otherwise, they'll finish everything. Finishing it all is impossible. This large platter of apples, strawberries, and grapes weighs over 10 pounds. There's no way it could all be consumed. Su Li picked up a strawberry, popping it into her mouth with a playful grin. Her enticing lips slightly parted. Sun Ran's eyes widened in delight. This is so delicious. I never imagined fruit could taste this good. It's been a month since I had a single piece. Sister Su, The best is yet to come. Sun Ran took a few bites before stopping, leaning back on the sofa, watching the 5 beautiful women savor the fruit, each with her own unique style. Su Ningming exuded youthful vitality, Lin Yao embodied the elegant mature woman, Qin Xiaoya represented the devoted housewife. Su Li showcased a charmingly plump yet mature allure, and Tang Tiantian radiated sensuality. All 5 women were stunning, both in appearance and figure. Sun Ran took out his phone and snapped a picture of the 5 beauties, quietly sharing it in the group chat, while also casually mentioning Song Ren, Zhao Qian, and Xiao Dafu. Upon seeing the photo, the trio was incensed, throwing their phones to the ground, cursing Sun Ran as a beast. Is this even human? One man with 4 wives and a stunning beauty? Why am I not afforded the same? Is that really the point? Just look at what's on the coffee table. Fruit. My goodness, I can't even drink the broth from instant noodles, and they're feasting on fruit? Haha, you're quite adept with photo editing. Soon, I'll edit a roast chicken to tempt you. The group chat was abuzz with comments, and Sun Ran merely chuckled in response. In his previous life, he felt utterly pathetic, always submissive. In this life, he vowed to be bold and take decisive action. Chapter 37. The dark transformation of the first brother and his trio into killers. At Wang Gang's home. The self-help group's leaders gawked at the enormous pile of supplies before them, salivating. Song Shuzhen excitedly remarked, President Wang, when shall we distribute the supplies? My household has absolutely nothing to eat, and my child is crying out from hunger. The others looked at Wang Gang with eager anticipation. Ahem, there's no need to rush. We'll distribute based on the contributions made during this operation. Sister Song was the first to propose gathering supplies. And our meetings have always been held at your home. Therefore, you shall receive a box of instant noodles and 20 sausages. After saying this, he retrieved the corresponding food items from the pile and handed them to Song Shuzhen. The remaining members, who had just been bickering with Sun Ran in the group chat, were also rewarded fairly, each receiving 10 bags of instant noodles and 10 sausages. President, is this allocation a bit too scant? There's still so much supply left. Can we not distribute a bit more, perhaps some noodles? A bespectacled man inquired hesitantly. Wang Gang's demeanor shifted dramatically. He sternly replied, Shaoli, these supplies do not belong to us alone. We must assist those lacking food. If we distribute everything to you, what will become of the others? Once you've consumed your share, you can come to me for more. Shaoli immediately fell silent. All right, that's enough for today. As of now, Song Ren and his 4 bodyguards are no longer part of our self-help group, so we must rely on ourselves for future supply collections. Keep your eyes peeled for potential talents, such as those skilled in lockpicking or proficient in combat. We should recruit them all into our self-help group. I refuse to believe we cannot gather supplies without Song Ren's 4 bodyguards. Just as Wang Gang was distributing the spoils, a knock echoed at the door. Wang Gang quickly rose and peered through the peephole, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Open the door, President Wang. I know you're inside. You know my brother's lockpicking skills. I'll give you 3 counts. If you don't open up, we'll let ourselves in. It was none other than the first brother and his trio. Standing outside in thick blankets, exuding an air of menace, Wang Gang weighed the pros and cons and ultimately decided to open the door. It's you, first brother. Come in quickly. It's cold outside. The first brother, grinning with a facade of friendliness, replied, We won't be entering. We're here to collect the supplies you've organized. Wang Gang's heart sank, and he feigned a mournful expression. First brother, I sent it a bit much to bully us like this. You already took all the supplies from Grandpa Zhang's supermarket. Why are you still eyeing our meager stock? Shaoli also stood up, protesting loudly, Yes, with so many of us, we're only receiving a paltry amount of supplies. What right do you have to steal from us? At that moment, the second brother's eyes blazed with fury. The recent escape of Tang Tiantian and the loss of an entire supermarket's supplies had driven him to the brink. He slowly approached Shaoli, speaking in a low, menacing tone. What gives you the right to claim these supplies? Just this. With a flash of steel, a red line appeared across Shaoli's neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain, splattering all over the second brother. Within moments, Shaoli collapsed to the ground, blood pooling everywhere. Ah, they killed someone! Song Shuzhen screamed and fainted. The second brother licked the blood from the blade of his knife, gazing at the crowd like a demon. Why brother instructed you to gather supplies? Did you hear that? Wang Gang, already trembling in fear, nodded vigorously. I heard. He turned to the others, instructing them to gather all the supplies that had just been distributed and to step back several paces. Quaking in terror, all your down jackets and thick pants, take them off. The others hurriedly stripped off their winter coats and bulky trousers, tossing them onto the pile of supplies. Second brother, the three of you change your clothes and then transport the supplies out. I will stay here with President Wang for a while. The three brothers swiftly changed into their clothes and began to move the supplies. Half an hour later, Number 1 gazed at the empty living room and said to President Wang, I apologize. For us brothers to survive, someone must perish. If you seek revenge, come find me at Villa 1. With that, he donned his down jacket and departed from Wang Gang's house alongside the three brothers. The moment the door clicked shut, several key members of the self-help group collapsed onto the ground, and Xiao Li's blood had already frozen into red ice blocks. It was then that this group truly realized that the apocalypse had indeed arrived. Inside the room, the temperature remained a steady 26 degrees Celsius. Tang Tian finished her shower and consumed some nutritious porridge. Half an hour later, she took some fever-reducing and anti-inflammatory medication and now lay cozily in her warm bed, drifting off to sleep. Even in slumber, she clutched Sun Ran's hand tightly, as if releasing it would make everything disappear in an instant. Sun Ran gently caressed Tang Tiantian's smooth forehead, reflecting on their journey from coercion to conquest, and ultimately to mutual affection. It had been quite an intriguing experience. Not only did he gain a beautiful and voluptuous wife, but he also managed to place a green hat on Song Ran. Truly, it was a remarkable twofold gain. As Sun Ran saw her utterly asleep, he slowly withdrew his hand and made his way to the first floor's living room. At that moment, several women were seated on the sofa, engaged in conversation as if there were endless topics to discuss. Even the typically introverted Qin Xiaoya was joining in, occasionally bursting into laughter. Indeed, humans are inherently social creatures. What could they possibly be so joyous about? Sun Ran plopped down between Su Ningming and Qin Xiaoya, immediately feeling the softness and warmth of Qin Xiaoya's body. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She initially intended to shift away slightly, but then she realized that Sun Ran was the only man in the house, and it was essential to curry favor with him. Thus, she subtly leaned forward, allowing her front to brush against Sun Ran's arm. Who says an introverted and kind-hearted woman cannot be cunning? Sun Ran sensed the unusual warmth on his arm and turned to smile at her, then playfully moved his arm a few times. This made Qin Xiaoya's face redden even more. Fortunately, no one noticed their subtle movements. Su Ningming immediately wrapped her arms around Sun Ran's, grinning as she said, I was just telling them about your revenge on Song Ran and Zhao Qian, how they became conjoined twins. Sun Ran chuckled in disbelief, replying, all right, you all continue chatting. I'll go make some popcorn. Tonight we shall watch a movie in the cinema on the 5th floor. Yay! What movie shall we watch? How about Lust Caution? It's quite enlightening. Are you really going to watch it for its educational value? You must know better than that. Then what do you think I'm watching it for? Su Ningming suddenly found herself at a loss for words, her face flushing as she lightly hit Sun Ran's arm and turned her head away, ignoring him. To everyone's surprise, Su Li, the slightly plump woman, chimed in, I know. I've seen that movie. It's just to watch those intimate scenes, right? What is there to be embarrassed about? Sister Su, truly a role model among us. Let's watch it together tonight. Oh, and if you have any thoughts after watching, feel free to seek me out. If Su Li's fans were to discover that Sun Ran had such privileges, they would surely faint in the restroom. She was, after all, the goddess of curvaceous beauty in their eyes. Song Shuzhen trembled as she returned home, still shaken by the earlier scene of Xiao Li's murder, her heart racing uncontrollably. Mom, why hasn't the self-help group sent you any supplies? My whole family is waiting for you to bring back food. Zhao Yi had already succumbed to starvation, losing consciousness. Zhao Xiaozhu, clad in a thick cotton coat, her hair resembling a bird's nest, exclaimed, What supplies? Your mother almost didn't make it back. She then recounted the fragmented story of Xiao Li's murder at the hands of Number 2. What? Song Ren's men actually committed murder? Aren't they afraid that once the extreme weather passes, the authorities will come for them? How would I know? I was nearly scared to death. Did you not see how Xiao Li's blood sprayed out like a faucet? After hearing this, Zhao Qian rushed to her room to call Song Ren, only to have to wait for a long time before someone picked up. Song Ren, did you know that the 4 people you hired have committed murder? At that moment, Song Ren was in the kitchen, wearing an apron, preparing meals for the 4 burly men I know. Number 1 came back and told me, I have now become their servant. Tang Tiantian ran off with Sun Ran. Now, I am nothing but a useless individual. I still have 2 billion in my account, but I can't spend it. Why am I so unfortunate? He lamented. Suddenly, another man's voice came through the phone. Song Ren, stop crying. Hurry up and finish cooking. Watch your backside. Immediately after, the call was abruptly disconnected. Zhao Qian stared at the hung-up phone, speechless, pondering who had devised this script. Why had the usually inept Sun Ran become the biggest winner, while she, so beautiful, could not even secure a meal? Is there any fairness left in this world? Chapter 38. The Downfall of Song Ren and the Darkening of Zhao Qian. Wang Gang, President, when will you distribute food? Just give me a bag of noodles. I have salt at home. Yeah, I can't hold on any longer. My husband has been starving for a week and hasn't he delivered any rations? Upstairs, I still have some grain. If not, I'll go. What kind of race is this? Why do I see someone driving? Everyone, I apologize. The collected supplies have all been taken by Song Ran and his bodyguards. Xiao Li from the self-help group has already been killed by them. Everyone gasped. President Wang Gang informed everyone in the group, attaching a photo of Xiao Li's lifeless body. What the heck? That corpse is truly Xiao Li. Are these people really so bold as to kill? Wang Gang, could this be a self-scripted play? I heard Ketchup looks a lot like Bielo Lao Tian had not responded to the message for quite some time. Just as Song Shujin was about to lose her patience and dress up to seek him out, her phone chimed. Sister Song, you have misunderstood my intention. What I meant was for you to bring your daughter Zhao Qian to keep me company. I will give you 3 packs of noodles. I usually live alone and like to stock up on food. If you think that's not enough, I can add a bit more. Upon reading the text, Song Shujin's face instantly paled. It turned out that the one being foolish was not him, but herself. Lao Tian, how old are you? Still thinking about my girl? How dare you? She powered off her phone and went to bed. The more she slept, the hungrier and colder she felt. Grandma, I'm hungry. I want to eat something. At that moment, Zhao Yi came running, clamoring for food. The child had barely eaten for nearly a month and had grown thin from hunger. Song Shujin held Zhao Yi tightly, her heart aching, as there was nothing left to eat at home. The Mutual Aid Society was also silent now, with everyone in the neighborhood cursing Song Ran and Wang Gang from the society. But what good was cursing? It wouldn't produce food. Going out to buy food was no longer a feasible option. There was simply no one selling it. Gritting her teeth, she decided that for the sake of her child, she would have to discuss Lao Tian with Zhao Qian. Be good, Xiao Yi. Mommy will bring back something to eat soon. Just hang in there a little longer. She turned and walked into Zhao Qian's room. Zhao Qian, just now, Lao Tian from across the hall said he is willing to give us 3 packs of noodles, but he needs you. Zhao Qian suddenly sat up, looking at Song Shujin with disbelief. Neither spoke for a moment, and Song Shujin thought, my dear girl, I truly wish to go in your place, but he doesn't want me. After a pause, Zhao Qian suddenly laughed and said, Mom, I'll go. You all stay home and wait. I'll just change into some fresh underwear. It's been days since I've changed and it's dirty. Song Shujin felt a pang of pain but nodded helplessly. Turning to leave and closing the door behind her, Zhao Qian sat before her vanity, speaking to herself, since the heavens are blind, I might as well do something wicked. I bet they can't see it. Ha ha! After a while of dressing up, Zhao Qian made her way to the kitchen, decisively opened the door, and knocked on Lao Tian's door diagonally across the hall. Lao Tian, looking through the peephole, saw it was Zhao Qian, and she appeared to be meticulously made up. His heart raced with excitement. Who in the neighborhood didn't he know that Zhao Qian was among the most beautiful? Lao Tian had long been daydreaming about her. He never expected that this wish would come true. He quickly opened the door, stammering, Come in, it's a bit warm. It's too cold. Zhao Qian smiled, covering her mouth, and Lao Tian felt his heart skip a beat. Uncle Tian, I heard from my mom that you're willing to give us 3 packs of noodles, but I can't let you give them for free. From now on, I belong to you. You can do whatever you want, without regard for the cold. She shed her down jacket, revealing a snug pink sweater underneath, her chest noticeably prominent. Lao Tian was nearly drooling. Trembling, he reached out his hands, slowly approaching her. Come on, Uncle Tian, don't be shy. It's all yours. Zhao Qian leaned forward, coaxing him. At that moment, Lao Tian finally made contact, and tears streamed down his face as he thought, even if I die now, It's worth it. Behind Zhao Qian's right hand, she felt the sharp watermelon knife hidden there. Seizing the moment while Lao Tian was lost in his desires, she swiftly drew the knife and plunged it into his neck. Lao Tian screamed in agony. Zhao Qian's eyes reddened as she quickly withdrew the knife and stabbed down again. Despite his age, Lao Tian was still a man. Though the wounds were deep, they were not immediately fatal. He clutched his neck with one hand while desperately trying to retreat and find something to fight back with. However, Zhao Qian's murderous intent had taken hold. She would not let him escape. Grabbing the thermos from the coffee table, she smashed it against Lao Tian's head, knocking him down. With a swift motion, she drove the knife into his eye. Lao Tian, die! Yet, as Lao Tian perished, he did so with a smile, for he had fulfilled his wish. Indeed, it was worth dying for. As Zhao Qian stood up, a flicker of exhilaration surged within her. Ignoring the blood covering her, she began to search for food in Lao Tian's home. In the kitchen, she discovered half a roasted chicken still on the table. She snatched it up and devoured it without concern for its temperature. Her mouth filling with meat as tears streamed down her face. This is the last time I will cry. Sun Ran, I will survive until the end, and then I will personally kill you and your woman. Ha ha ha! In no time, she had polished off the half-chicken and began gathering food from Lao Tian's house. It turned out he had not lied. Living alone, he had hoarded provisions, such as noodles, and snacks like sugar-free biscuits and jerky. There was also rice, flour, cooking oil, and plenty of meat. Upon returning home, Zhao Qian called out towards Song Shuzhen's room, "You all go over and move the food. Don't disturb me unless it's necessary." When Song Shuzhen saw Zhao Qian drenched in blood, she trembled in fear. Zhao Xiaozhu and Zhao Dazhu arrived at Lao Tian's home and immediately retched. A watermelon knife was still sticking out of Lao Tian's eye, and blood had pooled on the ground, now frozen. However, no matter how frightened they were, hunger was far more terrifying. Driven by starvation, the three of them shivered as they hurriedly transported the supplies back home, swiftly closing Lao Tian's door behind them. This matter remained buried in their hearts. No one was to speak of it. Song Shuzhen cautioned her son and daughter, "Rest assured, Lao Tian died from a fall, right, son?" "Yes, he fell onto the watermelon knife and accidentally got stabbed." Chapter 39. The Unfortunate Su Li and the Unfortunate Dongfang. Dig in, my lovely ladies, the movie is about to start. Sun Ran finished his meal, carrying a large batch of homemade popcorn, fresh juice, and drinks as he made his way to the fifth-floor cinema, ready to select a film from the computer. Once everyone gathered, they would be able to start the show immediately. Before long, 5 beautiful ladies emerged from the elevator, their fragrances wafting through the air. Tang Tian, having rested for a day, looked much better. The private cinema on the 5th floor was equipped with 10 luxurious leather seats from the Jihua series, arranged in a tiered fashion, resembling a miniature version of a mall theater. The screens boasted state-of-the-art IMAX 4D effects, providing an unparalleled visual and auditory experience. The 6 settled into their most comfortable positions, each with a bucket of buttery popcorn and a cup of fresh juice. They began watching the movie. As the film commenced, the lights in the cinema dimmed automatically. Not long into the film, Su Ningming quietly moved to Sun Ran's seat, squeezing onto the large sofa. And soon there was a bit of commotion. The nearest Qian Xiaoya stole a quick glance at Sun Ran in the dim light of the movie, her face flushing with excitement. These two really don't consider us outsiders at all. After the movie concluded, it was already past 9 o'clock. Everyone should head back to your rooms to rest early. Tomorrow I'll take you all to work out. Regardless of the situation or the weather, having a good body is always a good thing. Sated, Su Ningming returned to her room, while the tormented Qian Xiaoya watched as everyone else returned to their own rooms. She quietly opened Sun Ran's door. The temperature in the villa had remained between 25 and 26 degrees, so everyone was dressed lightly. At this moment, Qian Xiaoya was wearing only a thin camisole. "Xiaoya, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Qian Xiaoya, a normal woman, had just experienced a significant emotional jolt, and now felt as if her heart was being scratched by a cat's claws. "Well, don't pretend you don't know." Sun Ran. I want Qian Xiaoya gazed at Sun Ran with a pitiful expression, her words hesitating. Even a fool like Sun Ran understood her meaning. Seeing her in a snug camisole and realizing she was bare underneath, how could he resist? A night passed without a word. On the 40th day of the apocalypse, the tap water had completely run dry. The low temperatures had not significantly impacted the electricity, so it had not been cut off yet. With no water, people had to brave the bitter cold to go downstairs and dig snow to bring home for boiling. The group chat had grown quiet. After the last robbery by the number 1 quartet, the Mutual Aid Society had been silent. Early in the morning, the stillness was broken when someone finally spoke up in the chat. Selling photos of wives. 10 photos for a pack of noodles. 20 for 10 packs of instant noodles. 30 for 20 gene of rice. If you want, message me privately. Everyone, pictures, first. I'll send one of me dressed. If you're interested, definitely message me. The pictures are absolutely provocative. And I promise they're genuine. Damn, this is really Dongfang's photo. I didn't expect her to be so generous despite her usual low profile. Chow Daley is something else. P.S. really going for it for food. If she sends out a couple more, I swear I won't eat or drink until I buy a few. For those upstairs wanting to mooch, just say it directly. Do you have any shame left? Although the group has become lively, there are truly few willing to spend resources on purchasing photographs. The individual selling the pictures is named Chow Daley, who is typically a ne'er-do-well. His wife's name is Dongfang. There is also a pivotal character in this narrative, Chow Daley's mother, Wang Guizhi. Wang Guizhi and Zhao Qin's mother, Song Shuzhen, are close friends. After Sun Ran and Su Ningming were reborn and successfully amassed wealth, they celebrated in a restaurant after purchasing a villa, only to be confronted by Wang Guizhi, who ultimately lost an argument to Sun Ran and was pulled away by her daughter-in-law, Dongfang. In Sun Ran's villa, Su Ningming dashed over with her phone, exclaiming, "Husband, look! Chow Daley is selling photos of Dongfang. It seems to be earlier than in our previous life, in the last life." It was nearly 2 months into the apocalypse before Chow Daley began selling photos in the group. This time, he has started prematurely, likely because the supplies in the 3 supermarkets have been depleted, leaving his family without food sooner than expected. Before Sun Ran could respond, Suli interjected. "Are you talking about Chow Daley?" "Yes, Sister Suli. Do you know him?" Suli gritted her teeth and replied. "How could I not know him? Half of the reason for my divorce from my ex-husband was because of that scoundrel." Upon hearing the gossip, everyone immediately set aside their tasks, settled onto the sofa, and began munching on sunflower seeds and fruit while eagerly listening. Suli candidly recounted. "My ex-husband was originally a decent elementary school teacher. When we first married, he worked while I ran a supermarket. Although we weren't wealthy, we were quite content. Until one day, Chow Daley came to my supermarket to buy cigarettes and immediately took a liking to me. From then on, he would come daily under the pretense of buying cigarettes. Lingering for hours that time, he hadn't married Dongfang, so he pursued me relentlessly. Sometimes, even when my ex-husband had days off, Chow Daley would still loiter around. My ex-husband was timid and wouldn't speak up, merely enduring the situation. Later, Chow Daley spread rumors in the neighborhood, claiming I was lewd and had seduced him, even insinuating that we had been intimate. My ex-husband heard these slanders, and instead of confronting Chow Daley, he took it out on me. Eventually, I had to drive Chow Daley out of my supermarket with a kitchen knife. Yet, he doubled down, spreading more lies about me, and my ex-husband, having had a few drinks, tried to hit me, accusing me of cheating. In my rage, I struck him with a bottle, leading to his hospitalization. After he was discharged, we divorced. After hearing Su Li's story, everyone raised their thumbs in admiration, acknowledging her fierceness. Later, when Chow Daley found out I was divorced, he attempted to force himself on me. I kicked him where it hurts and knocked him down with a bottle. Since then, he has never dared to trouble me again. I later heard he met Dongfang, who came from the countryside, and they married last year. Su Ningming, filled with indignation, remarked, "Sister Su Li, I had no idea you had it so tough." Su Li chuckled bitterly. "The saying beauty brings disaster fits me perfectly. My ex-husband was weak, and with a ruffian harassing me, if I hadn't been strong, I would have lost my virtue long ago." Everyone nodded in agreement, recognizing the harsh reality of society where kindness can be exploited. Tang Tian magnified a photo of Dongfang on her phone, exclaiming, "Husband, look at Dongfang's figure. She is beautiful. Are you not moved at all? I feel rather sorry for her." Yuli added, "Indeed. Dongfang is a good girl. She is quite lovely and polite. Why not rescue her and add her to your harem? That would be avenging me." Sun Ran chuckled. "Why does this concern me again?" Su Ningming teased, "Husband, don't be modest. Frankly, with your current physique, It's hard for anyone to keep up. My legs are still trembling. Qin Xiaoya chimed in with a laugh. How can you not tremble? You two were at it for over 2 hours during the movie yesterday. Su Ningming blushed, playfully tackling Qin Xiaoya and pinching her ample chest, saying with a grin, You little sneak, you were watching me. You're such a naughty one. The two engaged in playful banter, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. Lin Yao interjected. If we want to rescue Dongfang, we must act quickly before someone else purchases her compromising photos, which would only harm our husband. This revelation jolted everyone into action. Yes, husband, wait a moment, I will add Chao Dailai on WeChat right now and inform him that I want all his photos. Sun Ran nodded. No need. I will add him myself. I have a good impression of Dongfang. Last time at the restaurant, her mother-in-law caused trouble for us, and it was Dongfang who intervened. Since we have a connection, let us extend our help. With that, Sun Ran sent a friend request to Chao Dailai, which was accepted almost instantly. Without hesitation, Sun Ran initiated a voice call. Chao Dailai. This is Sun Ran. I want to waste time with pleasantries. I want all the photos. Announce in the group that I, Sun Ran, am taking all of them. I will give you 10 bags of 20 jin of rice, 20 jin of pork, and 2 roast chickens. I'll bring the supplies for the exchange shortly. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. Chao Dailai pondered silently for a moment, realizing that no one else had added him during this time. Those wanting to buy lacked resources. While there were many lecherous individuals, the priority was still to fill their stomachs. Now, someone was willing to exchange such substantial provisions for his wife's photos, which indicated that Sun Ran must have had feelings for his wife. What a scoundrel Sun Ran was, living in a villa surrounded by numerous beautiful women, yet he still harbored thoughts for his own wife. He was truly beneath contempt, however, in this environment. Who wouldn't he seize the chance for resources? All right, Sun Ran, it's a deal. I hope you uphold your end of the bargain. I'm waiting at home, so don't try to pull any tricks. I'm no stranger to the underbelly of society. I've seen all kinds of people. Sun Ran chuckled reassuringly. Don't worry, I have enough resources for this. I only want the photos. No problem. I've taken about 40 to 50 shots from various angles. You will definitely be satisfied. After ending the voice call, Chao Dailai shouted in excitement. Finally, he had food. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Dongfang lay curled up under the covers, her face bruised and tear-streaked. She wished for nothing more than to end it all. But bound to the bed, she could not move. If these photos spread throughout the neighborhood, how could she ever face anyone again? Tears streamed down her face once more. Chapter 40. The Successful Rescue of Dongfang. I am going to Chao Dailai's house to rescue Dongfang. You all stay behind. I'll be back shortly. As Sun Ran walked. He donned a professional winter jacket. No, I must go with you. Su Ningming exclaimed, jumping up and grabbing Sun Ran's arm. I want to see Chao Dailai's downfall with my own eyes. If you don't let me go, I want to let you sleep in my bed. Su Li pouted, her lips forming a tempting curve. Husband, I'd like to go as well, if that is all right. Qin Xiaoya said softly. Tang Tuntian, lounging on the sofa, remarked, Why are you all looking at me? I am not going. I'm still recovering from my illness. Lin Yao smiled, rubbing her belly. I'll prepare lunch for you all. Once we bring Dongfang back, we'll feast. I'm thinking stewed ribs and crab prepared 3 ways, with red wine beef pasta as the main dish. What do you think? Sun Ran approached, wrapping his arm around Lin Yao's shoulders and gently patting her belly, saying, You're our family chef. Your word is law, just don't overexert yourself. Lin Yao shook her head. Moderate activity is beneficial for the baby's health. Just be careful, don't overdo it. Come back after you've rescued her. I'll be waiting for you. In Lin Yao's eyes, only Sun Ran mattered now, for she understood the harshness of the outside world. Without this child, she would never have had the opportunity to reside in this villa. Sun Ran had promised that one day she would thank herself for choosing to keep this child, and now that promise was being fulfilled sooner than expected. Rest assured, Lin Yao, we are leaving. Sun Ran, Su Ningming, Su Li, and the curious Qin Xiaoya donned their winter jackets and swiftly made their way to the address provided by Chao Dailai. Why is it so cold? It feels like the temperature has dropped even further. It's because you've been cooped up at home for too long. Move around a bit, and you won't feel cold. The temperature in the underground car was consistently around -5 degrees Celsius. It was still warmer in the villa. Su Li shivered. Before long, they arrived at the underground entrance of building number 4, 8th floor. The elevators are out. We'll have to take the stairs. If anyone is tired, Let me know, and I'll carry you. Qin Xiaoya and Su Li both shook their heads, indicating they were fine. Having enjoyed hearty meals for days, Qin Xiaoya's physical condition had significantly improved. Su Li, with her naturally robust physique, could easily manage the climb without breaking a sweat. Bang, bang, bang. Chow Dalei, it's me, Sun Ran. Open the door. Chow Dalei peered through the cat's eye and then spoke at the door. Brother, first bring out the rice for me to see. Sun Ran lifted a 20-pound bag of rice, stating, Is this sufficient? Step back. I want to see all the supplies. Otherwise, I want to open the door. Chow Dalei replied, showing a surprising level of caution. Reluctantly, Sun Ran could only retrieve 10 bags of rice and some pork from his space, placing them at a distance. Su Li and Qin Xiaoya, concealed in the shadows, had long grown accustomed to Sun Ran's actions. Wise women discerned what inquiries were appropriate and which were not. If Sun Ran wished for them to know something, he would surely inform them. Upon seeing the 10 bags of rice and a large piece of pork, Chow Dalei's mouth watered. All right. You may leave. I'll move the supplies inside and send you photos. None will be missing. Sun Ran let out a cold laugh. And what if you don't send them? Why should I trust you? Chow Dalei quickly proposed. How about this? I'll send you 10 photos first, and once I've moved the supplies inside, I'll send you the rest. How does that sound? With no other option, Sun Ran nodded reluctantly, saying, Fine. I'll trust you this once, but don't deceive me, or I'll defecate at your doorstep every day. Now, I'm leaving. He turned and descended the stairs with a clatter. Meanwhile, Chow Dalei took out his phone and sent 10 photos directly to Sun Ran. After waiting 5 minutes to ensure no one was outside, he cautiously opened the door and stealthily began transporting the rice back to the old house. Just as he lifted a bag of rice to turn back inside, Sun Ran and the 3 women rushed out from the stairwell, launching a kick that sent Chow Dalei sprawling. Ouch! Who the hell wants to die? How dare you kick me? Oh, my back. Turning around, he was shocked to find Sun Ran had returned. Sun Ran, what are you doing? Didn't I send you the photos? I'll send you the remaining ones once I move the rice inside. Why the rush? Sun Ran shook his head, saying, Brother, look behind you. Chow Dalei turned to see Su Li and gasped. Su Li? What are you doing here? Su Li replied, Why can't I come? Sun Ran is now my man, and he is here to avenge me. Isn't that right? Consider what you did before, trying to force me. I am eager to see how you'll manage that now. With that, she kicked him squarely. Ouch, he cried, startling Wang Guizhi, who hurried out. What are you all doing? My son said he'd send you photos. And of course, he will. Why would he deceive you? Her words left everyone stunned, so she was aware of her son selling his daughter-in-law's photos. Sun Ran turned to Su Ningming and Qin Xiaoya, instructing, You two go inside and take Dongfang away. To Wang Guizhi and Chow Dalei, he added, I'm sorry, but I'm taking Dongfang with me. I've deleted all the photos on your phone. I advise you to behave yourself in the future. Chow Dalei cursed, That's my wife. On what grounds are you taking her? Are you committing a crime? A crime? You're a grown man selling your wife's photos for food. What kind of man are you? Plus, you constantly harassed Su Li, which led to her happy marriage falling apart. How do you plan to settle that? Wang Guizhi chimed in maliciously, who told Su Li to dress so provocatively. She deserved to be divorced. Oblivious to Su Li standing behind her, she continued her tirade. Me being provocative means I deserve to be forced by your son? You old hag, Su Li retorted angrily, kicking Wang Guizhi squarely in the face, knocking out several teeth and leaving her bleeding. At that moment, Su Ningming and Qin Xiaoya emerged, supporting Dongfang. Wang Guizhi, Chow Dalei, I won't force anyone. Let us give Dongfang the choice. If she wants to stay, we'll leave immediately. If she wants to go, you can't keep her. Sun Ran turned to the pale and sickly Dongfang, saying, Sister, it's your decision. Do you wish to return to the villa with me or stay here? Speak freely. With me around, no one can force you. Dongfang blinked her large, expressive eyes and decisively declared, I want to go back to the villa with you. I want to be your woman. How dare you leave this home? I'll break your legs, Chow Dalei shouted. You shameless wretch, once the extreme weather passes, I'll storm your house and let everyone in the village know what a promiscuous woman you are. He continued, with Wang Guizhi joining in the insults. Dongfang, seemingly immune to their vitriol, turned to Sun Ran, pleading, Can you help me break their legs? I loathe them. They forced me to take those photos for food. I wanted to die, and they bound me to die in this cold weather. I begged while naked, only to be beaten and scolded. If you hadn't come to rescue me, I might have become their tool for food exchange. Chao Dalei was already preparing to contact Song Ran and his 4 bodyguards to deliver her for food. Su Li, gritting her teeth, declared, "These 2 beasts." She then stormed into Chao Dalei's house, quickly finding a rolling pin. "Husband, hold me down. I want to avenge Dong Feng personally." "No, please," Chao Dalei cried. "I was wrong. I'll treat you well from now on. Don't do this." With that, Su Li ruthlessly smashed the rolling pin against Chao Dalei's knee. Again and again, ensuring his kneecap was shattered. Wang Guizhi, now panicking, begged, "Sun Ran, my daughter-in-law and I are best friends. Please spare me for her sake." Sun Ran chuckled. "Had you not mentioned that, we might have had a discussion. But now it's settled." Attack with a scream. Sun Ran and the 4 women returned to the villa. The moment Dong Feng stepped into the villa, it felt as though she had transitioned from hell to heaven. Her taut nerves finally relaxed, and she fainted in Sun Ran's embrace. She was utterly exhausted. Chapter 41. Revenge from Dong Feng, the darkening of Zhao Qian and Zhao Xiaozhu. Wang Guizhi opened her eyes to find her leg intact. But Sun Ran and his party had already departed. Su Li had refrained from delivering a fatal blow, recognizing that her opponent was an unarmed elderly woman. Yet, her son's leg was broken. And how long could she survive without food? Wang Guizhi gazed at her unconscious son and the retreating figures of her daughter-in-law, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps this was what retribution looked like. Sun Ran carried Dong Feng to the second-floor bedroom, only to turn around and find the women had vanished, leaving him to assist Dong Feng with changing clothes. The room was warm, and she couldn't wear such thick clothing. As he removed his professional winter down jacket, he nearly lost control of his senses. Earlier, when Su Ningming and Qian Xiaoya had rescued her from Chao Dalei's house, Dong Feng had been bound naked to the bed. To expedite her departure, Su Ningming had quickly dressed her in a professional winter down jacket. "I swear, this is purely for rescue purposes, sister. Don't misunderstand." Sun Ran rummaged through the wardrobe for clean clothes, supporting the unconscious Dong Feng as he helped her dress. The process was inevitably clumsy, but there was little choice. As Dong Feng lay unconscious, she felt someone helping her get dressed and gradually stirred awake. Realizing Sun Ran was awkwardly assisting her, she felt a sudden flush of embarrassment and was too frightened to speak, her heart racing. Overcome with shyness, she pretended to remain unconscious, allowing him to continue. Fortunately, Sun Ran was a gentleman, making no inappropriate advances. Wiping his brow, he muttered, "This woman's clothing is such a hassle to put on. It's too complicated." Dong Feng couldn't help but smile at his words. "Ah, you're awake, Dong Feng's sister? That's wonderful." Her face flushed instantly, and she whispered, "I just woke up. I don't know anything." "Well, that sounds suspiciously like a denial." Sun Ran stood up, smiling as he said, "You just malnourished. Come, let us go downstairs to eat. A few days of good nourishment will do you well." Suddenly, Dong Feng grasped Sun Ran's hand, saying, "Thank you, Sun Ran, for saving me." Sun Ran playfully teased, "Still calling me big brother?" Dong Feng's face turned crimson. Earlier, when provoking Chao Dalei and Wang Guizhi, she had called him husband. Now, when it came to addressing him formally, she felt bashful. Sun Ran laughed heartily, "Just teasing. Let us go eat." Unexpectedly, Dong Feng stood up and hugged Sun Ran tightly, her chest pressed against his back, softly saying, "Naughty husband." Sun Ran felt as if he had been swept away by her sweet voice. He mused to himself, "Another little enchantress. The figure of this little enchantress rivals that of Su Ningming. I foresee a future filled with happiness." The dining table was already laden with an array of sumptuous dishes, a grand platter of king crab legs, a generous serving of crab shell egg custard, and a large pot of braised ribs with green beans, accompanied by a circle of thick Chinese pancakes, a quintessential northeastern culinary style. Additionally, there was a nourishing black-bone chicken soup, specifically prepared for Dong Feng and Tang Tian to restore their vitality. Each person had a plate of beef pasta adorned with substantial, tender chunks of beef, ideal for savoring the noodles amidst the meat. Sun Ran raised her glass and addressed everyone. "Come, let us raise our glasses to warmly welcome Sister Dong Feng into our midst. Cheers." Several women joyfully lifted their glasses, exchanging heartfelt blessings. As Dong Feng cautiously savored a piece of beef. Tears of happiness streamed down her cheeks, reflecting her inner thoughts. Not only am I alive, but I have unexpectedly acquired such a wonderful man and a splendid life. No, I must show Chow Daley just how joyful I can be without him. Dongfang took out her phone and snapped a beautiful selfie, her fair and smooth face devoid of any wrinkles. She wore a snug yellow tank top that accentuated her figure, albeit a touch low cut, and captured several more photos of the food, directly sending them to Chow Daley that moment. Wang Guizhi had exerted immense effort to help lift Chow Daley onto the sofa, beads of sweat dotting his forehead from the pain. Contemplating that his leg was practically rendered useless in this weather, a trip to the hospital was out of the question. He could only await a grim fate at home. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Upon checking, he found a message from Dongfang containing the photos. He opened it to discover Dongfang's selfie alongside a table filled with food. In the photo, Dongfang, dressed in new clothes, appeared strikingly beautiful and voluptuous. A stark contrast to the image of her at home in a padded coat and thick trousers. At that moment, Chow Daley felt as though his heart had shattered. This stunning, curvaceous woman was no longer his. Overcome by a surge of emotions, he expelled a mouthful of blood and fell into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian's family was living quite comfortably, enjoying daily meals of noodles, rice porridge, pickled vegetables, and beef jerky without any actual beef. Although they had grown weary of these foods, they were infinitely better than the days of hunger. However, no matter how plentiful the food, it would eventually be consumed. Due to Zhao Qian's darkening disposition, the family's mindset was gradually shifting, with Zhao Xiaozhu undergoing the most significant transformation. The reason was simple. A well-fed Zhao Xiaozhu had begun to think about women's sister. Do you remember Xian Tong from the 6th floor? Do you think her family might have supplies? Zhao Qian was seated at her vanity, meticulously applying her makeup, when she turned with a chilling smile and replied, Are you thinking about supplies, or about Xian Tong? This smile nearly frightened Zhao Xiaozhu into submission. Zhao Qian was now truly terrifying, resembling a ghost with her pale complexion, her smile tinged with a hint of the sinister. Sister, I was just joking. I was merely considering that our supplies might soon run low, and I thought I could brainstorm some ideas. Zhao Qian continued to apply her makeup with utmost seriousness, stating, If you're thinking about women, just say so. Tomorrow, I'll take you downstairs. We can deal with her husband, and the woman will be yours, along with the supplies for our family. Zhao Xiaozhu nodded eagerly. That would be wonderful. Thank you, sister. As for why Zhao Xiaozhu was so fixated on Xian Tong, there was indeed a backstory. Xian Tong was Zhao Xiaozhu's high school English teacher. During her senior year, Xian Tong had graduated from university and taken a position at the same high school where Zhao Xiaozhu attended. Almost immediately, Xian Tong won the hearts of her students with her stunning beauty and amiable personality, leaving no student who did not adore her. Zhao Xiaozhu, at the tender age of blossoming love, was smitten by this young teacher from the very first glance. However, the disparity in their roles, student and teacher, rendered any possibility of a relationship impossible. After graduating, Zhao Xiaozhu found herself at the bottom of her class and became unemployed. Yet Zhao Xiaozhu did not see it that way. She felt she had transitioned from being a student to a member of society and could now pursue Xian Tong openly. Thus, each day after school, she would wait at the school gate with flowers, pestering Xian Tong to no end. Eventually, Xian Tong began dating a man who worked in the government, who would escort her to and from work daily. Fearing the loss of the woman he desired, Zhao Xiaozhu resorted to hiring a group of thugs to confront Xian Tong's boyfriend. What she did not anticipate was that his family had connections, leading to the arrest of Zhao Xiaozhu and her accomplices. The ringleader, Zhao Xiaozhu, spent a month in jail before Zhao Qian paid to secure her release. After that incident, Zhao Xiaozhu never dared to wait for Xian Tong at school again. Unexpectedly, a year later, Xian Tong married her boyfriend, and it turned out they lived in the same building as Zhao Xiaozhu. During that time, Zhao Xiaozhu encountered Xian Tong a few times, and the awkwardness was palpable. Nevertheless, Xian Tong remained as beautiful as ever, now exuding an indescribable aura of maturity, perhaps the wife-like quality people often spoke of. Zhao Xiaozhu had never ceased to yearn for this first love, previously refraining from expressing his feelings due to the fear of her husband's connections. However, the circumstances had changed. The extreme conditions seemed unending, and Zhao Qian's darkening nature had encouraged him to adopt a reckless attitude. Zhao Qian pulled out her phone and found Xian Tong's husband's WeChat contact in the community group, sending him a friend request that was quickly accepted. Zhao Qian initiated the conversation with a sultry selfie. Sending a subtly suggestive image to Guan Xiaoji's phone, I'm your neighbor, Zhao Qian. We've run out of food at home. Would you be willing to help me? I assure you, I can make it worth your while. Kisses. Guan Xiaoji, hiding in the bathroom, covertly gazed at Zhao Qian's stunning photo, his desire ignited. While Xian Tong was indeed beautiful, her profession did not permit her to dress so provocatively. In contrast, Zhao Qian embodied a bold and alluring spirit. Guan Xiaoji stealthily began rummaging through the kitchen for food. Meanwhile, Xian Tong quietly emerged from the bedroom, seized Guan Xiaoji's phone from the coffee table, and quickly reviewed the chat history with Zhao Qian. Sometimes, a woman's intuition can be profoundly unsettling. The toilet had long ceased to function, and Guan Xiaoji's prolonged absence in there certainly hinted at something untoward. Indeed, Xian Tong discovered this scene. She quietly set the phone down and returned to the bedroom, thinking, to catch a thief, one must catch them red-handed. Just wait, you scoundrel. If you truly dare to seek out Zhao Qian, prepare for divorce. On the other hand, Guan Xiaoji had gathered the food, stuffing it into his thick down jacket, then called out to Xian Tong in the bedroom, Wife, I'm going downstairs to fetch some snow to boil water. We're out of water. Go ahead. I'm going to sleep. Upon hearing Xian Tong's intention to sleep, Guan Xiaoji felt a surge of happiness. Sleep well, dear. Be sure to cover yourself warmly. Love you. Kisses. Xian Tong had donned her down jacket and nestled under the covers, seething with rage at his words. Scoundrel, scoundrel, love you, kisses? Disgusting. As soon as Guan Xiaoji stepped outside, he began contacting Zhao Qian. Xian Tong concealed herself behind the door, eavesdropping on his conversation with Zhao Qian. Hello, is this Zhao Qian? Are you free right now? Pick a place, I'm available. The food is all prepared. All right, I'll wait for you. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Guan Xiaoji made his way upstairs, and Xian Tong stealthily followed him, ascending to Zhao Qian's floor. By this time, the two had already met. You look even better in person than in the photos, Zhao Qian remarked. In this frigid weather, it is quite understandable that one might forego makeup, especially when dressed lightly beneath their outer garments. Xian Tong, concealed downstairs, was nearly driven to madness by the inability to see the two individuals, only able to hear their voices. Resolutely, she decided to ascend the staircase further, hoping to glimpse the situation of the couple for her impending plan to catch them in the act. Come into my embrace, dear brother. It is warm here. Xian Tong peered out, witnessing Guan Xiaoji unzipping his down jacket, revealing his well-defined chest muscles. One cannot deny that Guan Xiaoji possessed an admirable physique. Zhao Qian's cheeks flushed as she shyly mumbled, Oh dear, you're staring at me. It's quite embarrassing, she continued. Could you please close your eyes? I long to nestle in your arms, and then you may do as you wish. Guan Xiaoji, resembling a bumbling fool, responded with a grin. All right, I shall close my eyes. Come, let me envelop you in warmth. A sudden scream pierced the air. Just as Guan Xiaoji closed his eyes, he felt an icy chill in his heart, looking down to discover a cold fruit knife plunged into his chest. Xian Tong, witnessing this horrific scene, quickly covered her mouth in shock and fled downstairs, inadvertently colliding with the stair railing, producing a clatter. Zhao Qian paused, instantly realizing someone was on the staircase. Xiao Zhu, someone is on the stairs. Hurry and pursue. With that, in summary, today we must reach a conclusion. Zhao Xiaozhu timidly pushed Xian Tong in front of Sun Ran and said, Brother-in-law, this woman is yours now. Spare me, please. I will go home right away and never appear before you again. I beg you to let me go. Yes, it was all my sister's idea. She killed Guan Xiaoji, and I had nothing to do with it. I was merely a helper, but I did nothing, to be honest. Zhao Xiaozhu was not afraid of Sun Ran, but he truly feared Su Ningming behind him. The beating from the last encounter had left him with a psychological scar. Shut your mouth, Zhao Xiaozhu. You spineless wretch. How could I have a brother like you? Come on, Sun Ran. Kill or maim me as you wished if I utter a sound. You can have your way with me. After saying this, Zhao Qian closed her eyes, adopting a stance of righteous indignation. Sun Ran looked at Zhao Xiaozhu, who knelt on the ground, and Zhao Qian, who awaited death with closed eyes, and felt a cold smile creep across his face. Stop pretending. I know your little tricks. Song Ren and his 4 subordinates should be arriving shortly, right? Did you think your subtle call to Song Ren would go unnoticed by me? Haha, today I'll settle everything at once to save myself the trouble of running back and forth. As if on cue, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Within moments, Song Ren and his 4 brothers appeared at the staircase. "Haha, Sun Ran. I never expected you, a coward, would dare to show up. Let's see how you escape today," one boasted arrogantly. Song Ren chimed in beside him. "Sun Ran, you will surely die today. Soon I will invade your villa and reclaim all your women. Let my brothers have their way with them." Ha 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 ha. The first brother indeed had the confidence to overpower Sun Ran without weapons, especially with 3 brothers backing him. Sun Ran contemptuously replied, "Don't celebrate too soon. Now that everyone is gathered, let us settle old scores and new ones together." With that, he pulled a black gun from his pocket and aimed it at the first brother. "Haha, what are you trying to do with that toy gun? Trying to scare me? That is exactly what it's for." Bang! The bullet struck the first brother's knee. "My leg." The remaining 3 brothers, experienced mercenaries, realized that if they did not engage in close combat, they would be swiftly defeated by Sun Ran. They had no chance of turning the tables if they allowed him to dominate. The 3 brothers instinctively split into 3 directions and charged at Sun Ran. Without hesitation, Sun Ran raised his gun and fired. 3 shots rang out, and all 3 brothers were struck in the knee. They had underestimated Sun Ran, an ordinary man with exceptional marksmanship. Just then, Su Ningming fired a shot nearby, startling Zhao Xiaozheng. Turned out that Zhao Xiaozhu, seizing Sun Ran's attention on the first brother and others, attempted to sneak attack him from behind. However, he was shot between the legs by Su Ningmeng. "Ah, my!" Zhao Xiaozhu screamed in agony and fell unconscious. On the staircase, the first brother and his 3 companions clutched their knees, pale-faced and silent as they looked at Sun Ran, while Song Ren had long since vanished without a trace. Inside, Zhao Xiaozhu lay unconscious, bleeding profusely. Zhao Qian, pale-faced, looked at Sun Ran and said, "I know begging for mercy is futile. Just kill me. I've lived enough in this damned extreme weather. How could a worthless person like you thrive while I'm left to suffer? I truly resent this." Su Ningming interjected, "My husband is no worthless person. He is merely foolishly loving you, channeling all his energy into you. But you, I believe, are the true worthless one, clinging to such a good man without cherishing him, willingly becoming someone else's plaything. If you are not worthless, then who is? My husband and I will not kill you. That would tarnish our hands. We intend to watch you starve, freeze, and slowly perish in despair. Wretched woman." After saying this, Su Ningming turned and entered Exine Tong's home, pretending to help her pack clothes while secretly stashing away all the food in the house. Then she left with Exine Tong. After their departure, Zhao Qian was not relieved by her narrow escape. Rather, she was deeply moved by Su Ningming's words, to starve, to freeze, to die in despair. What immense suffering that would entail. She had once had the opportunity to reside in a villa, but due to her greed, she lost that chance. Now she was neither human nor ghost, reduced to nothing but a beautiful shell. In the staircase, the first brother and his companions, supporting one another, left the corridor, while Zhao Xiaozhu remained unconscious. Zhao Qian returned home like a walking corpse. Seeing her return alone, Song Shuzhen hurriedly asked, "Where's Xiaozhu? Why hasn't he come back?" It was only then that Zhao Qian remembered that Zhao Xiaozhu was still downstairs. The 3 hurried back to the 6th floor and carried the barely conscious Zhao Xiaozhu upstairs. The good news was that the bullet had not lodged within him. The bad news was that Zhao Xiaozhu's manhood had vanished along with the bullet. The first brother and his 3 companions limped back to the villa, each extracting bullets from one another and hastily bandaging their wounds. The 4 brothers exchanged glances, tears unshed. None of them had anticipated that an ordinary man like Sun Ran would possess a gun, and that his marksmanship would be astonishingly good. One shot had shattered their knees, and from now on, they would surely find someone offering them their seat on a bus, for they would become disabled. Sun Ran and the others returned to the villa. After changing clothes on the basement level, Dong Feng and Exine Tong embraced and wept upon seeing each other. They had been close friends in college. The difference was that Exine Tong's family was well off, with resources, and she was directly placed in a job after graduation, while Dong Feng was not so fortunate. After graduating, she had worked various jobs until she was introduced to Chao Dalei. Regardless of their pasts, their destinies and identities were now the same. They were both Sun Ran's women. At this time, Lin Yao had prepared dinner, and Exine Tong gazed in disbelief at the sumptuous meal before her. finally convinced that her dear friend Dong Fong had spoken the truth. 4 dishes and a soup, all generously portioned. After dinner, the women sat on the sofa, eating fruit and chatting, creating a particularly warm atmosphere. Sun Ran, however, sat alone in the elevator, going up to the 5th floor to smoke. Sitting at the bar on the 5th floor, staring out the window, he lit a thin cigarette and took a deep drag. It felt wonderful, husband. I really couldn't bring myself to act today. Without needing to turn around, he already knew the person behind him was Su Ningming. Sun Ran turned to face Su Ningming, who was dressed in a breezy outfit, and smiled, saying, "This is where we differ from beasts, and no need to feel guilty." Truth be told, today was the first time I fired a gun, and I felt quite nervous. Although Zhao Qian did not die, in this cruel apocalyptic world, her fate would surely not be a good one. Let the apocalypse slowly bring about her demise. Su Ningming obediently nodded, then sat in Sun Ran's lap, mischievously saying, "Later, I'll inform the group about Zhao Qian's murder. So everyone will be on guard against her. That way, she won't be able to seduce men for food anymore. What do you think? Good idea. Let us do it. Tonight, keep me company. Shall we engage in a battle of 300 rounds?" Su Ningming blushed and said, "But you must take it easy. Otherwise, I'll need to rest in bed all day tomorrow." Chapter 44. The Self-Help Society, led by Wang Gang, organizes a retaliation against the first brother and his companions. At Wang Gang's home, a tall, lanky young man spoke mysteriously. "Brother Wang, I saw it with my own eyes. It can't be mistaken." Bang, bang, bang. 4 gunshots, and Song Rin's 4 bodyguards were all crippled. Blood flowed everywhere. It was terrifying. What happened next? After that, I don't know that I saw through the peephole. All 4 of them were shot. Even if they don't die, they'll lose half their lives. Wang Gang fell silent for a while, then extinguished his cigarette and called a meeting of the Self-Help Society members. "All right, I'll notify them right away." Half an hour later, all members of the Self-Help Society had gathered, including Song Shuzhen, who had abandoned caring for Zhao Xiaoju to attend the meeting. As you all know, the supplies we worked hard to gather were robbed by Song Ren and his bodyguards. They even killed one of our own. This time, we must take revenge while they are injured and reclaim our supplies. Anyone in favor, stay. Anyone against, you may leave now. But if anyone dares to leak information, they will see the sharpness of my knife. With that, he pulled out a 30-centimeter-long fruit knife from his pocket. Ever since witnessing Xiao Li's death, everyone had become extremely irritable. A major reason was hunger. Half a minute passed, and not a single person left. Good. Since everyone agrees, you have 10 minutes to go home and find weapons and tools for breaking in. We will gather at my house shortly. With them injured, we must act immediately. Yes, President. Everyone, without hesitation, immediately returned home to search for weapons to inflict harm. 20 minutes later, a group of over 20 people marched into the underground parking lot, their hearts ablaze with fervor. They were unafraid of the cold, only driven by the desire for revenge and to reclaim the supplies. Upon arriving at the underground entrance of Villa No. 1, Wang Gang commanded, and 2 relatively strong men stepped forward from the crowd, wielding sledgehammers to begin smashing the door. 80, 80. The familiar chant resounded once more. In the room, the 4 brothers remained motionless, side by side on the sofa. Even when instructed to fetch food, Song Ren acted as though he were deaf, grabbing some snacks and retreating to his quarters to indulge himself. In his heart, Song Ren mused, "I may not be able to overpower you, but can I not outpace you?" Just then, a loud banging echoed from downstairs, startling the 4 brothers. Their worst fears had finally materialized. Unfortunately, Song Ren's secret entrance was not as sturdy as Sun Ran's reinforced door, and within 10 minutes, it was breached by the crowd. At this moment, the brothers managed to crawl to the 2nd floor, only to be discovered by the incoming throng. "Quickly, seize them," commanded someone, as several robust men ascended the stairs, disregarding their own injuries as they yanked the brothers down by their ankles. The violent struggle nearly brought the 4 brothers to the brink of death. As previously unbleeding wounds burst open, gushing crimson streams that quickly soaked their clothes, dragged into the living room, Wang Gang stood before them in a triumphant pose, grinning as he taunted, "Get up, come and fight me." Just as Wang Gang mocked them, the 2nd brother suddenly kicked him hard in the groin, eliciting a piercing scream. "Ha! A weakling, yet still so arrogant." The 2nd brother looked disdainfully at Wang Gang. The The remaining members of the self-help group glared at the four brothers, but hesitated to advance. After a moment, Wang Gang regained his composure, relieved that he was wearing thick clothing. Otherwise, that kick might have rendered him impotent. Damn it, beat them to a pulp. If they die, it will be on my head as the community leader. I'll take responsibility. Wang Gang bellowed, brandishing a knife and charging at the second brother. Seeing Wang Gang attack, the others followed suit, launching a collective assault on the four brothers. Although Wang Gang wielded a knife, he was too frightened to stab, fearing he might injure his own men. So he sheathed it and began pummeling the second brother's face with his fists. After 10 minutes, the four brothers lay on the ground, bloodied and gasping weakly, a testament to their survival. All right, enough. Erkue, hand me your rolling pin. Upon receiving the rolling pin, Wang Gang struck the other brother's remaining good leg with it. The four were jolted awake from their stupor by the excruciating pain. Wang Gang paid special attention to the second brother, delivering several blows to his groin. Breathing heavily, he declared, "Let's move the supplies, first to my house, and then we'll divide them." Meanwhile, Song Ren was stealthily observing the unfolding chaos from the second floor, feeling immensely satisfied. Once Wang Gang finished moving the supplies and left, Song Ren cautiously descended the stairs, cheerfully addressing the four brothers. "Fortunately, I've hidden quite a stash of provisions, so I won't starve anytime soon. As for you four, I shall not concern myself." Just as he was about to ascend, he turned back, venomously snarling, "You four scoundrels dare to covet my wife, demanding that I cook for you, while also eyeing my rear. This will not stand. I must take my revenge." With that, he dropped his trousers and began to relieve himself upon their faces. Unbeknownst to him, the first brother had already regained consciousness, suddenly sitting up and seizing Song Ren's little brother, squeezing him hard, which caused Song Ren to scream in agony and faint, collapsing onto the faces of the four brothers. The first brother, having exerted too much effort, also succumbed to unconsciousness. Thus, the five found themselves lying together in an exceedingly compromising position. At Sun Ran's villa, the group was enjoying lunch. Excluding Sun Ran, there were already 7 women present, all fluttering around him like songbirds, filling the room with the fragrance of femininity. Sun Ran reveled in the attention, relishing the abundance of favors, and as everyone grew more familiar, the atmosphere became increasingly liberated, with risque jokes and physical contact being readily accepted. Especially the 4 women who had been intimate with Sun Ran, who were particularly uninhibited. Only Dongfang and Xian Tong, having joined later, were still somewhat reserved. The lunch featured an array of seafood: steamed king crab, garlic oysters, Boston lobster, Matsuba crab sashimi, sea urchin rice, and tuna sashimi. Had this feast occurred before the apocalypse, it would have easily cost a fortune. Yet, within Sun Ran's space, there were countless such seafood delicacies, allowing the group to indulge daily without fear of running out. Sun Ran focused on eating while the women assisted in shelling the seafood. "You all should eat as well, don't just cater to me," Xian Tong remarked with a smile. "You're the only man in our home, so we must ensure you're well fed first, then we can consider ourselves," Dongfang added, presenting a freshly shelled king crab leg to Sun Ran's mouth. "Indeed, you are our mainstay. You need to replenish your strength or I might worry you won't manage." Sun Ran feigned irritation at this, exclaiming, "You think I can't handle it? Fine, after lunch, no one sleeps. Each of you come to my room and witness my prowess." Su Li, offering a piece of tuna to Sun Ran, chimed in cheerfully, "I shall be first in line. Otherwise, if I'm last, I surely won't be sated." "All right, Su Li, you're impressive. Tonight, I shall demonstrate my prowess to you, and you'll be left breathless." Suddenly, Lin Yao exclaimed, causing Sun Ran to turn swiftly. It appeared Lin Yao had accidentally cut herself on a crab shell while preparing food. An idea struck Sun Ran, and he rushed over to press her bleeding wound against the jade ornament on his chest. Remarkably, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Chapter 45. The Turning Point, Secrets of the Kanglan Realm. An astonishing phenomenon occurred as Lin Yao's blood met the jade ornament. It was instantly absorbed. Moreover, a steady stream of blood continued to flow from her wound into the ornament. Fortunately, the injury was minor, and after a while, not much blood was lost. Approximately a minute later, the absorption ceased. Lin Yao stared at Sun Ran in bewilderment, asking, "Darling, what were you just doing?" Instead of responding verbally, Sun Ran lifted her top, causing Lin Yao to blush instantly, thinking to herself how peculiar Sun Ran was today, engaging in such intimate acts in front of so many people. Haha, just as I suspected. Ning Ming, look! On Lin Yao's fair and ample bosom, a jade ornament pattern had appeared. Quickly, Lin Yao, focus on that jade pendant pattern. You may discover something extraordinary. Lin Yao gazed at the ornament on her chest, examining it from all angles, yet she could not perceive any difference. Just as she was about to divert her gaze, a sudden realization struck her mind, revealing a hidden space brimming with various supplies and food. Upon exiting the space, Lin Yao widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "This space is where you and Su Ning Meng store food. Isn't it? Why do I possess this space as well?" Sun Ran explained. "Because your blood was absorbed by the jade ornament, we can share this space. Anyone else wishing to share this space may sign up with me. In addition to sharing the space, this jade ornament can enhance our physical abilities. Just look at how extraordinary my Ning Meng's physique is. I want to sign up, right now," Qian Xiaoye declared, stabbing a large shrimp with her finger and rushing to Sun Ran's side. The ornament immediately began to absorb the new blood. Approximately a minute later, Qian Xiaoye too awakened to the space. Soon after, Lin Yao and Qian Xiaoye felt a significant boost in their strength and reaction times, even their vision returning to normal. Next, Tang Tian, the mature Su Li, the shy Dong Fong, and the poised Xian Tong each took turns donating blood, one after the other, in Sun Ran's embrace as the jade ornament absorbed their blood. In no time, everyone had awakened to the space, and their physical attributes had been greatly enhanced. The consequence of this was a marked increase in their appetites. After lunch, they all gathered in the gym on the 5th floor to exercise. As Sun Ran had suggested that combining proper exercise would further accelerate their physical enhancement. Sun Ran transformed into a fitness instructor, guiding each one on how to use the gym equipment and perform movements correctly to avoid injury. The process was nothing short of tantalizing. Even the usually unrestrained Su Li found herself blushing profusely. It was only natural, after such an extended period without a man's presence, that her reactions were quite intense. Once everyone had completed their training, it was time for a midday rest. Outside, the temperature plummeted to below -80 degrees, while indoors it was warm as spring. After a refreshing shower, lying in the cozy blankets for over an hour was sheer bliss. Sun Ran reclined on the sofa, a cigarette in hand, engrossed in a novel on his tablet. Less than half an hour later, drowsiness overtook him, and he drifted off on the couch. Huh? Where am I? Sun Ran suddenly found himself on a lush green meadow, basking in the warm sunshine, surrounded by the melody of chirping birds and fragrant flowers. This was in stark contrast to the frigid temperatures outside. Is anyone there? No one responded. Suddenly, a book floated down from the sky, an ancient tome, its pages yellowed with age, landing gently before him. Sun Ran promptly picked it up and opened to the first page. My brother has been resurrected. Greetings, fortunate one. My name is Luo E. 150 million years ago, my brother Haoyan was born. This was a momentous occasion for our family, as it had been 1,000 years since we had welcomed a new member. Yet, this also marked the beginning of our family's nightmare. Upon his birth, my mother passed away. Consequently, each subsequent year, a close relative would meet their demise. Yet, no one suspected it was due to my younger brother. For at that time, he was so kind-hearted and innocent. It was not until one fateful year that my father, the clan leader, inexplicably died, plunging the family into chaos. All blame fell upon my brother. Accused of being the reincarnation of a malevolent spirit who would bring ruin to our kin, and a call for his immediate execution ensued. At that time, he was merely 20 years old. Hiding silently behind me, how could I possibly believe that my own brother was a devil? Just as the family was poised to end his life, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A dark mist erupted from his mouth, and all who came into contact with it instantly transformed into thoughtless, soulless shells. Strangely, I was unharmed. My brother laughed heartily, releasing an endless stream of darkness. As the number of corpses multiplied, so did the strength of Haoyan, and the dark mist grew ever denser. Soon, the elite from various families in the city took notice and banded together to contain the darkness, striving to kill Haoyan. Yet, no matter the method employed, they could not end his life. Ultimately, they could only seal him away, bringing a momentary respite to the calamity. Believing the ordeal had concluded, the The surviving members of the family sought to eradicate any remnants of the threat by executing Haotian's wife and Teach on my mobile phone and the clock on the wall. It is already 8:30 in the morning, yet, when you look outside, the sky remains shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Sun Ran rubbed his eyes, realizing that something might be amiss, for in his previous life, he had not endured long before meeting his demise. He was now oblivious to the current situation. Rising from his bed, he casually donned a piece of clothing and checked his phone, confirming that it was indeed 8:30 in the morning. However, the outside world was still engulfed in pitch-blackness. At that moment, Su Ningming pushed open the door and entered, exclaiming, "Darling, it seems the sun has vanished today." Sun Ran quietly responded, "Could it be that the eternal night foretold in the ancient scriptures has begun? Is Haotian about to be resurrected?" The group gathered around the dining table took a few bites of breakfast before moving to the window to observe the outside. Although the city had plunged into darkness due to a power outage, the villa was equipped with a generator, and an abundance of diesel fuel ensured that power and heating were unaffected. "Have you noticed anything unusual?" Sun Ran inquired. Su Ningming furrowed her brow and replied, "I sense a peculiar energy in the air, yet it seems to repel us." Sun Ran nodded in agreement. "I feel the same. It hovers in the atmosphere, attempting to infiltrate our bodies, yet simultaneously rejecting us." Lin Yao suddenly interjected, "Just as described in the texts, have we become immune to this dark energy?" Sun Ran's heart raced at her words. Every detail mentioned in the book was manifesting before him. Could it be that this extreme weather was merely a precursor to Haotian's resurrection, rather than the consequence of cosmic high-energy particle beams? Was this eternal night the harbinger of calamity? What transformations might occur if this dark energy penetrated our bodies? Suli patted her ample chest and murmured, "I don't know. Perhaps we shall have answers in a few days." Qin Xiaoya grasped Sun Ran's hand and remarked, "If we hadn't activated the Jade Space together yesterday and embraced its inheritance, this dark energy might have invaded our bodies today." Her words left everyone momentarily stunned. Indeed, had Lin Yao not pricked her finger and Sun Ran inadvertently triggered the activation, today could have unfolded quite differently. In the Song family residence, the four brothers, known as Number One, lay quietly on the sofa, barely sustaining themselves on a meager amount of water. Having endured for several days, the four had grown gaunt, resembling mere skeletons, a sight truly chilling. Suddenly, Number One's body stirred. He felt an absence of hunger and pain. Gradually, he sat up, as increasing amounts of dark energy flowed into his body, tirelessly repairing his injured cells and enhancing his physiological functions. At that moment, Number One cells greedily absorbed the dark energy from the air, ceaselessly. Soon after, Number Two and the other brothers also rose from the sofa, seated like lifeless corpses, motionless, in Zhao Qian's household. The supplies scavenged from the last self-service meeting had been consumed 5 days prior. Zhao Xiaozhu's wounds had worsened, causing persistent fever and inflammation, rendering him on the brink of death. Unexpectedly, this morning, he managed to walk out of his room, his crimson eyes radiating menace. "Son, why have you come out on your own? Return to bed quickly. Soon your father and sister will go hunt for another meal, and we shall feast." The reason they had survived these days was due to the mother and daughter duo's efforts to eliminate their downstairs neighbor. In the absence of food, humanity had become the ultimate sustenance. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind. Zhao Qian emerged expressionlessly, followed by Zhao Dazhu. The three appeared as if they had risen from the depths of hell, their faces pale and unmoving. Song Shuzhen, filled with dread, hurried back to her room. Before she could close the door, a shadow suddenly appeared, and upon closer inspection, it was Zhao Yi. He stood there, staring intently at Song Shuzhen, as if he were about to devour her in the next moment. The cataclysm of this world had finally commenced. Chapter 47. Zhao Qian awakens her innate skill. In Villa Number 12, a woman on the brink of death lay beside two emaciated silver tabby cats. If not for careful observation, one might mistake them for three corpses, for their breaths were exceedingly faint. Suddenly, one of the cats, trembling, stood up and approached the woman, gently licking her cheek with its pink tongue, as if trying to awaken her. Before long, the other cat joined in the act of licking its owner. Gradually, the woman's breaths grew stronger and more rhythmic, until at last, she opened her eyes. The two adorable cats stood before her. Although indistinguishable in the darkness, their softness and fluffiness were unmistakable. The woman slowly regained her strength, sitting up with all her might and cradling the two cats in her embrace, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. She was unaware of why she had come back to life, only feeling a surge of power within her. In the darkness, she held the two cats tightly, sitting quietly. 3 days later, the sun rose once more. Dispelling the darkness, no one knew where the sun had been during those 3 days. The outdoor temperature remained around -85 degrees, yet, compared to the darkness, such low temperatures were perhaps tolerable for Sun Ran and his women. However, this had little impact. They continued their daily lives in the villa, indulging in food and leisure, engaging in discussions of profound matters, living a life akin to paradise. Master, suspicious individuals have appeared outside, approaching the villa. The villa's intelligent butler alerted. Sun Ran promptly proceeded to the monitoring room. Indeed, he witnessed a figure outside. It appeared to be a man, yet curiously, he was dressed very lightly and walked in an odd manner, reminiscent of someone suffering from a severe stroke. Suddenly, a word flashed in his mind. Zombie. Could it be that this dark matter could transform individuals into zombies? If so, was this truly as the ancient sage had predicted, that humanity faced the possibility of extinction? Sun Ran continued to observe the surveillance, watching as the zombie wandered aimlessly until it soon vanished from view. Returning to the living room, he felt a weighty gloom settle over him as he relayed the situation to the women. Su Ningming, frowning, remarked, "If everyone were to turn into zombies, would we be the only ones left in this world?" "I don't know. Perhaps so," Lin Yao replied softly. "Then how would you find the 8th woman?" "Darling, without her, we cannot cultivate that divine skill." Tang Tiantian had persistently fixated on the prospect of mastering that mysterious technique. Sun Ran stood and approached the window, stating, "I believe this is a matter of probability. In films and novels, there are always individuals who are immune to the zombie virus. I don't think every person will become infected by this dark energy. Moreover, we still lack understanding of the current situation. We do not know what transformations this dark energy may induce in humanity or if other forms may emerge. All of this remains uncertain." Su Ningming rose and suggested, "Why don't we go out and investigate? It would be wise to gather some information." After contemplating, Sun Ran agreed, "Very well, and we can also gauge the strength of this zombie. We have firearms. Even if we cannot defeat it, we should be able to escape. We'll accompany you. There is safety in numbers?" "No, Su Ningming and I were the first to activate the Jade Space, so our physical capabilities are several times that of an average person. We should be fine. You all stay at home and wait. We won't venture far, just around the vicinity to gather intelligence." The women reluctantly acquiesced. The two changed into suitable attire, quietly opened the underground blast door, and cautiously stepped outside. "Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from using firearms. I fear it may attract more zombies." "Yes, don't worry." 2 individuals, wielding a sharpened machete, gradually made their way towards the villa district, where the sparse population promised greater safety. Sun Ran patted Su Ningming on the shoulder and gestured ahead. The individual they had seen earlier on the surveillance was still advancing slowly. Though scantily clad, he showed no signs of feeling cold. The two approached him cautiously. When they were approximately 50 meters away, the man halted, raised his head, and inhaled deeply, as if savoring the air. Suddenly, he turned to fixate on Sun Ran and his companion, emitting a rasping sound from his throat. Sun Ran immediately braced for confrontation, while Su Ningming positioned herself behind him, ready to assist at a moment's notice. As they drew nearer, the man's features became discernible. He bore no resemblance to the zombies depicted in films. He appeared fundamentally human, albeit with a pallid complexion and eyes that glowed a sinister red. His speed was unnaturally swift, covering the 50-meter gap in under 10 seconds. Arriving right beside them, Sun Ran adjusted the blade of his weapon and struck the man forcefully with the flat side of the machete. The impact revealed the man's tremendous strength, easily exceeding that of a normal human by more than double. After gauging this newfound adversary's power, Sun Ran concluded he could handle the situation one-on-one with relative ease. "Can you hear me? What has transformed you into this?" Sun Ran fantasized that the man might comprehend his words. However, the only response was the same raspy sound in an attempt to awaken him. Sun Ran realized the man appeared not to have been sleeping at all. Ultimately, feeling no alternative, he turned the blade and swiftly decapitated the figure. Su Ningming, witnessing this gruesome act, immediately retched, followed by Sun Ran, who also succumbed to nausea. If they did not eliminate this creature, more zombies might be attracted, plunging them into greater peril. Let us return. He is no longer human. Sun Ran silently consoled himself. Within the villa, a group of women awaited their return in the dressing room of the first floor, breathing a sigh of relief upon their safe arrival. Sun Ran quickly changed his attire and declared, "Let us proceed to the living room." At Zhao Qian's residence, she had regained consciousness. Upon awakening, she discovered the bedroom of Song Shuzhen stained with blood. In the room stood Zhao Dazhu, Zhao Xiaozhu, and Zhao Yi, all covered in blood, frozen in place. Meanwhile, only half of Song Shuzhen remained. The rest had evidently been consumed by the three men. Upon seeing Zhao Qian, they displayed expressions of fear, their throats emitting incessant rasping sounds. Suddenly, Zhao Qian experienced a sharp pain in her mind, an energy coursing through her body from deep within her brain. This torment persisted for about 5 minutes, until it gradually subsided. In the wake of this pain, Zhao Qian erupted into laughter, astonished that she had survived the catastrophe and even awakened a talent. She realized that this dark energy could generate skills that matched the host's obsessions and desires. The stronger the obsession and desire, the greater the likelihood of awakening a talent. Conversely, one could become merely a thoughtless zombie under the control of dark energy. She lamented the fate of her father, brother, and son, who had been reduced to zombies, while her mother had not even been afforded the chance to become one, being among the rare individuals immune to dark energy, ultimately becoming a meal for the three. Zhao Qian's awakened skill was called Endless Devour, enabling her to enhance herself by absorbing the essence of human males. Moreover, after this dark energy enhancement, her physical capabilities had substantially improved, and she acquired a passive talent to control zombies. Sun Ran, I hope you thrive in the villa. It's thanks to your motivation that I could awaken my talent. Ha ha ha. Chapter 48. Hao Yin awakens. The group decides to cultivate. Somewhere in the Pacific, a deserted island began to tremble, the surrounding frozen seawater slowly melting away. The tremors intensified, and numerous fissures appeared across the island's surface, light streaming forth from the cracks. I, Hao Yin, am immortal. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, the island erupted, and a figure shot forth, hovering in the sky. Greedily inhaling the An enchanting face betrayed no emotion. If Sun Ran were present, he would surely exclaim that billions of years ago, Earth was the main star of the Kanglan realm, for Hao Yin had been sealed at the very center of that star. Hao Yin had broken free from his seal. In the morning, Lin Yao, who had always risen an hour earlier than everyone else to prepare breakfast, now had to coordinate cooking in pairs due to the increase in the number of people. Today, it was the turn of Su Ningming and Lin Yao. The two busily chatted and laughed while preparing breakfast for the large family. Suddenly, Lin Yao exclaimed, "Ningming, look, I can actually control water." Initially intending to boil water for noodles, she found that the tap had run dry and needed to pour bottled water into the pot. She mused that if she could direct the water straight into the pot, it would save her from bending over to lift the heavy bottle. To her astonishment, the water in the container seemed to respond to her thoughts, flowing directly into the pot as if obeying her command. Have you awakened a talent? Is it a water attribute talent? Try again and see if you can control the direction of the flow. All right, let me try. Lin Yao concentrated, observing the movement of the water, and slowly adjusted its direction. Remarkably, the water flowed into a nearby cup as she envisioned. Wow, that's amazing, Sister Lin Yao. You did it. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. It seems this requires practice as well. She pondered what talent she might awaken, filled with excitement. Don't rush. Take your time, and something will surely come. Yes, I understand. I'll go chop some beef. Turning, she picked up a kitchen knife, and in that instant, Su Ningming felt an inexplicable kinship with the blade. Could it be that I, too, am destined to awaken a talent? Placing the knife down, she fixated on it intently. After a few seconds, the knife began to tremble slightly, as if trying to break free from the pull of gravity. Rise, with a delicate command from Su Ningming. The knife indeed soared into the air, startling Lin Yao beside her. Wow, Ningming, you've awakened a talent too. Is it a knife talent? Slowly guiding the knife back to the cutting board, Su Ningming proclaimed proudly. No, it's a metal attribute. My talent is of the metal variety. Then you can control all metals? How remarkable. I'm not entirely sure yet, but it seems likely. At breakfast, Lin Yao and Su Ningming excitedly shared their experiences with everyone. who rejoiced in their newfound abilities. Sun Ran quickly finished his meal, then with a mysterious smile, announced, "Allow me to perform a little trick." He turned and with a gentle wave of his hand towards a distant coffee table, sliced a large apple in half. "Wow, how did you do that? Have you awakened a skill too, dear?" Sun Ran nodded, stating, "I awakened a spatial talent this morning. What I just used was spatial slicing. This is merely the most basic application, and the range is quite limited." "Everyone, can you guess what my talent is?" Qin Xiaoya asked, her body radiating a holy light. "Wow, Sister Xiaoya looks even more beautiful," Sun Ran mused, thinking perhaps they could add a performance later that evening. "Yours must be a light attribute, and mine." Su Li's delicate hands emitted faint glimmers of light. "That is a lightning attribute talent." Tang Tiantian approached a flower pot, gently stroking it, causing the flowers to bloom rapidly. "Tiantian must possess a wood attribute talent." Sun Ran gleefully produced a thin cigar. Suddenly, Dong Fong snapped her fingers, and flames danced from her hand. And no need to say more. Dong Fong is a fire attribute. Lastly, there was Xian Tong, who exerted a slight force with her feet, causing them to sink into the floor, yet she could still move forward. Sister Xian Tong has an earth attribute. To their astonishment, everyone had awakened different attributes, leaving only one remaining, the dark attribute. The group assisted each other in tidying the dining table before gathering in a small conference room on the third floor. Sun Ran presented the cultivation technique created by Haoyan's sister, Luai, and they all sat together to study it. The introduction outlined the fundamental principles to be learned in the cultivation process. 3,000 years after Haoyan's conquest of the main star, spiritual energy was utterly depleted. To practice this 9 harmonies of heaven and earth technique, you must enter the space I have sealed in advance. There, I have established a massive spiritual vein, complete with a palace where you can cultivate to the golden core stage. After that, you will need to venture out on your own to seek opportunities. The preamble instructed them to absorb the spiritual energy corresponding to their own attributes to strengthen their physical forms. Enveloped in spiritual energy during breathing exercises, circulating through the 36 meridians. This phase is known as the Qi refinement stage, which comprises 9 layers, each representing a level of control over spiritual energy. I have left a ring in the palace to test your realms. Simply find it and wear it after finishing the first lesson. Everyone comprehended a singular truth. Firstly, it is essential to enter the cultivation space. Secondly, this sanctuary can only shelter us until the golden core stage. Thereafter, if we wish to further our cultivation, we must depart from this realm in search of opportunities. What does everyone think? Speak up. Sun Ran, seated at the head, inquired with a smile, "I believe we should seize this opportunity. This sister named Luo has mentioned the term main star several times. I feel that our Earth is the main star she refers to, and the resurrection of Haoyan may very well occur here. Thus, if we do not grow stronger, even with this safe haven, we could ultimately be surrounded and overrun by those so-called zombies, leading to our demise." Su Ningming articulated. Yuli rose and stated, "I concur with what Su Ningming has said. I believe everything might have been divinely orchestrated, allowing us 8 individuals with differing attributes to converge. Therefore, I think we should grasp this chance." Qin Xiaoya then added, "If we 8 do not step forward, humanity may indeed have no hope left. Thus, I am willing to take the risk." The others looked at Sun Ran with unwavering confidence. "All right, since everyone agrees, let us commence daily cultivation in this space from today onward, striving to reach the Qi refinement stage as soon as possible, so we may acquire some means of self-defense." Chapter 49. Song Ren awakens the most valuable talent. Sun Ran, in the first layer of Qi refinement, gazed mournfully at his 3 brothers, now mindless zombies, filled with grief and rage. Yet, due to his powerful obsession, he successfully awakened his talent, mastery of defense. "Sun Ran, it is because of you that my brothers have become zombies. I shall personally capture you and feed you to them." Number 1 gritted his teeth, seething with fury. Meanwhile, Song Ran, hidden upstairs, unexpectedly awakened his talent, which allowed him to change his gender at will. It seemed insignificant, yet potentially advantageous, as he sensed Number 1's wrath due to his earlier indifference when Number 1 was without sustenance. Nearly starving his 4 brothers, if discovered by Number 1, his fate would be dire. With this thought, he quietly utilized his talent to transform into a woman. Surprisingly, he looked quite attractive, with a pleasing figure. As Number 1 prepared to exact vengeance on Sun Ran, he suddenly recalled this scoundrel, Song Run. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs to find him, he looked up and spotted a beauty descending from above. She seemed somewhat familiar, yet he could not be certain. "Who are you? Where is Song Run?" Number 1 inquired with curiosity. "I don't know. I woke up to find myself in the villa." "Humph. This little brat must have fled in fear of my wrath." "What is your name?" Song Run bashfully replied. I am Run Song Song." Number 1 did not dwell on it and continued. "As far as I know, humans who do not awaken their talents will turn into zombies." "What talent have you awakened?" This time, Song Run panicked, struggling to concoct a response. He quickly said, I don't know. My head hurts. It feels so painful." With that, he collapsed into Number 1's arms. Number 1 had not touched a woman in months. At that moment, feeling Song Rin's fragrance and softness, his desires surged forth. No. Number 1. Song Rin never anticipated that he would be overtaken by this beast. An hour later, Song Rin curled up on the sofa, tears still glistening in his eyes. "Run Song Song, you shall be my woman from now on. As for sustenance, do not worry. I will take care of it." Though they had awakened their talents, they still required nourishment, which consisted of human blood and flesh. "Very well, just be cautious, okay? Sending you a heart," Song Rin shyly replied. "All right, you fell into character rather quickly." Number 1 led his 3 zombie brothers to the underground parking lot. They were now impervious to the cold, empowered by the dark energy. Arriving once more at Sun Ran's reinforced door, they found it to be a changed scene. The 4 brothers had transformed into entities that were neither human nor ghost. "You 3, smash the door with all your might." The 3 zombies fully comprehended Number 1's command, brandishing heavy hammers and tirelessly beginning to batter the door. 10 minutes passed, yet the fortified door remained unyielding. Number 1, standing beside, furrowed his brow, contemplating. "Though I have awakened my talent, the energy within my body is still insufficient. I require more blood and flesh, as well as the absorption of dark energy from the air to grow stronger." The same principle applied to his 3 zombie brothers. Having just transformed, their enhanced physiques were still limited. With their combined strength, they could not breach the fortified door, necessitating a period of strengthening before confronting Sun Ran again. Enough of this futile smashing. Let us enter the community, searching household by household for the living. Although few are immune to dark energy, they do exist, and awakened zombies can grow stronger by devouring their kin. If Number 1 consumed Zhao Qian, his physical attributes would multiply. Is this the cultivation space that Luo Yi arranged for us? Wow, it feels so comfortable. Sun Ran led the women into the space. It had been so long since he had seen such lush greenery. It was truly beautiful. Everyone ran barefoot on the grass for a while before gathering beside Sun Ran. The book mentioned that Luo Yi has a cultivation palace here. We should split up and search for it. Surely we cannot cultivate on the grass. Sun Ran smiled and told everyone. Then, each took a different direction in search of the palace. Before long, Sun Ran discovered a colossal palace at the foot of a mountain. "Over here! Come quickly!" As the 8 gathered before the palace, they felt remarkably small. Did humans a billion years ago really possess such height? Why was the palace constructed so grandly? Perhaps they were simply wealthy. Let us enter and investigate. The entire palace was built from a stone that resembled neither jade nor gold, exquisitely beautiful. If someone from the realm of cultivation were to lay eyes upon this palace, they would surely be astounded, for it was constructed by Luo Yi using spirit stones. It was akin to building a palace of gold in the real world. The shock was palpable. The air within the palace felt even more rejuvenating. As if the spiritual essence was notably denser, Su Ningming exclaimed in rapture. "Indeed, it appears this palace was specifically prepared for us by Luo Yi. Dear, come look here," Qin Xiaoya said, entering a side chamber. Inside was a large table adorned with numerous weapons, defenses, and realm monitoring rings. "Wow, there are also many books. This one seems to be about alchemy, this one about weapon forging, this one about formations, and this one about talismans. It seems Luo Yi has made ample preparations." Everyone donned the rings, and information automatically flooded their minds. "I am at the mortal realm." "What about you?" Sun Ran lamented. "I am too, and no worries. Let us strive to reach the Qi refinement stage as soon as possible." Adjacent to the equipment room were small training chambers. Before entering, Sun Ran glanced at his watch and remarked, "It is now 9:30 a.m. We shall cultivate until 11:30 a.m., then return home for lunch and a nap. From 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., we shall cultivate again, and in the evening it will be voluntary. Those who wish to join, I will assist in bringing them in. All right, let us begin. Entering the training room, Sun Ran commenced his practice of the first chapter of the 9 harmonies of heaven and earth, beginning with the Qi induction section. The first step was to perceive the spatial elements in the air and draw them into his body, transforming them into his own vital energy. Spiritual energy encompasses all things, composed of 9 elements evenly distributed in the atmosphere. Sun Ran quickly sensed the spatial elements within the spiritual energy. They seemed to recognize his presence. He attempted to draw these lively little entities into his body, which sounded simple but proved challenging. It appeared that these spatial elements were reluctant to enter him. After numerous failed attempts, he sighed. It seems that cultivation is indeed a formidable endeavor. Sun Ran adjusted his breathing, calming his mind, and once more endeavored to perceive the spatial elements within the spiritual energy. He then used his will to attempt communication and interaction with them, seeking to bring about harmony and stability before absorbing them into his body. Wow, success! Every endeavor begins with difficulty. However, a commendable start paves the way for a much smoother journey ahead. Not only are the elemental forces being absorbed into his body, but other elements are also drawn in, transforming into his own vital energy. While absorbing these elements, Sun Ran must also multitask, ensuring that the energies within his body circulate according to the meridian diagrams outlined in the Qi induction manual. Balancing these tasks is indeed exhausting, yet it incessantly enhances his mental fortitude. 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and Sun Ran successfully completed a cycle of meridian circulation, feeling a significant revitalization. Suddenly, the ring in his hand gleamed brightly, and a message appeared in his mind. Sun Ran, first layer of Qi refinement, Chapter 50. The woman capable of controlling cats has emerged. So, what gains have you made from this morning's training? As Sun Ran observed the women exiting the training room, he smiled and inquired. Yu Ningming joyfully hopped to his side, her ample charms causing him to momentarily lose focus. Darling, I've reached the first layer of Qi refinement, she exclaimed. Darling, I have too, Lin Yao declared proudly. Upon questioning the others, they too had attained the first layer. It seems that after the enhancement from the Roy Jade pendant, their innate talents are indeed quite commendable. Let us head home to cook. I am famished. I feel as though I could devour an entire cow, Sun Ran declared grandly as they recited their departure mantra and returned to the villa. All were hungry, and they opted for something ready-made tonight. Go into the space and help yourselves. Take whatever you desire. There's more than enough to satisfy, Sun Ran stated with a flourish. Yay, I want beef noodles. Lots of beef and plenty of noodles. I'm so hungry. Several of them selected their favorite foods from the space and set them out in the living room. Darling, why didn't you take anything from the space? Qin Xiaoya asked. You all have enough. Just feed me a bite each, and I'll be full, he replied lazily. You're such a slacker. Here, let me feed you a big chicken leg. Come on, darling, let me give you a bite of beef noodles, Su Li said, leaning over to offer him a generous serving. One by one, the 7 beauties took turns feeding him, and soon everyone was satiated. After a brief exercise session and a half-hour nap, they returned to the training space. This time, they directly entered the palace interior, bypassing the grassy outskirts they had previously encountered. Let us go, everyone, Sun Ran encouraged them, rallying their spirits. The afternoon training soon turned monotonous, as they ceaselessly absorbed various elements into their bodies, transforming them into their own true Qi, which flowed continuously through their meridians to strengthen them. Suddenly, the alarm clock rang. It was already 6:30 in the evening. The lunch they had eaten earlier was long gone, and they were left with one word: hungry. It's often said that scholars are impoverished while warriors thrive. After a brief training session, they returned to the villa, where Sun Ran notably prepared a large beef leg, chopping it into smaller pieces to cook in a 3-liter pressure cooker, along with some vegetables. The dining table was laden with a generous serving of beef, corn, boiled potatoes, and other vegetables. An extravagant feast that was the perfect meal for those starved from training. As they dined, they exchanged insights on their cultivation experiences. That evening, they collectively decided against further training and chose instead to visit the cinema for a movie, seeking a balance between work and leisure. After the film concluded, everyone hesitated to return to their rooms, each yearning to spend the night with Sun Ran. Once one had tasted such pleasures, it was hard to resist the allure. Sun Ran, understanding their sentiments, chuckled. All right, tonight it shall be Dong Fong, and tomorrow, Xian Tong. The 7 women instantly grasped the implication. Only Dong Fong and Xian Tong had yet to share a marital bond with him, while the others had already naturally formed connections. Embarrassed, Dong Fong lowered her head and nodded. I'll return to my room to change and take a shower before I come find you. Darling, go ahead. Be quick about it. Don't keep me waiting, rest assured. I'll be swift and back in no time. Like a dutiful little girl, Dong Fong hurriedly dashed back to her room, eliciting laughter from the others. Ningming, please create a schedule. 1 day each for fairness, she suggested that in a way. 1 day a week is far too long. I can serve you alongside Lin Yao, she countered. Well, that could work, but you both must negotiate. I am in good shape and can handle multiple partners, he replied. As night fell, Sun Ran's room was vibrant with the essence of spring. Brimming with life, in Villa number 12, 2 silver tabby cats circled anxiously around a woman, who appeared equally listless. She understood that both she and the cats required sustenance, living prey, fresh blood, raw meat, or even awakened kindred. The trio scurried about the room. She realized that previous hunger could lead to unconsciousness or even death, while the current hunger was driving her to madness. Darkness within her surged forth, a voice urging her on. Kill, kill incessantly. Compelled by this voice, the woman ventured outside with her 2 cats, oblivious to the cold. Her crimson eyes disp after addressing the woman and the 2 cats. The trio of brothers charged directly towards Sun Ran. Just as they were about 30 meters apart, the first brother and the 4th suddenly found their feet ensnared in the ground. As if they were treading on cotton, in an instant, countless nails shot forth like bullets, piercing towards the first brother and the 4th. However, despite the nails striking them, they inflicted little harm. It was a lightning assault. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a cucumber, struck the first brother on the head, affecting the 3 brothers behind him as well. Following this was a water-based attack, then a fire-based attack, each party unleashing their elemental abilities, only to discover that while the first brother and the 3 others were in disarray, they had sustained no substantial injuries. Their combat prowess remained intact. Tio Sun Ran's astonishment. It seemed the few of them had awakened their innate talents. But wait, how could they, as humans, awaken such abilities? This was utterly unfair. Yet, it mattered little. Soon, they would all meet their demise. I shall drink your blood and relish your flesh. Meanwhile, the woman and her 2 kittens, now restored to their smaller forms, stealthily approached Sun Ran's group. Sun Ran instructed, you must take this woman back to the villa immediately. I can hold them off using spatial elements. Hurry, otherwise, none shall escape. The first brother and the 3 zombies had already reached Sun Ran. Having exhausted their elemental skills, they had no means of attack left and could only heed Sun Ran's command. Hastily dragging the woman and the 2 kittens back towards the villa. It was too late to flee. You 3, pursue them. Remember, do not consume them. The 3 zombie brothers split into 3 paths, swiftly advancing towards the women. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. All 3 zombie brothers collapsed, their first foot severed by an unknown force. Seizing the opportunity, the women dashed back to the vicinity of the blast-proof door, opened it, and awaited Sun Ran's return. The first brother glared menacingly at Sun Ran, his body darting towards him like lightning, instantly activating his talent, Defensive Mastery. Sun Ran concentrated fiercely, channeling the accumulated energy he had cultivated into his invention, the spatial blade, and struck fiercely at the first brother's neck. The imagined fountain of blood did not materialize. On the first brother's neck, only a faint mark remained. My heavens, the first brother's defense was astonishing. Now it's my turn, Sun Ran. The first brother seized Sun Ran's clothing, hoisting him high before slamming him to the ground. Damn, how bold! Sun Ran rolled aside just in time to evade the first brother's lethal kick. Utilizing his spatial elemental talent, he exerted all his strength, swiftly retreating over 10 meters, then sprinting frantically towards the villa. If he couldn't win, he must flee. Fortunately, the first brother's talent was defense, not speed. Just as the blast-proof door closed, the first brother could not catch up with Sun Ran. In frustration, he pounded the door. Yet, against the high-tech blast-proof door, even a second-level evolved being appeared somewhat inadequate. In the end, he could only depart in bitterness. This left the 3 zombie brothers in dire straits, their feet severed by Sun Ran's spatial blade, forced to crawl back. the first brother was unconcerned. As long as there was food, they would regenerate new feet on their own. Inside the villa, the recently rescued woman and the two kittens nestled in the changing room on the lower level. At this moment, they bore severe wounds, particularly the two kittens, their bodies marred with cuts and crimson blood. Sun Ran retrieved a piece of raw beef from the spatial realm, intending to feed the kittens. To his surprise, one of the kittens struggled to carry the meat, delivering it to the semi-conscious. Half-unconscious woman, asked the woman, in a daze, caught the scent of the raw meat. She suddenly opened her eyes, desperately attempting to consume it. After a few hasty chews, she swallowed, then gazed pitifully at Sun Ran. The two kittens also looked up at him with wide eyes. Raw meat, you say? Very well, I can accommodate that. Sun Ran promptly produced a raw beef leg weighing over 40 pounds. The woman and the two kittens immediately pounced upon it, tearing and devouring with fervor. The sight was somewhat unsettling, especially as the woman smeared her face with the blood from the beef leg, entirely unperturbed in no time. All that remained of the beef leg was a single bone. Content, the woman patted her flat stomach, while the two kittens began to clean the blood and wounds from their bodies. It seemed that after consuming the raw beef, their injuries were also healing. Now, tell me, who exactly are you? Are you human or something else? The woman, having regained her clarity, accepted the towel from Sun Ran and wiped her mouth bashfully, saying, My name is Mi Do, a resident of Villa 12. These are my two cats. The male is named Wang De Fa, and the smaller female is named Wang De Kai. Just a few days ago, when the sun ceased to shine and my cats and I were on the brink of starvation, a surge of energy infiltrated our bodies. Miraculously, we regained our strength and awakened our talents. I can command my cats to fight alongside me, and I can absorb the dark energy from the air to enhance myself. However, each time I absorb this dark energy, I lose my rationality, driven to devour relentlessly, be it raw meat, humans, or blood. I dare not absorb it. You ask if I am human or another species. I am unsure. But I believe I am no longer truly human, for I have no desire to consume human food. Today, my cats and I were simply too famished, forcing us to venture out for sustenance, only to encounter such a perverse man. The rest, you shall soon learn. Upon hearing Mi Do's account, the group gasped in unison. The dark elemental talent has finally been gathered. Chapter 52. Gathering the 9 elements. All members commence cultivation. Curious, Mi Do inquired, What are you discussing? Sun Ran smiled and replied, There's no rush on that. You should come upstairs to bathe and change clothes, and let us give your 2 little cats a good wash as well. Mi Do instantly felt embarrassed, saying, Oh yes, I must admit I haven't bathed in quite some time. I must be filthy. Thank you for rescuing me and my cats. The group made their way to the living room, where Su Ningming and Qian Xiaoya led Mi Do and the kittens to take a bath. The woman's bathing took a while, perhaps due to the expansive space, for it was not until an hour later that Mi Do emerged from the second-floor bathroom. The moment she stepped out, everyone's eyes widened in astonishment. They had not anticipated Mi Do to possess such striking beauty and a remarkable figure, clad in a new yoga outfit and a small tank top. No wonder the first brother had wished to keep her. Trailing behind her were the 2 obedient kittens. Come, I will explain everything that transpired, and you shall understand, Sun Ran said. Mi Do nodded, sitting obediently on the sofa. Su Ningming picked up one of the kittens and placed it on her lap, genuinely adoring cats, while the other snuggled against Mi Do's thigh, soundly asleep. 20 minutes later, after hearing Sun Ran's narrative, Mi Do comprehended the reason behind everyone's exclamation regarding the dark element. It turned out that she was the last of the 9 elements. Darkness. In common perception, darkness was viewed as evil, filthy, and terrifying. Yet, that was not the case. With light, there must also be darkness. In the darkness, all things rested, gaining energy and growth. Thus, darkness was not inherently malevolent. During their conversation, Sun Ran learned that Mi Do had refrained from harming the 2 kittens even when on the verge of starvation. Affirming her character, it is known that when human beings are famished, they may even resort to cannibalism, let alone harm a cat. However, Mi Do had stayed true to her principles, and even after awakening the dark energy, she retained a kind heart. Hence, Sun Ran decided to invite her to join their team. He utilized the old method, using blood to unlock the space of her jade pendant, which contained tens of thousands of pounds of raw meat, sufficient for her and the kittens for a lifetime. Glancing at the time, it was already 10 o'clock. The group resolved to take some food into the space and continue their cultivation until nightfall. The reason was simple. They all felt a sense of urgency. Despite their combined strength, they had failed to defeat the first brother. Even with firearms, victory was uncertain, as the first brother, possessing defensive skills, could effortlessly withstand bullets. Hence, it was imperative to enhance their own strength. Most critically, they still lacked any offensive techniques. Their attacks relied solely on the basic damage of various elements. For instance, Lin Yao's water-based skill merely sprayed water at the first brother, suitable for washing or bathing, but rather embarrassing for inflicting damage. Thus, they needed to swiftly advance to the 5th level of Qi refinement to unlock the elemental skills within the 9 harmonies of heaven and earth technique, such as fireball technique, ice arrow technique, and earth escape technique. There was no need for pressure. Their blast-proof door was quite effective, and for the time being, the first brother could not breach it. Sometimes, haste leads to failure. They should do their best. Let us drive onward. Sun Ran, the only man in the group, and their husband, felt it necessary to step forward and provide encouragement and guidance. Upon observing that everyone's spirits were in good stead, I accompanied Su Ningming, along with 8 others and 2 feline companions, into the palace. Once everyone returned to their respective cultivation chambers, Sun Ran entrusted the Qi refinement manual to Mi Do, guiding her to the final training room. Mi Do, he stated, from now on, you shall cultivate here. The palace is replete with rich spiritual energy, and given your innate talent, you should swiftly attain the 1st level of Qi refinement. Should you encounter any uncertainties, do not hesitate to seek me out in the first training room. All right, Sun Ran, I can see that you are a good person, and that they are all your women. Given that we are in an apocalyptic world, I wonder if I might have the honor of becoming one of your women. Rest assured, I am indifferent to the number of women I have, for we are indeed in an apocalyptic era. Moreover, you have stated that if our hearts are in sync, we shall cultivate the 9 harmonies of heaven and earth more effectively in the future. Sun Ran gazed at her, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, It is my fortune to have a beautiful and kind girl like you. Focus on your cultivation. As for other matters, take your time. Keep persevering. To Sun Ran, cultivation was akin to drawing water into a barrel. However, it was distinctly different. Once filled, one must circulate and compress the energy, materializing it in preparation for foundation building. Every second entailed a repetition of this process, monotonous indeed. Yet the thought of the malevolent figure known as Number One and countless other evolutionaries akin to him outside fueled the necessity to strive for survival through earnest cultivation. Only through cultivation could one vanquish Haoyan and save the earth and humanity. Most importantly, cultivation could extend one's lifespan. The prospect of living for thousands or even tens of thousands of years rendered the tedium of training utterly inconsequential. Returning to the villa, Number One beheld Song Ren, or rather, Ren Song Song, sprawled on the sofa in deep slumber. Anger surged within him. Grabbing Ren Song Song, he forcefully pinned him to the sofa, swiftly taking matters into his own hands. Groggy, Song Ren suddenly felt himself lifted and, upon opening his eyes, found himself suspended in midair, confronted by Number One's fierce visage, rendering him speechless in the next instant. An icy sensation enveloped him, and he thought, Alas, my innocence has been lost once more. 10 minutes later, enduring the pain coursing through his body, Song Ren cautiously observed the individual beside him, who was eagerly devouring a piece of meat. Go ahead and eat. He muttered, Damn it. Ever since witnessing Mi Do's extraordinary beauty and physique, a wave of distaste surged within him upon glancing at Ren Song Song, who was increasingly familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Without even bothering to don his clothes, Song Ren dropped to the floor and began voraciously tearing at Ren Song Song's leg. So sweet, so fragrant. This is true delicacy. Number One reclined on the sofa, reflecting on the day's events. Sun Ran and his women had all awakened their innate skills, yet their aura was undeniably human. The good news was that after awakening their talents, they had not leveled up as he had, but instead exhibited an initialized attack power. Thus, facing 8 adversaries posed no challenge for him. The only obstacle now was a high-tech blast door, and as a level 2 evolutionary, he found himself powerless against it. It appeared imperative to ascend to level 3 quickly. He estimated that would enable him to forcefully dismantle this door. Tomorrow, he must venture forth with 3 brothers to continue the search for humanity. Lowering his gaze upon Song Ren, who was still bent over, devouring meat, he delivered a kick that sent him flying. Enough of this. Hurry and go to the second floor. Your mere presence is infuriating. He then tossed the half-eaten thigh to his three brothers. They required abundant energy to regenerate their limbs. The three brothers, reminiscent of African wild dogs, pounced upon the food, engaging in a frenzied struggle and tearing at one another. Their legs gradually began to sprout anew. Chapter 53. Zhao Qian slays Xiao Dafu. Sun Ran and his companions ascend to the second level of Qi refinement. Zhao Qian's situation mirrored that of number 1. Accompanied by 3 zombie subordinates as she scoured the building for sustenance. Upon stepping outside, she encountered the fortunate father-son duo, Xiao Dafu and Xiao Xiaofu, descending from above. Both had transformed into evolutionaries, retaining their human reason while also awakening their innate abilities. Xiao Dafu had enhanced his attack, while Xiao Xiaofu's skill was rather peculiar, allowing him to assume a more effeminate form while augmenting his combat attributes. Some may have forgotten these two. Xiao Xiaofu was the very child who had harassed Zhao Qian 2 years prior. When Sun Ran sought justice for their family, he was assaulted by Xiao Dafu and ended up in the hospital. After Sun Ran's rebirth, Su Ningming rendered Xiao Dafu a cripple, while Sun Ran entrusted Xiao Xiaofu to a fitness coach downstairs for 10 days of training. Upon returning home 10 days later, Xiao Xiaofu appeared gaunt and despondent. Gradually, Xiao Dafu noticed his son becoming increasingly effeminate, favoring tight clothing and adopting a gloomy demeanor. However, Xiao Dafu, recuperating in bed, had little time to concern himself with this. What infuriated him most was that his son, now a delicate creature, frequently sought out the fitness coach, Shi Kong. When Xiao Xiaofu returned home, both Xiao Dafu and Wang Guizhi scolded him, forbidding him from going. Yet within days, the boy succumbed to temptation and stealthily sought out Shi Kong once more. Eventually, their household was devoid of food, and whenever Xiao Xiaofu visited Shi Kong, he would return bearing rice or meat. Xiao Dafu and his grandmother promptly changed their attitudes, often inquiring, "Why haven't you gone to find Shi Kong today? Hurry, don't keep him waiting." In the face of food, what was a grandson? Far better to ensure Shi Kong was well taken care of. Upon their meeting, Xiao Dafu contemplated whether to devour his counterpart or collaborate with him. His motivation stemmed from Zhao Qian, who, upon awakening her innate talent, exuded an enchanting aura that stirred desire in men. Furthermore, those who had awakened their talents were no longer fearful of the biting cold, and Zhao Qian appeared exceedingly alluring, clad in a fitted pink sweater and tailored jeans. Xiao Dafu's eyes sparkled with lust. Zhao Qian, somewhat perplexed, wondered why Xiao Xiaofu wouldn't even glance her way. Did she no longer possess beauty? Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Xiaofu's gaze was fixated solely on Shi Kong. "Zhao Qian, where are you headed? Perhaps we could hunt for food together, providing mutual protection," Xiao Dafu said, leering at her bosom. "Certainly, brother Xiao, but you must keep your son Xiao Fu in check. Last time, he pinched me there, and it still hurts," she retorted, huffing. With a swift kick, Xiao Dafu sent Xiao Xiaofu flying. "Sister, do you see how I manage him? Is it not sufficient? He, you are far too strict as a father. Don't kick the child to death," she quipped, moving to aid Xiao Xiaofu. To her surprise, he recoiled as though he had seen a ghost, displaying a demeanor of aversion to women. Zhao Qian awkwardly remarked, "This child has grown up and is now shy. Yet, you were quite the handful when you were younger, brother Xiao. What innate talent have you awakened?" Xiao Dafu chuckled. "I have awakened attack enhancement. What about you, sister? My talent is rather useless. Never mind, I shall demonstrate it for you." "All right, that sounds good," Zhao Qian said as she approached, removing her sweater to reveal only a black bra underneath. Xiao Dafu's jaw dropped, saliva pooling on the floor in awe. What a fine figure she possesses. Indeed, there is even more to behold. "Watch closely, dear brother," Zhao Qian teased, placing her hands behind her back as if to remove her bra. Just as it was about to fall, she swiftly pressed her right hand upon Xiao Dafu's head. A tremendous force surged forth, drawing the dark energy, vitality, and blood essence from Xiao Dafu's body into her own. The entire process transpired within a mere 3 seconds, leaving Xiao Dafu no time to utilize his talent before he was drained of life. Upon witnessing his father's demise, Xiao Xiaofu wasted no time and dashed downstairs to find his companion, Shi Kong. Zhao Qian smirked disdainfully, choosing not to pursue him, instead donning her sweater once more and quietly assimilating the energy she had absorbed. In no time, a message resonated within her mind. She had ascended to the second level of evolution. Every aspect of her being had experienced exponential enhancement. Haha, splendid. To have advanced so swiftly, Sun Ran. Take note. We shall meet soon. Zhao Qian set forth with her 3 zombies, methodically searching for survivors and evolutionaries, occasionally encountering others like herself in the hallways. Yet, due to her early advancement to level 2, coupled with the assistance of 3 zombies, none could rival her prowess. In just a few days, Zhao Qian ascended to level 3, her power significantly amplified. After 2 days of rigorous training, Sun Ran and the 8 exquisite women had all attained the second level of qi refinement. That evening, they gathered in the living room for a modest celebration. The one who had progressed most rapidly was undoubtedly Mi Do. Not only had she caught up, but she could now simultaneously absorb dark energy both within the cultivation palace and from the outside world. She had even mastered the ability to absorb it automatically. With the cultivation space infused with spiritual energy and the external world similarly suffused with dark energy, it was akin to continuous, uninterrupted training around the clock. Surprisingly, the 2 cats have remarkably advanced to the second level of qi refinement and have awakened their intelligence, enabling them to engage in simple communication and interaction, something no one had anticipated. The table is laden with an array of delectable dishes, while the food for Mi Do and the cats remains raw beef and raw fish. Ladies, after 5 days of diligent cultivation, we have finally ascended to the second level of qi refinement. At this moment, I feel confident that I could defeat number 1 even without your assistance. However, the issue remains that number 1 and his minions continue to prey on their kind and survivors outside. So we must intensify our efforts. Once we reach the 5th level and can learn skills, that will be our opportunity to hunt down these zombies. Alright, my dear, I have long yearned to attain the 5th level of qi refinement. At that point, a single skill will suffice to vanquish number 1. During this period, Su Ningming has been particularly diligent in her training, as she found her own launched nails unable to breach even the defenses of others, which has somewhat wounded her pride. Lin Yao remarked from the side, Indeed, I too look forward to reaching the 5th level of qi refinement. My skill allows me to shoot ice arrows, and even if I cannot slay him, I can at least freeze him in place. Tang Tiantian smiled and added, My skill involves the wood element's vine technique, allowing me to bind number 1. Ha ha ha, turning him into a living target for you all to unleash your attacks. Everyone had already memorized the content of their first skills and how to cultivate them, yet due to insufficient cultivation and the inability to support their spiritual energy, they were all straining to hasten their ascent to the 5th level of qi refinement. As they needed to rise early for training the next day, they concluded their conversation before 10 o'clock. Mi Do voluntarily headed to the bathroom for a shower. Indeed, today marks Mi Do's first night in Sun Ran's room. The next day, a bright red flower was imprinted on the pristine white sheets. From then on, Sun Ran and her 8 women were all in sync with one another, laying a solid foundation for their future cooperative combat techniques. Chapter 54. The unresolvable conflict between humans and corpse beings. Zhao Qian reveals her power time passes without notice. 10 days have swiftly gone by. During this period, possibly due to Hao Yan's resurrection, the Earth's temperature began to rise. Reaching 10 degrees above zero, the accumulated snow began to melt, leading to severe flooding in the cities. However, compared to the previous extreme cold, this was merely child's play. The extreme weather has finally subsided, and the surviving humans naively believed this heralded the return to a prosperous era, completely oblivious to the fact that this was merely the beginning of the apocalypse. Some survivors began to venture out of their homes in search of food, while the awakened corpse beings and zombies detected the sweet scent of humanity and set out to hunt them down. A great battle loomed on the horizon. Humans who had not been infected by dark energy could not distinguish between corpse beings and zombies. One moment, they might be chatting innocently with someone, and the next, their hearts would be ripped out. Such occurrences were happening on every street in the city. Fortunately, the number of corpse beings was not vast. Most were mindless zombies with bloodshot eyes and pale skin. Survivors began to band together spontaneously, developing a method to identify corpse beings. By observing their eating habits, hungry humans, upon seeing food, would instinctively want to consume it, while corpse beings would show no interest, akin to a normal human's reaction to feces. After several days of adaptation and combat, survivors gradually discovered that inflicting physical harm on either corpse beings or zombies had minimal effect. As their bodies had evolved under the influence of dark energy, Only by severing their heads could they ensure a complete kill. Gradually, survivors in the urban area began to organize themselves to resist both corpse beings and zombies while searching for food. Notably, a few prominent organizations emerged, such as the Winter Sunshine Organization from the East City Police Station, the Ida Brigade from the nearby Ida Plaza, and the No Bargain Group from the Chunhua Vegetable Market. These three organizations established their bases in the police station, shopping mall, and vegetable market, respectively, gathering human survivors and gradually growing in strength. Of course, these were merely the surface organizations. There existed numerous underground factions engaging in all sorts of nefarious activities. Robbing human resources, killing corpse beings, slaying zombies, and abducting women, truly committing all manner of heinous acts. Until one day, during a skirmish with zombies, the Winter Sunshine Organization inadvertently discovered a nail-sized crystal embedded in a zombie's head, which piqued their interest. Upon returning, they enlisted volunteers for experimentation, and the results were astonishing. The individual who consumed the crystal saw their physical skills nearly double. In their quest to restore prosperity to human society, the Winter Sunshine Organization selflessly disseminated this information to various organizations, and soon, the underground factions became aware of the news as well. In an instant, teams dedicated to hunting zombies sprang forth, all vying for the precious crystals nestled within the zombies' heads. However, as zombies are the subordinates of corpse beings, how could they allow such wanton slaughter by humans? Hence, the conflict remained irreconcilable, a class struggle among the populace, resolvable only through the complete annihilation of one side. On this day, Zhao Qian, accompanied by 3 zombie minions, exited the community. The melting snow revealed the receding waters and rising temperatures. Standing outdoors in a red bodycon dress, Zhao Qian resembled a phoenix reborn. She mused to herself that becoming a corpse being wasn't so bad. At least she ranked at the top of the food chain. She had now ascended to a 3rd-level corpse being evolver. Even without utilizing her innate skills, her physical strength and speed enabled her to easily overpower survivors. The streets were desolate, with only the occasional zombie passing by, who paid her no heed. In the eyes of zombies, it mattered not whether she wore anything. They remained indifferent, embodying a carefree attitude. Most zombies were still trapped indoors, unable to venture out, and the number of corpse beings was inherently limited. They wouldn't emerge unless hungry. Meanwhile, survivors hid in the shadows, rendering themselves invisible. Thus, Zhao Qian, adorned in her red dress, stood out prominently on the streets. The scent of humans, haha, hiding quite well. Do you think I can't see you simply because I can't smell you? After walking a short distance, Zhao Qian caught the sweet aroma of human blood wafting from a nearby supermarket, and she casually made her way toward it. If you wish to play hide and seek, then I shall indulge you. Upon entering the supermarket, she found that the shelves had been mostly raided. Even what remained held no interest for her. Hey, are you here alone? Zhao Qian had dismissed her 3 companions and entered the supermarket by herself. Yes, it's quite boring. Why don't you keep me company? Keeping you company isn't free. Come over here for a piece of chocolate. The leader tossed her a piece of chocolate. If this had been before she transformed into a corpse being, how delightful that chocolate would have seemed. Yet now, as Zhao Qian gazed upon the chocolate, she suddenly felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Brothers, I'm not hungry yet. Such an important food item is better suited for you. I can keep you company in other ways. Don't kid yourself. I'm afraid we won't even get to enjoy ourselves before you end up devouring us, shouted one of the men. Brothers, grab your weapons and get to work. This is a big catch. Instantly, 7 or 8 burly men charged out from within the building, and the leading man had already consumed 2 zombie crystals, placing him on par with 2nd-level corpse beings. Oh dear, so many of you. A weak woman like me is quite frightened. As long as you let me go, you can do whatever you wish, all right? Zhao Qian said with a feigned innocence. The men exchanged glances, thinking to themselves how stunning she was, her figure, her beauty. Whether living or dead, they had to possess her. Sister, I'm sorry. Don't blame us for being ruthless. The leader commanded, onward. This squad clearly had experience. 2 of them worked together to ensnare Zhao Qian with a fishing net. Zhao Qian made no attempt to evade. To her, their movements appeared as though in slow motion, yet she intentionally allowed herself to be captured. Ah, it hurts. Can't you be gentler? The leader felt a twinge of doubt. This was too easy. One fishing net subdued her? Regardless, the situation had unfolded to their advantage. Third, Hurry and bind her. After us brothers have had our fun. We'll see if she has a zombie crystal. Got it, big brother. Zhao Qian feigned a pitiful expression and said, Big brother, just one round is enough. Why must you kill me? Isn't that a bit excessive? The leader approached, his large hand reaching into her clothing, groping her with a smirk. Humans and corpse beings cannot coexist. How could I possibly let you go? So there's no room for negotiation? Stop with the nonsense. Hurry, let us head inside. Big brother, you go first, and we'll line up behind you. With that, he kicked Zhao Qian's pert backside, leaving a large footprint on her pristine dress. Zhao Qian pretended to look wronged as she followed the leader into the room. Moments later, Zhao Qian's cries and the leader's sinister laughter echoed, but mere seconds later, the sounds abruptly ceased. Was that quick? I don't know. He probably hasn't touched a woman in ages. Should we go in and check? Not me. Whoever goes in now will be unlucky. Just wait a bit. There will likely be a second round. At this moment, Zhao Qian's voice rang out from within. Hurry and come in. Your leader seems to have fainted. Upon their swift entry into the dwelling, the brothers were met with an unforgettable sight. Their leader lay sprawled on the ground, resembling a lifeless husk. Reduced to a mere thin layered eye in stark contrast, Zhao Qian sat elegantly in a chair, licking her lips and grinning at them with a mischievous smile. Chapter 55. The Discovery of the Zombie Crystal Core. The establishment of a hunting party of 1 man and 8 women. As the number of zombies and human corpses increased, the streets were rapidly overtaken. Preliminary statistics from the Eda battle team and the bargain hunters indicated that approximately 70% of the human population had succumbed to zombification, leaving only 30% as survivors. The human corpse evolvers were negligible in number, as they were a rare breed, excelling as the elite of both humans and zombies, possessing human consciousness alongside the ability to control zombies. They were further endowed with awakened talents, making them the favored ones of the Dark King Haotun. At this moment, Zhao Qian, having drained several men of their life force, joyfully discovered her ascension to a level 4 human corpse evolver. She realized that not only had her physical attributes grown more formidable, but she could also command a greater number of zombies. This newfound power filled her with immense satisfaction. In the training palace, Sun Ran concluded a day of cultivation, stretching his limbs before exiting the training room, only to find that others had not yet emerged. Lighting a cigarette, he waited. 10 minutes later, everyone trickled out of the training room. Did anyone achieve a breakthrough today? Mido asked with a smile. I leveled up. I'm now at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. The spiritual energy here is incredibly rich. Plus, I can absorb dark energy when I step outside. So how will you congratulate me? How about letting you have your husband for the night? Su Ningming teased, wrapping her arms around me. Duh. Oh, you naughty girl. I can't be the only one tending to him. The next day's practice would be exhausting. Come, keep me company. As the group had grown more familiar, their conversations became more casual and unreserved. Enough of the banter. It's already past 8 in the evening, and I'm starving. Let us hurry back for a meal. All right, 12 hours of cultivation today. That's quite diligent. But hard work does yield rewards. I believe with just one more day, I could reach the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Tang Tian declared, clenching her small fist. Upon returning to the villa, they were greeted by the intelligent butler, Xiao Du, who repeatedly announced, numerous unknown creatures detected outside the 1st floor blast door. Please remain vigilant, master. As the snow had melted, the blast door was now exposed. Cautiously, they approached the window, pulling back the curtains slightly to reveal dozens of mindless zombies wandering outside, sniffing the air in search of survivors. As Sun Ran and his companions gathered, the scent of their blood increased, causing the nearby zombies to gravitate slowly towards the villa. However, with the presence of the blast door, there was no concern about them breaking in. Even the windows were of the highest bulletproof standard. Unless subjected to a missile strike, the zombies' claws would be incapable of breaching them. Let us not worry about them. We'll focus on our meal, Sun Ran suggested. Mi-Do shook her head. Dear, there's an old saying. A toad on your foot doesn't bite, but is bothersome. If we ignore them, the zombies may only gather in greater numbers. Oh? Mi-Do, do you have a plan? Mi-Do clung to Sun Ran's arm, playfully. You haven't forgotten my identity, have you? I can control zombies. I'll lead them away, and then let my cats take care of them one by one. Indeed, the Dark Daughter exhibited her fierce nature. All right, but be careful, Sun Ran cautioned. Don't worry. I'm now at the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Besides, Zombies 1T attack human corpse evolvers. With that, Mi-Do took her two cats to the blast door and nodded at Sun Ran inside. Xiaodu, open the blast door. With a resounding click, the door swung open automatically. Mi-Do and her two cats darted outside, and the door immediately shut behind them. All the zombies caught a whiff of Mi-Do's scent and instinctively recoiled several steps before following her and the cats into the distance. After walking approximately 200 meters, Mi-Do activated her talent skill, transforming the two silver tabbies into formidable silver beasts. Their size had notably increased since their previous battle in the underground garage. Now boasting silken fur and half-meter-long fangs, their bodies radiating explosive power. Eliminate all these zombies, and then we'll head home for dinner, she commanded. The two cats, responding to the order, extended their 30-centimeter-long claws and, with lightning speed, decapitated the zombies. One of the severed heads rolled to Mi-Do's feet. A flash of light caught her attention, and she sensed something within the zombie's head. Without hesitation, she reached in and pulled out a small, translucent object the size of a fingernail. What is this? It emanated a considerable amount of energy. At that moment, all the zombies had been dispatched by the two cats. Gather the zombie heads, she instructed. The obedient cats collected the severed heads and placed them at Mi-Do's feet. As she examined each head, she discovered that every one contained a crystal core, varying in size, and within a short span, she had amassed over 50. The two cats returned to their normal size. Their eyes fixated eagerly on the crystal cores in Mi-Do's hands. Dio, you want to try one? She teased. Meow. All right, one each. After consuming the cores, the two cats purred contentedly, their eyes half closed in bliss. Let us go home. I'll show my husband how to handle these crystal cores. Upon her return to the blast door, it opened automatically. How did it go? Was everything all right? Sun Ran inquired, concern etched on his face. Of course, these two cats are far more powerful than I am. They will likely reach the 5th layer of chi refinement before I do. Sun Ran scooped up the two cats, grinning. Tonight, you two will get a special meal. Meow. By the way, darling, I stumbled upon these crystal cores inside the zombies' heads. She placed the cores on the table. I can sense a rich energy within them. Aside from dark energy, there seems to be something else. I wonder if humans can absorb it, she mused. Sun Ran picked one up and held it in his hand, feeling its energy. Indeed, it appears to be a pure energy core, evolved from zombies. I'll give it a try. It should be fine since we are already immune to dark energy. Before anyone could dissuade him, he swallowed it whole. A minute later, his complexion flushed slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Wow, I feel a boost in strength. Though not significantly, since our bodies have already undergone enhancement. It's safe for everyone to eat. With 53 cores in total, Sun Ran and the cats consumed 3, while the remaining 9 individuals, along with the two cats, divided the rest equally. Afterward, they were astonished to find not only their physical attributes enhanced, but also a slight increase in their affinity for elemental energy, suggesting that their cultivation speed would also improve. Sun Ran exclaimed with enthusiasm, each of us has gained a slight increase in elemental affinity by consuming 4 cores. Imagine if we had 400. We'd be soaring. Thus, he resolved to establish a zombie hunting team, aptly named the 1-man and 8-women squad, dedicated to collecting crystal cores to accelerate their cultivation. Chapter 56. The Zombie Hunting Squad begins. Team 1 establishes its own influence. The neighborhood had seen an increasing number of zombies roaming about. Initially, Sun Ran found them bothersome, but they had now become a coveted resource. With the hunting squad established, Sun Ran decided to dedicate an hour each day to hunt zombies, allowing everyone to consume more crystal cores and rapidly enhance their elemental affinity, striving to reach the 5th layer of chi refinement and learn new skills. That evening, after a day of cultivation, the group retired early. However, Sun Ran found it difficult to rest, as Mi-Do and Su Ningming were already bathed and waiting for him in the room. At times, having multiple women could be quite a headache. The next day, everyone awoke early, had breakfast, and set out to hunt zombies. As anticipated, the presence of numerous living beings in Sun Ran's home had drawn in more than 50 zombies overnight. Once again, Mi-Do and her two cats led the charge. The group was eager to test their skills after their lengthy training. As the two cats transformed, Sun Ran and the others burst through the blast door. Before they could make a move, the zombies' heads began to tumble down one by one. Sun Ran's spatial blade struck with precision, as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Dear, can you slow down a bit? Leave some for me to practice on, Mi-Do exclaimed. Sun Ran cheerfully remarked, All right then, come on. Su Ningming deftly maneuvered a fruit knife, slicing through a zombie's neck with precision, causing its head to roll onto the ground with a dull thud. Wow, my elemental power is growing stronger by the minute. The zombies, catching the scent of humanity, charged forward in a frenzy, only to be sent flying by the two cats. Thus, the group of women could freely experiment with their primal elemental attacks. The entire battle lasted less than 5 minutes, yielding over 50 crystal cores. Upon returning to the villa, they washed themselves clean with fresh water, each receiving 5 cores. After consuming them, their elemental affinity indeed increased slightly, demonstrating the principle of cumulative gains. Though they had spent half an hour dealing with the zombies, sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. After absorbing the crystal cores, they entered the spatial realm together to begin their training. Number 1 and the 3 zombie brothers had just witnessed Sun Ran and the women in battle from a distance and felt a sense of trepidation. They had not anticipated such rapid growth in these individuals, especially the 2 cats. If a confrontation were to occur now, the outcome was uncertain. They needed to hasten their advancement. Directing his 3 subordinates, the 4 made their way to the villa district to commence their looting for the day. However, the survivors had largely congregated, making it difficult to find any stragglers, and human-zombie hybrids were even rarer. The crystal cores within the zombies' heads could not be absorbed by them, the human-zombie hybrids. Therefore, to ascend, they had to find areas densely populated with humans and feast upon their flesh and blood, which was the quickest way to advance. However, he had already ventured into such a place once and barely returned. Survivors, having absorbed zombie crystal cores, had become immensely powerful and quick in one situations. He felt unafraid. But in a 1 versus many scenario, he had nearly lost his head. Thus, Number 1 was hesitant to venture out alone. The existence of humans and human-zombie hybrids was inherently antagonistic. He pondered, the strength of one person is indeed feeble. I must build a force to contend with human settlements and secure more food. Just as he contemplated how to establish his own faction, a figure suddenly appeared before him. It was none other than Zhao Qian. Trailing behind her were not 3 zombies, but over 20. What did this signify? It indicated that Zhao Qian was exceptionally powerful, strong enough to command such a horde of zombies. Number 1 recognized Zhao Qian from a previous self-help meeting at her home, where they had exchanged a brief acquaintance. As they drew nearer, the aura around them confirmed that they were both human-zombie hybrids. Number 1 spoke first, Zhao Qian. I am Number 1. Do you remember me? Of course, you and Song Run came to my house for a meeting, Zhao Qian replied with a smile. One could not help but notice her stunning beauty. Otherwise, Sun Ran would not have been enamored for 5 long years. Good to hear. I am now a level 3 human-zombie hybrid. As you can see, the human survivors are gathering, making food increasingly scarce. Therefore, I need to establish my own faction. Would you be willing to join me? Zhao Qian fixed her gaze on Number 1 and stated, I am a level 4 human-zombie hybrid. I agree to form a faction, but I want the position of leader. Number 1 furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the alluring yet cunning woman before him, suddenly feeling uncertain. You need not worry. The position of leader is yours. I shall take the position of second in command. After a moment of thought, Number 1 mused. Women generally regard power with indifference. The titles of leader and second in command are merely nominal. I can find an opportunity to win over this woman later, and the leadership will still be mine. Very well, since you, Miss Zhao Qian, have stated it so, we shall agree on this. The position of leader is yours, and I will claim the title of second. Zhao Qian giggled. The term second doesn't sound very appealing. You are older than I. From now on, you shall be my second brother. Number 1 instantly felt a surge of joy. Great. I have always wanted a younger sister, and now my dream has come true. Sister. Second brother. What ensued was an awkward exchange, causing the zombies behind them to lower their heads, using their toes to scratch the ground in embarrassment. Sister, what are your plans moving forward? Zhao Qian's alluring lips curled slightly as she replied. Second brother, since we are forming a faction, what we lack are subordinates. Come, I will take you to find some human zombies to serve as our underlings. Oh? You know where there are human zombies? Of course, just follow me. As the two led the way, the horde of zombies behind them coalesced into a formidable group, marching towards the building where Zhao Qian resided. 3 floors up, at Shi Kang's home, that moment, Shi Kang and Xiao Xiaofu were practicing fencing when they suddenly heard a knock at the door. As Shi Kong was about to speak, Xiao Xiaofu gestured for him to remain silent. They quickly donned their clothes and approached the door. Shi Kong, Xiao Xiaofu, I know you're in there. I am number one. Here to discuss a matter with you. Don't worry, we are of the same kind and will not harm you. Shi Kong responded from within, number one, my brother Xiaofu and I will not be joining your faction. Thank you for your kind offer. Number one remained unperturbed, patiently continuing, surely you both realize that human survivors are now clustering together, making food increasingly difficult to procure. Do you wish to starve at home? Or would you prefer to be killed by humans while scavenging for food, only to have your heads severed and crystal cores extracted for their consumption? If you join us, we human-zombie hybrids can band together, utilizing our innate skills to resist humans and thus secure more food. Wouldn't that be beneficial? Undoubtedly, number one's eloquence was impressive. Just a few sentences had swayed the two. Shi Kong opened the door, and Xiao Xiaofu immediately caught sight of Zhao Qian standing behind number one. This woman, she is a demon, he exclaimed before fainting from fright. Chapter 57. The initial establishment of Zhao Qian's faction. In Shi Kang's home, number one and Zhao Qian sat on one side of the sofa, while Shi Kong occupied the other side, with Xiao Xiaofu hiding behind him, clutching his shirt in trepidation. Zhao Qian retrieved a bottle of crimson liquid from her bag and poured a cup for each of them. This is fresh blood I obtained from a survivor last night. It's still relatively fresh. Do give it a tea or it turned out to be a bottle of fresh blood. Shi Kong and Xiao Xiaofu licked their lips, feeling somewhat bashful. Go ahead. Survivors are becoming increasingly hard to find. How long has it been since either of you had fresh meat? Shi Kong picked up the cup and drank it in one gulp, licking the rim afterward. He sheepishly admitted, I caught a survivor from the neighbor's house at the start, but we finished that 2 days ago. Xiao Xiaofu could no longer resist the allure of blood and also took a few gulps. Since my second brother is forming a faction, I will candidly share my talent with everyone. My ability is endless devouring, but it only works on male humans. In truth, Zhao Qian was withholding some information, as her talent could absorb not only male humans but also male human zombies. However, she feared that number one might become wary of her. My talent is defensive enhancement. Number one introduced himself. I have strength enhancement, Shi Kong added, flexing his muscles for emphasis. When it was Xiao Xiaofu's turn, he lowered his head and stammered, I can transform into a pseudo-girl, enhancing all my physical attributes. Number one wanted to laugh, but managed to contain it. Zhao Qian nodded, not bad. Our current configuration is quite solid. We have frontline strength and damage output. However, we still lack numbers. We must continue seeking more human-zombie hybrids to join our ranks. Shi Kong suddenly spoke up. I know someone else who has evolved into a human zombie. Who? It's Chao Dali, Dong Feng's husband. I saw him carrying a corpse back just the other day. Chao Dali? I recall he has a rather attractive wife, Dong Feng. Yes, she is indeed quite lovely, but I am not interested. My heart belongs to Xiao Xiaofu. After saying this, Shi Kong gazed affectionately at Xiao Xiaofu, causing number one to shudder in revulsion. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go find him. They all stood up, preparing to seek out Chao Dali. Yet, Xiao Xiaofu remained motionless on the sofa. Zhao Qian immediately understood his reluctance. She sat back down on the sofa and patiently explained, Xiaofu, regarding the incident with your father, I acknowledge that I was in the wrong. However, at that moment, there were no alternatives. If I hadn't acted, your father would have undoubtedly overpowered me. You know him well, don't you? What is wrong with wanting to protect myself? If you can forgive me, I promise to share my findings with you first when we locate food. How does that sound? Xiao Xiaofu realized he could not contend with the formidable woman before him and could only nod helplessly. He rose to join the others as they exited Shi Kang's home. Chao Dali had been bedridden since Dong Feng and Sun Ran had incapacitated him, awaiting his demise. Just on the brink of death, the eternal night descended. Fueled by his hatred for Sun Ran, he successfully evolved into a human zombie while his mother turned into a zombie. His awakened talent skill is the same as Shi Kang's, both being a power enhancement. When Zhao Qian and her team found him, he readily agreed without hesitation, his eyes glistening with tears as he exclaimed, At last, I have found my organization. Consequently, the number of members in Zhao Qian's team swelled to 5. As they descended to Shi Kang's residence for a meeting, they unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Wang Gang, the president of the Self-Help Association. Upon seeing number one, Wang Gang's legs began to tremble involuntarily. Relax, we won't harm you. Come along with us to the meeting. Thus, Wang Gang clumsily joined Zhao Qian's organization. Before the meeting commenced, Wang Gang introduced his talent. Before battles, he could rally and inspire everyone, thereby enhancing their combat abilities, essentially an auxiliary skill. Zhao Qian occupied the main seat, with number 1 beside her. The situation was dire. Human survivors were united, and we, the human zombie evolutionary beings, must not remain disorganized, lest we be defeated one by one. Therefore, we should exploit our advantage of controlling zombies to attract survivors. And then execute a strategy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellowbird waiting in the shadows. Number 1 quickly added, I concur with my sister's approach. The crystal cores within the zombies' heads are, to human survivors, akin to gold in a prosperous era. Shirkong, with his fingers delicately arched, commented, indeed, my opinion is to engage in battles with survivors while simultaneously recruiting more human zombie evolutionary beings to bolster our strength. Wang Gang sighed, human zombie evolutionary beings are indeed exceedingly rare. It's quite a stroke of luck for us to gather together. Zhao Qian nodded in agreement, stating, quality over quantity. First, we must address our food supply issue, and then gradually seek out our kind. Suddenly, number 1 interjected, we have another task at hand. Sun Ran. It's perplexing how he not only awakened a talent skill but also retains his human identity. This is quite mysterious. Most critically, their strength is advancing rapidly, and their combat abilities are escalating. Previously, I fought them single-handedly, and I nearly defeated him. However, this morning, while stealthily observing their combat, I sensed that in a one-on-one confrontation, I might not even be their match. Zhao Qian's expression shifted. Sun Ran. Why does he remain the luckiest among us? As a human, he awakened a talent skill. Why? Rest assured, brother, Sun Ran is also my adversary. My current situation is largely due to him. Number 1 frowned. I believe that with our current strength, confronting Sun Ran would be somewhat precarious, especially since there is a woman in his team who is also a human zombie. She is now Sun Ran's partner, and her skill is beast manipulation. The 2 beasts under her command are formidable foes. Therefore, our immediate priority should be to enhance our own strength. Everyone unanimously concurred with no. One's assertion, by the way, there is another human zombie evolutionary being in my villa, a woman. However, every time I've inquired about her awakened powers, she has been evasive. I find her rather peculiar. Zhao Qian pondered and suggested, brother, how about we all move into your villa? It would allow us to look out for one another and facilitate collective action. Moreover, I can help you investigate this woman's background. Number 1 nodded, agreeing, that's precisely what I was thinking. Oh, by the way, what about Song Ren? Zhao Qian suddenly inquired. Number 1 shook his head. After the eternal night ended, I awoke and have not seen him since. I wonder if he has turned into a zombie and wandered off? Soon, they arrived at Song Ren's villa. At that moment, Song Ren was sneaking a taste of the food number 1 had brought back. Upon hearing the door open, he hurriedly returned the food to its place and feigned sleep on the sofa. You little thief, once again indulging in my food. I've told you countless times, no stealing. It seems you wish for your own demise. Song Ren, startled, quickly rose to explain, darling, I didn't eat. I was merely resting. Number 1 delivered a sharp slap, retorting, Rain Song, take a look in the mirror. Your face is smeared with blood, yet you dare to argue? Zhao Qian observed this woman with growing suspicion. Why did she resemble Song Ren so closely? Song Ren, Run Song. Could it be? Chapter 58. Mi Do advances to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Zhao Qian's team launches an unnegotiable assault at 8 o'clock in the evening, within the tranquil training room. The alarm rang. Wow, this day has truly flown by. But I've already advanced to the 4th level of Qi refinement. A bit of hardship is worth it. Sun Ran rubbed his slightly numb thighs and waist, mumbling to himself. The group now resembled players in an online game, eagerly anticipating level-ups, equipping advanced gear, and learning high-level skills. Their motivation was palpable. Training is over. Ladies, let's head home for dinner. The doors of the training room swung open one after another. Mi Do bounced up to Sun Ran, lifting her little head and declaring, darling, I have just advanced to the 5th level of Qi refinement. My kitties have also leveled up. Everyone, upon hearing this, was elated and quickly inquired. Did you learn your first spell? Of course I did. This spell is called Dark Nightmare. It can implant a realistic and the remaining individuals are capable of controlling 3 zombies, which collectively amounts to a significant number. As darkness descends, we shall embark on our journey. enabling us to conceal ourselves more effectively. Within the bustling confines of Chunhua Market, a lively throng of vendors is actively engaged in commerce. A group of diligent sellers has utilized the cold storage at the back of the market to revive a substantial number of nearby survivors. The extreme cold has preserved the meat in the cold storage, and everyone is united in purpose, striving together. Spontaneously, several small teams have formed. Adult men have banded together to create a supply-seeking expedition. Those who have consumed zombie cores have formed a hunting squad specifically tasked with exterminating zombies and procuring cores. Women have organized a logistics team responsible for cooking and caring for the homeless children. And some elderly individuals contribute by assisting with manageable tasks. Overall, the atmosphere within the No Haggle group at Chunhua Market is remarkably harmonious, primarily because the members are familiar neighbors, making cooperation effortless. Dinner is simple this evening, consisting of chicken stewed with potatoes. Potatoes, being one of the most durable vegetables, have successfully endured the frigid conditions, yet ultimately succumb to human consumption. The staple is rice, as the melting snow and receding waters have allowed the doors of the supermarket to be opened, revealing ample supplies of rice and flour sufficient to sustain the over 300 members of the No Haggle group for some time. Presently, everyone's energy is focused on devising strategies to confront the zombies. After the meal, individuals gather in small clusters to converse, some cracking open a few bags of peanuts and sipping on beverages. Suddenly, a young man rushes in, breathless, approaching a burly figure. Captain Zong. Over 30 zombies have unexpectedly emerged from somewhere outside. Upon hearing this, Captain Zong sets down his beer and inquires, "Where are they? How far from us?" "Approximately 500 meters away, near the entrance of Longxi Garden. It's too dark for me to see clearly." "Oh, could it be that the zombies from the community have escaped? Brothers, what are your thoughts?" The hunting team, comprising 30 individuals enhanced by cores, is particularly enamored with the exhilaration brought by the power they gained from the zombie cores. "We must engage, big brother. It's night now. The zombies likely rest while we are awake, wandering about." Captain Zong contemplates this notion and realizes it holds some truth. After taking a hearty gulp of beer, he bellows, "Hunting team, assemble. There's a horde of zombies outside. Let us eliminate them and then return to rest." "Yes, Captain." Chapter 59. The hunting team's complete annihilation. Zhao Qian's true power. The fully equipped 30-man team departs Chunhua Market under the gaze of the onlookers. Upon exiting, they spot the horde of zombies meandering nearby, seemingly hesitant to approach the market. "Haha, did you see that? We outnumber them. Even the damn zombies fear us. Brothers, keep your voices down, and let us finish this swiftly to avoid attracting more zombies." Rest assured, Captain, the 30 men gradually form a fan-shaped formation. Even if they cannot overpower the zombies, they can make a swift escape. The horde has detected the scent of humanity and suddenly charges towards the group. "Damn! Let us take them down." The clash between humans and zombies is primal and direct. There's no time for hesitation. They leap straight into battle. Captain Zong, having consumed over 30 zombie cores, possesses the prowess equivalent to a third-level evolutionist, wielding his weapon as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. "Come on, brothers, let us put in the effort and return to drink." However, no one responds to him. Turning around, he is instantly drenched in cold sweat. His 30 comrades have all fallen. "Big brother, you seem to be enjoying yourself, huh?" Chao Dali emerges from the horde of zombies. Captain Zhang's eyes blaze with fury. These were his brothers who fought alongside him, now perished. "I'll fight you all." He suddenly unleashes a punch, sending Chao Dali flying, several teeth lost in the process. As a level 2 evolutionist, Chao Dali foolishly confronted Captain Zong, a third-level powerhouse. What did he expect? A figure steps forward from the zombie horde. Grinning malevolently, "Brothers, let us take him down together." Wang Gang stands at the back, muttering to himself, "Brothers, we must unite closely around the street committee and neighborhood association. Diligently study the various spirits and directives we've received. We must persist in innovative development and proactive engagement to enhance our collective strength." Wang Gang activates his innate skill. Through his pre-battle rallying, the team members feel their combat power and faith bolstered by at least 30%. Now, they are nearly on par with Captain Zong, able to overpower him. Chao Dali, however, is too intimidated to advance, feigning eagerness from the sidelines. Fitness instructor Shirkong boasts with bravado, yet when faced with true experts, he too hesitates. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiaozhu activates his ability, transforming into an exaggeratedly flamboyant figure, prancing over to Captain Zong. Before he can make a move, he is kicked aside. Seeing his subordinates falter, the leader fumes with frustration. They all looked so eager to attack when hiding in the horde, but now, facing a real fight, they all turned cowardly. Step aside, let me handle this. The leader, being a defensive talent, lacks offensive strength. After much effort, he fails to subdue Captain Zong, and the remaining few merely watch from the sidelines. At this moment, Captain Zong, panting heavily, gazes at Zhao Qian. This woman is truly stunning. If only she were human. Big brother, do you think I'm beautiful? Captain Zong scoffs. What does it matter how beautiful you are? You're just a zombie. Would you like to see me undress? Zhao Qian activates her talent. Exuding an alluring charm, Captain Zong suddenly feels his mind clouded, nodding vacantly, drooling unconsciously. How annoying! If you want to see, I'll let you see just me. Come here. Captain Zong, now resembling a zombie, slowly approaches Zhao Qian, his gaze fixated on her voluptuous form. Haha, look at your foolish expression. By the end of the night, you'll be all mine. Zhao Qian begins to unbutton her clothing, and just as they draw within 2 meters of each other, she swiftly strikes, inserting her fingers into his skull. The power Captain Zong had accumulated with great difficulty is instantly drained by her. In 5 seconds, he is left as nothing more than a desiccated corpse. Chao Dali, about to bemoan the waste of a body, catches a glance from the leader and promptly shuts his mouth. Hurry and clean this up. The flesh and blood of these individuals will be enough for you to advance a level. With that, Zhao Qian turns and strides back to the villa. The leader realizes at that moment that Zhao Qian indeed possesses formidable strength. After she absorbed the powerful man, her aura surged once more, likely elevating her to a 5th-level evolutionist. At this moment, he completely abandons any thoughts of usurping her position. This woman is simply unfathomable. He promptly directs everyone to assist in transporting the corpses back to the villa. At Chunhua Market, everyone waits anxiously for an hour. Captain Zong and the hunting team have yet to return. Could something have gone awry? However, in the dark of night, no one dares to venture out in search of them. They can only wait in silence, the atmosphere in the market growing increasingly oppressive. Without this team, no one knows how much longer they could endure. Upon returning to the villa, Zhao Qian observes Song Ren, clad in a flimsy top, reclining on the sofa in slumber, and can't help but chuckle. This wealthy second generation was once quite handsome, particularly when he drove a sports car to pick her up from work, inciting envy among her colleagues. Who could have imagined that he would now transform into a woman? Surprisingly, she possesses an enviable figure. Zhao Qian approaches, reaching out to fondle her ample chest. Ah, you lecher. Who's there? Song Ren immediately screams, shielding herself. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Zhao Qian, her embarrassment skyrockets. What are you doing? Why are you so forward now? Song Ren stammers, flustered. Haha, you have such delicate skin and a charming demeanor. I couldn't resist. What good is that? I'm starving. I'm still a level 1 evolutionist, and that despicable leader took advantage of me, yet he still looks down on me. Ugh, men are all worthless. Zhao Qian shakes her head, retrieving a piece of human flesh from her bag, which he had specifically brought back. Here, eat this. From now on, I'll take care of you. Zhao Qian understands that today's battle has solidified her position within the team. Sun Ran and the other women continue their monotonous routine of rising early, slaying zombies, absorbing cores, and diligently training. He wonders how long this arduous existence will persist. Perhaps it won't be long before the leader grows powerful enough to disregard the fortified doors. Thus, he must strengthen himself before that time comes. Yet, what he remains oblivious to is that the leader is not the most formidable threat. Zhao Qian is, due to the daily absorption of the zombie crystal cores. Everyone's cultivation speed has increased by approximately 20%. For instance, what previously took 10 days to ascend a level now requires only 8 days. This is already quite extraordinary. After so many days of hunting, the number of zombies in the community has dwindled significantly. To hunt zombies now, one must venture outside the community. However, Sun Ran's philosophy of taking refuge in the villa seems somewhat contradictory to this approach. Therefore, during this period, everyone has been quietly focusing on their cultivation. At this moment, on a deserted island in the Pacific Ocean, the violet hair of Hao Yan sways in the absence of wind in the next instant. He expels a dark orb from his mouth, which serves as his life's treasure, an innate endowment. The orb ascends into the sky, immediately unleashing a multitude of black mist that disperses in all directions, swiftly forming a massive black cloud that drifts with the wind, continuously showering black rain. It is time to accelerate. Otherwise, when shall I exact my revenge? Hao Yin smirks wickedly and resumes mending his injuries. Chapter 60. The Onslaught of Black Rain. Everyone advances. In the Chunhua market, the bargain-free team. It has been a night, and Captain Song is unlikely to return. What shall we do if zombies and human corpses come our way? We, the frail and sickly, may not withstand the onslaught. An elderly man with a red armband spoke up. Uncle Zhao, we currently have two options. Seal the gates or ally with the Winter Sunshine Group. A young man wearing glasses suggested. What good will sealing the gates do? Can we truly remain indoors for a lifetime? Here is the plan, Xiaoqian. Take the supply team to the Winter Sunshine Group to scout the situation and see if they can accept us. Xiaoqian nodded in agreement, saying, All right, Uncle Zhao, I will handle it right away. Last night, Captain Song led the hunting team to slay zombies but has not returned, and the chances of survival seem grim. The remaining 300 individuals are mostly ordinary citizens lacking combat capability. Xiaoqian departed the market with the supply team. At the Songren Villa, the brothers of Team 1 feasted heartily, leaving the entire villa drenched in blood. Songren was on the verge of despair. After all, it was his house, and there should be some semblance of respect. Humans who have absorbed crystal cores possess abundant energy. I have ascended to the 3rd level, ha. Chao Dalei, covered in blood, looked as repulsive as a monkey's rear end, scoffed Team 1 disdainfully. What good is ascending to the 3rd level when you are as timid as a mouse? Chao Dalei, feeling embarrassed, quickly retorted, Oh, Team Leader 1, I lost a tooth yesterday, and I was a bit dazed. Just wait for my next performance. Xiao Xiaofu, your performance yesterday was commendable. At least you displayed bravery by stepping forward. Eat up and strive to ascend to level 5 soon. Sitting nearby, Shirkong felt somewhat ashamed. Although Chao Dalei dared not step forward afterward, he at least had an excuse for having lost a tooth. Shirkong, however, had no such justification, silently consuming the least nourishing meat while the most energy-rich brains were devoured by Team 1, Xiao Xiaofu, Chao Dalei, Wang Gang, and others. The team had clear rules. Those who exert less receive less. Meanwhile, Song Ren could barely manage to eat, scavenging for scraps of meat on the ground and sipping blood, just enough to stave off starvation. Zhao Qin descended from upstairs, clad in a seductive nightgown. Second brother, give Song Ren 2 brains to help him level up quickly. I believe his skills are quite remarkable. Team 1 immediately stood up, retrieving 2 heads from the pile of corpses and tossing them beside Song Ren. Eat up. Gratefully, Song Ren glanced at Zhao Qin and began to ravenously consume the brains. Sister, what do you think we should do next? When shall we kill Sun Ran? Zhao Qin surveyed the blood-soaked living room, devoid of seating, and replied, What is your current strength? Have you all leveled up? Team 1 stated, I have ascended to level 4, while Wang Gang and Chao Dalei have reached level 3. Shirkong and Xiao Xiaofu have both advanced to level 2. If we consume the remaining food, everyone should be able to level up once more. Zhao Qin shook her head, stating, Our current strength is still insufficient. I must ensure a demaster. There are strangers entering through the explosion-proof door on the 1st floor. Everyone quickly assembles and rushes to the window, peering through the sunroom outside. A group of shadowy figures is approaching, but it is too dark to discern their identities. Sun Ran has no choice but to sprint to the monitoring room, where he finally identifies the newcomers through the night vision camera. Zhao Qin, number 1. How did they end up together? Damn, and there's also Chao Dalei, Xiao Xiaofu, and Shirkong. It seems they come with ill intentions. Sun Ran leaves the monitoring room to inform everyone about the intruders and urges them to prepare for battle. Indeed, when these individuals reach the explosion-proof door, they waste no time and immediately begin to violently destroy it. This situation is different from before. As number 1 swings a heavy hammer down, the entire sunroom trembles. If this continues, they might truly succeed in breaching it, which is not what Sun Ran wishes to see. Moreover, they have all advanced to the 5th level of Qi cultivation, brimming with confidence in their abilities. So, what will it be? Are we brave enough to confront them? Su Ningming eagerly exclaims, I have long desired to unleash my frustration. Let us confront them head-on. Mido casually pats her kitten and remarks, I'm not afraid of them. If a fight breaks out, I'll let my Wang Defa take care of them." The others also expressed their willingness to fight, insisting that they cannot merely hide, for it would be detrimental to their future cultivation. "Very well, let us first devise a strategy. We will have 2 beasts lead the charge, and we shall coordinate as we did earlier, but with more flexibility and caution to ensure our safety." After attentively listening to Sun Ran's tactical arrangement, everyone nods earnestly. "All right, follow me to the underground parking lot, and we shall maneuver around them before launching our assault." The group swiftly makes their way to the underground explosion-proof door and soon finds themselves behind the intruders, just as they intend to sneak up and catch them off guard. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qian detects them in advance. Their overwhelming aura is too potent. From several hundred meters away, the 7th level Zhao Qian spots them. "Stop hammering. They're coming out." At this moment, number 1, drenched in sweat and nearly exhausted, throws down the heavy hammer and, upon seeing Sun Ran nearby, stares wide-eyed. The 2 sides do not rush into combat, but instead cautiously draw closer. "Darling, we meet again. I never expected that after the extreme weather, you would still exist as a human. Have you decided to stay far away or not?" Sun Ran chuckles nonchalantly, replying, "I didn't expect you to have transformed not into a zombie, but rather into a human corpse." "Quite impressive." I hope number 1 shook his head and said, "Even if we encounter zombies now, dealing with them will prove to be quite a challenge. What I propose is that we control the zombies to launch attacks on human settlements, and then upgrade ourselves through the blood and flesh of humanity. Secondly, I have a premonition that this black rain will return. The black rain can enhance both us and the zombies, but it cannot strengthen Sun Ran and his group. This ebb and flow will allow us to surpass them within half a year. By then, we will control thousands of zombies that have undergone multiple enhancements. Coupled with our own strength, victory will be ours. Thirdly, we should take this time to recruit more human corpses to join our ranks, thereby making ourselves increasingly powerful." Number 1 articulated his thoughts one by one. After listening, Zhao Qian nodded and said, "Brother Heir, thank goodness for your presence. Otherwise, in a moment of impulse, I might easily make rash decisions. Let us proceed as you suggest. We will first control the zombies and take down the humans in Chunhua Market, while simultaneously searching for more human corpses and awaiting the return of the black rain." At Sun Ran's villa, the festivities continued into the early hours, and everyone was too lazy to return to their rooms, opting instead to sleep on the thick carpet in the living room. At 7 in the morning, everyone woke up on time, channeling their internal spiritual energy to expel the alcohol from the previous night. They felt much more alert. After a quick breakfast, they eagerly entered the training space to commence a day of cultivation. Besides absorbing spiritual energy, everyone had added a new training element: spell combat. The benefit of this was the rapid honing of their skills and swift consumption of their spiritual energy. Each time they exhausted their energy, they would absorb more, leading to a quicker enhancement of their cultivation. This method proved to be significantly faster than merely sitting in meditation to absorb spiritual energy. To boost everyone's enthusiasm for combat, Sun Ran decided to implement a lottery system, randomly selecting opponents among the 9 participants. With 1 person exempt from each round, proceeding directly to the next, they would draw opponents again, with yet another person exempt. This process continued until a champion emerged. After numerous rounds, the championship was typically contested between Sun Ran and Mido. As their spells shared a common trait, they possessed both control and damage capabilities. To ensure fairness, they began to compete in pairs, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Whoever was paired with Sun Ran or Mido was guaranteed to become the champion. In addition to meditation and combat training, they also ventured out to hunt zombies. Following their previous victory over Zhao Qian's team, the group's confidence soared, and they expanded their hunting grounds to the surrounding areas. This time, Sun Ran was astonished to discover that the zombies had evolved. Their strength and speed doubled. Consequently, the cores within their heads had also grown larger. However, this was undoubtedly a nightmare for the human survivors. Although the number of survivors was already scarce, food was relatively abundant, yet their operational space had been significantly constricted. Now, teams of dozens dared not venture out to scavenge, fearing the zombies lurking nearby. They could only move in groups, but this posed the risk of attracting larger hordes of zombies due to their overwhelming bloodlust. In summary, human survivors found themselves at a critical juncture of life and death. As Sun Ran and his team appeared, Chapter 63, Zombie Hunting Squad encounters the Zombie Biao team. Everyone took their positions, and Xi and Tong set up the earthen wall here, then I will lure the zombies. Stay safe. The zombies within the community had been completely cleared out by Sun Ran and the women, leaving only the outside to hunt. However, the number of zombies outside was overwhelming. Since the last black rain, all the hidden zombies and those that had remained indoors had emerged outdoors, resulting in streets and communities teeming with zombies. Darling, be careful not to attract too many. Rest assured, Sun Ran exclaimed, darting forward. Utilizing his spatial abilities to achieve a movement akin to teleportation, covering several hundred meters in mere moments, Sun Ran shouted towards the densely packed zombies in the distance, instantly capturing their attention. Confirming their direction, they began to chase him with fervor. After waiting a few seconds, Sun Ran sprinted towards the entrance of the community. They're coming back, darling. Everyone, be alert, Su Qingming said attentively. When the zombies were within 50 meters, reaching the range for spellcasting, Xian Tong conjured an earthen wall that appeared out of thin air. The zombies, unable to stop, all collided into the wall. Wives, attack. With a command, Su Qingming unleashed her blades, while Su Li summoned her thunderous spells. Lin Yao conjured ice blades, Dong Feng unleashed fireballs, and Tang Tiantian employed her vine spells, indiscriminately targeting the horde of zombies. Sun Ran stood behind the earthen wall, directly launching spatial slashes at the densest cluster of zombies. In the past, a single strike could sever the heads of a dozen zombies, but now, due to the enhancement from the Black Rain, each spatial blade could only take down 2 or 3 before being blocked by the zombie's pallid skin. The earthen wall began to crumble under the relentless assault of the zombies, but by then, their numbers had dwindled significantly. Sisters, watch me. Enlightenment. Qin Xiaoya's light spell required considerable preparation time and consumed vast amounts of spiritual energy, but its power was unmatched. With her hands radiating purple light, she hurled it towards the oncoming horde of zombies, and indeed, the spell knocked down all the zombies in its path. Quick, clear the battlefield. Then prepare for another wave. Sun Ran established a goal for everyone. Each person must absorb 10 cores daily, ensuring that everyone would increase their elemental affinity and enhance their cultivation speed. Understood, darling. In less than 10 minutes, they extracted the cores from over 100 zombies, and everyone had become desensitized to this gruesome task, treating it as casually as removing a seed from a watermelon. The second wave was similarly dispatched with ease. Today's mission is complete. Everyone, head back. Sun Ran observed the cores in the spatial realm and remarked with a smile. Upon returning to the villa, everyone retrieved 10 cores each from the space. Even the 2 cats received their share. After consuming them, everyone's elemental affinity surged once again. They entered the training space, meditating to absorb spiritual energy in the morning, engaging in simulated combat in the afternoon, and then absorbing energy once more. After 10 days, everyone had advanced to the 7th level of Qi refining, with Mi Do reaching the 8th level. Zhao Qian and the others had remained indoors for several days, depleting the food they had brought back, resulting in everyone gaining another level. With food running low, Zhao Qian led the group out to gather zombies, preparing to launch an assault on the nearby Chunhua market. Upon arriving at the community, they were astonished to find that the zombies had vanished in just a few days. Could it be that Sun Ran and his group had eliminated them all? With no other options, they had to venture outside to gather more zombies. To avoid encountering Sun Ran and his team, they unanimously decided to take a back route out of the community. After leaving, Zhao Qian and her group effortlessly gathered over 300 evolved zombies. This newfound strength had undoubtedly surpassed that of Chunhua Market. Just as they were about to launch an all-out attack on the human faction of the No Bargain group, another group appeared across the street, 7 or 8 human corpses accompanied by a horde of zombies. Their numbers were comparable to Zhao Qian's. The leader of this group was someone Zhao Qian recognized. And of course, Song Ren did too. This person was the owner of the largest nightclub nearby, known as Zombie Biao. Before the apocalypse, Song Ren, a well-known rich second generation, often brought Zhao Qian to the nightclub. So their relationship was quite amicable. Is that Zhao Qian's little sister? Zombie Biao called out arrogantly. Zhao Qian flashed a charming smile and replied sweetly, Brother Biao, indeed it's your little sister. I'm genuinely delighted to see you doing well. As they spoke, Zombie Biao's group approached within 10 meters of her. He scrutinized the area behind Zhao Qian, but did not spot Song. It would have been strange if he had. At that moment, Song Ren had taken on a feminine guise. The remaining members of their party, aside from number 1, appeared rather unimpressive, comprising a flamboyant fitness instructor, a half-grown youth, and a bespectacled Wang Gang. This combination was almost comical. "Sister, what do you say? Why not join my team? Look at my brothers, all strong and sturdy. Their awakened skills are top-notch. They can certainly protect you. No, Brother Biao, we're all neighbors and look out for each other. So we won't trouble you by joining your ranks." Zombie Biao's expression immediately darkened. In the past, when the world was thriving, Song Ren often brought the enchanting Zhao Qian to the nightclub, and Zombie Biao had long coveted this little vixen. To his surprise, encountering her here today, he felt unperturbed even with Song Ren present, bolstered by the support of his brothers. His awakened ability was attack enhancement, while his twin brothers possessed defensive and offensive skills. Additionally, a burly man who had previously been his personal bodyguard had a combat talent, and the two women possessed control skills that were exceptionally practical. This combination could undoubtedly trounce the ragtag group across the street. "Zhao Qian, my sister, I suggest you think this over carefully. You wouldn't want to have regrets later. Don't say I didn't warn you." Step forward. Number 1. Do you regret it? What are you being so arrogant about? Zhao Qian swiftly intervened to halt Number 1, then took 2 steps forward, feigning a look of indecision. Suddenly, she raised her head and instantly activated her passive charm skill. Sang Biao, a level 6 human zombie evolver, stood no chance against the level 7 Zhao Qian. He fell directly into Zhao Qian's enchantment, where in a world of fantasy, he not only acquired Zhao Qian's essence but also her form. Ha ha ha, this is utterly delightful. Suddenly, an excruciating pain erupted in his head, and all the energy within him was drained. Zhao Qian tossed the depleted Sang Biao's remains to the ground, her enchanting smile lingering as she said, "Will you join us, or shall we join you?" Chapter 64. Fated enemies on a narrow path. No retreat, only battle. With Sang Biao defeated, his subordinates began to retreat. Number 1, sharp-eyed, promptly commanded the zombies to encircle them. At that moment, Sang Biao's bodyguard, Zhuzi, cautiously spoke up, "Sister Qian, may we join you? We hope you can overlook past grievances and take us in." Zhao Qian did not rush to respond. Instead, she stepped past Zhuzi and cheerfully asked, "What about you gentlemen?" The twin brothers lowered their heads, too afraid to meet Zhao Qian's gaze, fearing they might end up like Sang Biao, drained of all vitality. "Sister Qian, my brother and I wish to join your team." The two women at the back quickly expressed their willingness to join as well, assuring they would not change their minds. "Excellent. Since you all wish to join my team, we shall be a family from now on. Let us introduce ourselves so we may get to know one another." "Very well. I shall start. My name is Zhuzi, bodyguard to Sang Biao, trained in combat, with a talent for fighting. I am the elder brother. Zhang Tianyu, my talent is defense enhancement. This is my younger brother, Zhang Tianzhua, whose talent is attack enhancement. We both have been imprisoned for robbery, and after our release, we awakened our human zombie talents and followed Sang Biao. I am Wu Xiaohong, formerly a princess in Sang Biao's establishment. My awakened talent is soft as a willow, allowing my hands to extend and ensnare foes. I am Sun Nana, a pharmacist. My talent is venom, enabling me to expel highly corrosive poison. Upon hearing their introductions, Zhao Qian thought to herself, not a single decent person among them. Yet she maintained a cheerful facade, exclaiming, "What a gathering of talent!" Once both parties had introduced themselves, Zhao Qian gathered them together. "The nearest human settlement to us is Chunhua Market, home to nearly 300 humans. Their hunting squad has already been eliminated by us, leaving only the weak and infirm. Today, our objective is this location." Everyone nodded in agreement. While the leadership had shifted, in the apocalypse, strength reigns supreme. We must remain vigilant. We will first command the zombies to launch an attack. Our task is to prevent the human survivors from escaping. Is that understood? Understood, Sister Qian. Sun Ran awakened that morning, shifting his 4 arms and 2 legs, causing 2 beauties to stir despite his gentle movements. Qian Xiaoya opened her bright eyes, pouting as she said, "Darling, it's only 6:30. Let's sleep a bit longer." Sun Ran playfully smacked her rear and replied, "Today, it's my turn to cook. Get up early so I can prepare a feast for you little gluttons. We still need to head out and hunt zombies." "All right then, I won't sleep any longer. I'll help you make breakfast." With that, Qian Xiaoya sat up, unclothed, and began to dress. Since Mido could not consume human food, she was not assigned cooking duties. Today, Sun Ran and Su Ningming were preparing breakfast, but with Qian Xiaoya's assistance, they quickly whipped up a spread of steak, milk, juice, fries, buns, and fried dough sticks, akin to a high-end hotel buffet. Take whatever you desire. The food in our space is plentiful. Once we reach the foundational stage, we may even be able to fast, rendering food unnecessary. After breakfast, Sun Ran began to assign tasks. We have cleared the route to Chunhua Market. To my knowledge, there should be numerous survivors there. My intention is to clean out the zombies surrounding the market today, providing these survivors with a relatively safe area to gather supplies. As the number of human survivors dwindles, we should lend a helping hand wherever possible. What are your thoughts? Suli sipped her milk, gazing at Sun Ran with adoration. Darling, I've noticed you are becoming increasingly suited for leadership. I suggest you establish a base for human survivors, where you can be the king and we, your consorts. Sun Ran shook his head vigorously. No way. Then I'll be burdened with various matters, leaving me no time to cultivate. Our primary mission is to train and eliminate the mastermind. Hao Yin, our secondary task is to assist humanity as much as we can within our means. The women unanimously expressed their support for Sun Ran's decision. Since everyone is in agreement, let us tidy up and set forth. Remember, our safety is paramount. Do not take unnecessary risks. Understood? Darling, you've reminded us several times already. Sun Ran, accompanied by 8 women and 2 cats, donned their gear and departed the villa, heading towards Chunhua Market. Just as they were nearing the market's entrance, a group of individuals appeared at another junction. To be precise, it was a dozen humans and several hundred zombies. Darling, it's Zhao Qian and her team. Zhao Qian was equally taken aback. Fated enemies crossing paths once again. Sun Ran's group, including 2 cats, totaled 11 combatants, while Zhao Qian's contingent boasted over 400 combat-ready individuals when the zombies were included. Upon realizing this, Zhao Qian's confidence surged. This time, we will not lose. Brothers, command the zombies to attack, encircle Sun Ran, and we will seize the opportunity to ambush. Sun Ran, however, had no thoughts of retreat. As their cultivation deepened, they understood that training was an act of defiance against fate. Borrowing life from the heavens, if they continuously retreated and fled, their mental state would destabilize, leading to potential madness during future advancements. Thus, they steadfastly gazed at the approaching zombies' battle. Only through combat can we elevate ourselves. Are you all afraid, my darlings? Not afraid, darling. Excellent. Let us engage as we usually do and see who can slay the most zombies. Over 400 evolved zombies charged forward at breakneck speed. Xian Tong erected a wall of earth, now far sturdier and more substantial than when she was at the 5th layer of Qi training. Even evolved zombies could not easily breach it. Mido, at the 8th layer of Qi training, unleashed 2 2-meter-tall beasts. Their claws resembled the scythes of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of zombies. Meanwhile, Sun Ran positioned himself behind the earthen wall, manipulating the spatial elements within him to form a transparent spatial blade over a meter long. Slicing through the zombies' heads, Su Ningming skillfully maneuvered the blade amidst the horde. In no time, a third of the zombies had been eliminated. Number 1 grew increasingly anxious. Sister, if we don't act soon, the zombies will all be gone. Zhao Qian chuckled lightly. Silly brother, with so many zombies around, we certainly won't run out. You all must immediately release control over these zombies and go recruit more nearby. I cannot afford to exhaust them. Number 1's eyes lit up. Indeed. This world is home to billions of people, and a single city like Chaoshi has millions. There truly is no shortage of zombies, brothers. Hurry with me to find more zombies. They won't be easily wiped out. Chao Dalei and the others, relieved they did not have to face Sun Ran directly, gleefully scampered off to recruit more zombies. Chapter 65. Zhao Qian's team scared off. Sun Ran's team in crisis. Although the zombies were numerous, for Sun Ran and his team, it merely meant spending a bit more time. As they watched the number of zombies dwindle, a smile spread across Sun Ran's face. Today has been fruitful. We've harvested over 400 evolved zombie cores. I must thank Zhao Qian for this. Su Ningming chimed in. Darling, with zombies everywhere, do we really need to thank her? Haha, I say this just to irritate her. No sooner had he spoken than Number 1 and others reappeared behind Zhao Qian, leading over 300 zombies. Sun Ran immediately understood. He had been wondering where this group had vanished to, leaving only Zhao Qian behind. They had gone to find more zombies. Damn, these wretches intend to exhaust us with a sea of corpses. Su Ningming scoffed. Humph, no matter how many come, it won't matter. I am not afraid. Sun Ran sighed. Ningming, this isn't about fear. It's about the depletion of our spiritual energy. The Earth's spiritual energy is limited. What will we do once we exhaust our internal reserves? Su Ningming finally realized that she was akin to a hero from LOL. Devoid of mana and reliant solely on basic attacks, as she glanced toward the dirt wall, she observed that the number of zombies had surged to over 400, leaving everyone feeling somewhat apprehensive, especially since number 1 and the others had vanished once again. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian stood at a distance, wearing a smug expression as she regarded Sun Ran and the rest. At that moment, a cacophony of clanking chains echoed, and the rusted roller door of Chunhua Market began to rise. Behind it stood countless human survivors, led by an elderly gentleman who declared, "Young man, we've been watching from within for quite some time. We can no longer let you fight alone. Everyone, shoulder to shoulder. Let us slay these zombies." With that, over 200 individuals surged forth from the market. Sun Ran, unable to express his gratitude, swiftly shifted from offense to defense, conjuring a massive spatial cage that ensnared the zombies. "Elder, you focus on slaying the zombies trapped within the cage, then quickly extract the crystal cores for yourselves." The survivors, quick on the uptake, armed with kitchen knives and cleavers, began to hack away at the zombies, hastily retrieving the crystal cores and consuming them. Within moments, the cores were absorbed, and the elder appeared rejuvenated by 2 decades, his strength multiplying exponentially. Such transformations occurred for many, though some met their demise at the jaws of the zombies. There was no time for sorrow. They had to eradicate the zombies swiftly. As more survivors consumed the crystal cores, the balance of power began to shift. 10 minutes later, at the cost of over 30 survivors' lives, they managed to enhance the remaining survivors and eliminate all the zombies. Zhao Qian's countenance darkened considerably. At that moment, number 1 returned with over 300 zombies. But upon seeing the 200 survivors standing behind Sun Ran, he was taken aback. Zhao Qian mused that after just recruiting a few new team members, a defeat now would tarnish her future reputation. Thus, she proclaimed, "Let them go for today. Next time, they shall not be so fortunate." I refuse to believe that Sun Ran can keep watch over this bunch of market trash. Number 1, fully aware of Sun Ran's capabilities, along with the newly empowered survivors, recognized the odds were heavily stacked against them. Sister is right. Next time we will decimate Chunhua Market. With a parting threat, Zhao Qian and her group departed without a trace of regret. Sun Ran breathed a sigh of relief. He had already expended a significant amount of spiritual energy. Had they charged at that moment, even a victory would have been a Pyrrhic one. Fortunately, the psychological impact from their previous encounter had deterred them from recklessly advancing. "Elder, we were responsible for slaying the first batch of zombies, so we'll collect the crystal cores. You all took down the second batch, so the cores belong to you. How does that sound?" The elder, though advanced in years, was shrewd and promptly declined, saying, "Young man, we shall not take the cores. We've consumed quite a few already. All of these are yours. All right, everyone, assist the young man in collecting the crystal cores. And no one is to hoard any," the elder commanded, and his authority among the survivors was evident. Sun Ran accepted the arrangement, having a rough tally of the zombies they had slain. After a little over 10 minutes, the survivors willingly handed over the crystal cores to Sun Ran, totaling 360. "Young man, we owe you our gratitude today. Were it not for you, this horde of zombies would have surely breached the market's gates, placing us all in grave peril. Elder, there's no need for thanks. We are all survivors. We should support each other when able. Moreover, with everyone having consumed the crystal cores, our physical attributes have more than doubled. You all now possess the ability to combat zombies effectively. I suggest you engage in more zombie hunts to further enhance your capabilities." I understand. We had previously organized a hunting team, but during their last mission, they never returned. I suspect they fell victim to these zombies, the elder replied. Sun Ran nodded. That is indeed very likely. From now on, exercise utmost caution. In case of emergencies, you can find me at Villa No. 32 in Longxi Garden. After leaving the address, Sun Ran and the others returned to the villa, preparing to absorb the crystal cores before entering a state of cultivation. Each person could now distribute more than 30 crystal cores, all derived from evolved zombies, effectively doubling their previous yields. Su Ningming meticulously cleaned the crystal cores and distributed them among everyone. They found that their elemental affinity had significantly improved after absorption. Upon entering the cultivation space, Sun Ran closed his eyes to reflect for a moment before speaking. "The cores we absorbed this time have at least increased my cultivation speed by 30%. I am confident that within 10 days, I will break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. The others sensed the change as well, exclaiming in delight, "It truly is the case." It seems that merely sitting in meditation and isolating oneself is not the answer. In the following days, Sun Ran and his companions rose early to hunt zombies, then absorbed the cores before cultivating. The survivors within the market also diligently sought to enhance their own strength, with a few exceptional individuals emerging under their leadership, further strengthening their ranks. Meanwhile, Zhao Qian's focus shifted to other small human settlements, which were swiftly overtaken by her team due to their lesser numbers. As time progressed, the strength of Zhao Qian's team steadily increased. Rise and shine, ladies, it's time for work. Early in the morning, Sun Ran knocked on each door. In no time, the doors swung open, revealing a parade of drowsy beauties. After groggily freshening up and enjoying breakfast, they set out for their first task of the day, hunting zombies. After 10 days of relentless hunting, the number of zombies surrounding the market had been nearly eradicated. To hunt in large numbers, they would need to venture further afield, which was precisely why Sun Ran roused everyone so early. After walking along the road for 15 minutes, they finally spotted a horde of zombies at the entrance of a nearby community. Just as they prepared to launch their assault, a vast black cloud swiftly approached from the sky. In mere moments, it loomed directly above Sun Ran, accompanied by a torrential downpour of black rain. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and zombies surged from all directions, encircling Sun Ran and his companions. Chapter 66. Surrounded on all sides, Mi Do successfully established his foundation. The area was shrouded in darkness, with sheets of black rain pouring down as Sun Ran and his companions found themselves besieged by zombies. Wang Defa, Wang Datsai, transform. The two silver tabbies instantly morphed into colossal beasts, rampaging through the zombie horde with ferocity. Their actions incited the wrath of the zombies, who retaliated. Fight and retreat. Do not linger in battle. The two beasts successfully diverted the zombies' attention, but countless undead continued to swarm towards Sun Ran and the others. Dirt wall. A massive earthen barrier rose to obstruct the zombies' advance, but with so many undead, it merely slowed their pursuit. Moreover, the rain diminished the wall's effectiveness. At this juncture, Mi Do had called back the beasts, and while everyone cast spells to slay the zombies, they retreated toward Longxi Garden. Darling, zombies have appeared behind us as well, and there are quite a few, Su Li shouted. This truly was a scenario of being besieged from both the front and rear. Ladies, do not hold back your energy. We must carve a path forward. Follow me. Sun Ran mobilized his physical strength and spiritual energy, empowering the spatial blade to clear a path ahead. The two beasts aided in this effort, but the sheer number of zombies rendered even the combined forces insufficient to penetrate through the horde. If this continued, they would be doomed. At that moment, Qin Xiaoya spoke up, "Darling, sisters, guard me. I may have a solution." Her element was light, though everyone had only witnessed her using the enlightenment skill and had not seen her employ basic elemental spells. "All right, Xiaoya, you can count on us." Everyone surrounded Qin Xiaoya with their bodies, unleashing their skills to eliminate the nearby zombies. Seconds later, they were suddenly greeted by a blinding light, and an explosion of radiant energy erupted behind them. It's Sister Xiaoya. She is glowing. The zombies seemed to recoil in fear at this brilliance, retreating in terror. "Hurry, I can't maintain this for long." Qin Xiaoya struggled to say go. Wherever the light shone, the zombies fell back, allowing everyone to hastily make their way toward Longxi Garden. "Mi Do, why aren't you moving? Darling, you all go on ahead. I need to absorb the energy from this rain. I must establish my foundation." "All right, just be careful." Mi Do, being a being of both human and zombie, was impervious to the zombies' attacks. In fact, they were terrified of her. Just as they neared the entrance to Longxi Garden, Qin Xiaoya suddenly overextended her spiritual energy and collapsed. The light vanished in an instant. The horde of zombies that had been trailing them surged forward like rabid dogs, pouncing on Sun Ran and the others. Damn. These zombies are relentless. Run. Fortunately, the zombies in the community had been cleared previously. Otherwise, they would have found themselves in a dire predicament, besieged on two fronts. The zombies, invigorated by the energy from the black rain, moved swiftly, yet they remained at a distance from Sun Ran and his companions. At that moment, a sound akin to the slicing of air echoed from behind. "Darling, look, I can fly now." "Ha ha," exclaimed Midu, as she stood poised on a sword, one that everyone possessed, drawn from the training palace. She swiftly descended before the crowd, exuding confidence as she declared, "Everyone, stop running. Prepare to collect the zombie crystal cores." Upon finishing her words, the sword she had been riding suddenly sprang to life, transforming into a streak of azure light that darted through the horde of zombies. In an instant, the heads of the zombies plummeted to the ground like durians falling from a tree, creating a cacophony of thuds. Sun Ran and his companions were left dumbfounded. Was this the power of a foundational cultivator? The ability to manipulate a flying sword to slay foes? In that moment, a singular thought occupied their minds. They must immediately devote themselves to cultivation. They wouldn't emerge until they reached the foundational stage. Minutes later, the 1,000-strong horde of zombies was entirely vanquished. The black rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, brightening the sky once more. The community lay in disarray, strewn with the decapitated heads of the undead. "We struck it rich. Ladies, hurry and gather the crystal cores. I, Sun Ran, declare that I shall not return to the villa until I achieve the foundational stage." Midu rushed over, wrapping her arms around Sun Ran's. "Silly husband, there's no need to rush. I was already aiming for the 9th layer of chi refinement. That recent black rain elevated me directly to the 9th layer. Afterward, I had an epiphany, continued absorbing energy while standing in the rain, and broke through the bottleneck to ascend to the foundational stage. Patience is key. Haste makes waste." Upon hearing Midu's words, Sun Ran was drenched in cold sweat. His own resolve had begun to waver. First, he had been besieged by zombies, then felt powerless to protect his beloved. Witnessing Midu's prowess ignited a pang of jealousy within him, an emotion not conducive to cultivation. "Thank you, Midu, for your reminder. I understand now. Haste makes waste. And it's best to go with the flow." "Exactly, darling. Take your time. You are the strongest among us," she replied. "I'm off to gather the crystal cores." Sun Ran shook his head and joined the fray in collecting the precious cores. The moment the black rain descended, Zhao Qian and the others promptly brought their zombie minions outdoors to absorb the rain's power, as predicted by number 1. This black rain arrived once more as if orchestrated, bestowing energy upon both zombies and corpses, allowing them to continually evolve. Zhao Qian, now at level 8, ascended directly to level 10 following this deluge, awakening a new skill, Lethal Kiss.